Chapter 1029, Chapter 1, A Simple Retreat, Vote for Monthly Ticket in just 10 months. The fragmented world of Starlight Tears was completely transformed from top to bottom. Various futuristic and technologically advanced buildings sprang up, and the virtual world network was fully implemented. Throughout the process, everything proceeded smoothly. At the same time, internal trade within human civilization was re-established, even extending to trade routes with ancient Ming's Chaos Continent. The countless human citizens of this new home felt that, apart from the absence of a visible starry sky, their life here was no different from life within the vast universe. In fact, it was even better and more comfortable. This is the house allocated for me to live in? It's so spacious, and it's completely free? Our new home is managed by the government, which allocates housing, jobs, medical services, and education. It's incredible. Yes, honestly, I thought migrating to a new home would mean starting from scratch and living a difficult life. The citizens settling into the fragmented world of Starlight Tears adapted quickly, primarily because the benefits and welfare not only remained, but were significantly improved. And more crucially, my son was just born, and he has evolutionary talents. He'll become an evolver in the future. My daughter does as well. All of yours? My grandson's test results showed his evolutionary talents are pretty good too. The world of Starlight Tears was imbued with a gentle force unique to its fragmented world, greatly benefiting the process of life creation, including but not limited to enhancing the potential of newborns and extending lifespans. In the universe, countless citizens are required to produce even one individual with evolutionary talent. But here, in this fragmented world, almost every newborn carried such talents to varying degrees. The emergence of vast numbers of foundational evolvers increased the probability of mid-level and high-level evolvers being born, thus creating a virtuous cycle where the development of human civilization would far outpace that within the universe. The newly established core of human civilization. Lin Yuan was discussing with 9 ultimate beings how to deal with those aliens who had entirely pledged themselves to human civilization. Under the universal cataclysm, many aliens who hadn't been integrated into their respective 12 layers inner universe opted to fully surrender to human civilization in a desperate bid for survival. These aliens fought against human civilization for so many years. What should we do with them now? Asked the Void God Ultimate Being. In my opinion, we should just sell them. If I remember correctly, Ancient Ming's Chaos Continent has a demand for this, the Ancient Power Supreme Being spoke bluntly. He harbored little goodwill toward these aliens. Were it not for Lin Yuan, he wouldn't have bothered saving them at all. They're all life forms below 12 layers. Even if sold to merchants, they wouldn't fetch much, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being remarked. Why not cultivate them instead to make them an asset for human civilization? Right now, in this chaos void, our civilization is still weak. We need to pool all resources for development. The various peak ethnic groups across the universe, having engaged in prolonged conflict with human civilization, undoubtedly possessed strengths worth leveraging. Added to that was their mutual familiarity, making them relatively convenient to utilize. That could work. However, the resources allocated for their development should be limited. I wouldn't want to see these aliens regain their strength and oppose us again in the future. Regain their strength? With the galaxy in play, what could they use to stage a resurgence? True. Still, even so, restrictions are necessary. The 9 ultimate beings quickly reached a consensus. The plan was to allocate certain resources to these aliens, aiding their development and ultimately fostering the collective progression of human civilization. Different peak ethnic groups possessed unique advantages. Take the insect race, for example, the most fiercely combative alien race against human civilization. Their queens could birth countless insect race warriors who could easily serve as expendable forces for exploring dangerous regions. As for deploying intelligent machines for exploration, Chaos Void's numerous perilous areas often disrupted machines, causing malfunctions. Of course, any cultivation efforts by human civilization would be limited purely to the new generation of aliens. The older generation of alien strong ones remained tightly restricted. Galaxy, how do you plan to handle those 12 layers ones? The Xuan Yuan Supreme looked curiously toward Lin Yuan for answers. Them, Lin Yuan smiled faintly, they've all already been bound with prohibitions. Let's leave it for later. Bringing these 12 layers aliens out was a decision Lin Yuan made casually. Even without doing so, the universal origin source consciousness would have done everything to obstruct him anyway. Besides, bringing these 12 layers aliens with him also served to prevent any leakage of information about him. Lin Yuan's growth speed within the universe was astonishing even by Chaos Void standards. These 12 layers aliens knew too much, and letting them go with loose tongues would pose a security risk. Speaking of which, there's one more matter. The Xuan Yuan Supreme smiled and said, I remember Galaxy mentioning that within Ancient Ming's Chaos Continent, there's a place specializing in the trade of 12 layers evolutionary pathways. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. When Lin Yuan had first arrived at Ancient Ming's Chaos Continent, he learned of this. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion offered desired 12 layers evolutionary pathways. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion ensured that these 12 layers pathways were unobstructed by ultimate existences, allowing unhindered progress. Its background was unfathomably vast. Even the pavilion in ancient Ming's Chaos Continent was merely a branch, and its influence spanned multiple Chaos continents. We're planning to purchase several 12 layers evolutionary pathways. The Xuanyuan Supreme exchanged looks with the other 8 ultimate beings, revealing their plans. Purchase 12 layers evolutionary pathways? Lin Yuan speculated on their rationale. Numerous human civilization, evolvers entering Chaos Void, gradually transitioned their life essence into the mainstream timelines of Chaos Void. With the environmental ceiling raised, many 11th level perfected evolvers were gearing up to make their ultimate leaps, attempting to step into 12 layers. Chapter 1030. 1. A simple retreat. Asking for monthly votes. 2. Chapter 1030. Chapter 1. A simple retreat. Asking for monthly votes. 2. Actually, the difficulty of reaching the ultimate evolution and crossing into the 12th tier in the Chaos Void is lower than crossing into the 12th tier within the universe. The time river of the Chaos Void has little backlash against life forms attempting ultimate evolution, greatly increasing the likelihood of success. This is precisely the reason. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization have considered this possibility. So far, human civilization's existing 12th tier evolutionary path is singular, but cultivating along this path is extremely troublesome. More 12th tier evolutionary paths need to be developed. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded, keeping this matter close to heart. When the time comes, you, Galaxy, will help us purchase the necessary items. The expenses will come out of the human civilization treasury, the Xuanyuan Supreme said. As for why they did not purchase the items themselves, the 9 supreme beings of human civilization are far less discerning and insightful than Lin Yuan, unable to properly evaluate the strengths and drawbacks of a true 12th tier evolutionary path. Thus, they entrusted Lin Yuan with this task. Rather than risk choosing wrongly themselves and regretting it, it's better to leave the judgment and decisions to Lin Yuan. This is not urgent. You can do it whenever you deem fit, Galaxy. The Xuanyuan Supreme said in a relaxed tone. Even in the Chaos Void, matters concerning ultimate evolution carry great importance. Waiting thousands or tens of thousands of years is entirely normal. At the deepest point of the fragment world of star tiers, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This fragment world was first purchased as Lin Yuan's private cultivation abode. Only secondarily did it become the new home for human civilization. Naturally, Lin Yuan held the highest level of authority here. Martial Arts Evolution Road, Lin Yuan examined himself as well as the path he had traversed in the past. So far, the Martial Tao Evolution Road had been developed up to the 12th tier opening the path chapter. As for the domination chapter, it was still being refined and had not yet been fully established. However, this time, Lin Yuan went into solitary cultivation not to continue perfecting the domination chapter, but to attempt an expansion of the breadths of the Martial Arts Evolution Road. Precisely speaking, it was to establish several branching paths for the Martial Arts Evolution Road. Each of these branches would independently constitute a 12th tier path, yet all would take Martial Tao as the foundation and extend into distinct directions. The Great Dao is endless. Even the same Dao is not fixed. It can diverge into numerous branches, all leading to the same destination. Lin Yuan contemplated inwardly, with reflections upon Martial Dao constantly emerging in his mind. Establishing new branches for Martial Dao was an idea Lin Yuan had conceived ever since crossing into the 12th tier. It was just that he had never had the time to actualize it. Under the pressures of universal catastrophe, everything Lin Yuan had focused on over the past centuries was directed at the most immediate ways of enhancing his own foundation and combat strength. As for branching Martial Dao, it had no immediate effect on his Martial Dao cultivation or on himself. Thus, it hadn't been on Lin Yuan's priority list of must-do tasks. Now that a new home for human civilization had been found and all matters were proceeding systematically, Lin Yuan was able to rest briefly and begin considering this matter. Branching the Martial Tao Road may indeed have little short-term impact, but over a longer timeline, its significance would become immense and simply impossible to overlook. Even crossing into the 12th tier via different branches, the essence would still be rooted in the Martial Tao Evolution Road, allowing Lin Yuan to reap the myriad benefits that arise from establishing branching paths and creating more 12th tier beings. During Ultimate Evolution, countless cultivators of Martial Tao Evolution Road called out to Lin Yuan from the depths of the void, ensuring his spiritual will did not collapse, ultimately enabling him to easily pass through the Heart Demon world born from the primary tributary of the Time River. And this anchor point effect is certainly not confined to Ultimate Evolution. Perhaps one day, when Lin Yuan's true form, avatars, and manifestations have all perished, even when his consciousness in the Source World has fallen, if his spirit sinks into boundless darkness and remains trapped within death, these calls will still reverberate, helping Lin Yuan lock onto anchor points and forcefully return. The wider-reaching cultivation of Martial Dao Evolution Road by living beings, and the greater number of strong practitioners arising from it, will only amplify these calls, rendering them irresistible, even transcending space and time itself. In fact, the Martial Tao one established has long laid the groundwork for numerous branching paths. Lin Yuan meditated cross-legged, flashes of inspiration continually bursting in his mind. Starting from the second layer of martial Tao, differentiation within martial Tao had already begun. Lin Yuan used yin-yang taiji as the core of his own martial Dao foundation, while other martial Dao cultivators might choose entirely different cores for their martial Dao foundation. For instance, martial arts evolutionaries adept at the power of gold could readily use golden power as the basis of their martial Tao foundation. By the time they reach the fifth layer, evolving golden power into the golden primordial spirit, which would ultimately grant insight into the golden rules, and so on. Starting from the second layer of martial Tao, it encompassed all things, with countless paths accessible within the martial Tao cultivation system. From the second to 11th layer of martial Tao, martial arts evolutionaries had long chosen specialties, following the paths Lin Yuan had carved forward. I created the 12th tier martial Tao based on Taiji Yin and Yang as its root, but other martial Tao cultivators can absolutely base their pathways on their own choices to achieve their 12th tier. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly with vigor. In this way, the potential of martial Tao would grow to unprecedented levels, theoretically allowing it to branch indefinitely and give rise to countless martial Tao 12th tier practitioners. First, I will establish the simplest martial Tao 5 elements branches. Lin Yuan began to delve into deeper insights. The first would be the branch of gold. Gold signifies sharpness and cutting edge, shattering all barriers. This martial Tao branch, though somewhat extreme, was more than sufficient to ascend to the 12th tier. Your unparalleled insight enables you to newly establish and perfect the martial Dao evolution road, completing the metal martial arts branch. Your unparalleled insight enables you to newly establish and perfect the martial Dao evolution road, completing the wood martial arts branch. Chapter 1031, 1 A simple retreat, seeking monthly tickets. 3. Chapter 1031, Chapter 1, A simple retreat. Seeking monthly tickets. 3. Your perception defies the heavens, recomprehending the evolution pathway of the martial Dao, perfecting the water martial arts. Most of Lin Yuan's mind was focused on this, and the perfection and development of various branches of the martial Dao had a great impact on him. As the ancestor of martial arts, even if he hadn't traversed these paths, he could wield them as if they were an extension of his arm. If these branches are perfected using the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, their potential will undoubtedly be great. Lin Yuan thought, the rotation of the 5 elements is almost flawless, and it balances destruction and creation. But wanting to comprehend gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and master these 5 forces at the second layer, condensing the 5 elements primordial spirit at the 5th layer, the difficulty is too high. If it were within the universe, Lin Yuan even doubted whether such a genius existed, but in the chaos void, with the bloodlines of various spectacular life forms rampant, and with many monstrous talents, there is still hope of traversing this path. Those who step into the 12th level of martial Tao through the 5 elements martial arts, their combat power, upon initially entering the path-splitting realm, would likely be close to its peak. Of course, this path is very difficult, requiring not only the comprehension of the 5 elements at the second layer, but also the cultivation of the 5 elements primordial spirit, the 5 elements rules, and so on. Lin Yuan earnestly perfected the branch path of the 5 elements martial arts, not minding what future 5 elements martial arts cultivators might pose as a threat to him. Firstly, with Lin Yuan's innate talent and aptitude on the same level of cultivation, he believes no life could compare to him, even more so with those who come after. While they take one step, Lin Yuan would have already moved 10, 100 steps forward. How can there be any comparison? Moreover, Lin Yuan's combat power and foundation are not limited to martial Dao alone, even if there are martial cultivators who break the ironclad rules and also tread the yin-yang taiji path. In the same realm, they would still be crushed by Lin Yuan. The same path, but is the cosmic foundation within the body the same? Lin Yuan's path-splitting realm internal universe is on par with the Chaos Venerable. There are countless rules comprehended, secret techniques, and so on. There's simply no competition. More crucially, as the ancestor of martial arts and the founder of this great Dao of martial arts, Lin Yuan inherently wields an indescribable, unstoppable overcoming power against those who follow in the martial Dao. Just like a mouse meeting a cat, it is naturally suppressed to death. For example, from the perspective of potential, the 5 elements martial arts, the cycle of the 5 elements is not much inferior to the yin-yang taiji. But with all other external conditions identical, like realm strength, inner world, numerous rule insights, secret techniques, divine skills, and so on, being equal, the 5 elements martial arts evolutionary would still be crushed by Lin Yuan. The reason for being crushed here is that in front of Lin Yuan, the martial arts cultivator's full strength cannot be brought out, being innately suppressed and constrained. In equal strength, even if the opponent is stronger than Lin Yuan, as long as they are based on martial Tao, branching into endless paths, they would be thoroughly suppressed by Lin Yuan, without any power to resist. Space martial arts, Lin Yuan began to develop and perfect the corresponding branch of martial arts based on space. Compared to the smooth development of various martial arts branches previously, Lin Yuan clearly encountered bottleneck difficulties in perfecting space martial arts. If one were to develop a martial arts branch based on space, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, lost in thought. Space is too vast, yet also too flimsy. Lin Yuan thought to himself, and there was another point he hadn't mentioned, which was that the difficulty is too high. To base it on space means mastering the power of space at the second layer of martial Tao. A second-layer martial arts evolutionary, who hasn't even fully grasped and developed the power of their physical body and soul, let alone comprehend and master the power of space? As for condensing the space primordial spirit at the fifth layer, it requires a certain level of understanding of space power. Otherwise, how could one control the power of space to condense the space primordial spirit? Space martial arts will be temporarily shelved, there's no need to develop it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, mainly because the threshold for this martial arts branch is too high. The life forms that can master the power of space at the second layer must have a certain pure space bloodline. Such beings are too rare. Simply put, the general accessibility of space martial arts is not high, far from being as simple and introductory as ordinary metal martial arts or water martial arts. Time martial arts? Lin Yuan began to experiment with more. Compared to space martial arts, the difficulty of time martial arts soared another level, and Lin Yuan had no intention of perfecting this branch. He's merely pondering the deeper essence of martial Tao through this martial arts branch. Space martial arts? Time martial arts? Then what about space, time martial arts? Lin Yuan's interest was piqued as time and space began to intertwine before him. With space-time as the foundation, the potential of the martial arts branch extended from this is vast, but this martial arts path is almost impossible to even get started. Space-time, Lin Yuan pondered the feasibility of space-time martial arts and the application of space-time, and his thoughts immediately shifted from martial arts to space-time. Suddenly, countless accumulated insights into space-time erupted explosively. Thousands of years of space-time comprehension in the main universe, clear observation of space-time fluctuations within the source world, and after entering the chaos void, sensing the vast space-time of the boundless chaos void, your perception defies the heavens, penetrating analogy, reaching the eightfold realm in space-time comprehension. In an instant, the vast space-time of the chaos void began to slowly clear up before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down, with the vast ancient Ming chaos continent fully in view, and even Lin Yuan's gaze faintly looked toward the deepest part of the ancient Ming chaos continent, where a chaotic aura figure was enclosed. Cultivation. Is it the ancient Ming venerable? Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative, and he immediately stopped paying attention. With the perception of a chaos venerable, continuing to watch is highly likely to be noticed. What an unexpected delight. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. I didn't expect that in this retreat to perfect and develop martial arts branches, I would end up comprehending the eightfold realm of space-time. Chapter 1032, 10,000 Laws and Paths, requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 10,000 Laws and Paths, requesting monthly tickets, requesting monthly tickets. Deep within the chaos continent of ancient Ming. Who was spying on me? Ancient Ming Venerable opened his eyes, his expression flickering with astonishment. It must be some passing venerable. Ancient Ming Venerable immediately sensed the prying gaze retreating swiftly and speculated inwardly. To be able to see through the layers of formations within the chaos continent and locate the place where he was in closed-door training. The opponent's mastery of space-time must at least be at the eighth realm. Just arrived in this void and perhaps piqued the curiosity of nearby venerables who came to investigate. Ancient Ming Venerable speculated inwardly. The comprehension of the eighth realm of space-time already belongs to the domain of seasoned Chaos Venerables. Ordinary, newly advanced Chaos Venerables still remain at the peak of the seventh realm in space-time mastery, fragment world of Starter. Lin Yuan was using the insights of the eighth realm of space-time, constantly observing the space-time around him. Whether it is the distance traveled through the void or the mastery of space-time, both have improved significantly. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly, with the primary takeaway being that, in the future, when facing enemies at the venerable level, he would no longer be suppressed in the space-time domain. Mastery in the realm of space-time was akin to having the initiative offense or retreat could be controlled. I wonder what the ninth realm of space-time would be like. Lin Yuan wondered silently. The eighth realm of space-time is a level only accessible to Chaos Venerables, while the ninth realm belongs to the domain of Chaos Great Saints or even Peerless Great Saints. As a peerless great saint, Xuanhuang has the power to open 33,333 Xuanhuang secret realms scattered across different universes, primarily relying on the peak comprehension of the ninth realm of space-time. This session of closed-door training can be considered finished. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. Despite reaching the eighth realm in space-time mastery, he felt no trace of arrogance. The insight of the eighth realm only allowed him to face Chaos Venerables with ease. But what if it was a Chaos Great Saint? Lin Yuan still vividly remembered the obliteration of his home universe in the aftermath of the battle between the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint. From beginning to end, he hadn't even seen traces of the two great saints themselves. The residual power fluctuations from their clash alone sufficed to erase everything, instilling in Lin Yuan a deep sense of helplessness. With my current foundation, if I were to ascend into the Master Realm, even if I still wouldn't be able to rival a great saint, I would at least have some degree of self-preservation, wouldn't I? No longer an ant that could be casually crushed by a great saint, Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. The leap from the path-splitting realm to the Master Realm is a major cross-tier progression within the 12 layers of cultivation, marking a qualitative transformation in combat power. For Lin Yuan, the same principle applies. At that point, the Infinite Void and other subsequent realms could continue to be cultivated. The Master Realm, it's close. Lin Yuan felt the distance between his physical body and soul nearing their peak, silently pondering to himself. This session of closed-door training, achieving the insight of the 8th realm of space-time, can be considered an unexpected fortune. Lin Yuan's mind surfaced with the many martial Tao subpaths he had just opened and perfected, 73 martial Tao subpaths in total. Theoretically, these 73 subpaths can each lead to the 12th layer. Lin Yuan felt quite pleased inwardly. The more martial Dao subpaths, the wider the scope of the martial Dao itself. If it weren't for the vastness, how could so many paths be established? The muddy small paths, no matter how they are extended, could never become a grand avenue leading to transcendence. Those people from Xuan Yuan's side asked me to buy some 12th layer evolution paths. Why would I need to buy them? Aren't they already readily available? Lin Yuan's face showed a faint smile. 73 martial Tao subpaths leading directly to the 12th layer were more than sufficient for human civilization to use for countless years to come. Actually, if I continued the closed-door training, I could further perfect and forge more martial Tao subpaths, but there's no need to do so, Lin Yuan thought inwardly. The core of martial Tao's evolution lies in the fundamental avenue. Once the pathway of many subpaths is opened, various subpaths will continuously emerge. Lin Yuan merely needed to guide them along the way. Wanku Master is looking for me? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly, immediately dividing off an incarnation to leave the fragment world of Star Tier and head toward the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming. In Mingchuan City, within a pavilion, Lin Yuan and Wanku Master sat facing each other. Galaxy brother, I did not fail you. Wanku Master smiled and said while looking at Lin Yuan. Since Ancient Ming Venerable personally issued the order last time to nearly give away the fragment world of Star Tier to Lin Yuan, Wanku Master realized that Lin Yuan's origins might be deeply terrifying. Later on, Wanku Master sought an audience with Ancient Ming Venerable, intending to probe into Lin Yuan's background. In the end, Ancient Ming Venerable only left him with one warning. If you offend Galaxy, the entire Chaos Continent will be annihilated. Wanku Master still remembered clearly the expression Ancient Ming Venerable had when he made that statement, filled with boundless dread and fear. It was precisely because of this that Wanku Master had been fulfilling all of Lin Yuan's requests during this time. Ha ha ha, many thanks, Lin Yuan said cheerfully. Not long ago, he had requested Wanku Master to help sell 18 Master Realm level extraordinary trees obtained from Kang Weiyang Sr., hoping to exchange them for specific cultivation resources or chaos stones. These 18 extraordinary trees bore spirit fruits periodically and were tantamount to money trees for a force, with the potential for continued inheritance. But for Lin Yuan, they were somewhat redundant. The fruiting cycle of the 18 extraordinary trees started at a minimum of 1 million years, and within that time frame, considering Lin Yuan's rate of growth, by the next million years, he might very well have already ascended to the Chaos Realm. From the perspective of a Chaos Venerable, the 18 extraordinary trees were insignificant, let alone the spirit fruits they bore. These 18 extraordinary trees weren't the world tree nurtured by Lin Yuan's inner universe, which has the effect of stabilizing his inner cosmos, and their potential is quite high, having the capability to grow into chaos trees. Chapter 1033, 2, The Myriad Laws and Paths. Seeking Monthly Pass. 2, Chapter 1033, Chapter 2, The Myriad Laws and Paths, Seeking Monthly Pass. 2, so Lin Yuan had stayed until now. The greatest use of these 18 unique trees for Lin Yuan was to comprehend the technique of absorbing and expelling chaos chi through them. These are the resource materials needed by Galaxy, and I exchanged them effortlessly. Wanku Dominator waved his hand, and a purple cloth bag appeared before him, clearly a storage treasure containing the resource materials Lin Yuan required. In truth, he didn't make any profit in this transaction and even suffered a slight loss. But as long as he could establish good relations with Lin Yuan, according to Ancient Ming Venerable's instructions, no cost was too high. Lin Yuan received the purple cloth bag, extended his mental energy to scan its contents briefly, and then put it away with satisfaction. By the way, I'd like to ask you about something, Lin Yuan said. What asking? Galaxy, just say what you want to know. Wanku Dominator immediately replied. What is the origin of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Lin Yuan inquired. The intelligence left behind by the Elder Kang Weiyang regarding the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was somewhat vague. After all, Elder Kang Weiyang was merely at the peak of the Dominator realm. But Wanku Dominator, while also at the peak of the Dominator realm, was a disciple of Chaos Venerable and had been handling affairs related to the fragmented worlds of ancient Ming's Chaos continent for many years. In terms of access to inside information, he was undoubtedly far more resourceful than the solitary entity Kang Huayang. In addition, the lineage of Xuan Huang had some understanding of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, but the information was so ancient that it likely couldn't match what a Venerable's disciple might know. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Wanku Dominator was mildly startled. Galaxy, are you curious about the 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Somewhat, Lin Yuan admitted frankly. A faction that thrived on trading evolution pathways surely had a significant origin, but he wanted to learn more about its specifics. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion, its full name is Myriad Laws and Paths Pavilion, earns its livelihood through the trade of evolution pathways. Whether you want to buy or sell evolution pathways, you can do so through the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Wanku Dominator's tone became considerably heavier as he continued, but one thing, never cause trouble at the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Otherwise, even Master may not be able to save you. Even a Venerable couldn't save someone? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. This Chaos Continent was Ancient Ming Venerable's domain. Ancient Ming Venerable was the sole heaven here. Could it be that even Ancient Ming Venerable couldn't rescue someone causing trouble at the 10,000 Paths Pavilion? That's right, Wankwei Dominator nodded. What we see as the 10,000 Paths Pavilion are merely branch pavilions. As for the main pavilion of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, no one knows where it is located, hidden in the mysterious recesses of the Chaos Void, accessible only to invited, distinguished guests. And within every branch pavilion of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion exists a projection of the Eye of Myriad Laws. The Eye of Myriad Laws is the true overseer of the 10,000 Paths Tower. It is supremely impartial and incorruptible. Normally, the projection of the Eye of Myriad Laws remains dormant, only activated when validating an ambiguous evolution pathway. Wanku Dominator glanced at Lin Yuan and lowered his voice. Even a mere projection of the Eye of Myriad Laws is enough to make a Chaos Great Saint wary. A projection? Lin Yuan was secretly alarmed. Merely a projection held such power. Xuan Huang's conjecture about the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, suspected to be the contingency plan of a 13th layer time. Life being likely had some truth. I'm planning to disseminate evolution pathway routes. Can the 10,000 Paths Pavilion assist in that process? Lin Yuan revealed his true intent. After establishing numerous branches of the Martial Tao evolution pathway, Lin Yuan once again placed the dissemination of the Martial Tao evolution pathway onto his agenda. And the inheritance of Martial Tao evolution pathways naturally wouldn't be limited to the confines of human civilization. Lin Yuan hoped for the Martial Tao evolution pathways to be spread throughout the Chaos Void, across numerous chaotic continents. As long as your evolution pathways meet the criteria of the Eye of Myriad Laws, you can use the 10,000 Paths Pavilion to disseminate them. Wanku Dominator shook his head and said, though that's extremely hard to achieve. Evolution pathways that the 10,000 Paths Pavilion actively disseminates are exceedingly rare. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. After chatting briefly with Wanku Dominator, Lin Yuan rose and took his leave. In the fragmented worlds of Star Tears, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with a purple cloth bag hovering before him, containing the resource materials acquired from selling 13 unique trees. Kang Huayang Elder, Lin Yuan's mind conjured the image of a rounded figure, the imprint he had once found in the dwelling left by Kang Huayang. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain, Stone People Tribe, back then, the imprint of Kang Huayang Elder had freely given all treasures to Lin Yuan, leaving only one request. That was, if Lin Yuan had the capability in the future, to visit the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain and take a disciple from the Stone People Tribe. This request was optional for Lin Yuan. Kang Huayang hadn't imposed any obligations, leaving it entirely up to Lin Yuan's discretion. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain should be in that direction. Lin Yuan glanced in a certain direction, contemplating. The Chaos Void was suffused with endless Chaos Qi, sometimes thick, sometimes thin. Regions with thick Chaos Qi were favorable for cultivation and thus labeled Void Domains. As for regions with thin Chaos Qi, they supported far fewer permanent life forms and were collectively termed Desolate Zones. Lin Yuan currently resided in the Divine Wind Void Domain. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain was not far from the Divine Wind Void Domain, separated by only 2 or 3 Void Domains. Normally, a Dominator Realm expert flying continuously for several decades could traverse one Void Domain. The Stone People Tribe, Lin Yuan mused. The Stone People Tribe was the very group to which Elder Kang Huayang belonged. Back then, Elder Kang Huayang had left his tribe to roam various void domains, eventually ascending to the Dominator Realm and reaching its peak. Elder Kang Huayang's reason for making this request likely stemmed from concerns that his tribe might face extinction after his demise. According to Elder Kang Huayang, the Stone People Tribe was rather weak, with only 4 or 5 path-splitting realm members besides himself. Fine, I'll dispatch an avatar to visit the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and in the chaos void outside ancient Ming's chaos continent, chaos chi converged into a figure, swiftly heading toward the myriad manifestations void domain. After reaching the 8th realm of space-time mastery, Lin Yuan's control over the distance his avatar could maintain had vastly improved. Covering the distance between 2 or 3 void domains, or even 20 or 30 void domains, was easily achievable. The insights of the 8th realm of space-time, a level only attainable by one's own venerable, had enabled this breakthrough. Dispatching an avatar to fulfill Elder Kang Weiyang's request was a mere triviality for Lin Yuan. Although Elder Kang Weiyang hadn't imposed any restrictions, Lin Yuan had no desire to exploit this opportunity for personal gain. After all, the many treasures and weapons left behind by Elder Kang Weiyang had served as Lin Yuan's first pot of gold in exploring the Chaos Void, providing invaluable assistance. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't ignore this. Of course, the most crucial point was that fulfilling Elder Kang Weiyang's request was an easy task, merely taking on a disciple from the Stone People tribe, not safeguarding them for countless years. Lin Yuan's avatar could complete the task quickly, and with the 8th realm of space, time mastery's speed, it wouldn't take much time. Have Xuan Yuan and the others already arrived? Lin Yuan's expression shifted as he sensed Xuan Yuan Supreme and 8 other Supremes waiting outside. Putting the purple cloth bag away, Lin Yuan stood and stepped out. Galaxy. Xuan Yuan Supreme and the 8 other Supremes looked at Lin Yuan excitedly. You summoned us. Does it mean you've already acquired suitable evolution pathways? Not quite. Lin Yuan shook his head, but it's close. Not quite? Close? Xuan Yuan Supreme's expression showed confusion. Those were entirely contradictory statements. Let me show you something. Lin Yuan transmitted the details of the Martial Tao evolution pathways with numerous newly developed branches to the 9 Supremes via the virtual world network. What is it? Xuan Yuan Supreme looked somewhat expectant. Anything Lin Yuan specifically introduced was bound to be extraordinary, soon enough. The 9 Supremes had received the Martial Tao evolution pathways Lin Yuan shared. Galaxy, isn't this the Martial Tao evolution pathway you established? The nearby Ancient Power Supreme had barely scanned the information when he began to speak, but then his expression shifted slightly. Ancient Power Supreme carefully reviewed the material, then fixed a solemn gaze on Lin Yuan, his tone betraying disbelief. Is this a Martial Tao evolution pathway? Chapter 1034, 3, Global Conflict, Vote for Monthly Pass. Chapter 1034, Chapter 3, Global Conflict, Vote for Monthly Pass. This is indeed an evolution pathway for the Martial Tao. The Xuan Yuan Supreme Being standing nearby also read it over several times. Then, with a solemn tone, he said, however, it is rooted in thunder. I can sense that this Thunder Martial Path has not yet reached the ultimate 12th tier foundation. An evolution pathway signifies a cultivation road. Any 12th tier existence can determine, by careful observation, whether a particular evolution pathway has been cultivated by a 12th tier being. Yet, right now, this Thunder Martial Path evolution pathway is extremely similar to the one pursued by Lin Yuan's Martial Tao evolution pathway, but it doesn't seem to have a 12th tier cultivator? That's correct. This evolution pathway happens to be a side branch of the Martial Tao I've personally developed and refined, and it absolutely has the potential to give rise to new 12th tiers, Lin Yuan said. Incredible. The Ancient Power Supreme Being could barely believe it. They had heard before that some extraordinarily vast evolution roads could allow concurrent side branches to coexist, and each could foster new 12th tiers. But such evolution roads are exceptionally rare, requiring extremity in every aspect. Roots and accumulations must reach the utmost limits. Otherwise, if the foundation is inadequate, how can it accommodate additional evolutionary branches? Additionally, these branches must align perfectly with the incredibly dark chaos void and the operating rules and principles of its Dao. Yet, no matter how ideal, if it is not compatible with the Dao of the chaos void, it cannot spawn new branches. It seems that we underestimated the Martial Tao in our assessments back then. The Shachen Supreme Being finished reading as well, equally overwhelmed with shock. He could sense that this Thunder Martial Path, even if it were only a side branch of the true Martial Tao, already holds greater potential than the 12th tier evolution pathway he had cultivated. If a side branch holds such potential, what of the main trunk? Indeed. The Xuan Yuan Supreme Being nodded. An evolution pathway capable of spawning new branches inherently possesses the potential to transcend into a 13th tier universal Dao. Whether branches can emerge is indiscernible below the 12th tier, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head slightly. It's not something to blame upon the 9 human supreme beings. Even for a Chaos Venerable, merely examining the Martial Tao evolution pathway from the 1st tier chapter to the 11th tier chapter, it's almost impossible to determine whether the Martial Tao can give rise to branches. Lin Yuan, are you planning to unveil this Thunder Martial Path to the galaxy's population? Yudi Supreme, being probed cautiously. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. He also longed for the Thunder Martial Path to foster a 12th tier existence. The roots of a great tree do not lie in its towering height or thickness, but in the countless intertwined tendrils beneath the surface. The more strong cultivators there are on the Martial Dao branches, the more they will nurture and enrich the martial Dao itself. That's fantastic. With this, the human civilization gains the equivalent of another 12th tier evolution pathway, UD Supreme, being remarked with some satisfaction. Although the Chaos Void might offer purchasable 12th tier evolution pathways, how could any compare to the reliability of this Thunder Martial path? It's a pity I haven't walked the path of Thunder, otherwise I might have directly transitioned to this evolutionary road, the ancient power supreme being sighed heavily. In the universe, any cultivator who has chosen their evolution road, once they reach the 6th tier, finds it exceedingly difficult to shift to another road. But that limitation applies only to evolution practitioners below the 12th tier. For a 12th tier being, wanting to switch to another road simply requires scattering one's Dao, that is, dispersing the cultivated Dao they had established. Of course, no 12th tier being would casually scatter their Tao. The risk is immense. A 12th tier life form who disperses their cultivated Dao remains with a 12th tier level of vitality and soul, but without a foundational road, their combat power diminishes to less than 1%, perhaps even to thousandths. Moreover, cultivating another evolutionary road to reach the 12th tier would also demand an immense amount of time. Thus, unless they fall upon an evolutionary road extremely suited to them, no 12th tier existence would willingly scatter their Dao. Even if they did encounter a perfect evolution road, when making the decision to scatter the Dao, they must be extraordinarily cautious. If an enemy were to strike during the dispersal process, the consequences would be disastrous. Actually, this branch is quite appropriate for you, Ancient Power, Lin Yuan said with a slight smile, transmitting the refined martial path of force to the Ancient Power Supreme Being. Lin Yuan had awakened the physical body divine ability mountain lifting early on and held profound insights into the rule of force, naturally allowing the martial Tao to extend into a martial path of force tied to force rules. This branch? The Ancient Power Supreme Being was slightly dazed. Was there another branch besides the Thunder Martial Path? But in the next moment, the Ancient Power Supreme Being froze, as all the intricate aspects of the martial path of force poured into his mind. The Ancient Power Supreme Being was dumbstruck, muttering to himself, I never imagined the path of force could be pursued this way, could be guided in this manner. His eyes gleamed brightly. The way of force isn't merely pure strength. It involves dimensions like time and space. If I had embarked on this cultivation path earlier, I'd likely be nearing the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm now. The Ancient Power Supreme Being was humanity's second Supreme Being to emerge, a contemporary alongside the Lin Yuan Supreme Being. All roads lead to the same destination. To step into the Chaos Realm, one must encompass myriad rules and ultimately gestate Chaos rules, Lin Yuan said. While he secluded himself to refine and extend the martial Tao's major branches, Lin Yuan had naturally prioritized considering the evolutionary pathways followed by humanity's 9 Supreme Beings. For instance, the Ancient Power Supreme Being's Path of Force, Yudi Supreme Being's Dream Dao Path, Shaqian Supreme Being's Dark Dao Path, all 9 Supreme Beings' cultivation paths were encompassed within the branches of the martial Dao. This martial path of force certainly surpasses the evolution pathway Ancient Power cultivates. It also better suits you, the Lin Yuan Supreme Being remarked upon reviewing it. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. How could it not suit him? Chapter 1035, 3, Global Conflict, Vote for Monthly Pass. Chapter 1035, Chapter 3, Global Conflict, Vote for Monthly Pass. 2. This martial Tao of force was specifically tailored and perfected by Lin Yuan for the Ancient Power Supreme Being. With Lin Yuan's realm, he had already seen through the strengths and weaknesses of the Ancient Power Supreme Being. Using the martial Tao as the foundation, perfecting a martial Tao of force suitable for the Ancient Power Supreme Being is all too simple. After all, it wasn't created out of thin air. Ancient Power, I suggest you transition to practicing this martial Tao of force, said the Xiaqian Supreme Being, standing beside him. I feel the same way. The Ancient Power Supreme Being's expression was enthusiastic. He then tentatively asked Lin Yuan, Galaxy, may I transition to cultivating this martial Dao of force? This martial Dao of force was proposed by Lin Yuan, and it branched from the path Lin Yuan himself followed. Naturally, before transitioning to practice it, he needed Lin Yuan's approval. No problem, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The Ancient Power Supreme Being transitioning to cultivating the martial Tao of force also benefits Lin Yuan greatly. Under normal circumstances, even if the martial Tao of force were made publicly available to all citizens of human civilization, no one knows how long it would take to give rise to a practitioner of the 12-layer martial Tao of force. Having an evolutionary path doesn't necessarily result in the emergence of a 12th layer. But the Ancient Power Supreme Being, he himself is already at the 12th layer. If he chooses to abandon his path and cultivates the martial Dao of force again, re-entering the 12th layer will likely pose no bottleneck risks. If Ancient Power transitions to cultivating the martial Tao of force, he might become humanity's second path-splitting realm pinnacle-level Supreme Being. The Void God Supreme Being sighed. Human civilization's future will grow even stronger. Don't rush, Lin Yuan said from the side. I've also prepared some additional branches for you all. The Xuanyuan Supreme Being, Shaqin Supreme Being, Feather, Butterfly Supreme Being, and the other 8 Supreme Beings were momentarily stunned. Lin Yuan continued to transmit the 8 martial Tao branches such as the Dark Martial Path and Dream Martial Path to them. The 8 Supreme Beings took a deep breath and quickly began reading and analyzing. After a long while, the Xiaqin Supreme Being suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze dark and eerie, then quickly returned to normal. Galaxy, this evolutionary path, the Xiaqin Supreme Being's voice trembled slightly, looking toward Lin Yuan. Dream Martial Path, Phantasm Reality. This evolutionary path could transcend into the domination realm without much issue. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Cultivating it to the extreme, I will transform into a phantasmal life form. Even Chaos Venerables will need considerable effort to deal with me. Indeed. The other Supreme Beings nodded in agreement. They too were awed by the martial Dao branches Lin Yuan had transmitted. Galaxy, the Xuanyuan Supreme Being, looked at Lin Yuan, his expression filled with excitement. You can all cultivate them, Lin Yuan said directly. Perfecting and extending specialized martial Tao branches for the 9 Supreme Beings of humanity was entirely a mutually beneficial endeavor. The martial Tao foundation Lin Yuan followed would grow even deeper, and the 9 Supreme Beings of humanity could also reach even higher and further into the future. There are still dozens of martial Tao branches, each of which could serve as an entirely new evolutionary path into the 12th layer. Lin Yuan revealed all the extended and perfected martial Tao branches he had developed, a total of 73 paths. The 9 Supreme Beings exchanged glances, with the shock in their hearts diminishing slightly. At least with the prior examples of Thunder Martial Path and other perfectly tailored branches for the 9 Supreme Beings as a foundation, the addition of dozens of 12th layer branches wasn't something overly unfathomable. Next, Lin Yuan chatted a bit more with the 9 Supreme Beings, as the Xiaqin Supreme Being and Xuanyuan Supreme Being began discussions on who would be the first to abandon one's path and transition to cultivating a martial Tao branch. No matter how powerful a 12th layer being is, whether in the path-splitting realm, domination realm, or chaos realm, once they abandon their path, their power will plummet drastically. Hence, humanity's 9 Supreme Beings would never simultaneously abandon their paths. Although humanity possesses Lin Yuan as their pillar of the sea calm, they cannot rely solely on Lin Yuan to handle everything. The result of their discussion determined that, at most, only 2 Supreme Beings would be permitted to abandon their paths in the same period. Before these 2 Supreme Beings re-enter the 12th layer, the remaining 7 Supreme Beings would need to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the order of human civilization. Unlike other 12th layer beings, humanity's 9 Supreme Beings grew up together from their weaker years, forming an exceptional trust among them, which gave them the courage to be the first to abandon their paths. After all, once they abandon their paths and lose their foundational route, a 12th layer being would possess only their essence but no strength. To other beings at the same level, they would become an extraordinary and unique supreme elixir. No matter if it were consumed or melted down, it would greatly enhance the consumer. After making the martial Dao branches publicly available to humanity, Lin Yuan resumed his secluded cultivation. Refining these resources, my Shuang physique should be able to achieve perfection in the domination realm, Lin Yuan said, taking out a purple cloth pouch. Inside were the resources obtained by selling 18 domination realm wonder trees. These materials, coupled with the ones Lin Yuan had accumulated during other times, as well as his spoils from defeating the Serpent Demon Dominator and Blood Guardian Dominator, constituted nearly all his possessions. Serpent Demon Dominator and Blood Guardian Dominator were infamous plunderers, with wealth far exceeding that of ordinary domination realm pinnacle beings. Source World. Qingfen Domain, Sky Burning Court. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the 13th level chamber, continuing his cultivation methodically. Becoming the disciple of Lord Qingfen offers far better treatment than staying in the Yu family, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It wasn't that he thought the Yu family was inadequate, but under Lord Qingfen's tutelage, he could significantly reduce the time spent on trivial matters. He could devote all his focus and energy to cultivation. Chapter 1036, 3, Global Conflict, Vote for Monthly Pass. 3, Chapter 1036, Chapter 3, Global Conflict, Vote for Monthly Pass. 3. So Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with his current situation. To some extent, Lin Yuan in the Feng Yuan world had a more favorable external environment than in the Chaos Void. After all, within the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan lacked any solid backing, whereas in the Feng Yuan world, with Lord Qingfen someone at the peak of the Great Lord level taking him under his wing, Lin Yuan was completely protected. Apart from Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan also belonged to the Fierce Sun Ancient Country Camp, which spoke volumes about his background. I've now restored my strength to the 12th layer path-splitting realm. Since his last meeting with Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan's cultivation resources had flowed continuously and uninterrupted, hence there were no bottlenecks or setbacks in restoring his strength. The seed of the Fierce Sun is also about to reach 30,000 units. Lin Yuan never gave up on the condensation of the seed of the fierce sun. For him, this wasn't particularly challenging and didn't require much effort, so he did it casually in his spare time while cultivating. My understanding of the rules has increased to some extent, though it hasn't been significant, Lin Yuan thought quietly, not finding it surprising. In fact, Lord Qingfen's advice wasn't wrong. After condensing several thousand or tens of thousands of seeds of the fierce sun, the body undergoes a transformation, making it unnecessary to expend energy to continue condensing more, because the effort would outweigh the benefit. Others weren't like Lin Yuan. After condensing several thousand or tens of thousands of seeds of the fierce sun, even forming just one more would demand unimaginable effort and mental toil. Why would anyone do that merely to enhance their understanding of the rules by a fraction of a thousandth or 10,000th? I want to see what changes occur after condensing 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of anticipation. 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun allowed one's physical body to undergo transformation into the fierce sun divine body. But what about 33,333 seeds? In terms of difficulty, the latter far surpassed the former, probably to an extent that only the ancient country royals who could condense seeds of the fierce sun even while sleeping would dare to attempt such a feat. Did Master send me a message? Lin Yuan's heart stirred as he retrieved a scarlet jade slip, which now had a fresh message on it. Do not leave the sky-burning court for the time being. Lord Qingfen's message was concise, but for a great lord-level figure to personally send such a reminder, it had to be no trivial matter. Lord Qingfen presided over Qingfen City, overseeing every detail of the settlement beneath his gaze as a pinnacle, great lord. Logically, even if Lin Yuan left the sky-burning court but stayed within Qingfen City, there should be no major concerns. Lord Qingfen could descend at a moment's notice. Is it because of the threat from the Purple Dream Domain? Lin Yuan speculated. Even though he had been mostly immersed in secluded cultivation recently, Lin Yuan occasionally overheard certain news. Powerful figures from the Purple Dream Domain had frequently been sighted near Qingfen City, seemingly watching for an opportunity. The Purple Dream Domain was a neighboring domain to Qingfen Domain, originating from an adversarial ancient country. The Fangyuan world was vast and boundless, its ancient countries standing like colossal entities. Though the fierce sun ancient country reigned supreme, it was certainly not alone. There were still opposing ancient countries. Interactions between ancient countries often involved clashes, especially within the border regions of neighboring domains. The Purple Dream Great Venerable strength was not far beneath that of Lord Qingfen. Lord Qingfen's advice for Lin Yuan to stay in the sky-burning court accounted for the most extreme possibilities. Should the Purple Dream Great Venerable take direct action, Lord Qingfen would be occupied and unable to guarantee Lin Yuan's safety. Having Lin Yuan stay in the sky-burning court was due to the fact that it served as the core of Qingfen City's great formation. Even for someone as powerful as a pinnacle great lord, invading the sky-burning court would still require considerable time and effort. Should such an event truly unfold, it would trigger the sky-burning court's teleportation restriction, instantly sending Lin Yuan to another location, the personal stronghold meticulously prepared by Lord Qingfen, a location of utmost security. So, as long as Lin Yuan obediently remained in the sky-burning court, even a heavenly Venerate-level expert would struggle to harm him. Well, I'll just stay here for now then. Lin Yuan was rather sensible. Since Lord Qingfen had advised him not to go out, he certainly would not venture out. Even though this physical body's demise wouldn't equate to true death for Lin Yuan, and he could start anew, it would still waste time. Moreover, if he traveled through dimensions again, whether he would have the same favorable opening conditions was uncertain. Not every great lord-level expert would value their disciple like Lord Qingfen. Many great lords were selfish and exploitative, some even grooming disciples explicitly as resources for their own cultivation. The internal universe. After re-entering the 12th layer, Lin Yuan's internal universe began spontaneously evolving, gradually constructing the 13th layer inheritance, infinite void. This Fangyuan world is fundamentally weak. It lacks the concept of internal universes. Lin Yuan mused while continuing his cultivation of infinite void. Infinite void was not akin to martial Tao or other evolutionary pathways. Instead, it resembled a secret technique, a method to transform the internal universe. Thus, it was cultivable even within the Fangyuan world, a dimension outside the chaos void. Or is it not that the Fangyuan world's experts are inherently weak, but that the chaos void's experts have exceedingly strong foundations? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. Within the chaos void, ascending to the 12th layer meant receiving chaos void origin infusion, which accelerated the transformation of the internal universe. But in this Fangyuan world, there was no such convenience. Were it not for the vast resources supplied by Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan's internal world would have taken tremendous time and effort to evolve into an internal universe. If Lin Yuan struggled this much, other experts would face even greater challenges. Time slid by gradually. Years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Yuan's internal universe surged, having fully mastered the first layer of infinite void, which rivaled the internal universes of chaos venerables. By now, the strength of Lin Yuan's foundation absolutely surpassed even that of pinnacle great lords like Lord Qingfen. Seed of the fierce sun, Lin Yuan's expression shifted as he examined himself. At this moment, countless seeds of the fierce sun permeated his body's limbs and bones, resembling an endless sea of fierce sun. Meanwhile, new seeds of the fierce sun continued to condense with the passage of time. Lin Yuan condensed another seed of the fierce sun. In an instant, a burgeoning cycle of seeds of the fierce sun formed a preliminary framework, bursting forth with radiant brilliance. First chapter update. Second chapter coming around 11 o'clock. Kneeling for monthly tickets. Chapter 1037, 4, The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 1037, Chapter 4, The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body, requesting monthly votes. The numerous seeds of the fierce sun intertwined, forming the embryonic shape of a cycle. Thus, it repeated, endlessly. At this moment, Lin Yuan's physical body was rapidly accelerating in its transformation into the fierce sun divine body. The searing heat between heaven and earth surged continuously into him. I can feel it. My physical body's metamorphosis into the fierce sun divine body has been drastically shortened in time, something that initially would have required 3,000 to 5,000 years. It would only take 3 to 5 years. Only 3,000 seeds of the fierce sun, and already such phenomena? Lin Yuan was well aware of the number of seeds of the fierce sun within him, only 30,000. It had not yet reached 33,333, hence the cycle formed by the seeds of the fierce sun was merely in its embryonic state. Even so, Lin Yuan could feel the changes in his physical body and soul, as though immersed in a hot spring. Exceedingly comfortable, and his comprehension of the rules had further advanced significantly, no longer at the previous tortoise-like pace. These seeds of the fierce sun seemed to be forming a broken imprint. Lin Yuan's heart stirred as he diverted a thread of his consciousness to probe into it. Boom! Lin Yuan's awareness instantly soared to infinite heights, arriving at a place filled with boundless fierce sun. This place was entirely crimson red, as if it were the sole existence in the world. What is that? Lin Yuan raised his gaze to find a figure silently standing at an immeasurable height. This figure radiated infinite light and heat, lacking a definitive shape. Its form varied a millionfold depending on the perspective of the beholder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the instant he saw the figure, Lin Yuan's consciousness began to plummet. Who? On the 13th floor of the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan exhaled softly. At this moment, he realized that even with the 30,000 seeds of the fierce sun not yet fully forming the great cycle, they had given him a glimpse of some absolute secrets. That figure, could it be the ancestor of fierce sun? The eternal fierce sun above the heavens? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, reasoning that he accessed the crimson space through the seeds of the fierce sun, and that these seeds were indeed connected to the ancestor of fierce sun. It was natural for Lin Yuan to link the two together. How terrifying! Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. This was the first time he had directly faced a 13th-layer temporal being. The creator of the infinite void was also a 13th-layer temporal being. However, what Lin Yuan saw back then was merely a residual imprint left by the creator, lacking any concrete thoughts. But the figure standing amidst the boundless fierce sun, whether it was the ancestor of fierce sun's authentic form or even just an avatar, gave Lin Yuan an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. In this lifetime, can I truly achieve such a level? Lin Yuan's thoughts expanded. Neither the Moyu Tower Master nor Xuan Huang, nor even the creator of the infinite void, had left any method or description for crossing into the 13th layer. A 12th layer being's advance to the 13th layer, compared to an 11th layer being attempting to reach the 12th, was nowhere near as perilous. It wasn't simply a matter of success or death. For a 12th layer being to transcend into the 13th layer, there was simply no fixed method or path. Forget it. First, I'll cultivate to the Chaos Realm. Lin Yuan consolidated his thoughts. The 13th layer matters were still far too distant. At present, Lin Yuan wasn't even at the Chaos Realm, nor at the Dominator Realm. He was merely at the Path-Splitting Realm. The Infinite Void has been mastered, and the Martial Tao has once again reached the peak of the Path-Splitting Realm. As of now, my strength, though not on par with the Chaos Void's true body, likely is only marginally inferior. While I can't claim the Chaos Realm, I could easily crush anyone in the Dominator Realm. Lin Yuan examined himself, making a concrete assessment of his power. If the fierce sun divine body completes its transformation fully, then I might not be weaker than a true body, Lin Yuan speculated to himself. The fierce sun divine body was the strongest physique of the fierce sun ancient country, second to none. Especially within the fierce sun ancient country, it was rumored that when the fierce sun divine body operated to its extreme, it could wield even a minuscule fraction of the eternal fierce sun's power above the heavens. Under such circumstances, even if the Chaos Void's true body successfully comprehended and replicated the fierce sun divine body, its ability to exert its power could never match Lin Yuan's own. Outside Qingfen City, several figures stood motionlessly in midair. Among them, a violet-haired woman stood as the lead. Senior sister, is it true that the master plans to act against the Qingfen domain? Behind the violet-haired woman was a man who looked ahead toward the majestic Qingfen city in the distance and asked aloud. It is an order from the capital. The master cannot disobey. The violet-haired woman responded. No matter how powerful the great lord might be, they must heed the orders of the ancient country. This was the iron law. Of course, some carefree great lords and heavenly venerates avoided accepting the ancient country's ennoblement, thus forfeiting many benefits and privileges. Such individuals were also free from obligations or constraints. Still, any great lord or heavenly venerate with even a hint of ambition would generally align themselves with one of the major ancient countries. There was no alternative. Within the ancient countries lay the most profound legacies, the most accurate guidance, and the strongest protection. Without affiliating with any ancient country, great lords and heavenly venerates could not foresee a path forward, thus finding progress exceedingly difficult. The capital's orders? The man who had spoken earlier did not inquire further. If it were merely their master's intentions, there might still be room for change. But the capital? What do we need to do? An elderly woman with a hunched back directly queried. It's simple. The master will personally intervene, luring away Lord Qingfen. As for us, we'll infiltrate Qingfen City beforehand. With the master's methods in place, as long as we don't act, even Lord Qingfen won't detect a thing. The violet-haired woman continued. Once Lord Qingfen is led away, we will strike without restraint, causing as much chaos within Qingfen City as possible. Then we can use the Myriad Formation Crystal to replicate the formations of Qingfen City. Once back, we'll decipher its weaknesses. Chapter 1038, 4, The Terrifying Fierce Sun, Divine Body, requesting monthly votes. Sika Chapter 1038, Chapter 4, The Terrifying Fierce Sun, Divine Body, requesting monthly votes. 2. Causing upheaval in Qingfen City is merely a tactic. The ultimate goal is to use the Myriad Formation Crystal to duplicate Qingfen City's formation. The woman with purple hair spoke. Only by preemptively decrypting Qingfen City's formation, waiting for Purple Dream Domain and other major domains to launch a full-scale attack on Qingfen City, can victory be swift and decisive. If not, with Qingfen City's formation operating at full capacity, coupled with the presence of the city's core formation, it would be more than sufficient to resist attacks from 7 or 8, even up to a dozen peak-level great lords of similar rank. The core of the plan is the Myriad Formation Crystal. Such a treasure was granted from the capital, theoretically capable of replicating all formations in existence, and is extremely valuable. Marquis Purple Dream must return it after using it. Once Qingfen City's formation is duplicated successfully, Marquis Purple Dream will immediately invite ancient country formation masters to crack it, then swiftly ally with other domains to wage war. Even if Lord Qingfen realizes something is amiss, it will be too late to react. To change Qingfen City's grand array? That cannot be achieved in a short period of time. However, they could only execute such a maneuver once. After breaching Qingfen City, Fierce Sun Ancient Country's experts would undoubtedly review the incident, easily determining the source of the issue. At that time, measures would certainly be taken to prevent this from happening again. No problem. The few figures behind the purple-haired woman nodded slightly. This mission posed little danger. Lord Qingfen had been drawn away by Marquis Purple Dream, essentially eliminating the greatest threat. As for Lord Qingfen's disciples, although Lord Qingfen is formidable, he's notoriously neglectful in his disciples' training, resulting in mediocre abilities among his students, far inferior to them. Even Lord Qingfen's eldest disciple, Feng Wangxing, pales in strength compared to the purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman's strength had already half-stepped into the realm of the Great Lord. Among the numerous sovereign-level figures in Purple Dream Domain, at least 10 possess strength comparable to Feng Wangxing. I heard that not long ago, Lord Qingfen took in a new disciple. To accept this disciple, he personally left Qingfen City. The hunched elderly woman spoke. This matter wasn't a secret. After accepting Lin Yuan, Lord Qingfen introduced him to his other disciples, a widely spread and celebrated story within Qingfen Domain, a demonstration of a meteoric rise. Initially, the Yu family was merely a second-tier household, but it soared to become one of the most influential families in Qingfen Domain. Given Lord Qingfen's personality, it's unlikely he would recklessly leave Qingfen City just for a disciple. The man beside her expressed some curiosity. Fierce Sun Ancient Country designs its marquee system specifically to defend their respective domains, and the core of any domain is its domain city, the domain city of Qingfen Domain being Qingfen City. For Lord Qingfen to leave Qingfen City recklessly entails a certain level of risk. If, during that time, an enemy domain launched an assault, Qingfen City would be vulnerable without the suppression of a peak-level Great Lord. Though this scenario is unlikely. Lord Qingfen departed without notifying anyone beforehand. Enemy domains wouldn't know and would likely assume he remained within the city. Consequently, such attacks were improbable. Moreover, if Lord Qingfen dared leave, he must have confidence in his ability to return instantaneously. Thus, the risks were minimized. This particular scheme relied on Marquis Purple Dream stalling Lord Qingfen, the act of stalling itself being crucial. Only by keeping Lord Qingfen occupied would they have enough time to employ the Myriad formation crystal to replicate Qingfen City's formation. Lord Qingfen is cold-hearted. Under orders from fierce Sun Ancient Country, he accepted several disciples, but none of them dare call him master. Yet for this newly accepted young disciple, he not only risked leaving Qingfen City, but spared no expense in his training. The purple-haired woman slightly shook her head. This disciple named Yu Yan must possess terrifying talent and aptitude, at least far exceeding Feng Wangxing during his prime. Indeed, the others nodded slightly, agreeing inwardly. If it were an ordinary disciple, Lord Qingfen would never go to such lengths. In the future, this individual would undoubtedly become a major calamity for Purple Dream Domain. The purple-haired woman offered her assessment, followed by a shake of her head. However, there will be no future. The moment these words were spoken, the others laughed immediately. Indeed, there will be no future. If this plan succeeds, Qingfen Domain will fall entirely. Even if Lord Qingfen survives, he'll be reduced to being a fugitive, hiding somewhere to lick his wounds. As for the disciples he poured his heart into cultivating, there's hardly a need to worry. No matter how heaven-defying the talent may be, without the luxury of time to grow, not even royal progeny of the ancient countries poses a threat. Even if Yu Yan managed to mature eventually, it would take countless eons. At least in Purple Dream Domain's current scheme, he wouldn't have any role to play. If the duplication of Qingfen City's formation completes smoothly, the capital will send down a precious treasure. The purple-haired woman concluded. Her words aimed to boost morale. An item deemed a precious treasure by the ancient country would be coveted even by Great Lord-level experts. As for their group of sovereign-level figures, once obtained, even if they couldn't use it themselves, they could trade it with a Great Lord, exchanging it for resources they desired. Given that it was bestowed by the capital, none would dare attempt to seize it. For these sovereign-level figures, it was reassuring. A precious treasure? The hunched elderly woman and the others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming heatedly. As it stood, their mission didn't seem hard to complete, with the sole potential risk being whether Lord Qingfen would return early. Still, under the incentive of the capital's precious treasure, with no apparent danger or risk, they instead felt slightly uneasy internally. Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen gazed distantly. In recent days, he had clearly sensed abnormal movements from Purple Dream Domain. However, given Qingfen Domain's antagonistic relationship with Purple Dream Domain, such activity was ordinary. What exactly does Purple Dream intend to do? Chapter 1039, 4, The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body Requesting Monthly Votes. 30 Chapter 1039, Chapter 4, The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body Requesting Monthly Votes. 3 Lord Qingfen vaguely felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. Better to make more preparations. Lord Qingfen pondered for a moment, then immediately summoned the disciples. Greetings, Marquis. Feng Wangxing and other sovereign realm cultivators bowed toward Lord Qingfen. Although Lord Qingfen never allowed them to address him as master, the treatment they received was hardly lacking. From now on, if I'm not in Qingfen City and the Purple Dream Domain or other major territories launch an assault, ignore other areas and focus on defending these specific locations. Lord Qingfen immediately listed the core arrays of Qingfen City. In Lord Qingfen's predictions, the worst scenario was being occupied and delayed. Then, the Purple Dream Domain would take advantage to cause chaos and destroy the city's arrays. If he remained in Qingfen City, the Purple Dream Domain wouldn't stand a chance. As for a full-scale invasion of Qingfen City, even if Lord Qingfen were absent from the city, the arrays of Qingfen City would activate automatically upon attack, providing enough support for a long period. Thus, Lord Qingfen speculated that the strong cultivators of the Purple Dream Domain might attempt to infiltrate Qingfen City in advance. However, their numbers would certainly be limited, as Qingfen City had specialized detection formations. If the thickness of life of those entering exceeded a certain threshold, an alarm would be triggered. The so-called thickness of life refers to the power and quantity of an entity. For example, if someone at the level of a great venerable enters, I would immediately sense it. Or if a large number of sovereign realm cultivators invade, I would sense that as well. The strongest entities could use secret techniques to suppress their own aura, hiding their origin and background. But the thickness of life cannot be altered. Should it exceed the critical threshold, I will promptly be aware. Understood. Feng Wangxing and the other disciples responded immediately. Marquis, is the Purple Dream Domain planning something recently? Feng Wangxing probed cautiously. The layout Lord Qingfen was organizing was clearly aimed at the Purple Dream Domain. I am merely making preparations. Whether the Purple Dream Domain takes action or not, we'll see when the time comes. Lord Qingfen replied calmly. Deep down, he even hoped the Purple Dream Domain would make their move. The power of the Purple Dream Great Venerable could barely match Lord Qingfen's level, but if the two clashed, Lord Qingfen would clearly hold the upper hand. Furthermore, Lord Qingfen recently made breakthroughs in secret technique cultivation. If Marquis Purple Dream dared to come, Lord Qingfen was confident he could seriously injure him. With Marquis Purple Dream severely injured, the Qingfen domain could enjoy peace for millions, perhaps tens of millions of years. Dismissed. Lord Qingfen waved his hand. Once all the disciples had retreated, Lord Qingfen sank into contemplation. That disciple of mine has been requesting far too many resources lately. Lord Qingfen rubbed his chin. Lin Yuan was his most valued disciple. Though Lord Qingfen rarely interacted with him publicly, he had been secretly observing him all along. Still, as long as you can bear it, resources are nothing. Go ahead and take them. Lord Qingfen smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation in his heart. Inside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan was observing the changes in his physical body. After condensing 30,000 seeds of the fierce sun, the transformation speed of the fierce sun divine body had skyrocketed. Lin Yuan could perceive the changes in his body and physique every single moment. Every drop of my blood, down to the most microscopic particles, has turned crimson, evolving more intricate patterns. Lin Yuan's expression carried traces of contemplation as those patterns intertwined, significantly strengthening his physical body and even resonating with the most fundamental Dao principles of heaven and earth. Whether in this origin world or within the chaos void, every cultivator seeks Dao enlightenment to wield its principles. This act is inherently proactive. Yet the unfinished transformation of the fierce sun divine body now seemed to give Lin Yuan a sense of instinctive resonance with the universal Dao principles. He didn't need to pursue the Dao naturally came to him. Magnificent. The more Lin Yuan observed, the more he marveled inwardly. Beneath the practice of body refinement secret techniques, Lin Yuan possessed deep foundations and had mastered supreme skills like the Xuan Huang physique, a Dao-protecting secret method created through the painstaking effort of a great saint, along with portions of the demonic jade immortal body. However, neither the Xuan Huang physique nor the demonic jade immortal body were anything more than methods to refine the physical form, building an indestructible existence. The fierce sun divine body, on the other hand, reconstructed the physical form, fundamentally altering its composition. Up to now, Lin Yuan still wasn't sure whether he remained part of the human race. Of course, the defining attribute of a race wasn't the physical form, but the primordial spirit and true spirit, a truth Lin Yuan had long understood during the main universe era of human civilization. Many evolutionists of human civilization in the main universe had chosen to seize unique life forms to enhance their starting points. After seizure, their physical forms might not remain human, yet as long as their true spirit was human, they were still considered human. The fierce sun divine body also has distinctions. The most basic fierce sun divine body is formed from 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun. As the number of condensed seeds of the fierce sun increases, the power of the divine body grows stronger, Lin Yuan thought to himself. These insights were gained from Lin Yuan's meticulous observations of his own body. The transformation process of a fierce sun divine body created from 20,000 seeds of the fierce sun was vastly different from one created with merely 3,000 seeds. This difference wasn't just in transformation speed, but also in the details of the composition. Once the fierce sun divine body is fully transformed, everything will become clear. While the transformation remained incomplete, much couldn't yet be understood. Time flowed slowly. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Lin Yuan's physical body finally completed its final transformation. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan carefully sensed the changes in his physique and physical form. At this moment, the most microscopic elements of Lin Yuan's body had completely transformed into particles of flame, with profoundly mysterious patterns etched upon every particle. The patterns intertwined and entangled with each other. This, Lin Yuan exhaled softly. With the transformation of the fierce sun divine body completed, an abundance of instinctual information flooded into his mind. Kase, second update. 10,000 words completed. Begging for monthly votes. Kasesh, please, Chapter 1040, 5 Chaos, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 1040, Chapter 5, Chaos, requesting monthly votes. The moment the fierce sun divine body was formed, a torrent of instinctual information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan's consciousness rapidly absorbed the information. These bits of knowledge stemmed from the divine body's inherent instincts, much like how a person instinctively knows how to breathe or open their eyes upon birth. This is the fierce sun divine body? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. During the metamorphosis of the divine body earlier, he had already sensed the intimidating nature of this constitution. In addition to the many texts and legacies within the sky-burning court, there were detailed descriptions of the fierce sun divine body. It was only when his physical body had completely transformed into the fierce sun divine body that Lin Yuan realized he had underestimated it. Too powerful. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. Although it remained flesh and blood, the smallest microcosmic components had already transformed into countless fierce sun particles, marked with deep and mysterious patterns on their surface. Burn everything? Devour everything? Lin Yuan carefully felt every intricate detail of the fierce sun divine body. When Lin Yuan condensed the 30,000th seed of the fierce sun, his spirit and will had once entered a crimson space, where he glimpsed what seemed to be the figure of the ancestor of fierce sun. It had countless manifestations, different beings perceived it in different forms. Similarly, the fierce sun divine body varies among awakened individuals, with each being distinct. Lin Yuan's fierce sun divine body, while maintaining the infinite power of burning, was also endowed with a devouring force. Anything living or dead burned to ashes by the divine body's power could have its origin source directly absorbed. Even space and time could be set ablaze, converting into origin source to replenish Lin Yuan. This devouring and absorption process happens instantaneously. It requires no refining time whatsoever. Simply put, for Lin Yuan at this moment, battles were not an expenditure, they were feasts. This ability, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. It was truly monstrous, tantamount to a perpetual motion machine, eliminating any concerns of depletion. Consider this, even Chaos Venerables worry about resource exhaustion. Chaos Great Saints manage somewhat better by constantly refining Chaos Chi to sustain themselves. But what if there was no Chaos Chi around? Lin Yuan's fierce sun divine body possessed the ability to burn and devour everything. Chaos Chi, enemy-killing blows, visible and invisible elements, tangible and intangible, all could be burned and devoured. Hualala. At his fingertips, Lin Yuan ignited a tiny flame. The flame burned silently, warping the surrounding space slightly. Cracks began to appear, and Lin Yuan immediately felt streams of warmth flowing into his physical body. So this is the sensation of burning and devouring space? Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful, and he promptly extinguished the flame. This ability must still be used cautiously. A single misstep could cause massive collapses in time and space, potentially drawing the attention of the upper echelons of the fierce sun ancient country. After all, allowing Lin Yuan to recklessly burn everything might incinerate the entire fierce sun ancient country. Of course, the territory of the ancient country was vast and boundless. Burning and devouring such a massive area would likely take an unimaginable amount of time. Furthermore, the dukes and kings within the country would never stand idly by, let alone the eternal sun that reigns supreme above the heavens. The key point was that the origin source gained through devouring could replenish consumption, heal injuries, but offered little else in utility. My current strength, Lin Yuan let out a long breath. The so-called burning and devouring were merely one of the abilities appended to the fierce sun divine body. After completing its metamorphosis, Lin Yuan's physical strength and vitality had skyrocketed immensely. In direct combat, I shouldn't be weaker than the true forms of beings birthed from the chaos void. If it comes to a prolonged stalemate, I'd ultimately be the one to prevail. Lin Yuan examined himself. The burning and devouring ability of his awakened fierce sun divine body rendered him unmatched in endurance-based battles. Trying to outlast him, even great saints might not surpass Lin Yuan. Transform into the fierce sun. Lin Yuan sensed the intricacies of the divine body. Every strong individual who awakens the fierce sun divine body shares one unifying ability, that is, the transformation into the fierce sun. This serves as the ultimate finishing move of the fierce sun divine body. Once activated, the physical body and essential vitality are completely converted into a miniature fierce sun. At that point, one can draw a tiny, insignificant trace of power from the eternal sun that resides above the heavens. Of course, using this ultimate move places an immense burden on the origin source of the fierce sun divine body. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best avoided. Once activated, recovering from it could take millions, if not tens of millions, of years. My awakened fierce sun divine body offers far greater physical and vital enhancements compared to other similar bodies. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The fierce sun divine body was known as the strongest divine body within the fierce sun ancient country, with ample documentation describing its properties. Lin Yuan was also aware of the enhancements experienced by others who awakened the fierce sun divine body. However, the degree of improvement fell far below his own. It's the influence of the seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. As early as during the metamorphosis of the fierce sun divine body, Lin Yuan had noticed the quantity of seeds had a profound effect on the transformation of his body. Now this conclusion had been confirmed. In reality, the more seeds of the fierce sun one condenses, the stronger the awakened divine body becomes. Among the great lords of the fierce sun ancient country, this was not considered a secret. But knowing is one thing. Being able to achieve it is another entirely. Chaos void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Fierce sun divine body. Lin Yuan carefully observed every detail of the fierce sun divine body. His origin world avatar shared the same consciousness as him, meaning Lin Yuan could examine the divine body from every conceivable angle. Chapter 1041, 5, Chaos, vote for monthly tickets. 2. Chapter 1041, Chapter 5, Chaos, vote for monthly tickets. 2. It will be very difficult to replicate this kind of physique, Lin Yuan concluded. The solar flame divine physique was extraordinarily complex, down to its most microscopic components, those flame particles whose surfaces were etched with countless profound and mysterious patterns. To Lin Yuan, such a structure felt as boundless as an entire universe. The solar flame divine physique in its original world was a natural evolution. It required 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun, cycling together to gradually reform the physical body and vitality until, finally, the solar flame divine physique emerged. However, in the chaos void, the seeds of the fierce sun were completely ineffective. To replicate a solar flame divine physique here, one would need to comprehend every microscopic flame particle. Take it slow. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. With his, against heaven's understanding, unraveling the essence of the solar flame divine physique was indeed difficult, but not impossible. Lin Yuan's attempt to comprehend the solar flame divine physique wasn't driven by the desire to replicate it in the chaos void. Rather, he was simply intrigued by the microstructure of its flame particles. Such comprehension could possibly hint at another grand path, one comparable to the 13th tier legacy of the infinite void. Should he achieve such understanding, it would open countless other possibilities. Lin Yuan wouldn't need to confine himself to the solar flame divine physique. He could easily create various physiques equivalent to the solar flame divine physique, achieving unimaginable heights on the path of physical vitality. Qingfen City. A purple-haired woman gathered with other powerful figures of the Purple Dream domain. We finally managed to infiltrate. A gaunt man spoke with a solemn expression. At present, they were inside Qingfen City. If they were discovered, it would mean certain death. Lord Qingfen could obliterate them with a single thought. We used secret treasures to completely conceal our auras. As long as Lord Qingfen doesn't deliberately inspect us, he won't notice. The purple-haired woman's tone was calm. Qingfen City, as the domain city and the core of the Qingfen domain, saw countless powerful beings entering and leaving regularly. How could Lord Qingfen possibly investigate every single entity entering the city? If Qingfen City didn't have a formation specifically designed to detect the thickness and weight of life, it wouldn't have been so difficult for just a handful of us to infiltrate. The purple-haired woman shook her head slightly. At this moment, there were only 12 of them who had infiltrated Qingfen City from the Purple Dream domain. Any more would risk alerting the life detection formation and drawing Lord Qingfen's attention. Life has both thickness and weight. Auras can be concealed, but the thickness and weight of life cannot be hidden. Occasionally, Qingfen City might see the arrival of a dozen sovereign-level beings. That wouldn't be unusual, but if the numbers increased beyond that, it would become suspicious. If 50 or 100 sovereign-level beings were dispatched, and the thickness and weight of life in Qingfen City surpassed the vigilance threshold, Lord Qingfen, even if unaware of abnormalities, would conduct a thorough investigation of the city. If such an investigation began, Qingfen City would enter full defensive mode. At that point, with Lord Qingfen on guard, it would be highly uncertain whether Marquis Purple Dream could accomplish their objective. This mission is crucial. Using the Myriad Formation Crystal to replicate all the arrays in Qingfen City can only succeed. It must not fail. The purple-haired woman spoke with solemnity. If such a plan failed, any future attempt to attack the Qingfen domain would come at an unimaginably high cost, and even then, it might not succeed. Understood. The others nodded. They were fully aware of the gravity of their task. For this mission, they had even brought the Myriad Formation Crystal, a priceless treasure to replicate the formation arrays. The Myriad Formation Crystal was forged through the painstaking efforts of a formation master from the ancient nation, and its value was immeasurable. If this plan hadn't involved a strategy of an ancient nation-level magnitude, the Myriad Formation Crystal would not have been used. Senior sister, what's our next move? An elderly, hunched woman turned to the purple-haired woman, asking softly. Wait, the purple-haired woman replied. Wait. The group exchanged glances. Wait for our master to make a move. He will occupy Lord Qingfen, and then we will proceed with the plan. The purple-haired woman's tone remained composed. If Lord Qingfen retained any spare capacity to act, they wouldn't dare to reveal even a hint of their aura, let alone use the Myriad Formation Crystal to replicate the arrays. Understood. The group nodded. Before infiltrating Qingfen City, they had no knowledge of how their plan would unfold. It was only after entering the city that the purple-haired woman informed them of the subsequent steps. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. The purple-haired woman thought silently to herself. If they successfully replicated Qingfen City's arrays, she would earn immense merit. With the ancient nation's rewards, she might even fully step into the level of a great lord. The purple-haired woman was at the peak of sovereign level, with one foot already in the realm of great lords. She was acutely aware of the vast gap between a great lord and those below that rank. In fact, all 10-plus powerful figures from the Purple Dream domain who had infiltrated were mostly at half-step Great Lord strength. Given the limitation in numbers, the infiltrators were naturally the strongest of those at the sovereign level. Lord Qingfen, who had been meditating in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes. Not far away, a figure silently coalesced, the silhouette of a woman clad in a purple skirt. Purple Dream. Lord Qingfen gazed at the purple-skirted woman and smiled. Why send only an avatar here? If the purple-skirted woman had descended in her true form, Lord Qingfen wouldn't waste a single word. He would have immediately activated Qingfen City's grand array to suppress her. Capturing a feudal lord from an enemy ancient nation alive would be a monumental achievement. Even if it wasn't possible to capture her alive, killing or severely injuring her would still greatly benefit Lord Qingfen. But unfortunately, Lord Qingfen was acutely aware that the Purple Dream Marquis standing before him was merely an avatar. To me, there's little difference between an avatar and my true form. Marquis Purple Dream's tone was gentle. The path she walked was rooted in soul illusion. She was not proficient in matters of the physical body. Chapter 142, 5, Chaos Vote for Monthly Tickets. 3. Chapter 1042, Chapter 5, Chaos Vote for Monthly Tickets. 3. Even if it's just an incarnation, as long as the mind and will are strong enough, it can still unleash terrifying combat power. Just an incarnation, how much of your mind and will can it contain? How strong can the secret techniques it wields really be? Lord Qingfen scoffed in disbelief. Qingfen, I've spent 30,000 years weaving you a beautiful dream. Why don't you come in and take a look? The voice of the woman with the violet dress overlapped heavily, echoing. Lord Qingfen immediately sensed his consciousness beginning to descend into a haze. This isn't good. Your incarnation contains the origin source of your true self. How could you bear to do this? Lord Qingfen's eyes widened as he struggled to stay awake, resisting the pull into slumber. Meanwhile, layers upon layers of a spatial temporal maze started to manifest in the surroundings. As his usual retreat for cultivation, it was naturally also the core area of Qingfen City's formation coverage. With a single thought, he could activate the formation's power to protect himself. Purple Dream, you can at most trap me for 100 breaths of time. Lord Qingfen glared at Marquis Purple Dream, even as his mind and will rapidly descended. Before he completely fell into unconsciousness, Lord Qingfen had already transmitted messages to his many disciples and followers. 100 breaths, that's more than enough. Marquis Purple Dream stared at the now slumbering Lord Qingfen. Though the price she paid to trap Lord Qingfen for 100 breaths was not small, her goal was never to kill him. That was impossible. Protected by Qingfen City's grand formation, a mere incarnation, even with 7 or 8 other peak Great Lord level experts of the same tier, couldn't touch him within 100 breaths, let alone kill him. Besides, even if the current Lord Qingfen was slain, he'd surely have life-preserving mechanisms and would not truly perish. The stakes weren't significant in that sense. Marquis Purple Dream's true strategy lay with the disciples equipped with the Myriad Formation Crystal who had long infiltrated Qingfen City. With Lord Qingfen's consciousness thrown into slumber, not only the awareness of his true form, but even his incarnated avatars, Qingfen City would become leaderless. 100 breaths of time would suffice for the Myriad Formation Crystal to fully replicate the city's formation structures. Before falling completely into slumber, Lord Qingfen had already delivered instructions to his many disciples and subordinates. The Marquis wants us to head immediately to the formation's core areas to guard them. Feng Wangxing and other Dominator-level experts received Lord Qingfen's urgent summons. Though perplexed, they hesitated not for a moment, promptly acting as per the prearranged protocol. Not long before, Lord Qingfen had sensed something amiss. He had already warned Feng Wangxing and the Dominator-level experts that if anything unexpected occurred, they were not to concern themselves with the rest of the city, but instead guard the specific formation core zones. In Lord Qingfen's calculations, even under extreme circumstances, such as Marquis Purple Dream making a move, her aim would likely be to sabotage Qingfen City's formation cores. As long as the formation's cores were protected, the grand formation of Qingfen City would remain intact, and the strategies of the Purple Dream domain would naturally collapse on their own. Master said I shouldn't leave? Lin Yuan also received Lord Qingfen's final transmission. His tone was so urgent something must have gone wrong. Lin Yuan speculated inwardly, glancing outside the sky-burning court. Since Master told me not to leave, I definitely won't step outside. Lin Yuan actively operated the formations surrounding the sky-burning court. Normally, these formations ran in hidden mode, only triggering during emergencies. Taking a prudent approach, Lin Yuan ensured the formations ran at their highest defensive intensity outright. This level of operation consumed significant energy, but after deducing that Lord Qingfen was likely in trouble, Lin Yuan disregarded such costs. Master has successfully stalled Lord Qingfen. The violet-haired woman received word, a hint of delight flashing across her features. This operation by the Purple Dream domain hinged on the critical point, whether Lord Qingfen could be stalled. If he couldn't be held back, then it would all amount to nothing. Their emergence would only mean death. Only 70 breaths left. The violet-haired woman glanced at the other figures behind her. Marquis Purple Dream was confident she could trap Lord Qingfen for over 100 breaths, but they needed to reserve ample time to retreat from Qingfen City. Let's begin. With a sweeping gesture from the violet-haired woman, hundreds of colossal figures materialized. These were all puppets at the pinnacle of Dominator-level strength. Without a trace of life aura, they could evade detection by Qingfen City's formation sensors. Rumble. Hundreds of peak Dominator-level puppets began wreaking havoc within Qingfen City, drawing overt attention. Meanwhile, the violet-haired woman and other strongholders concealed themselves, equipped with the Myriad Formation Crystals, and secretly set to replicating Qingfen City's grand formation structures. At one of the formation core zones, the violet-haired woman and her allies appeared. Lord Qingfen's disciples are guarding inside. Truly worthy of being a peak Great Lord who has fought us in the Purple Dream domain for years, he's thought things through so thoroughly, even predicting our target might be the formation cores within the city. The other strongholders shared knowing grins. Though Lord Qingfen had just been stalled, the disciples had promptly stationed themselves at the formation cores, clearly a precaution prepared in advance. But unfortunately for them, armed with the Myriad formation crystal, there was no need to destroy the formation cores. They merely had to replicate them from afar and bring them back to be deciphered by the ancient country formation masters. The effort to directly destroy the formation cores versus secretly replicating them from outside was leagues apart in difficulty. The violet-haired woman and her allies spent just 3 breaths using the Myriad formation crystal to replicate this core structure, then quietly vanished. The disciples guarding the formation core remained completely oblivious to the violet-haired woman and her team throughout. Time continued to flow. 20 breaths quickly passed. We've already replicated 6 formation cores. The violet-haired woman was greatly satisfied. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Hundreds of puppets at the pinnacle of Dominator-level strength were brazenly attracting Qingfen City's attention on the surface. Thus far, their path had encountered no hindrance. Qingfen City had 12 formation core zones in total. They had already replicated 9 within 20 breaths. Time remained comfortably ample. Let's move to the next formation core. The violet-haired woman and her team immediately began rushing toward their next target. Chapter 1043-6, Are You the Great Lord? Seeking monthly pass, Purple Dream Domain has indeed made a move. Feng Wangxing was stationed at one of the most crucial core formations and immediately noticed the chaos within the city. The uncontrolled actions of those hundreds of Peak Dominator Realm puppets stirred energy fluctuations so intense they were hard to ignore. If not for the Marquis's orders instructing us to guard the core formations, just these mere hundreds of puppets? Feng Wangxing shook his head slightly. Hundreds of Peak Dominator Realm puppets didn't mean much. It was only because the strongest Dominator Realm powerhouses of Qingfen City were ordered by Lord Qingfen to guard the core formations. This allowed the puppets to seize the opportunity to rampage across the city. Feng Wangxing understood the reasoning behind Lord Qingfen's decisions. As long as the core formations remained intact, Qingfen City would stand as unshakable as a mountain. The destruction caused by the Peak Dominator Realm puppets? It barely mattered. The Marquis must have been held back by Marquis Purple Dream. Feng Wangxing's mind churned with thoughts. With Lord Qingfen's strength, dealing with those puppets would be as easy as snapping his fingers. The only explanation for the lack of action was that Marquis Purple Dream was hindering him. Could Marquis Purple Dream be stalling the Marquis merely to let these puppets run amok? Feng Wangxing pondered deeply, sensing that something was off. Even he didn't care about the destruction caused by the puppets, as the losses to Qingfen City were minimal at best. Although he didn't know what method Marquis Purple Dream was using to forestall the Marquis, it certainly came with a price. Paying a price? Just to inflict such trivial, insignificant damage on Qingfen City? I'll wait until the Marquis is free to act before pursuing this matter further. Feng Wangxing decided to set his questions aside until he could speak to Lord Qingfen in person. Right now, all 12 core formations across the city are under strict guard. Feng Wangxing glanced in other directions. So far, the other 11 core formations had not been attacked, and everything remained normal. And then, there's Junior Brother. Feng Wangxing turned to look toward Skyburning Court again. Junior Brother is also staying within the court. Feng Wangxing was acutely aware of Lord Qingfen's regard for Lin Yuan. If Junior Brother were to encounter any harm during this raid by the Purple Dream Domain, Lord Qingfen would undoubtedly fly into an unparalleled rage. But for now, Junior Brother appeared to be perfectly safe. He had not left Skyburning Court. As long as he remained within Skyburning Court, there was no need to worry about his safety. The defenses of Skyburning Court were unmatched in all of Qingfen City, better protected than any of them, including Junior Brother himself. As long as the 12 formations remain secure and Junior Brother stays unharmed, let these puppets wreak havoc as they please. Feng Wangxing withdrew his gaze from the chaotic city streets. The purple-haired woman and several powerful figures flitted through the void, passing through every corner of Qingfen City. The Myriad formation crystal faintly emitted a hazy light, replicating every formation within its range. Only 2 core formations remain. The purple-haired woman felt a surge of delight, and the other powerhouses couldn't hold back their smiles. So far, their movements had gone completely undiscovered. All of Lord Qingfen's Peak Dominator Realm disciples were focused entirely on guarding the core formations, paying no attention to what was happening beyond them. They only needed to approach the core formations slightly, then use the Myriad formation crystal to replicate them remotely before retreating with ease. No one would notice a thing. Up ahead is Skyburning Court, where Lord Qingfen's most prized disciple is cultivating. At that moment, the thin, wiry man trailing behind the purple-haired woman suddenly spoke. Skyburning Court? The purple-haired woman cast a fleeting glance in that direction. Skyburning Court was also an important node within the city's grand formations. They'd have to pass through it and let the Myriad formation crystal replicate its structures. Swoosh. Soon, the group reached a spot not far from Skyburning Court. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the purple-haired woman finished replicating the formations around Skyburning Court with the Myriad formation crystal, she was preparing to leave. The hunched old woman beside her suddenly spoke. Lord Qingfen values this disciple so highly, if we were to kill him, wouldn't that be a major accomplishment for us? These words instantly sparked a glint in the eyes of the others. Lord Qingfen had countless disciples, hundreds of thousands in total, but even someone like Feng Wangxing could only address him as the Marquis. It was clear that even if Feng Wangxing were to fall in battle one day, Lord Qingfen likely wouldn't blink an eye. But Lin Yuan? Not only had Lord Qingfen personally escorted him out of Qingfen City, but he also allowed Lin Yuan to address him as Master. Moreover, in recent times, Lord Qingfen had fulfilled nearly all of Lin Yuan's requests, even offering up his normally secluded training grounds, Skyburning Court, to him. From this, it was evident just how much Lord Qingfen cherished Lin Yuan. And it also suggested that Lin Yuan's talent and aptitude must be monstrously extraordinary, so much so that someone as exalted as Lord Qingfen, a peak-level Great Lord, had lost his usual composure. Senior sister, since we still have plenty of time, and with Lord Qingfen occupied by our master while the Peak Dominator Realm disciples are preoccupied with the core formations, why don't we give it a try? The thin man grew visibly eager. Given Lord Qingfen's regard for Lin Yuan, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even have the privilege of laying eyes on him, let alone take any action against him. It was only now, amidst the conflict between Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain, that they had the chance to get so close to Lin Yuan. I also think it's worth trying. Another powerhouse from Purple Dream Domain chimed in. In the short term, killing Lin Yuan would be a tremendous feat, a tangible reward. In the long term, Lin Yuan's terrifying talent posed a dark threat. If left alone, he would undoubtedly become an insurmountable obstacle for Purple Dream Domain in the future. Rather than waiting for him to grow into an unstoppable force, why not take the chance to snuff him out now? Even if they failed, it wouldn't matter. They still had plenty of time left in Qingfen City, more than enough to replicate the remaining formations. Chapter 1044, 6 Are You the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass? 2 Chapter 1044, Chapter 6 Are You the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass 2. As for whether killing Lin Yuan would incite Lord Qingfen's wrath, the Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain are inherently adversaries. Even if Lin Yuan were spared, would Lord Qingfen possibly let them go? Then let's give it a try. The purple-haired woman considered for a fleeting moment and quickly made her decision. She was also curious to see what qualities a disciple nurtured so meticulously by Lord Qingfen would possess, since the decision was made to act. The purple-haired woman and her companions wasted no time, appearing instantly in front of the Skyburning Court. This Skyburning Court is one of Lord Qingfen's retreat spots and a residence for the favored disciple. It's surely protected by a formidable array. We must act swiftly, and if we find that we can't breach the array, depart immediately. The purple-haired woman clearly understood the group's objective, replicate all the arrays within the city. As for killing Lord Qingfen's treasured disciple, that was purely incidental. Success would be ideal, but failure shouldn't interfere with their main task. Understood. The other powerful figures nodded in agreement, sharing her perspective. A mere attempt posed no risk or downside. Inside the Skyburning Court, Lin Yuan gazed out beyond. In fact, the moment the purple-haired woman's group employed the Myriad Formation crystal to replicate the arrays surrounding the Skyburning Court, Lin Yuan had already detected their presence. However, adhering to Lord Qingfen's instructions, he had refrained from taking action, continuing his cultivation undisturbed. But now, the group had arrived right outside the Skyburning Court. What are they trying to do? Lin Yuan stepped out of the pavilion, still within the protective range of the Great Array. So, this is Lord Qingfen's newly accepted disciple? The purple-haired woman spotted Lin Yuan, but without a word she struck directly. In an instant, a hazy purple force began to envelop the Skyburning Court, while other Purple Dream Domain powerhouses unleashed their methods, holding nothing back, aiming to kill Lin Yuan in the shortest possible time. The intelligence regarding Lin Yuan obtained by the purple-haired woman and her companions came from the Yu family. Before apprenticing under Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan had only reached the 8th layer of cultivation. With their half-step Great Honor tier of strength, even with the Great Array's protection, as long as even a trace of power seeped through, Lin Yuan would have no chance of survival. Rumble. Terrifying energy crashed toward the Skyburning Court. At that moment, an invisible barrier rose around the Skyburning Court. The combined attacks of more than 10 half-step Great Honors were completely intercepted by the barrier. Their strikes dissipated soundlessly, vanishing in an instant. A defensive formation of this caliber? The purple-haired woman's expression grew grave, and she immediately abandoned further efforts to strike. She could tell that the defenses of the Skyburning Court's Great Formation were immensely formidable. Forget about their half-step Great Honor strength. Even a true Great Honor level expert wouldn't be able to breach it in a short amount of time. Lord Qingfen truly dotes on this disciple. The other Purple Dream Domain experts couldn't help but marvel. The Skyburning Court wasn't even the central node of the array, yet its level of defense likely surpassed the core itself. Was it simply because Lin Yuan resided within? Could it be that Lord Qingfen had specifically adjusted the formation's coverage for this reason? Let's go. Don't waste time here. The purple-haired woman promptly decided to leave. The other Purple Dream Domain powerhouses followed suit. Their strength isn't much after all, huh? From within the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan observed for a while. Watching the power unleashed in the attacks by the purple-haired woman and the others, which had entirely been blocked by the array, he calculated their strength. With this assessment, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred. A projection of his primordial spirit emerged from his body, moving autonomously out of the sky-burning court's confines, stepping beyond the array's protected zone. Since moving into the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan had been greatly satisfied with the cultivation environment. He had silently watched the havoc the purple-haired woman wrought in Qingfen City. If he wasn't sure of her level of strength, Lin Yuan would naturally be cautious, adhering strictly to Lord Qingfen's advice, staying hidden in the sky-burning court. The strength of the purple-haired woman and her companions? Nothing to fuss over. Lin Yuan immediately thought of resolving the threat they posed to Lord Qingfen. Of course, to exercise caution, Lin Yuan didn't step out in person. Instead, he sent out a projection of his primordial spirit. This way, even if an extreme scenario occurred, such as the purple-haired woman concealing her true strength, or a hidden Great Honor Peak or Heavenly Venerate level power lurking in the vicinity unnoticed by Lin Yuan, the worst-case scenario would merely cost him a projection, which he could reconstruct at any time. The purple-haired woman and her companions were just about to leave when they suddenly noticed a figure voluntarily emerging from the sky-burning court. Yu Yan? The purple-haired woman stopped in her tracks, staring at Lin Yuan with a mixture of astonishment. Why wasn't he staying safely hidden in the sky-burning court, yet chose to step out voluntarily? You're from the Purple Dream Domain? Lin Yuan looked at the purple-haired woman and her team. Sneaking around here, there's no way this is something good. Attack him directly. The slender man's figure vanished, blending into the space around him. Lin Yuan's voluntary emergence from the sky-burning court had presented him with what he deemed an excellent opportunity. Though he suspected that Yu Yan's willingness to step out might imply a hidden trump card, did he himself not possess cards as well? A Purple Dream Domain expert let out a cold snort. A silent wave of spiritual energy appeared, enveloping Lin Yuan imperceptibly. Not only the slender man spotted an opening, but almost instantly, the rest of the Purple Dream Domain powerhouses acted, intent on giving Lin Yuan no chance to react. The Purple Dream Domain expert who had delivered the soul attack furrowed his brow. Soul attacks are immediate and undetectable, so his was the first to land on Lin Yuan. Yet, the assault yielded no feedback whatsoever, as if it had been swallowed by a swamp, disappearing entirely. Chapter 1045, 6 Are You the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass. 3. Chapter 1045, Chapter 6 Are You the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass. 3. What's going on? The expert from the Purple Dream Domain looked uncertain and suspicious. Swish. A series of terrifying attacks roared through space-time toward Lin Yuan, arriving within mere meters of his body in an instant. Why hasn't the defensive formation appeared? The purple-haired woman froze slightly. She had assumed Lin Yuan walked out so confidently because he was still within the defensive formation. But now, their attacks were about to strike Lin Yuan, yet there wasn't the slightest trace of the formation's aura. Is this a clone of that Yu Yan? The hunched old woman glanced at the sky-burning court and speculated in her heart. Whether it's a clone or not, he's dead for sure. Whoosh. To Lin Yuan's right, a figure emerged, a gaunt man who extended his right hand to grab Lin Yuan. The purple-haired woman, seeing this, immediately turned away. She didn't need to look to know that Lin Yuan's death was certain. The gaunt man's physical body was reputed to be the strongest under the great lords of the Purple Dream Domain. In the realm of pure physical strength, he could even withstand several blows from a great lord and survive. With the gaunt man this close, even the purple-haired woman felt her scalp tingle, let alone Lin Yuan, who had no chance of survival. Is this the strength you all dared to infiltrate with? Lin Yuan glanced at the gaunt man reaching out to grab him and casually flicked his right hand. Though it was just a primordial spirit that walked out of the sky-burning court, because of the secret technique, illusory reality, the primordial spirit had transformed into a fleshly body. Its combat power wasn't much weaker than his true physical form. Various physical body divine abilities, the 13th level inheritance, infinite void, and even the fierce sun divine body. Everything could still be cultivated in spirit form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Lin Yuan's casual hand wave, the gaunt man, who had already reached him, suddenly showed a drastic change in expression, turning deathly pale and coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. His body and soul began to collapse until a faint green glow enveloped him and barely stabilized his injuries. He retreated violently backward. This scene left the purple-haired woman and the other Purple Dream Domain experts watching in stunned disbelief. Senior Brother Kwang Zhen? The purple-haired woman couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. He was severely injured instantly? If not for the tears of life gifted by the Master, wouldn't he already be dead? Senior Brother Kwang Zhen's physical body was unmatched in the Purple Dream Domain. Even a Great Lord's attack might not kill him, and yet, with a mere flick of Lin Yuan's hand, he had practically already died once? The purple-haired woman couldn't accept this. Even if Lin Yuan had hidden strategies to confidently walk out of the sky-burning court, she had assumed it would involve defensive measures, something, for instance, to evade the Gaunt Man's attacks. But this? What was this? Rumble. At this moment, the other Purple Dream Domain experts' attacks also descended. However, all of their assaults instantly ignited upon brushing against the edges of Lin Yuan's garments, burning unceasingly until they were completely annihilated. Run! He's a great lord! He's a great lord! Not far away, the Gaunt Man, senior brother Quang Zhen, transmitted a message to the purple-haired woman and the others without hesitation and fled without looking back. If not for the life-saving treasure, the Tears of Life, he would have been completely annihilated just now by Lin Yuan's casual handwave. For someone to casually land a blow that inflicted such devastating damage, there was no explanation other than that Lin Yuan was a great lord. That's why the Gaunt Man transmitted such a warning. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: escape. As for why the youngest disciple of Lord Qingfen would be revealed as a great lord, there simply wasn't time to think about it. A great lord? The purple-haired woman's pupils contracted, and she likewise prepared to flee. Buzz! The surrounding space-time began to condense from all directions, hardening like amber and trapping all the Purple Dream Domain experts within. Trying to run? Lin Yuan stepped forward, appearing behind the Gaunt Man and pressed down with his palm. The Gaunt Man's physical body began to collapse again. This time, without the Tears of Life to save him, only a wisp of his soul remained, which Lin Yuan suppressed and collected. Swish. Lin Yuan waved his hand once more. Among the remaining dozen or so Purple Dream Domain experts, 9 of their physical bodies instantly ignited and began burning uncontrollably, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. From the moment Lin Yuan had voluntarily stepped out of the sky-burning court until now, after making only a few moves, more than half of the dozen or so half-step great lords from the Purple Dream Domain had perished, leaving only a few survivors like the purple-haired woman, barely holding on with their life-saving treasures. Even so, the remaining Purple Dream Domain experts who survived couldn't hide their faces of terror. In front of Lin Yuan, they couldn't even talk about resistance, let alone mount a challenge. They were as fragile as ants. Is that the fierce sun divine fire? Which great lord are you? The purple-haired woman looked terrified as she witnessed her fellow disciples being reduced to ashes. The fierce sun divine fire of the fierce sun ancient country could only be wielded by those who had awakened the fierce sun divine body. To fully awaken the fierce sun divine body? That required at least the peak of the sovereign realm, and even then, only an unparalleled prodigy could hope to achieve it. Someone like Lin Yuan, who could slay half-step great lords as easily as butchering chickens, was almost certainly a great lord who had awakened the fierce sun divine body. It was known that not all great lords could awaken such a body, but those who did were exceedingly difficult to contend with. So much pointless chatter. Lin Yuan struck again, reaching for the remaining Purple Dream Domain experts who were still alive. Rumble. Lin Yuan's arms suddenly expanded, piercing through the void and appearing directly in front of the remaining Purple Dream Domain experts. These experts, trapped within Lin Yuan's space-time cage, had their movements drastically slowed down. On top of that, they had already used up all their life-saving treasures to ward off the fierce sun divine fire earlier. Now, faced with Lin Yuan's grasp, they could do nothing but watch as their physical bodies were pierced through, their souls suppressed and ultimately collected by Lin Yuan at will. Buzz. The purple-haired woman faced Lin Yuan's grasp as well. From the surface, Lin Yuan's attack seemed unremarkable, even slow. But to the purple-haired woman, it enveloped all space-time. No matter how she tried to evade or resist, it was completely futile, as though her fate was already sealed to be pierced through by this grasp. At the core of Qingfen City's most critical formation, Feng Wanxing sat cross-legged, diligently obeying Lord Qingfen's orders to guard the location. Over there? Feng Wanxing noticed something and abruptly lifted his head to look in the direction of the sky-burning court. At that moment, he sensed a violent fluctuation in space-time emanating from that location. Not good. Feng Wanxing's expression instantly changed to one of panic. The junior disciple is in danger. Chapter 1046, 7 is my disciple, the Great Lord, seeking monthly pass. Chapter 1046, Chapter 7, is my disciple the Great Lord, seeking monthly pass. As long as junior apprentice brother stays within the sky-burning court, relying on the protection of the Great Formation, there shouldn't be any problems. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Feng Wanxing's mind, but his anxiety didn't ease in the slightest. What if the Purple Dream Domain has a way to bypass the Great Formation of the sky-burning court? Or if they manage to lure Lin Yuan out on their own? Too many unforeseen events could occur. Initially, Feng Wanxing had doubts about the Purple Dream Domain's operation this time, expending resources to hold back Lord Qingfen, only to let a few hundred puppets rampage through the city. That made absolutely no sense. A few hundred peak Dao Realm puppets already represent a significant cost. On the battlefield, they could already form a military formation. But in the city, at most, they could only wreak havoc here and there. They couldn't possibly inflict significant damage to Qingfen City, a losing trade. Would the Purple Dream Domain do such a thing? And now, sensing the deep temporal fluctuations coming from the sky-burning court, Feng Wenxing suddenly had more speculations and thoughts. Could it be that the Purple Dream Domain's ultimate target is the junior apprentice brother? Although that possibility was equally unbelievable, Lord Qingfen, of course, valued Lin Yuan highly, but would the Purple Dream Domain really pay such a price for a junior apprentice, brother who hadn't even reached the Self-Dao realm? Ruan, take over my position. Feng Wangxing's expression turned solemn, and he immediately made a decision. The temporal fluctuations from the direction of the sky-burning court made him far too uneasy. He had to personally go and take a look. As for the Great Formation Core here, the Dao Realm level experts stationed here weren't just Feng Wangxing, there were also other junior brothers. If Feng Wangxing let go, it would indeed weaken the protective strength of this Great Formation Core somewhat, but compared to the junior apprentice brothers' safety, Feng Wangxing leaned toward prioritizing the latter. In the worst-case scenario, it could just be the Purple Dream Domain using a diversionary tactic, and this Great Formation Core might get breached. But Qingfen City had a total of 12 Great Formation Cores. The loss of just one core wouldn't significantly impact the city's defenses. However, if something happened to Lin Yuan and Lord Qingfen found out afterward, Feng Wangxing didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Senior brother, you're leaving now? Junior brother Ruan's face visibly changed. He too could sense the temporal fluctuations coming from the direction of the sky-burning court and was growing increasingly anxious. But the task entrusted to them by Lord Qingfen was to guard the Great Formation Core. Feng Wangxing's departure would be tantamount to leaving his post without authorization, and any accountability afterward wouldn't end well. I'll take full responsibility for all consequences. Just focus on guarding this Great Formation Core for me. Feng Wangxing shook his head and left immediately, heading toward the sky-burning court. The temporal fluctuations still haven't stopped? Feng Wangxing grew increasingly uneasy. From the moment he perceived the temporal fluctuations from the direction of the sky-burning court until now, several breaths had already passed. In all this time, what on earth had happened on the side of the sky-burning court? Was the junior apprentice, brother, still all right? The Purple Dream Domain. In the cave abode of the gaunt man Kuang Zhen, a crystal-clear stone floated in midair, emitting faint soul waves. At that moment, a strand of soul power surged out from within the stone, condensing into a figure. It was the gaunt man Kuang Zhen. Whoosh! Inside the cave, backup measures that had been prepared long ago activated. Vast amounts of energy surged forth, condensing into a physical body. My true form. Kuang Zhen's face darkened. His true body had perished, and a strand of his soul had been suppressed by Lin Yuan. Realizing something was amiss, he had unhesitatingly extinguished that strand of suppressed soul. Then, utilizing prearranged life-saving measures, he resurrected. As one of Marquis Purple Dream's disciples, the gaunt man understood very well that even when facing a great lord, killing him through causal curses was nearly impossible. The defenses around his cave abode had been specifically designed to mitigate causal methods. But if even a strand of his soul fell into the hands of a great lord, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Kuang Zhen had decisively obliterated that strand of his soul. A great lord. Qingfen City actually had a hidden great lord. Kuang Zhen's expression revealed obvious fear. His physical constitution was unmatched in the Purple Dream Domain, yet against someone capable of killing him so effortlessly, it could only be a great lord. The other junior brothers and sisters, Kuang Zhen, immediately tried to contact the other disciples. He learned that all their true bodies had also perished. They had voluntarily extinguished their suppressed souls and then resurrected using their life-saving measures. The senior sister is still alive. Kuang Zhen felt no relief. The purple-haired woman was the strongest disciple under Marquis Purple Dream, infinitely close to the realm of a true great lord. Of course, Kuang Zhen didn't believe the purple-haired woman could resist a great lord. As the leader of this operation, she carried numerous trump cards, allowing her to hold out for a brief moment even against a great lord. But only for a brief moment. If the opponent were indeed a great lord, her demise was inevitable. This mission seems to have failed. A hidden great lord had completely altered the dynamics of the battlefield, especially given their ambush in Qingfen City. They were entirely caught off guard. A dignified great lord, toying with us in such a way. Kuang Zhen's heart was filled with rage and frustration. In his view, their every move had likely been known by that great lord right from the start. Yet the great lord hadn't acted, merely watching them painstakingly reconstructing formations within the city, likely waiting to strike at the final moment, just to deliver despair. That information about Yu Yan must have been deliberately leaked by Lord Qingfen. All that talk about valuing Lin Yuan, about his connection to the Yu family, it's all fake. Lies, all of it. Kuang Zhen's face twisted in bitter anger. Chapter 1047, 7 is my disciple, the Great Lord, seeking monthly pass. 2 Chapter 1047, Chapter 7 is my disciple, the Great Lord, seeking monthly pass. 2 No, we need to inform the Master immediately. The failure of this mission wasn't our fault, it was that cunning Lord Qingfen. The gaunt man Kuang Zhen promptly contacted Marquis Purple Dream. The plan targeting Qingfen City originated from the capital of the ancient country, and failure would certainly result in punishment. But was it not mentioned beforehand that another great lord was hidden within Qingfen City? If this information had been known earlier, the Purple Dream Domain would never have implemented the current plan. Dealing with a hidden Great Lord would require comprehensive adjustments to the entire strategy. In front of the sky-burning court, time and space condensed, imprisoning all directions like amber. This Yu Yan is a Great Lord? The purple-haired woman was equally desperate, never expecting that she and her group, who intended to see if they could easily eliminate the future major threat to the Purple Dream Domain, would encounter such a formidable opponent. And to find out that the other party was a Great Lord? Were they rulers contemplating dealing with a Great Lord? Russell. Lin Yuan's right hand pierced through the void, reaching for her. This right hand encompassed all time and space. Earlier, many of the purple-haired woman's fellow disciples had perished under this hand, even the physically strongest gaunt man Kuang Zhen, whose body and soul disintegrated under it. Myriad Formation Crystal. Under the absolute threat of death, the purple-haired woman ignored everything else and directly brought out the ancient treasure bestowed by the capital of the ancient country. The Myriad Formation Crystal could replicate any postnatal array, profoundly mysterious, but it was not merely limited to replicating formations. Similarly, the Myriad Formation Crystal had other uses. It could activate the formations replicated within it externally. Of course, the actual power of a formation directly activated in this way was only a tenth or even several tenths of the original formation's power. However, it was very convenient after all. Setting up a formation required various materials, and the defensive array of Qingfen City had formed after countless millennia of accumulation. Yet the Myriad Formation Crystal could directly form a formation, extremely astonishing. Rumble. A grand array containing an infinite spatial temporal maze enveloped the purple-haired woman, and Lin Yuan's reaching hand directly missed, falling into overlapping time and space, and finally retracted. This formation? Interesting. Lin Yuan observed closely, particularly eyeing the crystal floating before the purple-haired woman. Lin Yuan could sense that the spatial temporal grand array enveloping the purple-haired woman originated from this crystal. Great Lord, why stoop to attack an ant like me? The purple-haired woman's heart pounded, realizing that the manifested space-time grand array was already the strongest defensive formation she could activate. Even so, with Lin Yuan's previous grasp, she felt a slight tremble in the space-time grand array. After all, the purple-haired woman was not the true owner of the Myriad Formation Crystal and could not activate its most potent formations. Even if she were the owner, without reaching the Great Lord or Heavenly Venerable Realm, she wouldn't be able to activate it. Despite the Myriad Formation Crystal bypassing numerous material constraints and directly forming a formation, activating the internal formations required at least minimal understanding. You took the initiative against me, and I can't fight back? Lin Yuan continued to observe the Myriad Formation Crystal. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the source of formations, grasping many of their mysteries. With Lin Yuan's strength, if he truly acted, he could surely break through the space-time grand array by force and kill the purple-haired woman inside. But doing so would likely damage the crystal. Lin Yuan, having browsed countless books and inheritances on the 13th floor of the sky-burning court, knew this crystal should be the Myriad Formation Crystal. Such a treasure's value was incalculable. Even if Lin Yuan didn't use it himself, he could keep it to exchange for the resources he desired. So he planned to grasp the mysteries of the space-time grand array activated by the Myriad Formation Crystal, slightly and directly bypass the array to kill the purple-haired woman. This way, the Myriad Formation Crystal remained unharmed, and Lin Yuan would benefit. What a pity. The few suppressed souls extinguished themselves entirely. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A peak ruler's mere thought could extinguish their own soul, making it hard for Lin Yuan to prevent it. We didn't know you were here, Great Lord. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't act immediately, the purple-haired woman felt a deep sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't attacked, there was room for negotiation. I see that you, Great Lord, aren't a Great Lord of the Fierce Sun ancient country. I wonder what price Lord Qingfen offered to have you stationed here. Our Purple Dream Domain is willing to offer double. The purple-haired woman spoke up immediately. She was fully aware of the importance of this plan, as it concerned the beginning of a battlefield between the ancient countries. Even when encountering unexpected changes, they still needed to complete it to the best of their ability. Are you done speaking? At this moment, Lin Yuan had already fully comprehended the space-time grand array activated by the Myriad Formation Crystal with his Against Heaven's understanding and acted again. Rumble. Lin Yuan's right hand reached out again, probing deep into the intertwining times and spaces. Great Lord, you? The purple-haired woman's heart trembled, but seeing the Myriad Formation Crystal in front of her, she calmed herself slightly. I can't let this drag on. This way Lord Qingfen might free himself from the Master's means. By then, if two great lords joined forces, along with Qingfen City's array, the purple-haired woman was contemplating this when she abruptly noticed that Lin Yuan's extending right hand had not retracted after entering the space-time grand array, but continued to approach her. The space-time grand array encompassed countless overlapping times and spaces. Even a great lord-level strongman might be trapped in it briefly. But Lin Yuan's reaching right hand passed through the myriad overlapping times and spaces as if they were nothing, and the space-time grand array, centered on the myriad formation crystal, seemed as fragile as paper before Lin Yuan's hand. Chapter 1048, 7 Is My Disciple the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass. 3. Chapter 1048, Chapter 7 Is My Disciple the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass. 3. No. The purple-haired woman within the space-time grand array widened her eyes. The myriad formation crystal was unable to stop Lin Yuan, and before a Great Lord-level expert, she had utterly no power to resist. In an instant, the purple-haired woman fell into Lin Yuan's right hand, layers upon layers of suppressive forces enveloping her. She could feel her thoughts slowing down. You want to suppress and capture me alive? The purple-haired woman immediately realized Lin Yuan's intentions. Without hesitation, she obliterated her own soul and consciousness. Lin Yuan retracted his right hand, leaving only the corpse of the purple-haired woman. Even her corpse began to disintegrate. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan summoned the fierce sun-divine fire, which surged forward and burned the corpse to ashes. Just then, a deep purple tear condensed, expanding rapidly to form the figure of a woman clothed in a flowing purple gown. Which great lord are you? The woman in the purple gown was none other than Marquis Purple Dream. She had anticipated danger and left a contingency behind the purple-haired woman, enabling her incarnation to manifest in critical moments. After the gaunt man Kuang Zhen reported the developments in Qingfen City, Marquis Purple Dream realized something was amiss and immediately prepared to descend. Unfortunately, she was still one step too late. The purple-haired woman had already perished completely. The events unfolded too quickly for Marquis Purple Dream to intervene. Which great lord am I? Lin Yuan chuckled faintly. In truth, he wasn't a great lord at all. Not only was he not a great lord, he hadn't even reached the Dao realm. In terms of the essence of his existence, he aligned with the self-Dao realm of this source world. Yet Lin Yuan's foundation was far too deep, and his methods terrifyingly advanced, especially with his awakening of the fierce sun-divine body. Every motion of his seemed infused with the blazing power of the fierce sun-divine fire, making him indistinguishable from an actual great lord. I know all the great lords of the fierce sun ancient country who possess the fierce sun divine body, and you are not among them. Marquis Purple Dream shook her head. The number of great lords within the fierce sun ancient country who possessed both the fierce sun divine body and great lord level strength was exceedingly limited. A mere marquis like yourself, how could you know all the great lords of the fierce sun ancient country? Lin Yuan said dismissively. Whether it's the fierce sun ancient country or any other ancient country, there are bound to be hidden experts in the shadows. Marquis Purple Dream fell silent at Lin Yuan's words. Indeed, her lack of knowledge didn't negate Lin Yuan's existence. This time, I admit defeat on behalf of the Purple Dream domain. However, that myriad formation crystal is not mine. I ask you to return it, and I am willing to exchange other treasures for it. Marquis Purple Dream considered for a moment before speaking. Knowing that her plan had failed, her primary goal now was to minimize the losses. The myriad formation crystal was a gift from the capital. If it were lost, Marquis Purple Dream would bear the punishment, compelling her to ask for its return in exchange. Who do you think you are? A mere incarnation, yet you dare to negotiate with me? Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with fierce sun flames. He extended his right hand toward Marquis Purple Dream. As his hand reached out, it abruptly expanded, shrouding the skies and blocking out the sun. Marquis Purple Dream's expression shifted drastically as her form dissipated instantly. She was, after all, merely an incarnation, a form without substance, able to scatter or coalesce at will. Crash. The surrounding space-time abruptly contracted, forcing Marquis Purple Dream's dispersed figure to reform, compelled to confront Lin Yuan's descending palm. I'll remember you. Marquis Purple Dream fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan before shattering beneath the force of his palm. Expecting to reclaim the myriad formation crystal without a shred of sincerity? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Yuan shook his head. The myriad formation crystal's value far surpassed ordinary Great Lord level treasures and weapons. Marquis Purple Dream had attempted to use a mere incarnation to retrieve it? Lin Yuan was no fool. Moreover, treasures like the myriad formation crystal were coveted by every ancient country. Lin Yuan could simply trade it with the fierce sun ancient country instead, a far more convenient and straightforward option. The myriad formation crystal? Lin Yuan turned his hand, revealing a crystalline object within which countless formations circulated faintly. From this encounter, defeating this group of peak Dao realm infiltrators in Qingfen City, the myriad formation crystal was Lin Yuan's greatest gain, along with a collection of other treasures and secret tools. Since they dared to infiltrate Qingfen City, these experts from the Purple Dream domain were undoubtedly well prepared, even bringing a treasure as precious as the myriad formation crystal. Clearly, they didn't lack other preparations. Not far from Skyburning Court, Feng Wangxing's figure appeared. Junior brother, you mustn't let anything happen to you. Feng Wangxing was deeply anxious. He would rather see a Grand Array core breached than to let anything happen to Lin Yuan. Before he approached, Feng Wangxing noticed space-time coalescing in front of sky-burning court. A woman clad in a flowing purple gown stood quietly there. Is that Marquis Purple Dream? As the eldest disciple of Lord Qingfen, Feng Wangxing was naturally familiar with the great lords of opposing domains and instantly recognized her identity. As I suspected, the target is junior brother. Marquis Purple Dream's appearance outside sky-burning court confirmed Feng Wangxing's suspicions. For a dignified great lord from another domain to appear here, the only possible target was Lin Yuan. And yet, what followed? Feng Wangxing witnessed a sight he would never forget. Before his eyes, his junior brother, standing calmly at the gates of sky-burning court, extended his right hand. The hand grew explosively, shrouding the heavens in ancient primeval majesty. And Marquis Purple Dream, faced with this monstrous palm, had no means of resistance and was shattered to dust in an instant. What? Feng Wangxing stared in stunned disbelief. This was his junior brother, City Lord's mansion. Lord Qingfen sat cross-legged, his consciousness trapped in a dream woven by Marquis Purple Dream. A moment later, Lord Qingfen's aura surged and his eyes snapped open. Purple Dream, your dream weaving leaves much to be desired. Lord Qingfen immediately spread out his senses, scanning Qingfen City's current state. Upon confirming the safety of the 12 Grand Array cores, he turned his gaze to Marquis Purple Dream. Lord Qingfen frowned slightly. The Marquis Purple Dream he now beheld appeared distinctly unsettled, staring straight at him with an inexplicable expression. This left Lord Qingfen a bit baffled. You suddenly attacked me, and now you're wearing this expression? Qingfen, what a clever tactic to have prepared ahead and secretly hidden a great lord. Truly impressive, truly cunning. After speaking, Marquis Purple Dream dispersed her incarnation voluntarily. This operation had resulted in catastrophic losses for the Purple Dream domain, and she would likely face punishment from her ancient country. Clever tactic? Lord Qingfen was utterly perplexed. Prepared ahead? Hidden a great lord? How did he himself not know? Chapter 1049, 8 Reputation. Request for monthly tickets. Chapter 1049, Chapter 8, Reputation. Request for monthly tickets. What is this Purple Dream talking about? Lord Qingfen frowned. She said, I'm hiding a great lord inside this city? If it weren't for the genuine expression Marquis Purple Dream showed at the end, Lord Qingfen would have directly assumed she was spouting nonsense. A great lord? Lord Qingfen carefully probed the city again using the Grand Formation. Qingfen City had long been fortified with formations specifically designed to detect the depth and gravity of life energy. If a great lord-level expert had infiltrated, Lord Qingfen would have detected it immediately. Those puppets? Lord Qingfen glanced at the numerous Peak Dominator Realm puppets rampaging through the city. With a thought, he collected all of them. These puppets, specifically created by the Purple Dream domain to wreak havoc in Qingfen City and conceal their true intentions, were naturally dealt with swiftly by Lord Qingfen. It seems that during the 100 breaths I spent trapped in the dream, significant changes occurred within the city. Lord Qingfen's eyes grew deep, and Qingfen City reflected within his gaze began to reverse. As a great lord-level being, his proficiency in the domain of time was naturally vast, allowing him to easily reverse time within a specific area, like a city. Of course, it could only reverse. He could not alter the past. Whoosh. Time began to flow backward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the moment 100 breaths ago. At this moment, Qingfen City was peaceful, until Marquis Purple Dream descended with an incarnation. In the instant that Lord Qingfen fell into the elaborate dream Marquis Purple Dream had woven beforehand, a plethora of Peak Dominator Realm puppets suddenly appeared across Qingfen City. These puppets? Lord Qingfen paid no heed to the puppets and focused his gaze on a group of individuals hiding in the shadows, led by a woman with purple hair. Peak Dominator Realm puppets had limited destructive power, and before falling into the dreamscape, Lord Qingfen had already issued orders for his disciples to guard the core of the formations. Thus, Lord Qingfen was unconcerned about these puppets posing any threat. And indeed, when Lord Qingfen awoke, the damage caused by the Peak Dominator Realm puppets to Qingfen City was negligible. All thunder, no rain. Purple Dream's scheme, carried out by them? Lord Qingfen surmised that the puppets were merely tools used to divert attention. The real plan was likely to depend on these people. Lord Qingfen continued observing. Soon, he saw the group led by the purple-haired woman wandering around the nodes of Qingfen City's formations. However, to Lord Qingfen's surprise, the group didn't take any action. Even when they approached the core of the formations, they lingered for just a few breaths before quietly leaving. What are they trying to do? Lord Qingfen realized something was amiss. Marquis Purple Dream had spent tens of thousands of years weaving an intricate dream and sacrificed an incarnation containing her true essence, only for her subordinates to roam around Qingfen City aimlessly? Could it be? Lord Qingfen faintly began to form a conjecture. At this moment, the group led by the purple-haired woman arrived in front of the sky-burning court. Unlike before, this time the group did not leave. Instead, they actively began attacking the sky-burning court. A group of dominators daring to lay hands on my disciples? Lord Qingfen sneered, having personally adjusted the formations around the sky-burning court to make it one of the most heavily fortified areas of Qingfen City. With merely a dozen or so peak dominators? Lord Qingfen remained utterly unconcerned. Sure enough, when the group saw the sky-burning court's formidable defenses, they immediately abandoned their efforts. And then something happened that left Lord Qingfen astonished. The previously safe and secure Lin Yuan within the sky-burning court suddenly walked out voluntarily. This, Lord Qingfen felt puzzled. But what occurred next deeply shook Lord Qingfen to his core. Lin Yuan casually delivered a few slaps, obliterating the group of peak Dominator Realm experts. Then Marquis Purple Dream herself descended with another incarnation, only to be slapped to death by Lin Yuan as well. That was Marquis Purple Dream, a Great Lord-level being. Even though it was only an incarnation, it was far beyond what Dominator Realm cultivators could contend with. An incarnation of a Great Lord might not be able to crush certain exceedingly powerful Dominator Realm cultivators, but it should never have been overwhelmed so effortlessly. Time resumed its normal course. Lord Qingfen fell into silence. My disciple is a Great Lord? Lord Qingfen felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. This group, led by the purple-haired woman, including the Great Lord Marquis Purple Dream herself, merely assumed Lord Qingfen had deployed a hidden Great Lord within the city. But he knew his own situation well. Lord Qingfen truly hadn't done such a thing. Moreover, Lin Yuan was a disciple he had only recently accepted. These were indisputable facts. Lord Qingfen had no reason to lie about this. No, my disciple is not a Great Lord. Lord Qingfen abruptly snapped out of his thoughts, realizing that the formation designed to detect critical life energy levels in the city had not triggered any warnings. If Lin Yuan truly was a Great Lord, there was no way such a significant presence would have escaped detection. Not a Great Lord, yet possessing such power? Lord Qingfen pondered deeply, replaying the earlier scenes again. Fierce Sun Divine Body? Has the Fierce Sun Divine Body awakened this quickly? Lord Qingfen's expression shifted. Could it be the bloodline? The Fierce Sun bloodline? In the Fierce Sun ancient country, any being capable of condensing the seed of the Fierce Sun possessed at least traces of the Fierce Sun bloodline. This bloodline belonged to the royal lineage of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Of course, for typical beings, such traces of the Fierce Sun bloodline were incredibly faint to the point of being negligible. The royal family of the Fierce Sun ancient country was able to rule the entire nation precisely because the concentration of Fierce Sun bloodline in their veins was sustained at a high level. That said, exceptions always exist. Even beings outside the royal family occasionally experienced bloodline regression. When regressed, the Fierce Sun bloodline would become especially potent, manifesting in traits such as an uncanny ability to condense seed of the Fierce Sun and withstand Fierce Sun radiance, allowing one's strength to grow exponentially to reach the Dominator realm. Chapter 1050, 8 Renowned Seeking Monthly Tickets. 2 Chapter 1050, Chapter 8, Renowned Seeking Monthly Tickets. 2. Moreover, the awakening speed of the Fierce Sun Divine Body is terrifyingly fast, completely unreasonable compared to ordinary beings, and the ultimately awakened Fierce Sun Divine Body is far stronger than those awakened through normal methods. Beyond this, beings with a dense Fierce Sun bloodline possess extreme combat prowess, invincible among their peers. Even fighting across ranks, both are possible. Could it be that my disciple's bloodline has undergone an ancestral regression, turning his Fierce Sun bloodline incomparably dense? Lord Qingfen pondered in his heart. This reasoning also explains why Lin Yuan could condense so many seeds of the Fierce Sun. For a being with an exceptionally dense Fierce Sun bloodline, condensing the seeds of the Fierce Sun is much easier. As for why he couldn't detect the life weight of a Great Lord-level existence? Because Lin Yuan isn't a Great Lord at all, but rather a sovereign realm being with an extraordinarily dense Fierce Sun bloodline. But to display combat strength nearing that of a Great Lord while being in the Sovereign Realm, my disciple's Fierce Sun bloodline density should be on par with the core royal lineage of the ancient country. The concept of fighting across ranks also depends on the realm one is in. To battle a sovereign is still conceivable, but for a sovereign to battle a Great Lord, it's akin to climbing the heavens. Even among the Fierce Sun royal lineage, those capable of achieving such feats are exceedingly rare. I never expected that I, Qingfen, would accept a disciple whose Fierce Sun bloodline rivals the core royal lineage. Lord Qingfen grew deeply emotional. Compared to a Great Lord, the core royal lineage of the Fierce Sun ancient country is far more significant. Each member of the core royal lineage possesses an exceptionally dense Fierce Sun bloodline, their combat prowess terrifyingly high, with almost no bottlenecks in their growth. Even without cultivating, simply eating and drinking all day under the radiance of the Fierce Sun, they can swiftly grow to the Sovereign Realm. As for reaching the Great Lord realm, it requires some effort, but with a bit of diligence, it's achievable. It must be noted, Lord Qingfen spent countless resources and effort to step into the Great Lord realm, but the ancient country's core royal lineage? Of course, those among the core royal lineage with dense fierce sun bloodlines possess outrageous talent and aptitude, but their upper limit is merely the Great Lord realm. As for the Heavenly Venerate realm, achieving Heavenly Venerate status cannot be reached through bloodline alone. Still, a core royal lineage member of the Fierce Sun ancient country, even if only at the Great Lord realm, commands such terrifying combat strength that they can achieve invincibility among Great Lords and even challenge Heavenly Venerates. My luck, Lord Qingfen's thoughts were complex. He had picked up a disciple who was destined to be invincible at the Great Lord level. To this day, Lord Qingfen almost feels as though he is dreaming. Outside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan struck down Marquis Purple Dream's avatar with a single palm and saw Feng Wangxing, who had just arrived. Senior Feng, Lin Yuan took the initiative to greet him. During his time cultivating in the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan had gotten along well with this senior brother. Junior, Feng Wangxing only dared to respond after hearing Lin Yuan address him as senior. The scene he had just witnessed was so frightening. Marquis Purple Dream, a figure of such prominence, had been shattered by Lin Yuan with such ease. Feng Wangxing speculated that Marquis Purple Dream had likely only sent an avatar. Her true body probably dared not enter Qingfen City, but even if it was only an avatar, it was still an avatar of a great lord. How could it be easily destroyed? Junior just now? Feng Wangxing cautiously asked, testing Lin Yuan. Just now? Oh, just now, Lin Yuan casually explained. Some sovereigns from the Purple Dream domain snuck into Qingfen City, trying to make a move against me. The commotion in the city just now was caused by them, so I took the initiative to resolve it. Sovereigns from the Purple Dream domain? Feng Wangxing glanced around. While he didn't know which sovereigns the Purple Dream domain had dispatched, anyone bold enough to infiltrate right now would at least be at the peak of the sovereign realm. Eventually, Marquis Purple Dream sent down an avatar and even tried to threaten me with demands. But an avatar daring to act so boldly? Naturally, I dealt with her too. Marquis Purple Dream? Acting so boldly? Feng Wangxing suddenly felt that his junior brother seemed unfamiliar now. He could never have imagined that his usually quiet and reserved junior brother possessed this level of strength. Junior, your power? Feng Wangxing swallowed hard. I've just had a breakthrough, Lin Yuan admitted frankly. After his fierce sun divine body awakened, the cultivation resources Lin Yuan needed subsequently were immeasurable, like mountains and oceans. Keeping his strength hidden would, without doubt, be impossible given his demand for resources. So, rather than concealing it, he opted to display it boldly. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of this source world over his extended stay, a Great Lord-level existence generally has free reign within a region. As long as one doesn't offend the royal lineage of the various ancient countries, life can be quite carefree. Lin Yuan's overall strength now essentially reached the threshold of the Great Lord realm, and in certain aspects even surpassed ordinary Great Lords. Feng Wangxing was full of questions but didn't know where to begin. Just had a breakthrough, and already capable of effortlessly destroying the avatar of a Great Lord? At this moment, a figure in a crimson long robe appeared not far away. Marquis. Upon seeing this, Feng Wangxing immediately bowed in greeting. You may leave now. Lord Qingfen glanced at Feng Wangxing. From the time-lapse projection, he had seen his eldest disciple's concern for the younger one. Thus, he refrained from pursuing the matter of Feng Wangxing leaving the core of the formation without permission. Master, Lin Yuan addressed Lord Qingfen respectfully. Lin Yuan held great reverence for Lord Qingfen. If he hadn't been able to focus his energy on cultivating in the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan's path to achieving his current strength would have taken several-fold longer, not to mention the possibility of encountering unexpected setbacks along the way. Chapter 1051, 8 Renowned, Seeking Monthly Tickets, 3 Chapter 1051, Chapter 8 Renowned. Seeking Monthly Tickets, 3, let's go inside and talk. Lord Qingfen nodded and then walked into the sky-burning court alongside Lin Yuan. I didn't expect your fierce sun bloodline to be so rich. Inside the sky-burning court, Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan with a sigh and said, Fierce sun bloodline? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately realized that Lord Qingfen must have attributed his strength to the fierce sun bloodline. As for the so-called fierce sun bloodline, Lin Yuan had learned much from the countless ancient texts and traditions within the sky-burning court. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately felt no need to explain too much. Everything could be attributed to the fierce sun bloodline. I'm not sure either, it's just that the more I cultivate, the easier it seems to be, Lin Yuan said at once. Your case of atavism midway through is naturally different from those core royals who are cultivated from a young age. Lord Qingfen shook his head and said, Even within the royal family of the fierce sun ancient country, having a bloodline concentration reach the core level was extremely rare. Cases like Lin Yuan's, where the intense increase in bloodline concentration occurred through atavism, had only a few precedents since the existence of the fierce sun ancient country. Yes, Lin Yuan followed Lord Qingfen's words. What do you plan to do in the future? Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan and inquired, What does Master think I should do? Lin Yuan immediately threw the question back. Your bloodline concentration has reached the level of the core royal family. In theory, you should head to the capital as soon as possible and integrate into the royal family. Lord Qingfen paused for a moment before continuing. But you have no foundation within the royal family. Returning rashly is not a good thing. Not a good thing? Lin Yuan immediately understood. Even within the royal family, there are disputes and factions. Lin Yuan's fierce sun bloodline had reached a core level, but he did not originate from any main royal lineage. Returning suddenly would be too complicated. Like a prince from the common folk returning to the palace wanting to inherit the throne, it certainly wouldn't be so smooth. So I suggest you stay in Qingfen City and wait until you step into the realm of the Great Lord, then return to the capital. Lord Qingfen said, a core royal of the Great Lord realm, their combat power is terrifyingly strong. Going back at that time would at least give you the power to protect yourself. Then I'll follow Master's advice. Lin Yuan immediately responded. In fact, Lin Yuan also didn't want to integrate into the so-called royal family because he did not rely on the fierce sun bloodline to reach his current strength. Returning to the capital and integrating into the royal family would likely necessitate a bloodline concentration check. At that time, Lin Yuan would surely be exposed. Therefore, if Lord Qingfen were to let Lin Yuan return to the capital, then, during Lin Yuan's return to the capital, he would suddenly disappear and find another place for intense cultivation. Anyway, with his current strength, he could come and go freely across the major domains nearby and even the surrounding ancient countries. As for your identity, Lord Qingfen pondered, your identity as a core royal must not be exposed. A core royal with an extremely rich fierce sun bloodline, if not hiding in the capital, would inevitably face assassination attempts from surrounding ancient countries, and even strong individuals at the level of heavenly venerate might take action. I will claim that you were a disciple I took many years ago, but have been cultivating outside, and I only brought you back recently after you stepped into the realm of the Great Lord. Lord Qingfen said. This explanation is quite reasonable. Lord Qingfen occasionally roams the Qingfen domain, and upon passing by the Yu family, noticed Lin Yuan's gifted aptitude, so he secretly accepted him as a disciple. As for the time discrepancy, Yu Yan is less than 500 years old. A great lord-level expert can undoubtedly open a small world and then accelerate the flow of time, with rules fluctuating similar to the outside world. In such a small world, many rules can be mirrored from the outside, and there are indeed some peculiar and perilous lands within the vast fierce sun ancient country where time flows quickly. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The main reason is that he has demonstrated great lord-level combat power. Even if Lord Qingfen tries to suppress it, the Purple Dream Domain would likely investigate Lin Yuan's identity. Under such circumstances, it's better to proactively craft an identity for Lin Yuan. Following this, Lord Qingfen gave a few more words of advice before getting up to leave. Inside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. The core royal family of the fierce sun ancient country, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It's said that beings whose bloodline concentration reaches the level of the core royal possess unrivaled combat power, with the potential to defeat great lords while in the Dominator realm. This is also the reason why Lord Qingfen concluded that Lin Yuan's fierce sun bloodline was extremely rich. Besides the core royal family, who else could wield great lord level power without having reached that realm? Is this the 13th level bloodline? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, quite amazed. A Dominator counter-slaying a great lord is akin to, in the Chaos Void, a Dominator standing alongside a Chaos Venerable. At least until now, Lin Yuan hadn't heard of such a thing happening, but in this source world there indeed seems to be evidence of such phenomenon. However, I am not a Dominator, Lin Yuan thought to himself. His true realm is the Path-Splitting realm. Path-Splitting counter-slaying a great lord, even with a 13th level bloodline, it would be impossible. As Qingfen City gradually settled down, information about Lin Yuan started circulating rapidly. Outside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan erupted with great lord-level power, instantly overwhelming and killing the infiltrating powers of the Purple Dream Domain, foiling the Purple Dream Domain's plans, and even shattered an incarnation of Marquis Purple Dream. The impact of this news on the various factions and families of the Qingfen domain was imaginable. Lord Qingfen's disciples were the first to receive this news, immediately feeling somewhat bewildered. Was their youngest junior disciple actually a great lord? Senior brother, is this true? A disciple immediately sought out senior brother Feng Wangxing for confirmation. Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes, Feng Wangxing nodded. Initially, he had his doubts, but after hearing Lord Qingfen's explanation, it all became clear to him. No wonder Lord Qingfen personally brought the youngest junior disciple back, as he had accepted him as a disciple many years ago. From now on, don't call me senior brother anymore. Feng Wangxing thought for a moment and immediately instructed. Among Lord Qingfen's disciples, power was respected. Even if they didn't know before, now that they knew Lin Yuan was a great lord, Feng Wangxing no longer dared to let others continue calling him senior brother. Chapter 1052, 9 Spirit Might King Seeking Monthly Tickets. Chapter 1052, Chapter 9, Spirit Might King Seeking Monthly Tickets, Yu Clan. Ever since Lin Yuan followed Lord Qingfen to the Domain City, the Yu Clan's days have been exceedingly comfortable. How could they not be? The great venerable Qingfen personally arrived to take Lin Yuan away. Such an honor. How many people in the Qingfen domain can claim the same? The domain city is far too vast, full of intrigue. I wonder if Yu Yan can adapt to life there. Yu Qiling sighed deeply, worried about his son. If one seeks great achievements, they must venture to greater places, Yu Chaolong said beside him. If he stays in the Yu clan, no matter how gifted Yu Yan is, his potential will be stifled. At best, he'll only reach the level of our elders in the future. By going to the domain city and staying close to Lord Qingfen, Yu Yan stands a great chance of ascending to the sovereign realm. Maybe even, Yu Chaolong stopped short of saying that Yu Yan might have a slim hope of touching the Great Lord realm. Under Lord Qingfen, disciples reaching the sovereign realm were not unheard of, but even then, they didn't seem to earn any special recognition from the Great Venerable himself. I'm just a little worried, Yu Qiling responded, worried that Yu Yan might be bullied in the domain city. After all, he's not strong enough yet. Bullied? Yu Chaolong fell silent for a moment. With Lord Qingfen's favor, on the surface, certainly no one would dare to harm Yu Yan. But in secret and even more insidious ways, who knows? The tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be felled. Lord Qingfen had shown such overt preference for Yu Yan. What must the other senior disciples be thinking? If it's a short duration, it may not matter. But over time, undeserved favor without strength to match could become more of a liability than a blessing. This, Yu Chaolong couldn't help but feel worried as well. Just then, from outside came the ripples of spatial distortion. A figure descended and rushed straight into the Yu clan's household. Patriarch, something major has happened in Domain City. Something major. This was one of the Yu clan's warriors, tasked with gathering intelligence from the outside world. Domain City? Something major? Yu Chaolong's heart tightened. His son was currently in Domain City. Could it have something to do with Yu Yan? Yu Qiling, standing beside him, clearly had the same thought, his expression equally tense. What major event happened in Domain City? A few Yu clan elders appeared, their faces grave. Young Master Yan, the warrior from the Yu clan paused, his expression tinged with disbelief, clearly shaken by the news he had received. What happened to Yu Yan? Yu Chaolong furrowed his brow tightly. Even if Yu Yan had caused some major trouble in Domain City, there was no reason to beat around the bush like this. Young Master Yan has become a great lord. The Yu clan warrior steadied himself, his voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, including the Yu clan elders, everyone fell into stunned silence. A great lord? Yu Yan? Are you spouting nonsense? Yu Chaolong immediately reacted. Patriarch, this is absolutely true. Lord Qingfen himself said so, the warrior promptly replied. When he first received the news, he had thought it was a hoax. But after multiple confirmations, especially regarding the calamities in Qingfen City caused by the Purple Dream domain, it became undeniably clear. Young Master Yan had indeed become a great lord. I'll go inquire further. The Yu clan elders exchanged glances and immediately reached out to their connections to verify the news from Domain City. Yu Chaolong did the same. After a short while, the elders of the Yu clan opened their eyes, their faces alight with excitement. In truth, even if they didn't inquire, soon enough many factions would proactively contact the Yu clan, eager to inform them and build favorable ties. A great Lord Yu Yan has indeed become a great lord. According to Lord Qingfen, he had discovered Yu Yan's exceptional talent and aptitude a long time ago when he happened to pass by the Yu clan. He then quietly accepted Yu Yan as his disciple. This was kept secret, though, until Yu Yan ascended to the rank of great lord. Lord Qingfen himself came personally to take him away. Who would have thought? Yu Yan actually ascended to the rank of great lord within the Yu clan. Such hidden brilliance, how could I, an elder, not have noticed? And that Dongyang family, they dared to attempt to assassinate Yu Yan? To assassinate a great lord? Ha ha ha. It's fortunate Yu Yan didn't even bother to retaliate at the time. The Yu clan elders were beside themselves with emotion, their excitement uncontainable. They had no reason to doubt the narrative. After all, without Lord Qingfen's covert guidance and cultivation, how could Lin Yuan possibly ascend to the Great Lord realm? My son, he's ascended to the Great Lord realm? Yu Chaolong too was overwhelmed with shock. He had expected Yu Yan to perhaps, after countless years of struggle, barely touch the threshold of the Great Lord realm, yet now it had already happened? Yu Qiling was equally thrilled. At the very least, as a great lord, there wouldn't be anyone in the entire Domain City who would dare bully him. Many factions are already preparing to visit our Yu clan, one of the elders remarked. Their purpose, of course, was to pay homage to the newly ascended great lord, Yu Yan. Elder, I believe our most urgent task for now, Yu Chaolong interjected, is to reform the atmosphere within our Yu clan. Originally, when Lin Yuan was taken to Domain City by Lord Qingfen, the Yu clan had risen to the ranks of the top-tier families, and Yu Chaolong had begun to sense that some members of the clan were growing increasingly arrogant and reckless. Yu Chaolong had already intended to deal with this sooner or later, but now, with news of Yu Yan's ascension to Great Lord, he decided it couldn't wait any longer. If left unchecked, certain members of the Yu clan might exploit Lin Yuan's reputation to commit all sorts of misdeeds and troubles. Yu Chaolong was acutely self-aware. While he couldn't offer much to help Lin Yuan, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to drag Lin Yuan down. Naturally, the Yu clan elders nodded in agreement without hesitation. An arrogant and unrestrained clan was certainly not a good thing. Qingfen City, Sky-Burning Court. Lin Yuan and Lord Qingfen sat facing each other. So, this Purple Dream Domain, this was their scheme all along. Lord Qingfen looked at the Myriad Formation Crystal in Lin Yuan's hand, a flicker of dread flashing across his face. Chapter 1053, 9 Spirit Might King Seeking Monthly Tickets. 2. Chapter 1053, Chapter 9, Spirit Might King Seeking Monthly Tickets. 2. On the surface, Marquis Purple Dream expended a portion of his true body's origin source to hold off Lord Qingfen, while unleashing hundreds of peak Dominator-level puppets to throw Qingfen City into chaos. In secret, he commanded his disciples to wield the Myriad Formation Crystal to replicate the city's numerous grand formations. Afterward, even if Lord Qingfen sensed something amiss, it would be too late. As long as the replicated heart of Myriad Formation that mirrored the city's defenses fell into Marquis Purple Dream's hands, the defensive formations of Qingfen City would be rendered useless. The consequences of such an outcome were unimaginable. Marquis Purple Dream would only need to gather several great lords to easily breach Qingfen City, and at that point, the entire Qingfen domain would be doomed. I suppose I was just lucky, Lin Yuan said. Upon seeing the Myriad Formation Crystal in the hands of the purple-haired woman, Lin Yuan gained a rough understanding of their plan. Fortunately, you were here, Lord Qingfen said, his tone laced with relief. If not for Lin Yuan, the purple-haired woman and her group might have left Qingfen City smoothly with the Myriad Formation Crystal. If that had happened, how could he be sitting here so peacefully now? Then again, Lord Qingfen wasn't entirely sure about Marquis Purple Dream's real scheme. Even with some suspicions, he couldn't ascertain it. This time, that Purple Dream has suffered a significant loss. I suspect this Myriad Formation Crystal was granted by the higher-ups of the ancient country. She's bound to face severe punishment for losing it. No wonder her face turned pale when I escaped the dream she had woven, Lord Qingfen said with a smirk on his face. In hindsight, Marquis Purple Dream had indeed lost both her troops and the figurative bride in this failed operation. How valuable is this Myriad Formation Crystal exactly? Lin Yuan asked as he stroked the crystal stone in his hand. Though the crystal carried immense strategic significance for large-scale forces, it held little personal meaning for Lin Yuan. As for the essence of the grand formations contained inside, Lin Yuan had already comprehended it over the time he'd held the crystal. Simply put, Lin Yuan had fully grasped the essence of this Myriad Formation Crystal and could replicate the formations within at will. He himself could now be considered the equivalent of a Myriad Formation Crystal. You intend to sell this Myriad Formation Crystal? Lord Qingfen asked, slightly surprised while looking at Lin Yuan. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Currently, the resources needed for his cultivation and advancement were massive, and relying solely on Lord Qingfen for support felt a bit unreasonable. Besides, Lord Qingfen wouldn't be able to sustain it for very long. While the fierce Sun Divine Body possessed the ability to burn and devour external items as cultivation resources, the repercussions of excessive reliance on this ability were monumental. Occasional use might not cause significant problems, but making it a consistent practice could draw the attention of truly powerful figures from the fierce Sun ancient country. The Myriad Formation Crystal has substantial value and will be easy to sell. Lord Qingfen contemplated for a moment before saying, "Leave this matter to me. I'll contact buyers who have a genuine need for the Myriad Formation Crystal." As a renowned peak-level Great Lord, Lord Qingfen naturally had many connections. With Lord Qingfen handling the negotiations, the crystal could be sold at the highest possible price. If Lin Yuan were to sell it on his own, he'd risk falling into traps. After finalizing the details for selling the Myriad Formation Crystal, Lin Yuan and Lord Qingfen shifted their discussion to the Purple Dream domain. Marquis Purple Dream is unlikely to let this go, Lin Yuan said. From the strategies to stall Lord Qingfen to the attempt to replicate Qingfen City's grand formations using the Myriad Formation Crystal, each step revealed Marquis Purple Dream's unrelenting ambition for Qingfen City and the Qingfen domain. Would Purple Dream Marquis truly retreat after such a failure? Furthermore, the assault on Qingfen City might not solely be Marquis Purple Dream's initiative. The Myriad Formation Crystal was likely bestowed by the higher-ups of their ancient country, and the true mastermind behind the move on Qingfen City could be one of those high-ranking figures. I am well aware, Lord Qingfen nodded. With his strategic thinking, he had naturally deduced several possibilities. I'll take my leave now. A few of my friends have already expressed considerable interest in the Myriad Formation Crystal. Lord Qingfen stood up and departed. Lord Qingfen disappeared. The sky-burning court fell silent once more. Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered before he stopped ruminating further. Considering Lord Qingfen's knowledge of the Purple Dream Domain and its affiliated ancient country, Lin Yuan trusted him to handle the situation appropriately. As for the next steps against the Purple Dream Domain, Lord Qingfen would provide guidance. Lin Yuan's priority was to continue cultivating and strengthening himself. No matter the circumstances or location, enhancing one's strength was always the correct course of action. The philosophy of strength reigning supreme was universal across any realm or world. The number of fiery sun seeds I've condensed now exceeds 31,000, yet continuing to condense more is growing increasingly difficult. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. In truth, after reaching 30,000 fiery sun seeds, the difficulty in condensing each additional seed had increased by tens of times. Upon reaching 31,000 seeds, it had surged by another order of magnitude. At my current pace, it will likely take 600 to 700 years to condense 33,3333 fiery sun seeds, Lin Yuan estimated inwardly. This calculation assumed that each subsequent fiery sun seed would be significantly harder to condense than the last. It seems I'm still far behind those core royalty of the ancient countries. Lin Yuan increasingly felt the arduous challenges of cultivation, particularly in regards to condensing fiery sun seeds. He couldn't help but envy those core royal bloodlines who could effortlessly condense fiery sun seeds even while asleep. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that even the core royal bloodlines with the purest of fierce sun ancient country lineage found the process of condensing fiery sun seeds far from easy. Especially beyond 20,000 seeds, their efforts were similarly grueling and slow. Bloodline advantages? Fierce sun radiance? At most, these could only marginally facilitate the condensation of fiery sun seeds. Even for the elite among ancient country royalty, surpassing the milestone of 30,000 fiery sun seeds meant that condensing each additional seed demanded thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Chapter 154, 9 Spirit Might King, Seeking Monthly Tickets. 3. Chapter 1054, Chapter 9, Spirit Might King. Seeking Monthly Tickets. 3. Even sleeping? They were condensing? It was normal for a single sleep to span 10,000, 100,000, or even millions of years. Take it slow. I'm not in any hurry. Lin Yuan withdrew his thoughts. In this Feng Yuan world, he was not constrained by any lifespan limit. As far as cultivation was concerned, there was no need to rush. Steady progress was sufficient. Besides the seed of the fierce sun, my seventh physical body divine ability, Lin Yuan carefully sensed the depths of his physical body's bloodline. Threads of primordial power were intertwining and tempering. The physical body divine ability I'm condensing now is probably related to the ancestor of fierce sun. Could it perhaps be one of the innate gifts of this 13th level time being? Lin Yuan speculated silently. Within the fierce sun ancient country, all beings capable of condensing the seed of the fierce sun carried the bloodline of the ancestor of fierce sun, albeit extraordinarily diluted. Yet no matter how diluted it was, as long as it existed, it could be drawn out and condensed through the martial arts evolution road. Purple Dream Domain. Deep within the domain city, a grand and majestic hall stood. The Marquis Purple Dream, dressed in flowing violet robes, stood there silently. As time passed, one figure after another descended, appearing within the hall. These figures were clearly avatars of sorts, but for them to stand on equal footing with the Marquis Purple Dream, they were undoubtedly Great Lord-level powerhouses. Purple Dream, not only have you failed in your schemes, but you also lost the Myriad Formation crystal bestowed by His Highness? A low, deep voice sounded, and all the other figures immediately turned their gazes to the Marquis Purple Dream. I will personally explain this matter to His Highness. The Marquis Purple Dream fell silent for a moment, then continued. However, within Qingfen City hides another great lord, secretly trained as a disciple by Lord Qingfen, a piece of intelligence I was unaware of. If she had known earlier that a great lord was concealed within Qingfen City, her plans would have been vastly different. At the very least, among the infiltrators sent into the city, one would have included a great lord-level powerhouse. Failure is failure, what's the point of explaining? Another figure spoke coldly, glaring at the Marquis Purple Dream. Enough. Stop arguing. At that moment, another figure spoke. His Highness has arrived. Upon hearing those words, all the figures within the grand hall instantly fell silent, standing quietly in their places. In just a moment, a vast consciousness descended, coalescing into a tall and imposing figure within the hall. Greetings, Your Highness. All the figures bowed slightly toward the tall silhouette. The towering figure, known as the Spirit Might King, swept his gaze around. He was a king-level powerhouse. In the many ancient countries of the Feng Yuan world, there were only two paths to being conferred the title of king. One was to step into the heavenly venerable realm and then receive the ancient country's decree of investiture. This was the most typical path for the many king-level powerhouses across the ancient nations. The other was to ascend to kingship through imperial lineage. The royal bloodline carried the essence of the ancient country's progenitor. To become a king through imperial lineage required a bloodline concentration nearly at the core of the royal hierarchy. Additionally, one had to reach the Great Lord level in cultivation. A Great Lord level powerhouse with a close-to-core royal bloodline might not quite match the strength of a heavenly venerati, but would not lag far behind, thereby qualifying them for kingship. This Spirit Might King had ascended through the second pathway, carrying a potent bloodline of the ancestral progenitor. Speak. How are we to take the Qingfen domain now? Spirit Mike King glanced at the group, his gaze lingering momentarily on the Marquis Purple Dream before speaking lazily. He already understood what had transpired regarding Qingfen City and knew it was not entirely the Marquis Purple Dream's fault. Who would have anticipated that Qingfen City harbored a hidden Great Lord? In fact, prior to initiating their plan, the Marquis Purple Dream had already simulated such a scenario, tracking the movements of Lord Qingfen's Great Lord-level allies and the region's other Great Lords from dozens of nearby domains. This was to ensure that her strategy would not coincide with a visit from one of Lord Qingfen's Great Lord-level allies. Yet ultimately, who could foresee that Lord Qingfen had secretly nurtured a Great Lord disciple? A Great Lord-level entity, concealed for so long? Truly, Lord Qingfen had exceptional patience. Your Highness, now that Lord Qingfen is on alert, seizing Qingfen City at the minimal cost will be exceedingly difficult. A figure spoke softly. This was indeed the truth. If the plan had gone smoothly, the Marquis Purple Dream would have replicated all of Qingfen City's formations. Then, with Spirit Mike King stepping forward to request assistance from the ancient country's array master, they could have completely taken control of the inner and outer formations of Qingfen City in the shortest time possible. Afterward, the gathered Great Lord-level entities could infiltrate Qingfen City without detection and strike with overwhelming force. At that point, even if Lord Qingfen escaped alive, he would be fleeing in disarray, while Qingfen City along with the Qingfen domain would inevitably fall. But now, the possibility of taking Qingfen City at minimal cost had been virtually eliminated. After this encounter, Lord Qingfen would undoubtedly report the matter to the higher-ups of the Fierce Sun ancient country. It was even probable that, at this moment, Qingfen City already harbored powerful individuals from the nation's capital. Now, even if Qingfen City's formations were laid bare, nobody would dare step inside. Since taking it at minimal cost is no longer possible, then we proceed with a standard assault. Spirit Mike King spoke in an indifferent tone. Having just ascended to kingship, and as someone who had attained it through the Great Lord level, his prestige and strength still lacked recognition. He urgently needed a war to solidify his standing. In all the ancient nations, to beings below the Great Lord and Heavenly Venerate levels, the royal bloodline was exalted and inviolable. But in the eyes of Great Lords and Heavenly Venerates, the so-called royal bloodline was simply seen as a matter of luck, slightly more concentrated ancestral bloodline, nothing more. They all carried the progenitor's essence in their veins. Even if your bloodline was purer, without strength or renown, why would anyone obey you? This was especially true of Heavenly Venerable level powerhouses. Their strength had already reached unparalleled heights. Even the core royal members of Great Lord level could only barely compare to them in power. Heavenly Venerate level figures generally paid little heed to the ancient royal family. Their willingness to accept royal decrees of investiture was purely out of respect for the progenitor of the ancient nation. A standard assault? The faces of the Marquis Purple Dream and the other Great Lord-level figures changed slightly. This meant that a war between the two ancient nations was inevitable. Of course, it would only be a localized war, likely confined to several domains or at most dozens. Chapter 1055, 10I of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. Chapter 1055, Chapter 10, I of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. I've just been crowned king. Logically, I should proceed cautiously, but there isn't enough time. Spirit Mike King thought to himself, in just 1,000,000 years, Father will abdicate. By then, the new emperor will be chosen from the ranks of the royal kings. Self-Dao realm experts generally have no issues with lifespan limitations, and anyone who becomes an emperor of an ancient country, no matter how unimpressive their strength may seem, would surely far exceed the Self-Dao realm. Therefore, in the source world, emperors of the ancient countries can serve no more than 300 million years. Once they surpass 300 million years, they must step down, and the next emperor will be selected from among the emperor candidates. I have no reputation, no power, and only 1,000,000 years to position myself as an emperor candidate. It's simply impossible. Spirit Mike King had always harbored an ambition to become the emperor of an ancient country. An ancient country's emperor wields the supreme treasure bestowed by the progenitor, which yields great benefits for personal cultivation and further refining one's bloodline. Heavenly Venerate level powerhouses may dismiss the royal family, but they absolutely dare not underestimate the emperor of an ancient country, who is nearly equivalent to the progenitor's spokesperson within the nation. If I lack reputation, then I'll build it. The simplest way is to expand the ancient country's territories. Spirit Mike King's gaze became profound as he set his sights on Qingfen City, a region within the Qingfen domain, a domain he had schemed over for many years. As long as Qingfen domain falls into his hands, it would quickly lead to sweeping influence across dozens, if not hundreds, of surrounding domains in a short time span. By then, conquering dozens or 100 domains for the ancient country would make him a strong contender for emperor, even if his qualifications were initially lacking. Your Highness plans to launch a war? Marquis Purple Dream cautiously asked. What's the matter? Spirit Mike King glanced at Marquis Purple Dream. Nothing. It's just that war requires a great deal of preparation time, Marquis Purple Dream said. If they stuck to their initial plan, Qingfen City could be taken within half a day or even less. However, war comes with logistical challenges and preparation. The opposing side will also have time to prepare, leading to numerous clashes. No matter how efficient they are, it would still take hundreds of years from preparation to the actual outbreak of war. Then, go prepare immediately. Spirit Might King frowned, then looked toward the other figures standing around him. For this war, I want all of you ready to act at any time. Understood. The assembled figures responded at once. As a royal king, Spirit Might King had the authority to initiate war. Of course, possessing the authority to wage war is one thing. If the war is lost and the ancient country suffers heavy losses, Spirit Might King would bear full responsibility. Conversely, if the war is won, Spirit Might King would reap enormous rewards. Even so, initiating war was not something any royal king undertook lightly. The risks were too high, and even among ancient countries, victory was by no means guaranteed. Spirit Might King, driven by his eagerness to elevate his own reputation, was taking a calculated risk. Qingfen City. Lin Yuan was cultivating within the sky-burning court. At that moment, Yu Yan, come out for a moment. Lord Qingfen's voice called out. Lin Yuan responded immediately, leaving the sky-burning court and heading to the city lord's mansion. This was also where Lord Qingfen usually cultivated. At this moment, there were two figures within the mansion engaged in pleasant conversation. The figure on the left was Lord Qingfen, while the one on the right was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's aura was restrained, making him seem like an average person. Yet his eyes were tranquil and warm, as though they contained the expanse of worlds. Seated there, he emanated an invisible, boundless vitality from the surrounding space, making others instinctively want to draw closer. Great Venerate Hongyi? Lin Yuan instantly recognized the middle-aged man upon seeing him. Within Sky-Burning Court's vast collection of ancient texts and inheritances, one particular miscellany detailed information about all great lords and heavenly Venerate level experts across Fierce Sun ancient country and the neighboring ancient countries. Among them, Great Venerate Hongye was particularly renowned. Great Venerate Hongye was not appointed as a marquis by any ancient country. He disliked being bound by restrictions and therefore had not accepted an official title. In terms of strength, Great Venerate Hongye surpassed Lord Qingfen, having comprehended both the Chaos Flame and Chaos Life paths. Using the Chaos Rule as the foundation to evolve countless paths, this was the road that many great lords in the Source World aimed to traverse. Yu Yan, Brother Hongye, is quite interested in your Myriad Formation Crystal. Lord Qingfen spoke up. Great Venerate Hongye. Lin Yuan immediately greeted him. He quietly observed the Great Lord, sensing the dual energies coursing through Hongye's being, one of blazing heat and one of life. To use Chaos Life as fuel for igniting Chaos Flame. Indeed, Great Venerate Hongye's strength is fearsome, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although he could barely muster Great Lord-level combat power through layers of accumulated resources and techniques, in terms of rule comprehension, he was still not at the level of these truly powerful Great Lords. Moreover, Great Venerate Hongyi's strength was already at the peak of the Great Lord realm, nearly approaching the Heavenly Venerate level. Lord Yu Yan. Great Venerate Hongyi spoke in a gentle tone, while also observing this newly risen Great Lord. Great Venerate Hongyi was slightly startled internally. He couldn't sense any Chaos Rule evolution fluctuations from Lin Yuan, which was reasonable since such effects could be concealed. However, Great Venerate Hongye faintly perceived the terrifying depth of Lin Yuan's physical body. What an extraordinary body, a fierce sun-divine body of remarkably high quality, and it seems to contain some profound foundation. An immeasurable root of weight? Great Venerate Hongyi wondered silently. Given his realm, he naturally couldn't see into the depths of Lin Yuan's physical body, let alone glimpse the universe within it. But he felt the weightiness emanating from Lin Yuan, seemingly exceeding the vastness of the world itself. Chapter 1056, 10I of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. To Chapter 1056, Chapter 10, Eye of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. 2. Although he is a newly ascended Great Venerate, with such a solid foundation, reaching the peak of the Great Venerate level in the future shouldn't pose much of a problem. Great Venerate Hongyi pondered silently. At the same time, he glanced at Lord Qingfen. He had known Lord Qingfen for many years, but he had never expected that this old friend would be so skillful in cultivating disciples. Great Venerate Hongye was well aware that being skilled in one's own cultivation and in teaching others to cultivate were two entirely different things. The three powerful Great Venerates exchanged some pleasantries before sitting down one after another. Great Venerate Hongye, this is the Myriad Formation Crystal. With a flip of his hand, Lin Yuan brought out the crystalline Myriad Formation Crystal. At this moment, all the formations contained within the Myriad Formation Crystal had been erased by Lin Yuan. This was done to maintain the confidentiality of the formations within Qingfen City. Great Venerate Hongyi's eyes lit up as he gazed at the Myriad Formation Crystal for a while before slightly nodding. It is indeed the Myriad Formation Crystal. Currently, he had reached bottlenecks in both the Chaos Flame and Chaos Life Dao paths. He intended to explore other pathways to see if they could provide any insights for his progress. Among all formation-related treasures, the Myriad Formation Crystal was acclaimed as the source of formations, the culmination of the painstaking efforts of an array master. Even though the formations it once held had been erased, the Myriad Formation Crystal itself was an astonishingly intricate formation. This is for you. In return, Great Venerate Hongye also produced a storage bracelet filled with the cultivation resources Lin Yuan had requested. Lin Yuan accepted the bracelet, gave it a quick inspection, and then put it away. Great Venerate Hongye, this Myriad Formation Crystal was not obtained through conventional means. Lin Yuan exchanged glances with Lord Qingfen before speaking. Up to this point, outsiders only knew that the Purple Dream Domain had intended to stir chaos in Qingfen City, but the specific details, including the price the Purple Dream Domain paid, had not spread widely. Lord Qingfen and Lin Yuan had not publicized this matter, and as for the Purple Dream Domain, losing the Myriad Formation Crystal was hardly something they would advertise. Nevertheless, the fact that the Myriad Formation Crystal had come from the Purple Dream Domain and was likely tied to the high levels of their ancient country needed to be disclosed to Great Venerate Hongye. How exactly was it obtained? Upon hearing this, Great Venerate Hongye became intrigued. Lin Yuan then briefly recounted the events. Ha ha ha, Qingfen, there's no need to trouble yourself over such trivial matters. Great Venerate Hongye chuckled softly upon hearing the explanation. He, Hongye, was unrestrained and without attachment, not bound by any ancient country decrees. It didn't matter to him where the Myriad Formation Crystal came from. Once it was in his hands, it was his. As long as the Great Venerate doesn't mind. Lin Yuan nodded. Some Great Venerates disliked unnecessary trouble, but Great Venerate Hongye seemed not to be one of them. Next, Lin Yuan successfully completed the transaction with Great Venerate Hongye. Qingfen, you must have expended a great deal of effort to train such a disciple, Great Venerate Hongye said, transmitting a private message to Lord Qingfen before departing. A great deal of effort? Lord Qingfen suddenly felt a little guilty. In truth, aside from providing resources, he hadn't contributed much at all. It seems I should also find a disciple to inherit my teachings. Great Venerate Hongye sighed with a vague sense of emotion. Lin Yuan, having completed the transaction, returned to the sky-burning court. These resources are enough to sustain my cultivation for a long time. Lin Yuan scanned the vast amount of resources contained within the storage bracelet. To obtain the Myriad Formation Crystal, Great Venerate Hongye had truly been generous. Though Lin Yuan was only at the path-splitting realm, his consumption of resources far exceeded that of others at the same level. The stronger one was, the greater the energy required to sustain their power. It was an unchanging rule. Next, I will seclude myself until I step into the Mastery Domain. Lin Yuan withdrew his wandering thoughts. After witnessing the might of someone like Great Venerate Hongye, he couldn't help but feel a heavy sense of pressure. Though his own strength had already reached the threshold of a Great Venerate, he was still far from comparable to a peak Great Venerate, such as Great Venerate Hongye. Mastery Domain. With my current capabilities, once I step into the Mastery Domain, I shouldn't be far off from equaling Great Venerate Hongye. A confidence swelled within Lin Yuan. If he could advance to the Chaos Realm and fully master his numerous legacies, he might even rival the heavenly venerate Great Saints, Chaos Void, Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, the fractured world of star tiers. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan watched as every detail of the world unfolded before his eyes. I've now refined 99 branches of martial Tao, each capable of reaching the 12th layer, with a select few even holding the potential to step into the Mastery or Chaos realms. Lin Yuan contemplated silently. Up to this point, the 9 strongest branches of martial Tao had been entrusted to 9 supreme figures of human civilization to cultivate. As for the remaining 90 branches, they had already begun spreading among the countless citizens of human civilization. The 99 branches of martial Tao encompassed nearly all directions, enough to be utilized by human civilization for an extended period. Spreading the Dao, Lin Yuan's eyes closed slightly. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to sense another dimensional space, filled with an endless array of glowing points. Every glow represented a martial Dao cultivator. It's not enough, not nearly enough, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As his strength and realm advanced, he increasingly realized that the so-called path of cultivation, the so-called path of evolution, was, at its essence, a journey through darkness. For those who came after, the road paved by their predecessors provided guidance. But what about those predecessors who first set out to blaze a trail? They had no clear direction, no predetermined path of correctness. Everything they did was groping through the darkness, risking getting lost at any moment. During such times, finding one's anchor became immensely critical, and for Lin Yuan, the countless martial Tao cultivators served as an anchor that transcended time and even life and death. Chapter 1057, 10, Eye of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution, Road, please subscribe. Third Chapter 1057, Chapter 10, Eye of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution, Road, please subscribe. 3. The path of martial arts evolution, if only circulated within human civilization, is still too slow. Lin Yuan thought to himself, how many citizens does all of human civilization have, really? Even if everyone practiced martial arts, it would still be difficult to form an anchor solid enough to stabilize a life form of Lin Yuan's magnitude. 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Lin Yuan thought of that mysterious organization, spreading across countless chaos continents and even spanning various void domains. With the influence of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, it would be much easier to disseminate the path of martial arts evolution. I need to visit 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan made up his mind. 10,000 Paths Pavilion not only sells various evolution paths, but also collects them. Buzz. Within the fragment world of star tiers, Lin Yuan condensed a projection of himself, descending toward the ancient Ming Chaos continent below. 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Lin Yuan headed straight to the front of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, gazing at the exquisite and magnificent pavilion before him. Remarkable. Lin Yuan carefully observed 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Each time he viewed it, he had a different experience. After stepping into the 12th layer, crossing the threshold of life's essence, he further sensed the terrifying nature of 10,000 Paths Pavilion. From the records left behind by the lineage of profound Shuanghuang, 10,000 Paths Pavilion was described as something that should never be provoked unless absolutely necessary. Even Xuanhuang, the peerless great saint of that caliber, deeply feared 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Of course, any living being, so long as they adhere to the rules established by 10,000 Paths Pavilion, would generally not face any problem, which was the reason Lin Yuan dared to come. The influence of 10,000 Paths Pavilion was terrifying, but its essence was simply that of a trading hub, valuing fairness above all. Sigh. Lin Yuan stepped directly into 10,000 Paths Pavilion. At the moment, the interior of 10,000 Paths Pavilion was bustling with activity. Numerous 12th layer beings were coming and going. 12th layer beings entered 10,000 Paths Pavilion, partly to search for a suitable cultivation path for their descendants and offspring, and partly to seek a replacement path for themselves. Many 12th layer beings were stuck at bottlenecks, unable to advance for countless cosmic eras. The main reason often lay in their current path not being perfectly compatible with them. Their understanding of laws, physical form, and soul all had reached the thresholds for breakthrough. Yet, they still could not step into the next level, or each attempted breakthrough had ended in failure. It was time to consider whether the evolution path itself was the issue. If they could find a more suitable path, while it might involve the risk of shattering the Dao, it also held the hope of progressing further. Rustle. Lin Yuan continued to walk deeper inside. The sky and earth seemed to transform, and he quickly reached an independent space where countless runes hovered faintly around the void. Please select a purpose. 1. Purchase an evolution path. 2. Sell an evolution path. 3. Other. An utterly emotionless voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Straightforward. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Sell an evolution path. Lin Yuan chose the second option. Soon. The emotionless voice repeated, place the evolution path you wish to sell onto the platform. Before Lin Yuan lay a platform entirely constructed of black stone. Lin Yuan pondered briefly, then flicked his hand to produce a jade scroll. It contained the records of a specific branch of the martial arts evolution path. This evolution path, named the Life and Death Martial Dao, was one that Lin Yuan had meticulously refined. Unlike the branch tailored specifically for human civilization, it was nearly universally applicable to any life form possessing flesh and blood. Buzz. The jade scroll floated above the black stone platform, deep within 10,000 Paths Pavilion's inner space. An elderly Taoist holding a wine gourd was dozing off. At that moment, the elder seemed to awaken abruptly, mumbling, another evolution path with the potential to reach the realm of dominion requires my confirmation. As the pavilion master of this branch of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the elder rarely handled routine matters. Only when collecting evolution paths, especially those reaching certain thresholds, was a secondary confirmation necessary. Collecting evolution paths required 10,000 Paths Pavilion to expend chaos stones, so repeated verification was naturally essential. Let me take a look. The elder stretched lazily and murmured, this evolution path, named Life and Death Martial Dao. It utilizes the forces of life and death to refine both the physical body and the soul. The more the elder examined the path, the more intrigued he became. He faintly sensed that this evolution path seemed to hold potential far beyond the boundaries of the realm of dominion. It lacks the ultimate foundational traits of the 12th layer. The elder roughly analyzed the path and deliberated inwardly. I'm somewhat unsure, the elder furrowed slightly in confusion. He could discern that the path's details were exceedingly refined. Logically, it shouldn't be limited to mere dominion potential. Could it be a Chaos Realm evolution path? He speculated in his heart. No, if it involves the Chaos Realm, I'd better consult the Eye of Myriad Laws for verification. The Eye of Myriad Laws governs the operations of all branches of 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Each pavilion has the ability to summon a projection of it. The main 10,000 Paths Tower resides in the most enigmatic part of the Chaos Void, rumored to have been created by the Eye of Myriad Laws. Xuan Huang once made various conjectures about the Eye of Myriad Laws, ultimately hypothesizing that it might be an ancient relic left by a 13th-layer temporal life form. Universal laws and paths extending everywhere. The Elder, still holding the wine gourd, stood up and entered an octagonal hall, activating the floating runes in the void around him, within moments. A vortex gradually appeared before the Elder, from which a colossal eye was faintly projected. The Eye of Myriad Laws. The Elder adopted a respectful demeanor. The immense eye, its iris golden, towered above the Elder. This is the evolution path. The Elder wasted no words, immediately presenting the life and death martial Dao and placing it before him. The Eye of Myriad Laws turned its golden iris slightly, fixing its gaze on the life and death martial Dao. In an instant, deep within the colossal pupil of the Eye of Myriad Laws, the threads of time faintly extended, forming a trajectory of the life and death martial Dao. This trajectory stretched continuously forward, ultimately piercing through the infinite depths of chaos. This evolution path? The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to perceive something, and its immense pupil subtly contracted. Chapter 1058, 11 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Chapter 1058, Chapter 11, Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Within the immense pupil of the Eye of Myriad Laws, countless martial Tao cultivation pathways rooted in life and death extended and spread rapidly. The force driving the life and death martial Tao to stretch and spread in various directions is the power of time. As the foundation of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the Eye of Myriad Laws can observe the futures of each evolution pathway, located across multiple timelines. Although it cannot encompass all timelines, it is more than sufficient to judge the potential of an evolution pathway. A new evolution pathway, especially one without an ultimate existence. Who dares to predict how far it can eventually go? No matter how experienced a powerful individual might be, without personally cultivating a path, any judgment is mere speculation. The Eye of Myriad Laws dares, because it can glimpse the potential of a pathway through the futures of countless timelines. This evolution pathway barely has the potential to step into the Chaos Realm level, but I vaguely feel the Eye of Myriad Laws continued observing the many futures of the life and death martial Tao. In a small number of timelines, Chaos Realm level powerhouses emerged. Something isn't right. This evolution pathway resembles more of a branch stemming from a main path. The Eye of Myriad Laws finally confirmed its assumption. In the Chaos Void, countless vast void domains exist. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion has cataloged an untold number of evolution pathways, naturally aware that some high-potential paths can give rise to branch evolution pathways. This doesn't mean that pathways capable of spawning branches are always superior to those that cannot, but the former undoubtedly possess higher potential. Interesting. The seller wants to leverage the influence of my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to disseminate his evolution pathway. The Eye of Myriad Laws contemplated. Having seen and experienced too much, it could discern the essence of most matters at a glance. Still, an evolution pathway capable of birthing branches does qualify for such an approach. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded slightly. A pathway capable of spawning branches generally holds enough potential to reach the Great Saint level. Venerable Master of Myriad Laws, what do you think of this evolution pathway? The old man carrying a wine gourd tentatively inquired. He had summoned a projection of the Eye of Myriad Laws precisely because he was uncertain whether the life and death martial Tao was a Dominator-level pathway or a Chaos Realm pathway. After all, the difference between the two is immense. It can be considered a Chaos Realm evolution pathway. The life and death martial Tao across the countless timelines within the pupil of the Eye of Myriad Laws dissipated. A Chaos Realm evolution pathway, the old man nodded. This aligned with his own intuition. I'll let him know. Just as the old man carrying the wine gourd was about to reply to Lin Yuan, the Eye of Myriad Laws, condensed from the vortex of the void, did not dissipate. Instead, it spoke, I want to meet the seller in person. You wish to meet the seller in person, Venerable Master? The old man froze. The Eye of Myriad Laws was the true controller of the 10,000 Paths Tower. Typically, a projection of the eye was only summoned to assess uncertain evolution pathways. Meeting sellers in person? Extremely rare. Given the exalted status of the Eye of Myriad Laws, it usually disdained personal encounters with sellers. Yes, the old man's thoughts raced and he quickly nodded. Isolated space. Lin Yuan stood quietly on a platform of black stone, waiting for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's response. The credibility of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion is beyond question. They won't take my evolution pathway without settling accounts, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In truth, even if the pavilion were to act unscrupulously, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind. After all, his purpose in coming here was to disseminate the branch pathway of the martial arts evolution road. If the pavilion secretly seized the life and death martial Dao evolution pathway to propagate it, it would actually serve Lin Yuan's intentions. Nonetheless, the chances of that happening were slim. Across countless cosmic eras, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion had adhered strictly to fair trade principles. Otherwise, it wouldn't have wielded such massive influence. Relying solely on the strength of its powerhouses, at most, that could instill fear and intimidation. But the 10,000 Paths Pavilion commanded the reverence of countless lives. Even Xuan Huang and the Moyu Tower Master hadn't uncovered any dark secrets, reinforcing its reliability. As Lin Yuan waited silently, the world suddenly shifted. Lin Yuan was transported directly to another dimensional space. Where is this? Lin Yuan's expression changed as mysterious runes floated in the surrounding void, rotating slowly. Here, he felt entirely severed from the outside world. Even his connection to his true form had been forcibly weakened to some extent. Do not be alarmed, a voice emanated. Lin Yuan looked over only to see an old man carrying a wine gourd gazing at him. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, Lin Yuan recognized the old man. Among the most untouchable powerhouses of the ancient Ming Chaos continent, this figure was listed. And that? Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the old man's side, where a phantom vortex hovered, containing a colossal golden eye that was scrutinizing him. The Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan's heart jolted. What little was known externally about this ultimate controller of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was minimal, though both Xuan Huang and the Moyu Tower Master were fully aware and had specifically left warnings. It seems you recognize me? The Eye of Myriad Laws regarded Lin Yuan, its tone calm. I have seen the Eye of Myriad Laws. Even Xuan Huang and the Moyu Tower Master would bow respectfully when facing the Eye of Myriad Laws. Naturally, Lin Yuan wouldn't dare act presumptuously. Indeed, an evolution pathway capable of creating branches must come from no insignificant origins. It's only natural you'd know of me. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued gazing at Lin Yuan, speaking to itself. Its fame might be slightly unfamiliar to path-splitting realm and dominator-level powerhouses, but to those at the Chaos Realm level, Chaos Great Saints and Absolute Great Saints, Chapter 1059, 11 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, seeking monthly tickets, so Chapter 1059, Chapter 11, Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, seeking monthly tickets. 2. The stronger the power, the higher the realm, and the more it inspires reverence. Lin Yuan felt waves surging in his heart upon hearing this. An evolutionary path that opens branch routes? The Eye of Myriad Laws knows that the life and death martial Dao is a branch route pioneered from the martial arts evolution road. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated as he quickly came to terms with it. According to Xuan Huang's speculation, the Eye of Myriad Laws is related to the 13th layer of temporal beings and possesses the ability to see through all myriad laws and paths. It's not surprising that it knows the true essence of the life and death martial Dao. Do you wish to use my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to propagate your evolutionary path? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke directly. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded and admitted. In the eyes of an ancient entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws, there was no need to conceal anything. Throughout countless cosmic eras, countless chaos cycles, there have indeed been many lives like you who wished to leverage my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to spread their evolutionary paths. Many of them have now cultivated to the peak of the Chaos Realm. The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke. Peak of the Chaos Realm? Lin Yuan was deeply shocked. The peak of the Chaos Realm signifies the status of a Chaos Great Saint. As for a peerless Great Saint, essentially, they too have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, except their combat prowess far surpasses that of a Chaos Great Saint. So far, Lin Yuan had encountered only 2 individuals at the peak of the Chaos Realm, the Master of the Magic Jade Tower and Xuan Huang. These 2 were not merely at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, but were peerless Great Saints who transcended even Chaos Great Saints. Even entities as mighty as Chaos Venerables could only flee desperately in front of the peak Chaos Realm beings. Additionally, the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint were also at the peak of the Chaos Realm. However, Lin Yuan had not personally interacted with these 2 Great Saints, merely suffering the aftermath of their violent clashes. Of course, some are trapped in time loops, neither truly alive nor dead, tormented for eternity. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued. Trapped in time loops? Lin Yuan's tone carried a trace of confusion. To step from the 12th layer to the 13th layer, one must break free from their own time loop. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied nonchalantly. Break free from the time loop? Lin Yuan's expression grew heavy. This was the first time he had ever heard such information about breaking through from the 12th layer to the 13th layer. Time loop? Breaking free? To ascend to the 13th layer requires breaking free from the time loop? What if one fails to break free? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. If you fail, then you fail. You will remain forever trapped in the time loop. The Eye of Myriad Laws responded. In truth, being trapped in a time loop isn't painful. Within the loop, everything follows a predetermined trajectory. No surprises, no possibilities, just endless repetition. The Eye of Myriad Laws said with a tinge of lamentation. It truly doesn't sound painful. Yet to those at the peak of the Chaos Realm, such a state was worse than death. The peak of the Chaos Realm signified entities that looked down upon all existence, be it the Chaos Void or the Origin World that Lin Yuan had descended into. Beings like the Chaos Great Saints and Great Saint Venerables stood at the pinnacle of supremacy. You only need to know a little, there's no need to delve into details. Every Chaos Realm peak existence faces a unique time loop when attempting to step into the 13th layer. Knowing in advance won't provide any benefit. The Eye of Myriad Laws advised. I see. Lin Yuan had a moment of realization. No wonder neither the profound Shuang lineage nor the Magic Jade Tower had left behind any intelligence or records about breaking through from the 12th to the 13th layer. Because unless one reached the completion of the 12th layer, knowing this information in advance was meaningless. Once at 12th layer completion, even without seeking it out, one would naturally come to know these truths. So the sudden disappearance of Xuanhuang and the master of the Magic Jade Tower, could it be they were trapped in time loops? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. As of now, no 12th layer existence had emerged from the Xuanhuang evolutionary path, yet Xuanhuang had suddenly vanished, a situation very akin to being caught in a time loop. Based on the description provided by the Mirror of Myriad Laws, being trapped in a time loop was a state of neither life nor death, not true demise nor genuine vitality. Does propagating one's evolutionary path help in breaking free from the time loop? Lin Yuan inquired. You've come all this way. Do you even need to ask? The Eye of Myriad Laws cast another scrutinizing glance at Lin Yuan and explained, in a time loop, relying solely on oneself to break free leaves the chances too slim to count on. However, leveraging external anchors or beacons can enhance the probability of escape. Thus, many Chaos Realm beings prepare in advance, intending to utilize the influence of my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to propagate their evolutionary paths, thereby increasing their odds of breaking through to the 13th layer. The Eye of Myriad Laws paused and looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of peculiarity. But for someone like you, at just the path-splitting realm, seeking to propagate your evolutionary path well, that's extremely rare. This was also why the Eye of Myriad Laws had been willing to chat with Lin Yuan thus far. Path-splitting realm beings have no understanding of their road's end, nor can they determine whether they might switch to a different evolutionary path in the future. Almost no one at that stage would attempt to propagate their evolutionary path. Even those with unparalleled backing elders who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm would not act so recklessly. Otherwise, if midway through the propagation they realized the path didn't suit them and ended up dispelling their path to choose another evolutionary road, all their previous efforts would be for naught. For Lin Yuan to dare to attempt such a thing, there could be only one explanation. He was utterly certain that this evolutionary path was suitable for him, a certainty that only arose when the evolutionary path was one he had personally pioneered and perfected. Only a route he had opened and refined himself would align with him so completely. As for following someone else's pioneering evolutionary path, only those who had cultivated to the Chaos Realm could be confident about whether or not that path suited them. For path-splitting realm and sovereign realm beings, the uncertainty was simply too great. Chapter 1060, 11 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. 3. Chapter 1060, Chapter 11 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. 3. If Lin Yuan independently created an evolution pathway, and merely in the path-splitting realm managed to develop a branch of this pathway, could it be? The Eye of Myriad Laws held great hope for Lin Yuan's potential, which is why it actively initiated conversation and even helped to clarify his doubts. It was merely luck. Lin Yuan detected the lingering tone in the voice of the Eye of Myriad Laws and immediately shook his head in response. Creating an evolution pathway isn't about mere luck, especially the pathway you've created. Each of its branches possesses Chaos Realm level potential, the Eye of Myriad Laws said. Branches with Chaos Realm level potential? What then must the primary path of Lin Yuan's pathway hold? Lin Yuan listened quietly. Before an entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws, there was no need to feign excessive humility. Its recognition and praise were clear evidence that one was deserving of it. Alright, let's get to the main matter at hand. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed at Lin Yuan and said, If you wish to use my Pavilion of Myriad Laws to propagate your evolution pathway, that's fine, but it comes with conditions. Please, go ahead. Lin Yuan was not surprised in the slightest. During the era of human civilization within the universe, utilizing the power of humanity to spread one's evolution pathway was only possible because Lin Yuan himself was a citizen of humanity. But for those ancient gods deep within the stars beyond human civilization who sought to spread their evolution pathways among humanity, they would undoubtedly face suppression and containment. Lin Yuan had no direct ties to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. If he wished to leverage their power to disseminate the branches of his evolution pathways and prepare for his future attempt to ascend to the 13th layer, he would certainly need to pay the price. It's quite simple. For now, you need not concern yourself. After you achieve the state of Chaos Realm perfection, then every 10 cosmic eras you must perform a task for my 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The Eye of Myriad Laws stated. Perform one task every 10 cosmic eras? Lin Yuan looked back at the Eye of Myriad Laws. The prerequisite for this condition was Lin Yuan first attaining Chaos Realm perfection. If other path-splitting realm beings or cultivators even at Master Realm or Chaos Venerable status heard this, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After all, even for Chaos Venerables, the certainty of cultivating to Chaos Realm perfection was far from assured. Thus, the condition proposed by the Eye of Myriad Laws was not particularly restrictive. However, for Lin Yuan, with the aid of Against Heaven's Understanding and the Myriad Realms Gate, Lin Yuan wasn't entirely certain he could ascend to the 13th layer, but Chaos Realm perfection? That seemed feasible. It was merely a matter of time. At present, Lin Yuan merely needed to wait for his physical body and soul to grow to their peak before he could step into the Master Realm. As for breaking through from the Master Realm to the Chaos Realm, Lin Yuan had already met most of the myriad requirements, aided further by the amplifying effects of the rules comprehension bestowed by that source world. For Lin Yuan, stepping into the Chaos Realm was not particularly challenging. As for achieving Chaos Realm perfection, it simply involved using Chaos rules as the foundation to evolve the corresponding Dao of Chaos, and Lin Yuan had already identified specific directions within the source world. Simply put, Lin Yuan's path from path-splitting realm to Chaos Realm perfection was already foreseeable. Therefore, the condition proposed by the Eye of Myriad Laws was, in truth, not particularly beneficial to Lin Yuan. Every 10 cosmic eras for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Any task at all? Lin Yuan asked inquisitively. What if the pavilion required him to seek death or actively enter perilous areas? Would he have to comply? Rest assured, you won't be asked to undertake tasks without confidence in their success, and appropriate compensation will also be provided. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied. Furthermore, should you fail a task, there will be no coercion to continue attempting it. The Eye of Myriad Laws added. Should Lin Yuan genuinely reach the state of Chaos Realm perfection, the Eye of Myriad Laws would not wish to press him excessively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan began to weigh his options. First of all, the promise of compensation for completing tasks satisfied Lin Yuan slightly. He was not afraid of effort but despised labor without reward. Additionally, if he failed a mission and it became evident that success was unattainable, no further force would be exerted upon him. This reassured Lin Yuan somewhat. The worst consequence of failing a task might simply be losing a primordial spirit, a price Lin Yuan was fully able to bear. And most crucially, the Eye of Myriad Laws requirement was merely one task every 10 cosmic eras. From Lin Yuan's birth until now, even if he included all accumulated time from his travels across various worlds, his total lifespan fell short of 10,000 years. 10 cosmic eras were far too long for Lin Yuan to fully comprehend. Agreed. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan nodded. Very well. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded slightly. Simply assisting Lin Yuan in propagating his evolution pathway guaranteed the future commitment of someone on the brink of Chaos Realm perfection. Regardless of circumstances, this was a transaction the 10,000 Paths Pavilion would not lose. Let's begin. As the Eye of Myriad Laws spoke, a golden scroll materialized before it. The scroll's surface displayed numerous symbols. Though Lin Yuan could not recognize the script, glancing at it immediately revealed the underlying meaning. It was precisely the conditions the Eye of Myriad Laws had outlined moments earlier. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion was to aid Lin Yuan in propagating his evolution pathway, but in exchange, once Lin Yuan attained Chaos Realm perfection, he would perform one task every 10 cosmic eras for them. The scroll's contents provided strict limitations, mentioning the prohibition of coercion as well as the requirement to offer compensation. Lin Yuan studied the scroll meticulously several times. If there are no issues, release a wisp of soul aura and imprint it upon the scroll. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued. The Golden Scroll's stipulated conditions were unbreakable. Even someone at Chaos Realm perfection who dared transgress them would suffer severe injury and instantly lose all prospects of reaching the 13th layer. Thus, as long as Lin Yuan was willing to imprint a wisp of his soul aura upon the scroll, the Eye of Myriad Laws would be assured. Wait. Lin Yuan hesitated momentarily. What limitations apply to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's assistance in propagating my evolution pathways? Would it be restricted to a single pathway? If the assistance was limited merely to the propagation of his life and death martial Dao evolution pathway, then the conditions on the scroll seemed rather unfavorable. A single martial pathway could, at best, foster the emergence of one 12th layer ultimate being, which wouldn't establish significant fixed anchors for Lin Yuan's Dao markers. Naturally, it wouldn't be just one. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook its head, stating that if it were a single pathway, the limitation would have been plainly marked on the scroll. If your realm advances further and you develop additional branches of evolution pathways, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion can also propagate them. The Eye of Myriad Laws added. That's good. Lin Yuan finally felt reassured. There's no need to wait for the future. I already have several evolution pathway branches. Oh? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan curiously. Additional evolution pathway branches? Several? Chapter 1061, 12 A Promise, Request for Monthly Tickets. Chapter 1061, Chapter 12, A Promise, Request for Monthly Tickets. The Eye of Myriad Laws scrutinized Lin Yuan repeatedly. At present, merely within the path-splitting realm's evolutionary pathway, to pioneer a branch capable of reaching the Chaos Realm's potential was already extraordinary. Under such premises, the Eye of Myriad Laws determined that Lin Yuan's potential was significant, with the hope of stepping into the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have laid out such conditions. The precondition for Lin Yuan working for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was for him to achieve perfection in the Chaos Realm. If Lin Yuan failed to reach perfection in the Chaos Realm, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion would certainly suffer loss. How many branch paths have you opened up? The Eye of Myriad Laws observed Lin Yuan again, feeling that he wasn't lying. For the path-splitting realm's evolutionary pathway, to have developed more than one branch is remarkable. Even if the potential of those other branches isn't high enough to reach the sovereign realm, this nonetheless demonstrates the breadth of the primary evolutionary path. The Eye of Myriad Laws felt pleasantly surprised. Could it be that I've truly found a treasure this time? A path-splitting realm with such terrifying potential hasn't been seen in many cosmic eras. The Chaos Realm's perfection varied significantly, distinguishing between ordinary Chaos Great Saints and peerless Great Saints. If Lin Yuan's primary evolutionary pathway allowed for the pioneering of multiple branches while still at the path-splitting realm level, it indicated a strong likelihood of him becoming a peerless Great Saint. A peerless Great Saint, even amidst the vast Chaos Void, was exceedingly rare. For the 10,000 Paths Pavilion to command such an existence would be exceptionally challenging. There are some. Lin Yuan nodded. Thus far, his main evolutionary pathway centered on the martial arts evolution road had pioneered a total of 361 branch paths. Among them, 99 branch pathways had been fully refined, thus enabling their dissemination within human civilization. As for the remaining 200 to 300 branch pathways, although largely developed, they had not been completely refined. However, they were still viable for practice without significant issues. They're all here. With a turn of his hand, Lin Yuan made over 300 jade slips appear before him. Out of the 361 branch pathways, apart from 9 reserved for the 9 supreme powerhouses of human civilization, the rest were all presented by Lin Yuan. So many? The Eye of Myriad Laws was somewhat taken aback. The Life and Death Martial Dao's evolutionary pathway had required only 1 jade slip for its entire record, yet the other branch paths Lin Yuan developed required several hundred jade slips? The old man with the wine gourd beside them also grew curious. He had been quietly listening to the conversation between the Eye of Myriad Laws and Lin Yuan. As a branch pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the old man with the wine gourd was one of their own, entirely trustworthy, so the Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't concealed anything from him. From their exchange, the old man discerned how highly the Eye of Myriad Laws regarded Lin Yuan. The many conditions on that golden scroll required Lin Yuan first to attain perfection in the Chaos Realm. Chaos Realm perfection? That was the domain of the Chaos Great Saints. Since the Eye of Myriad Laws dared to make such assertions, it clearly believed Lin Yuan capable of achieving perfection in the Chaos Realm. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion's transcendent status up to this day wasn't just because of the unfathomable existence of the Eye of Myriad Laws, but also due to certain limiting relationships the pavilion maintained with a few Chaos Great Saints in the Chaos Void. Thus, seeing the Eye of Myriad Laws strike a deal with Lin Yuan, the old man felt secretly pleased. At least in the distant future, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion would gain the support of another great saint. But when Lin Yuan turned his hand to produce so many jade slips, the old man's doubts were not any fewer than those of the Eye of Myriad Laws. Could it be that the other evolutionary pathways Lin Yuan had pioneered were exceedingly intricate and detailed? Was that why so many jade slips were required for records? But that didn't make sense. Each jade slip had an exceedingly high capacity for information storage. What kind of evolutionary pathways would necessitate hundreds of jade slips together? Take a look. After presenting the jade slips, Lin Yuan looked expectantly at the Eye of Myriad Laws. These were merely the branch paths he had managed to pioneer temporarily. Given more time, he could open up even more evolutionary pathways. The martial arts evolution road encompassed all Dao, and theoretically, there was no limit to the number of evolutionary pathways that could be pioneered. But this was only in theory. At least while Lin Yuan remained in the path-splitting realm, he could at most develop just over 1,000 branch pathways. Upon reaching the sovereign realm, the number would increase significantly, and upon entering the chaos realm, there would likely be a dramatic surge. These numerous evolutionary pathways were to be disseminated by the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan felt that even if he were to concede a little, the loss would still be negligible. Were he to handle such dissemination on his own, the effort required would be unimaginable. To confine them to internal digestion within human civilization, that was unrealistic as well. The sheer population base of human civilization couldn't possibly produce so many 12th layer practitioners. Take a look, you say? The eye of Myriad Laws hesitated slightly, glancing at Lin Yuan, then at the over 300 jade slips before it. For a moment, it was uncertain. Should I take a look? After a brief pause, the eye of Myriad Laws began perusing the first jade slip. This jade slip documented an evolutionary pathway named Illusory Realm Martial Dao, a martial Dao refined using the path of illusions as its foundation. The Illusory Realm Martial Dao was not particularly adept in direct assault, but focused primarily on constructing illusionary worlds to exert influence and suppression. Within the eye of Myriad Law's pupils, pathways entirely composed of illusory realms began to extend and twist, ultimately halting just before touching the boundless layers of chaos. The potential of this evolutionary pathway is at its peak within the sovereign realm. This was the conclusion of the Eye of Myriad Laws, yet there was no trace of relaxation in its expression. Thus far, the illusory realm martial Dao it had examined had been fully documented within a single jade slip. A single jade slip for one evolutionary pathway? Then what about the hundreds of jade slips before it? Chapter 1062, 12 A Promise Request for Monthly Tickets, to Chapter 1062, Chapter 12, A Promise Request for Monthly Tickets. 2. The Eye of Myriad Laws paused for a moment, then continued observing. The second jade slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. The third jade slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. The fourth jade slip was for the Sovereign Realm Evolution Branch. The 123rd jade slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. The 233rd jade slip was for the Sovereign Realm Evolution Branch. The 312th jade slip was for the Sovereign Realm Evolution Branch. HEC, the 326th jade slip, was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. After observing over 300 evolution paths and examining the potential and outcomes of each path across countless future timelines, even the Eye of Myriad Laws felt a tinge of exhaustion. After all, it wasn't truly a 13th level time entity, merely possessing the rudimentary capabilities of one. However, compared to its mental fatigue, the 300-plus evolution branches present were causing a storm in its heart. Forget Lin Yuan merely being at the path-splitting realm. Even for a Chaos Realm cultivator, the number of evolution roots they could develop was typically capped at a few dozen. But Lin Yuan, hundreds? And he was still just at the path-splitting realm, yet had already developed hundreds of evolution branches? What the Eye of Myriad Laws found most difficult to accept was that among these hundreds of evolution branches, at least their starting potential was at the Sovereign Realm, with a significant portion reaching the upper limit of the Chaos Realm. For a mere path-splitting realm evolutionary main path to not only develop hundreds of evolution branches, but also achieve such extraordinary potential for each branch? The Eye of Myriad Laws was momentarily stunned. Since its inception, it had observed countless evolution paths, great saints, peerless great saints, even those with the potential to cross into the 13th level's sky-piercing Dao. It had encountered them all. But for Lin Yuan's evolutionary main path to accommodate such a terrifying quantity of evolution branches at the path-splitting realm was simply unheard of. A faint red glimmer appeared deep within the pupils of the Eye of Myriad Laws. It wanted to ask, were these evolutionary paths recorded within the jade slips truly developed from a single main evolutionary path? But with a shift of thought, it suppressed this doubt. With its ability, it was clear that the over 300 evolutionary paths recorded within the jade slips, though diverse, ultimately stemmed from the same main evolutionary path. The Eye of Myriad Laws was certain of this point. It could discern that the life and death martial Dao originated from a specific evolutionary main path, so naturally, it could see that these 300-plus evolution paths also originated from the same main path. What is the name of the main path from which these evolution branches originate? After a long silence, the Eye of Myriad Laws asked with some difficulty. The evolutionary main path? Lin Yuan felt a hint of confusion, but still responded, Martial Dao, Martial Dao, Martial Dao. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded, its gaze deep and unreadable, lost in thought. Then these evolution branches, Lin Yuan continued where the question had left off. I can help you disseminate them. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied. Actually, I have additional branches, but they remain in development and are still incomplete. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued speaking. Even while only staying at the path-splitting realm, the martial arts evolution road could produce over 1,000 evolution branches. At the Sovereign Realm and Chaos Realm, this number would explode even further. Additional branches. The scalp of the Eye of Myriad Laws tingled as it listened. What kind of sky-piercing Dao was this martial Dao to be capable of developing such a staggering number of evolutionary branches? Don't worry. As long as they're branches stemming from your evolutionary main path, I can help you disseminate them. The Eye of Myriad Laws collected itself and assured him. That would be ideal. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If the 10,000 Paths Pavilion could unconditionally help him disseminate all these evolution branches, then assisting them with one task over the course of 10 cosmic eras was actually a fair deal. It would be a standard trade. Then I'll imprint a wisp of my soul essence into it now. Lin Yuan glanced at the golden scroll beside him, the mysterious aura emanating from the characters written upon it. Wait. The eye of Myriad Laws also turned its gaze toward the golden scroll. In an instant, the golden scroll began to disintegrate. Lin Yuan turned toward the eye of Myriad Laws, his heart sinking. Could it be that the other party, upon realizing the sheer number of evolution branches he possessed, found disseminating them too burdensome to make the exchange worthwhile, and intended to revoke the deal or renegotiate new terms? I feel the terms we discussed earlier are somewhat unfair. The eye of Myriad Laws fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan and, after a moment, spoke slowly. So you plan to redefine the terms? Lin Yuan asked, feeling a bit resigned. He regretted not splitting the evolution branches he had presented initially. However, when it came to the matters of post-Chaos Realm perfection, it was better to make sure and ensure clarity. So, what do you intend to do? Lin Yuan was already prepared for the Eye of Myriad Laws to make excessively greedy demands. As long as the demands weren't too over the top, he could still agree. After all, to disseminate such an extensive number of evolutionary paths on his own would be energy draining and uncertain. Who knew whether he could even propagate them widely? The development of evolutionary paths and their dissemination were entirely separate endeavors. Without sufficient influence and authority, even the most widespread evolution paths could encounter insurmountable obstacles in some regions. Not only did Lin Yuan require his evolution paths to be disseminated to anchor his pathmark beacons more firmly, but even Chaos Venerables and Great Saints of Chaos would do the same. Speak your terms. Lin Yuan awaited the Eye of Myriad Laws' demands. I'll do my best to help you disseminate all the evolution branches, the Eye of Myriad Laws stated. All right, Lin Yuan nodded, waiting for the Eye of Myriad Laws to elaborate further. But after waiting a while, he realized the other party had nothing more to add. Chapter 1063, 12, A Promise Request for Monthly Tickets. 3, Chapter 1063, Chapter 12, A Promise Request for Monthly Tickets. 3. I don't need to commit to doing something for your 10,000 Paths Pavilion for 10 Cosmic Epics? Lin Yuan's tone carried a hint of surprise as he immediately inquired. No need. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook its head. No other requirements, then? Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. There is a requirement, said the Eye of Myriad Laws. Then state it, Lin Yuan said, his heart settling down. My next request requires no binding method whatsoever, not even causal consequences. The Eye of Myriad Laws stared at Lin Yuan. I need a promise from you, under the condition that it does not go against your own will and is within your ability. Should the 10,000 Paths Pavilion seek your help in the future, I ask you to assist us just once. That simple? Lin Yuan's expression was marked with astonishment. A promise devoid of any binding force, detached even from causality, meant Lin Yuan could agree or refuse in the future entirely at his discretion. Whatever his choice, there would be no cost to him. It was wholly based on his mood. The demand from the Eye of Myriad Laws, from Lin Yuan's perspective, might as well not exist at all. It's just that simple. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. If the martial arts evolution road pioneered by Lin Yuan merely managed to branch out into an evolutionary subpath, even if that subpath held the potential to reach the Chaos Realm, the Eye of Myriad Laws, while helping to disseminate the knowledge of the evolutionary subpath, would also strive to maximize its own interests and secure the greatest gains. The condition of having someone at Chaos Realm Perfection commit to doing one task over 10 cosmic epics could already be considered a significantly high return. The deterrence of a Chaos Realm Perfection was astounding in and of itself, let alone the idea of this deterrence being available once every 10 cosmic epics. Initially, Lin Yuan was willing to accept this condition because of his short-lived experience with time. In his eyes, a single cosmic epic felt interminably long. However, for other great saints, not to mention sovereigns, cosmic epics were traversed in hundreds or thousands. For a great saint to perform a single task every 10 cosmic epics was already a fairly demanding requirement. Yet, this applied to life forms with mere potential to become chaos great saints. If the main evolutionary path Lin Yuan followed could branch into several subpaths, the Eye of Myriad Laws wouldn't rescind anything. It might even heighten its demands. For example, reducing the task requirement from every 10 cosmic epics to 9. The evolutionary paths Lin Yuan was pioneering were not a mere handful, nor dozens, but hundreds. Based on Lin Yuan's tone, many more evolutionary paths still lay ahead. How could the Eye of Myriad Laws dare to impose any further demands? Indeed, Lin Yuan may be insignificant now. But given the potential of the martial arts evolution road, it was impossible for him to remain insignificant forever. At present, while Lin Yuan was still weak, the Eye of Myriad Laws could take advantage of the circumstances to extract considerable benefits. But these profits, once Lin Yuan reached his ultimate potential, the point of being able to obliterate the Eye of Myriad Laws, would undoubtedly transform into boundless hidden threats and dangers. The Eye of Myriad Laws, though profit-driven, was not foolish and would not dig such a trap for itself. Thus, it opted for a promise free from any constraints to request Lin Yuan's assistance. In doing so, the initiative rested firmly in Lin Yuan's hands. If Lin Yuan ever grew strong enough to reach that pinnacle, he would likely hold no malice towards the Eye of Myriad Laws and would even fulfill his promise. And if Lin Yuan failed to reach that height, the Eye of Myriad Laws' greatest loss would amount to forfeiting the return of a Chaos Realm perfection committing to a single task every 10 cosmic epochs. This, in truth, couldn't be considered much of a loss. Do you believe my promise will hold great value in the future? Lin Yuan gazed at the Eye of Myriad Laws. Regardless of whether it was Xuan Huang or the Moyu Tower Master, their descriptions of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion and the Eye of Myriad Laws were always marked by phrases like fairness and profit-driven. Neither of these peerless great saints ever thought the Eye of Myriad Laws would engage in any altruism without gaining something in return. In such a context, the fact that the Eye of Myriad Laws still chose such a constraint-free promise to request of Lin Yuan could only mean it considered the potential returns of this promise to be monumental. The martial arts evolution road you've embarked upon holds vast potential. My 10,000 Paths Tower is willing to aid you and cultivate goodwill, the Eye of Myriad Laws stated bluntly, openly revealing its true thoughts. Being able to pioneer an evolutionary path of such potential suggests your future is boundless. My 10,000 Paths Pavilion can accept not asking you to perform tasks, but will never coerce you into serving us. I see now. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Then I agree. As long as you aid in disseminating all evolutionary subpaths for me, I'll assist you once in the future, provided it's within my capacity and does not go against my will. Lin Yuan nodded as he spoke. Good. The Eye of Myriad Laws exhaled in relief. The transaction was complete. Lin Yuan continued conversing with the Eye of Myriad Laws for a little while longer. In truth, it was primarily Lin Yuan asking questions and the Eye of Myriad Laws answering them. Chaos Realm Perfection beings caught in time loops will endlessly cycle until the day they break free, the Eye of Myriad Laws replied. Lin Yuan wanted to know the consequences of being trapped in a prolonged time loop. Is there truly no other solution? Lin Yuan asked inquisitively. There is, technically. The Eye of Myriad Laws thought for a moment. If one could seize a fleeting gap in the time loop and exhaust all origin sources, they could forcibly break free. However, such a release would be akin to burning out, leading to swift obliteration. After gaining the answers he sought, Lin Yuan rose and departed from the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The Eye of Myriad Laws and the old man clutching the wine gourd watched as Lin Yuan walked away. Venerable Master of Myriad Laws, the old man holding the wine gourd finally dared to speak, spreading so many evolutionary paths will be quite costly, even requiring you to incur favors. And all for just one promise from that young man? The old man holding the wine gourd seemed slightly puzzled. He had never seen his master, the Eye of Myriad Laws, exhibit such generosity. Remember this. In the distant future, you will feel immeasurable honor for what happened today. The Eye of Myriad Laws cast a sidelong glance at the old man, because the one you just watched and conversed with might very well become a supreme 13-tier Great One. Chapter 1064, 13 Chaos Tree, requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 1064, Chapter 13, Chaos Tree, requesting monthly tickets. Here of the star, the fragmented world. His incarnation returned, and Lin Yuan's true self was brimming with joy. This journey to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion had essentially completed its mission. The dissemination of various branches of the Martial Tao Evolution Road finally had a solid channel. With the power of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, it was foreseeable that the branches of the Martial Tao Evolution Road would quickly spread to one void domain after another. The speed and breadth of this dissemination would far exceed that within the internal universe. The number of branches opened by the Martial Tao Evolution Road, it's probably enough to startle that Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan mused to himself. The Martial Tao Evolution Road was a path he had forged through his journeys across dimensions of varying levels and realities. Its elucidation and encapsulation of the essence of power and laws far surpassed other evolutionary paths within the same tier. This was the reason why, even though the Martial Tao Evolution Road was merely of the path-splitting realm, it had managed to develop so many branching paths. To traverse different dimensions and realities was a feat that even beings of the 13th tier might not achieve. Even great temporal beings were only in the exploratory stages regarding other dimensions. But Lin Yuan, thanks to the Myriad Realms Gate, could easily travel between dimensions and realities. This was the critical factor in his ability to pioneer the Martial Tao Evolution Road. However, that Gate of Myriad Laws truly does seem to be connected to the 13th tier, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Earlier, during his discussion with the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan had also subtly observed the other party. Although its presence was by no means comparable to the grand projection of the Myriad Realms Gate, it still stood far above ordinary Chaos Great Saints. Unfortunately, to me, its level is still too high to glean much benefit. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of regret. If the one conversing with him had been the true body of the Eye of Myriad Laws instead of its projection, he might have gained more insight to assist on his path. But with only a projection present and such a vast gap in levels between them, Lin Yuan had not gleaned much. My incarnation has successfully arrived at the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly as he gazed in that direction. Back when he first explored the Chaos Void, he had acquired numerous treasures left behind by the peak Sovereign Realm powerhouse, Kang Weiyang. Those treasures were effectively Lin Yuan's first pot of gold. Kang Weiyang had not made any demands of Lin Yuan, only hoping that, if he had the chance in the future, Lin Yuan would visit the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain and accept a member of the Stone People clan as his disciple. With Lin Yuan's current strength, this task was relatively straightforward, so he had sent an incarnation ahead of time to the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain, Chaos Chi swirled, coalescing into a figure. It was Lin Yuan. I've finally arrived. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain was not particularly far from the Void Domain where the ancient Ming continent was located. They were adjacent void domains. Even so, it had taken Lin Yuan nearly 10 years to travel from his starting point to his destination. It was worth noting that Lin Yuan's comprehension of time and space had already reached the 8th realm, and his travel speed was on par with that of a Chaos Venerable. Many newly ascended Chaos Venerables had yet to reach the 8th realm in their comprehension of time and space, and were even slower to traverse. No wonder they say that even Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Great Saints could hardly travel every corner of the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, a faint sense of awe coloring his thoughts. The scale of the Chaos Void was truly incomprehensible. The Stone People clan, Lin Yuan glanced around and confirmed the direction. The intelligence passed down by Kang Weiyang naturally included detailed information on the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain and the Stone People clan. The Chaos Void, which birthed countless universes, also gave rise to innumerable groups of sentient life. These life forms, whether strong or weak, found their place. The Stone People clan, for instance, was one of the weaker groups and resided in a secluded secret realm. A secret realm was a concealed space naturally generated within the Chaos Void. In terms of safety, it certainly could not compare to being within a universe. But for the Stone People clan, it was already an excellent sanctuary. At least their entire group could thrive in peaceful seclusion there. Of course, such a secret realm also meant an extreme scarcity of cultivation resources, which was why Kang Weiyang had ventured out of the secret realm in pursuit of his own journey. A lone secret realm could never nurture a pinnacle sovereign realm powerhouse. Whoosh! Soon enough, Lin Yuan arrived before the Stone People clan's secret realm. This secret realm, hidden deep within layers of time and space, was incredibly difficult to detect. However, with Lin Yuan's comprehension of time and space, it posed no problem, especially with the precise coordinates left behind by Kang Weiyang, Russell. Lin Yuan stepped forward and entered the secret realm directly. The barriers and obstructions outside the secret realm were like thin paper to Lin Yuan, easy to break through. Quick and efficient. Lin Yuan planned to randomly choose a member of the Stone People clan, accept them as a disciple, and bring them back to human civilization. As for how strong this disciple could eventually become, it would depend on their own fortune. Floating in the air, Lin Yuan gazed down at the secret realm. The secret realm inhabited by the Stone People clan spanned several hundred light years, narrow by all accounts, and Lin Yuan could see through it at a glance. This was entirely expected. The Stone People clan was not a powerful group. Its strongest individuals were at the path-splitting realm, so the realm they occupied could not be particularly favorable. If it had been a vast and exceptional secret realm, how could the Stone People clan have claimed it? Not a single member of the Stone People clan. Lin Yuan's gaze swept the secret realm, finding it desolate. In some areas, there were even deep craters, giving a sense of ruin. According to the intelligence left by Senior Kang Weiyang, the population of the Stone People clan numbered over 1 trillion, though most only had strength at the 4th and 5th ranks. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Why is there not a single one left now? Chapter 1065-13, Chaos Tree, requesting monthly votes. To Chapter number 26.5, Chapter 13, Chaos Tree, requesting monthly votes. Actually, it's not completely empty. At the center of the secret realm, in the area with the most abundant cultivation environment, a few Dao-breaking realm auras lingered. It seems like something unusual has occurred. Lin Yuan's expression carried a hint of contemplation, then his figure vanished from his spot. Secret realm center, inside a grand structure. 4 towering figures were sitting cross-legged. These several towering figures all exuded the aura fluctuations of the Dao-breaking realm and were casually conversing at the moment. Ha ha ha, that Stone People clan, I don't know what kind of misfortune they ran into, but they managed to offend the 9 profound venerable, ending with their entire clan being captured. One of the towering figures, who had ram-like horns, said with a laugh, if not for this situation, the 4 of them wouldn't have been able to dominate this secret realm on their own. The Stone People clan, though not extremely powerful, still had nearly 10 Dao-breaking realm experts, including one at the Dao-breaking peak. Under normal circumstances, with the Stone People clan's methods, guarding this secret realm would have been more than sufficient, and the four of them would have had no chance of breaking in. Stone People clan? Why would they dare to offend the Nine Profound Venerable, and even to the extent of forcing him to personally order the entire clan to be relocated? Another Tao-breaking realm figure murmur with slight suspicion. The Nine Profound Venerable was a Chaos Realm Venerable. To an entity of such stature, the so-called Stone People clan was nothing more than a speck of dust, not even worth a second glance. Unclear. I've heard it was because one of the Stone People clan members traveling outside came into some kind of connection with the Nine Profound Venerable. The third Tao-breaking realm figure said, though he sounded uncertain, clearly relying on rumors. An order from a Venerable to personally relocate the entire Stone People clan had caused significant upheavals in the surrounding regions. Whatever the reason, in the end, it worked out conveniently for us four brothers. This secret realm is now ours. The fourth Tao-breaking realm figure spoke, viewing this secret realm as a heavenly fortune dropped right into their hands. The Stone People clan had been entirely taken away, and the various formations within the secret realm could still be utilized. With just some minor modifications, the four of them could declare themselves the rightful masters here. At the moment when the four Tao-breaking realm figures continued to chat casually, suddenly, they sensed the surrounding scene shift dramatically as a hazy and ethereal radiance enveloped the entire space-time around them. The connection to external auras was completely severed, as if they were now inside an entirely sealed-off dimension. This is the space-time domain? The four Tao-breaking realm figures trembled internally. The so-called space-time domain was a domain condensed purely from the comprehension of space-time rules. Ordinarily, only someone whose comprehension of space-time reached the peak of the seventh realm could form such a domain. Within the space-time domain, everything was isolated from the outside world, like a microcosm, and unless one's space-time rule comprehension approached or surpassed the domain's master, escaping was nearly impossible. These four Tao-breaking realm figures only barely reached the sixth realm in their understanding of space-time. The instant they realized they were trapped in a space-time domain, their fear left them paralyzed. They dared not make any rash movements. We don't know which senior has graced us with their presence, but if there's anything you require, please say the word, and the four of us will undoubtedly comply. The ram-horned figure hastened to speak, fearing this mysterious expert might decide to exterminate them outright. Space. Time seventh realm peak comprehension? Such a method could only belong to a pinnacle-level dominator realm expert. Someone of that caliber, if they had wanted to kill them, could have done so instantly. Why wait until now? Speak. What happened to the Stone People clan? Lin Yuan's voice came from all directions, descending into their ears like an omnipresent force. The Stone People clan, the four Tao-breaking realm figures, felt another wave of terror seize them. A strong presence, at least at the pinnacle of the Dominator realm, asking about the Stone People clan. Could it be that he had some sort of relationship with the clan? Though it was true the Stone People clan had been relocated on the orders of the Nine Profound Venerable, as for this particular secret realm, it was occupied solely through their initiative. My lord, the order to take the entire Stone People clan came directly from the Nine Profound Venerable. It has nothing to do with us, the ram-horned figure immediately exclaimed, dreading being caught up in the wrath of this mysterious powerhouse. The Nine Profound Venerable? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The Nine Profound Venerable was a newly ascended Chaos Realm expert within the last 10 cosmic eras of the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain bordered the Void Domain where Lin Yuan resided, making them very close. Lin Yuan had heard of the major events in the Nine Profound Void Domain from the past few dozen cosmic eras, including the emergence of this Nine Profound Venerable. Why did the Nine Profound Venerable order the capture of the entire Stone People clan? Lin Yuan directly asked. In truth, he had already secretly listened in on the four Tao-breaking realm figures' prior conversations for some time. We truly don't know. The ram-horned figure forced himself to reply, It is rumored that a clan member of the Stone People clan, who was roaming outside, had a conflict with the Nine Profound Venerable. All four Tao-breaking realm figures anxiously shared everything they knew without the least reservation. Under the envelopment of the space-time domain, none of them dared to lie or withhold anything. In less than a moment, Lin Yuan had pieced together the entire sequence of events. A member of the Stone People clan roaming outside offended the Nine Profound Venerable, and then the Nine Profound Venerable ordered the entire clan to be taken away? Lin Yuan felt there was something deeply amiss. With the Nine Profound Venerable's strength, the trivial Stone People clan, if they had offended or enraged him, could be annihilated with a mere thought. As for the effort of capturing the entire clan, what could possibly justify it? To Lin Yuan, this action was utterly superfluous, entirely unnecessary, unless there was a deeper motive at play. Surrounded by hazy, misty space-time, the four Tao-breaking realm figures felt immense anxiety. They had spilled everything they knew, and their survival now depended on the will of this mighty expert. cease resisting. I will perform a soul search on you. Chapter 1066, 13, Chaos Tree, requesting monthly tickets. 3. Chapter 1066, Chapter 13, Chaos Tree, requesting monthly tickets. 3. Lin Yuan decided to perform a soul search on these 4 beings at the path-splitting realm to gain final confirmation. Although his perception had already assured him that these 4 beings were not lying, everything needed to go through a final verification. Yes, the 4 figures at the path-splitting realm nodded. At this point, they had no choice but to cooperate. Even if Lin Yuan killed them after completing the soul search, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Buzz. Soon. Lin Yuan completed the soul search. It was essentially consistent with what the 4 figures at the path-splitting realm had stated. 9 Profound Venerable. Lin Yuan casually sent the 4 beings, who had fallen into a deep slumber, into his inner cosmos. Before fully understanding why 9 Profound Venerable treated the Stone People clan in this manner, he did not want news of his arrival to spread. Thus, for now, these 4 beings at the path-splitting realm would remain asleep within Lin Yuan's inner cosmos. This was the secret realm where 9 Profound Venerable resided, far more expansive than the secret realm of the Stone People clan. Not every Venerable would open a Chaos continent. 9 Profound Venerable had become a Venerable only 10 cosmic eras ago, making him a newly ascended Venerable, and opening a Chaos continent required boundless effort. At present, 9 Profound Venerable did not have such reserves. At the highest point of the secret realm within a grand hall, Venerable, 3 strong beings at the Lord Realm bowed respectfully to the thin, sinister-looking elder seated on the throne in the hall. As a Chaos Realm sovereign, one naturally had a large number of followers. Many at the peak of the Lord Realm found themselves unable to take the next step. At such moments, the guidance of a Venerable became critically important. So, has that brat agreed to talk? 9 Profound Venerable said coldly. We've immersed him in the Zuini Tan, letting unending sins assault his mind and soul, subjecting him to torment seemingly without limits. However, the 3 Lord Realm strongmen exchanged glances, finally replying softly, That brat refuses to talk. Refuses to talk? 9 Profound Venerable frowned. The brat referenced here was named Kung Yulong from the Stone People clan. Half a cosmic era ago, 9 Profound Venerable wandered the Chaos Void, discovering a twisted space-time within which he faintly glimpsed a mysterious space. At that moment, 9 Profound Venerable realized the mysterious space had an extraordinary origin, likely linked to beings at the peak of the Chaos Realm, or perhaps even to a great saint. He spent half a cosmic era trying to break through the space-time barrier enveloping the mysterious space, seeking entry. His efforts demanded a tremendous price, even leveraging the favors he had accumulated as a Venerable, barely managing to approach the mysterious space. Just then, a silhouette suddenly emerged within the mysterious space. The figure appeared out of thin air, evidently entering through some other means of teleportation. Before 9 Profound Venerable could act, he watched as the figure inside the mysterious space activated it, causing the space to vanish instantly. Having invested half a cosmic era of time, connections, effort, and resources, only to be intercepted at the crucial moment, one can imagine 9 Profound Venerable's rage. Afterward, 9 Profound Venerable spent tens of millions of years utilizing the faint karmic link established during his brief encounter with the figure, finally locking onto and capturing him. The figure turned out to be Kang Yulong. After capturing Kang Yulong, 9 Profound Venerable intended to directly soul search him to uncover information regarding the mysterious space. However, he found that Kang Yulong's Sea of Consciousness was protected by a mysterious force. Forcibly performing soul search could break the force protecting his Sea of Consciousness, but would leave Kang Yulong's mind utterly shattered. Thus, to learn of the mysterious space, 9 Profound Venerable had no choice but to make Kang Yulong willingly divulge the information. Kang Yulong, of course, refused to talk, so 9 Profound Venerable subjected him to endless torture. In the 9 Profound Secret Realm, there was a natural phenomenon birthed by the Chaos Void, called Zuini Tan. It contained boundless sin. Any being who came into contact with even a drop of its water would endure unspeakable pain. To date, 9 Profound Venerable had not discovered a more tormenting method than Zuini Tan, so he directly immersed Kang Yulong in it. Unfortunately, so far it had yielded no results. Does the brat know his kin are in my grasp? 9 Profound Venerable asked. At first, he hadn't known Kang Yulong's origins. But through repeated investigations, 9 Profound Venerable identified Kang Yulong's background. Though the mysterious force shielding his Sea of Consciousness was impervious to exploration, his physical body yielded no such immunity. By analyzing his physical characteristics, 9 Profound Venerable discovered Kang Yulong belonged to the Stone People clan, ordering the capture of the entire clan. He has been informed. The 3 Lord Realm strongmen nodded. Tell the brat that for each day he refuses to talk, I will slaughter 1 billion stone people, immersing their souls in the Zuini Tan as well. 9 Profound Venerable's expression was ruthlessly cold. Understood. The 3 Lord Realm strongmen trembled internally. They knew well the horrors of Zuini Tan. Truth be told, The fact that Kung Yulung had endured so far was already astonishing. Watching his 3 Lord Realm subordinates retreat, 9 Profound Venerable's mind once again conjured images of the mysterious space. Even though his glimpse of it had been fleeting, 9 Profound Venerable had faintly discerned a towering tree within the space, its branches stretching to uphold the heavens. The tree swayed gently, surrounded by endless chaos chi, chaos tree. Desire flickered in 9 Profound Venerable's eyes. If the world tree was an 11th grade supreme treasure, then the chaos tree was a 12th grade supreme treasure, and 12th grade treasures corresponded to the caliber of great saints in the chaos realm. Planting a chaos tree in his inner cosmos would fundamentally stabilize it, enabling 9 Profound Venerable to reach the peak of the chaos realm in record time. And this was merely one of the chaos tree's countless wonders, for as a 12th grade supreme treasure, its potential was incomparably vast. Chapter 11467, 14. Which Venerable One? Request for monthly pass. Outside the 9 Profound Secret Realm, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, gazing into the distance at the secret realm ahead. Compared to the extraordinarily hidden secret realm of the Stone People clan, the 9 Profound Secret Realm could be described as high profile, its vast formations of chaos chi forming lethal arrays that enveloped the entire realm. The Stone People clan's secret realm was hidden for safety, but the 9 Profound Secret Realm? With a venerable presiding over it, such a presence in the chaos void was safety itself unless faced with the catastrophic force of a great saint. Otherwise, who could possibly shake it? And as for great saints, how many of them existed across the entire chaos void? I can sense it. Within this secret realm, there's a causal link to a member of the Stone People clan? Lin Yuan gazed at the 9 Profound Secret Realm, pondering silently. Having inherited the legacy of Kang Weiyang, a peak powerhouse of the Stone People clan at the Dominion realm, he had naturally formed a causal connection with the Stone People clan. Of course, Lin Yuan's strongest causal link was with Kang Weiyang himself, being a direct connection. As for the Stone People clan, they were merely Kang Weiyang's kin, and thus the connection with Lin Yuan was already faint. But no matter how faint, it still existed. With Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Dao of causality, he could still perceive it and directly trace it. Only one trace of the Stone People clan's causality. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The rest of the Stone People clan must have been imprisoned within the 9 Profound Venerable's internal universe, which is why I can't sense them. The so-called causal connection could indeed be blocked. Take the Xuanhuang secret realm in his native cosmos, which could isolate causality and space-time as an example. The internal universe of a chaos venerable, comparable to a true cosmos, could similarly block causality to a very high degree. Adding to that Lin Yuan's already faint connection to the Stone People clan, it was entirely normal that he couldn't sense them through the barrier of an internal universe. It's in that spot? Lin Yuan's gaze landed upon a specific area of the 9 Profound Secret Realm, the only region where he could detect a causal link. I'll need to go in and find out what's going on. He thought for a moment and came to a decision. He didn't know the history between the Stone People clan and the 9 Profound Venerable, so he needed to understand the situation first. After all, when it concerned a venerable, resolving things peacefully was far preferable. As for directly resorting to combat, anyone who had cultivated to the Chaos Realm wouldn't act rashly unless there was truly no way around it. These arrays? These killing arrays? Lin Yuan looked at the massive killing arrays that lined the perimeter of the 9 Profound Secret Realm and lightly shook his head. If it had been not too long ago, he might have actually found them troublesome. These killing arrays, all meticulously arranged by the 9 Profound Venerable, were enough to fend off venerables of the same level. But now, from the source world, Lin Yuan had acquired the Myriad Formation Crystal, and though he later traded it to Great Venerate Hongye, he had already comprehended most of its essence beforehand. The Myriad Formation Crystal, condensed at the cost of endless effort by a pinnacle Great Lord who excelled in the path of formations, contained profoundly intricate principles of arrays. Having delved deeply into the Myriad Formation Crystal, Lin Yuan now found the killing arrays guarding the 9 Profound Secret Realm much simpler to deal with. As long as he was cautious, avoiding a few key array nodes, sneaking in without a trace wouldn't be a problem. Besides, even if something went wrong, it wouldn't cost Lin Yuan anything. The body he was using at the moment was only an incarnation, one he could disperse at will without leaving the slightest trace. With the faint sound of rustling, Lin Yuan's current incarnation split into two. Considering the worst-case scenario, Lin Yuan was already prepared to have one incarnation infiltrate and be destroyed. As long as the outer incarnation remained intact, he wouldn't need to waste time making his way here again. The 9 Profound Secret Realm, Sin Pool. The Sin Pool was unique to the 9 Profound Secret Realm. Every natural secret realm birthed in the Chaos Void had its peculiar specialties, and the Sin Pool was one such feature. The waters of the Sin Pool were pitch black and unfathomable, brimming with infinite sins. Any creature approaching it would be overwhelmed by the endless sins radiating from within. And that was just proximity. Once in contact with it, even beings of the Path-Splitting Realm or Dominion Realm would endure unbearable agony and torment. At this very moment, A figure was immersed in the pitch-black depths of the pool, their limbs and body bound tightly by black chains. The figure's face was etched with pain, but the torment etched upon their soul paled compared to the anguish weighing upon their heart. Big brother, father, mother, elder, I'm the one who's failed you. If not for me, you wouldn't have been captured by the Nine Profound, nor would you have to suffer alongside me like this. Kang Yulong's very soul trembled. But I absolutely cannot yield. Once I give in, not only will I die, but you all will too. Not a single member of our clan will survive. If Nine Profound learns the origin of that space, we'll have no chance of survival. As long as I live and endure, Nine Profound will want that information and won't kill me. And if I don't spill anything, you all won't die either. But the moment I reveal the truth, we'll be doomed. Kang Yulong's heart was gripped by wrenching pain, yet his thoughts remained sharp. Though Nine Profound had promised him that honesty would spare his life, how could Kang Yulong believe such lies? As Kang Yulong endured the ceaseless erosion of sins, a voice suddenly resonated within his innermost consciousness. I must admit, I'm curious. Why would the Nine Profound Venerable isolate you within this secret realm and go to such lengths of torment? Lin Yuan's form appeared soundlessly not far away, his gaze filled with curiosity as he studied Kang Yulong. The effects of the sin pool were obvious to Lin Yuan at a glance. It was precisely because of this that he wondered, what kind of grudge could justify such extreme measures by the Nine Profound Venerable? Who are you? Kang Yulong was instantly startled, and the pain he was enduring lessened, if only slightly. Chapter 1068-14, Who is the Venerable One? Requesting monthly tickets. 68, Chapter 168, Chapter 14, Who is the Venerable One? Requesting monthly tickets. 2. I share a connection with your Stone People clan and came here specifically to take a look. Lin Yuan did not bring up Kang Wayang's affairs but replaced it with the notion of a connection. A connection? Kang Yulong gazed at Lin Yuan, then bowed his head resolutely and said, I implore you, Senior, to save my Stone People clan. This place is the Nine Profound Secret Realm, the lair of Nine Profound Venerable. For Lin Yuan to silently and effortlessly get in here, even if he wasn't a Venerable, he wasn't far off. As for whether Lin Yuan was associated with Nine Profound Venerable, Kang Yulong had ways to confirm it and had already determined he had no connection to Nine Profound Venerable. Save your Stone People clan? Lin Yuan sized up Kang Yulong and said, Why should I risk becoming a mortal enemy of Nine Profound Venerable just to save your Stone People clan? Upon witnessing Kang Yulong's predicament, Lin Yuan deduced that the other party and Nine Profound Venerable were already committed to a fatal enmity. If not for such deep-seated hatred, it would be unnecessary for a dignified Venerable to use such extraordinary means to deal with a mere existence at the path-splitting realm. Indeed, Kang Wayang's legacy had smoothly helped Lin Yuan to transition into the Chaos Void. However, at that time, Kang Wayang's condition was for Lin Yuan to accept a disciple from the Stone People clan. Anyone from the Stone People clan would do. Lin Yuan naturally saw that the reason the Stone People clan had fallen to such circumstances might very well be due to the stone person before him. If he intended to take a stone person as a disciple, he could easily negotiate properly with Nine Profound Venerable. Nine Profound Venerable, who had taken away billions of the Stone People clan, taking out one for Lin Yuan was entirely feasible. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Kang Yulong fell silent. Exactly. No matter how profound the connection was, compared to becoming mortal enemies with a Venerable, what significance did it hold? Senior, I am willing. I am willing to offer compensation, as long as you save my Stone People clan. Kang Yulong steadied his nerves and immediately spoke. Compensation? Lin Yuan looked at Kang Yulong, waiting for him to reveal what compensation he had to offer. Kang Yulong took a deep breath and solemnly said, The Chaos Tree. I am willing to hand over the Chaos Tree to you, Senior, in exchange for saving my Stone People clan. The Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. The Chaos Tree was a consummate 12-layer mystical treasure. Lin Yuan had obtained a world tree within the Demon Jade space. After it advanced to the 12th layer, the internal world within his body transformed into an internal universe, and the world tree began transitioning as well. Theoretically, the world tree had the potential to evolve into a chaos tree, but it was merely theoretical. It was akin to how every living being nurtured in the chaos void had the potential to become a chaos great saint eventually. With the passage of time, the more Lin Yuan nurtured the world tree, the more acutely he realized how incredibly difficult it was for a world tree to evolve into a chaos tree. The difficulty alone was equivalent to an 11th layer existence advancing to a Chaos Great Saint. In practice, the actual difficulty far exceeded that. You possess a Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Kang Yulong, his mind clear. He had been wondering why Nine Profound Venerable, a dignified Chaos Realm existence, would treat a path-splitting realm lifeform in such a way. It turned out to be because of the Chaos Tree. Any Chaos Venerable would covet the Chaos Tree intensely. Thanks to its ability to stabilize the internal universe, it could help Chaos Venerables quickly ascend to the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm. Why don't you hand over the Chaos Tree to Nine Profound Venerable? Lin Yuan inquired. That Chaos Tree was stolen from under Nine Profound Venerable's very nose. If I hand it back to him, survival would still be unlikely. Moreover, besides the Chaos Tree, there's also an inheritance space. As long as Senior is willing to act and save my clan, I will offer both together. Kang Yulong spoke softly. By now, he had already come to understand the adage of bearing the burden of a coveted treasure. Had he been able to hand it over to 9 profound venerable and survive, he would have done so long ago. The Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan's expression grew pensive. The Chaos Tree was indeed immensely valuable to him. Combined with the 13th layer inheritance, Infinite Void, it could significantly enhance the capabilities of his internal universe. The second layer of Infinite Void, if he had the Chaos Tree suppressing his internal universe, the difficulty of cultivation would reduce considerably. To acquire a Chaos Tree and become mortal enemies with a Venerable, Lin Yuan weighed the pros and cons. Undoubtedly, if he decided to save the Stone People clan, he would inevitably completely enrage 9 profound Venerable. It is doable. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan made his decision. In terms of strength, he was now almost on par with ordinary Chaos Venerables. 9 Profound Venerable was only a newly ascended Venerable and was roughly equal to him. Moreover, Lin Yuan wasn't a Myriad Manifestations Void Domain expert. After saving the Stone People clan, he could sever all causal ties and depart far away. For 9 Profound Venerable to locate him again would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he could locate Lin Yuan, it would likely take tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. By that time, Lin Yuan would already have crossed into the Dominator realm. Given his current foundation, once he advanced to the Dominator realm and consolidated his various methods, he wouldn't need to concern himself with a newly ascended Venerable such as 9 Profound Venerable. Most importantly, Lin Yuan's apparent identity was that of a mere peak path-splitting realm existence dwelling on the ancient Ming Chaos continent. No matter how thoroughly 9 Profound Venerable investigated, he would only target Chaos Venerable level experts and would never trace anything back to Lin Yuan. Senior, you, within the Sin Abyss, Kang Yulong cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. Even with the Chaos Tree and the mysterious inheritance space as compensation, Kang Yulong wasn't certain Lin Yuan would agree. After all, the enemy was a Venerable. I will help you. Lin Yuan looked at Kang Yulong and spoke. You agree? For a moment, Kang Yulong was stunned. That single statement contained an overwhelming amount of information. It meant he might finally escape the infinite corrosion of the Sin Abyss. It meant countless members of the Stone People clan might no longer have to live in constant terror, dreading the day they would perish under 9 Profound Venerable's wrath. Chapter 1069-14 Who is the Venerable One? Seeking monthly votes. 3. Chapter 1069, Chapter 14 Who is the Venerable One? Seeking monthly votes. 3. The young man in front of him, who had ties to the Stone People clan, is highly likely to also be a Venerable. If he's not a Venerable, then even if the reward were 10 or 100 times more precious than the Chaos Tree, he'd still need the capability to obtain it. But I cannot guarantee that I will save all the Stone People clan. However, you and I can definitely be saved. Lin Yuan spoke. Cannot guarantee saving all the Stone People clan. For some reason, when Kang Yulong heard this, he let out a sigh of relief instead. If Lin Yuan guaranteed everything, Kang Yulong would have been uneasy. Currently, all the Stone People clan were inside 9 Profound Venerable's cosmic domain, with only Kang Yulong suffering outside, enduring the torment of the sinful pool. Lin Yuan guaranteeing the rescue of all the Stone People clan was fundamentally unrealistic. As long as Senior is willing to act, I will entrust everything to you, Kang Yulong said solemnly. At this moment, he had no other options. All right, wait here for a moment. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Senior has left. Kang Yulong glanced around but could no longer see Lin Yuan's figure. After a long while, a childish voice suddenly resonated in his mind. You brat, you scared me to death earlier. I almost thought I was going to be discovered. The childish voice revealed a tone of fear and trepidation. Can we really trust that Senior? Kang Yulong asked in his heart. Earlier, it was precisely this childish voice that reminded him that Lin Yuan and 9 Profound Venerable were not on the same side, leading Kang Yulong to ultimately disclose everything. Don't worry. That person has no causal connection with 9 Profound. They likely don't even know each other. His infiltration here is most likely because he truly has ties with your Stone People clan. The childish voice sounded surprised. I didn't expect your Stone People clan, such a weak and insignificant race, could actually form a connection with a Venerable. Is that Senior truly a Venerable? Kang Yulong's heart trembled. I don't know if he's a Venerable, but his comprehension of space-time should have reached the 8th realm. The childish voice replied. The 8-fold realm of space-time. Kang Yulong swallowed nervously. To his knowledge, not all Chaos Venerables have reached such a level of space-time mastery. Outside the 9 Profound Secret Realm, Lin Yuan's figure reappeared. That Stone People clan, Lin Yuan recalled Kang Yulong's appearance, and in his fleeting encounter with him, he vaguely sensed another consciousness wave hidden in Kang Yulong's body. This feeling was faint and elusive, one that even a peak Chaos Venerable might not be able to detect. It seems that kid has secrets, but the Chaos Tree should be real, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For the sake of a chaos tree, it's worth mobilizing 2 primordial spirits, Lin Yuan murmured. The chaos tree is invaluable, one of the rare treasures that can directly enhance the foundational strength of a venerable. It would be of significant assistance to Lin Yuan. It could even aid in advancing the 3rd layer of the infinite void to a certain extent. Primordial spirit. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked in a specific direction, outside the chaos continent of ancient Ming, amidst the boundless chaos void. Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit was seated cross-legged. Using the avatar as a coordinate, ultra-long-distance teleportation can be performed directly. Both of Lin Yuan's primordial spirits mused internally. This is one of the abilities of the 8th realm of space-time. As long as there is a coordinate to sustain the teleportation, ultra-long-distance traversal could be executed. To confront 9 profound venerable at the Chaos Realm level, relying solely on an avatar wouldn't suffice. To ensure success, mobilizing 2 primordial spirits was a safer move. Once Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits merge into the Taiji primordial spirit, its combat and killing capabilities would be only a notch below his true self. It would also possess the strength nearing the threshold of the Chaos Realm. Begin. Dense space-time ripples emanated from around the Taiyang and Taiyin primordial spirits. In an instant, they disappeared, inside the 9 profound secret realm. Within the sinful pool, Kang Yulong remained immersed in it. Could Senior have had a change of heart? Kang Yulong endured mental torment. If despair were constant, Kang Yulong might have been able to hold up, but having hope only to fall back into despair created an indescribable pain in his heart. You brat, just wait patiently. Why? The childish voice was about to scold Kang Yulong but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. The next moment, a figure appeared again by the sinful pool. It was Lin Yuan, Senior. Kang Yulong's spirit lifted. These chains, Lin Yuan scrutinized the chains binding Kang Yulong's limbs and body. These chains didn't just imprison Kang Yulong's physical body, but also shackled his soul and spirit. To rescue Kang Yulong, these chains must be severed. I will sever these chains as quickly as possible. It may be very painful, Lin Yuan warned. Senior, go ahead and do whatever you need. Over all these years, I have excelled at nothing, but pain? That's a minor issue, Kang Yulong replied immediately. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. There was an option to gradually wear down the chains. However, that would take too much time. The moment he started to wear the chains down, 9 profound venerable would become aware. At the highest point of the 9 profound secret realm, within a grand and majestic hall, 9 profound venerables sat on his throne. That mysterious space already contains some kind of inheritance. Being able to suppress it with the chaos tree indicates that it's highly likely an inheritance of the great saint level. 9 profound venerable began envisioning possibilities. To receive a great saint level inheritance right after advancing to the chaos realm? 9 profound venerable considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. The only pity was that the Stone People clan brat had beaten him to it. But now the brat and the entire Stone People clan were in his grasp. 9 profound venerable believed it was only a matter of time before he acquired everything in that inheritance space. Suddenly, 9 profound venerable's expression changed as he sensed that the aura around the sinful pool had completely disappeared, along with his connection to Kang Yulong. Not good. 9 profound venerable roared in fury. At that instant, the hall was suddenly enveloped by an oppressive, scorching atmosphere filled with ancient majesty, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the earth. A young man appeared between heaven and earth, hands clasped behind his back, blocking 9 profound venerable's path. You? 9 profound venerable fixed his gaze on the young man before him, his expression shifting subtly. Chapter 1070, 15, Lin Yuan, and 9 profound venerable request for monthly votes. Chapter 1070, Chapter 15, Lin Yuan, and 9 profound venerable request for monthly votes. The expression on 9 profound venerable's face was solemn. The young man who suddenly appeared before him exuded a strange aura, yet there was an indistinct sense of threat emanating from him. It was clear that he was also a Chaos Venerable. That boy is no longer inside the secret realm. 9 profound Venerable's eyes narrowed slightly. He had left a contingency on Kang Yulong, allowing him to easily pinpoint his location. Although Kang Yulong's causal threads were now obscured and under concealment, there was no doubt he had completely vanished. 2 Venerables, one forcibly took the boy away, while the other held me back. 9 profound Venerable looked at the young man not far away. If not for Lin Yuan's sudden appearance, forcing him into high alert, he could have locked onto Kang Yulong's position in the instant he tore through the time and space of the secret realm. Not 2 Venerables, it must be a main body and an avatar of a Venerable. 9 profound Venerables surmised in his heart. For an 11th tier life form to ascend to the 12th tier, it required an ultimate leap. During this ultimate leap, in order to consolidate all forces to break through to the 12th tier, it was necessary to recall all external psychic consciousness. The essence of an avatar is the partitioning of part of the original self's psychic consciousness, then using this psychic fragment as the core to form a duplicate, enabling shared consciousness. Recalling all external psychic consciousness meant the collapse of all avatars. As for after ascending to the 12th tier, attempting to reform new avatars, the difficulty would increase exponentially, and it would also significantly impact the main body in various aspects. Thus, many 12th tier beings were unwilling to refine avatars, as it would reduce the battle strength of their true selves. As for Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits, the Tai-Yin primordial spirit and the Tai-Yang divine spirit, they remained even before and after his breakthrough to the 12th tier because they were not strictly considered avatars. Instead, they were unique derivatives of the martial arts evolution road. Among the myriad evolutionary paths within the Chaos Void, some unique paths would unlock many special methods. Primordial spirits were such special methods within the martial arts evolution road, far beyond countless billions of layers of spacetime from the 9 profound secret realm. Lin Yuan carried Kung Yulong as he moved swiftly, each step crossing through layers of spacetime and spanning billions upon billions of light years. Senior, Kung Yulong felt the increasing distance between himself and the 9 profound secret realm. Each step Lin Yuan took would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to traverse with his own speed. Is this the power of a venerable at the eightfold realm of spacetime? Kung Yulong silently marveled in his heart. In the art of overlapping and shifting through space-time, even 9 profound venerables seemed inferior compared to this mysterious venerable before him. What on earth did my Stone People clan's ancestors do to be connected to such an existence? Kung Yulong steadied his mind, but an inexplicable curiosity began to arise within him. We've managed to shake him off for now. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the location of the 9 profound secret realm. This time, during the operation, the Tai-Yin primordial spirit assisted Kung Yulong in contesting against many of the restrictive bindings within the secret realm, while the Tai-Yang divine spirit was responsible for holding off 9 profound venerable. Everything had gone smoothly. Kung Yulong had already been successfully rescued. Next, all depended on the Tai-Yang divine spirit. Within the 9 profound secret realm, the grand hall at the highest point, 9 profound venerables stared at Lin Yuan, the two locked in a faint standoff. Venerable, Kung Yulong, that boy is gone. Several subordinates at the path-splitting realm immediately contacted 9 profound venerable. They had been tasked with guarding the sinful pool, torturing Kung Yulong day and night. However, just now, they finally realized that Kung Yulong's aura had disappeared. Useless fools. 9 profound venerable couldn't be bothered to reply or harshly reprimand his subordinates. The one who acted was a venerable, a true body or avatar, catching even him off guard, let alone subordinates at the path-splitting realm. 9 profound venerable, I've taken the boy. Lin Yuan spoke up. With Kung Yulong now under his protection, 9 profound venerable essentially had no means to intervene anymore. As for methods like causal curse killing, at the level of a venerable, cursing and killing a path-splitting realm lifeform posed no challenge, but the prerequisite was the absence of another strong individual at the same level to intervene. Techniques such as causal curse killing could be blocked by external forces. For instance, the Xuanhuang secret realm could isolate causality and nullify curses. I'm quite curious. 9 profound venerable fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan. For you to utilize your true self on my home turf and forcibly take Kung Yulong, you must also be aware of that mysterious space. Lin Yuan's actions placed him directly against 9 profound venerable. Without an irresistible benefit or reward, no venerable would act in such a way. At the Chaos Realm, conflicts between venerables were rarely waged unless absolutely necessary. In the Chaos Void, every venerable was considered to stand at the pinnacle. It was precisely for this reason. 9 profound venerable concluded that Lin Yuan was also aware of the mysterious space. If this weren't the case, how could a weak clan like the Stone People clan attract the aid of another venerable, and at the cost of utterly offending another venerable no less? Indeed, I am aware. Lin Yuan nodded. 9 profound venerables' analysis was correct. If Kang Yulong hadn't willingly offered the Chaos Tree and that mysterious space of inheritance suppressed by it, Lin Yuan wouldn't have intervened to rescue him. Doing so was tantamount to completely antagonizing 9 profound venerable. You've taken Kang Yulong, but you likely don't know the exact coordinates of the mysterious space and would require him to tell you, correct? I had tortured Kang Yulong day and night, yet he never divulged it. He wouldn't reveal it to you unconditionally either. He must have made demands, like ensuring his rescue? Or perhaps saving the entire Stone People clan? 9 profound venerable's gaze turned a shade colder as he stared at Lin Yuan. You've already taken Kung Yulong with you, yet you haven't left. I assume your next target is the Stone People clan? Kung Yulong's condition must have been for you to rescue the Stone People clan. Chapter 1071, 15 Lin Yuan and 9 profound venerable. Request for monthly tickets. 2 Chapter 1071, Chapter 15. Lin Yuan and 9 profound venerable. Request for monthly tickets. 2. Those who can cultivate to the Chaos Realm possess minds that operate at incredible speeds, able to deduce Lin Yuan's intent from mere traces of evidence. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. The reason he had not left yet was solely to reclaim the Stone People clan, still held under the 9 profound venerables' control. The lives of trillions of stone people rest entirely on a single thought of mine. The Nine Profound Venerable turned his palm, revealing a miniature world before him, inside of which countless stone people were imprisoned. I want the Chaos Tree in that mysterious space, or all these stone people will die. The Nine Profound Venerable said as he stared at Lin Yuan. You want the Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan studied the Nine Profound Venerable with interest. I did promise that young fellow I'd try to save the stone people, but I only promised to try. It's uncertain whether I can save them or not. The value of the Chaos Tree is something we both understand. If I were to just hand it over to you, wouldn't I have labored for nothing? Lin Yuan's tone remained calm as he added, If it's all for nothing, why would I bother saving anyone? Threatening me with the stone people? Useless. If you want, go ahead and slaughter every stone person right now. Lin Yuan eyed the Nine Profound Venerable with an amused expression. These words made the Nine Profound Venerable's expression shift slightly. He could indeed discern that Lin Yuan did not care about the lives or deaths of the stone people. Now that Kang Yulong had fallen into the hands of Lin Yuan, even if all the stone people were exterminated, Lin Yuan could still potentially extract the coordinates of the mysterious space from him. And if the Nine Profound Venerable were to wipe out all the stone people, it might provoke Kang Yulong into willingly revealing the location of the mysterious space to Lin Yuan. Thus, the Nine Profound Venerable found himself caught in a dilemma. Had I required the assistance of the Sin Pond in this secret domain, you wouldn't even have had the chance to take away Kang Yulong. There was an unmistakable tone of resentment in the Nine Profound Venerable's voice. The Sin Pond was a unique feature of this secret domain, unparalleled throughout the Chaos Void. He had used it to torment Kang Yulong, forcing him to reveal the mysterious space's coordinates. In truth, the Nine Profound Venerable had already acted with extreme caution. He had even anticipated worst-case scenarios where other Venerables might have intervened. Near the Sin Pond, the Nine Profound Venerable had quietly arranged numerous formations. Any Venerable, even those at the pinnacle of Chaos Realm, who wasn't highly skilled in formation mastery, would be detected as soon as they approached. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan had managed to whisk Kang Yulong away right under his nose, suggesting that Lin Yuan's mastery of formations was comparable to, or surpassed, those pinnacle Chaos Realm experts skilled in formations. Lin Yuan was not only a Chaos Venerable, but also adept in formation mastery, in addition to knowing about the mysterious space. With these three criteria in mind, across dozens of nearby void domains, the Nine Profound Venerable could not think of anyone else who could fit the description. So, what do you intend to do now? The Nine Profound Venerable asked in a low voice. Ultimately, I did promise that young fellow I'd try to save the stone people. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, But for you to hand them over directly, I suspect you'd be unwilling. Here's what I propose, Lin Yuan said. Let's have a duel. If I win, you hand over the stone people to me. If you win, you still hand over the stone people, but I will grant you a replicable inheritance from the mysterious space. If I win, I get an inheritance that can be replicated? The Nine Profound Venerable felt aggrieved. For Lin Yuan, this arrangement brought almost no risk. That Chaos Tree, the Nine Profound Venerable still attempted to negotiate. Forget the Chaos Tree. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, If you refuse this, you might as well slaughter all the stone people right now. The Nine Profound Venerable stared at Lin Yuan. He could sense that the choice Lin Yuan had laid out was already his bottom line. Agreed. After much deliberation, the Nine Profound Venerable finally conceded. There was no way around it. Slaughtering all the stone people brought him no benefit whatsoever. Agreeing to Lin Yuan's proposal, however, still left him with a chance to obtain the inheritance from the mysterious space. Inheritance. For a Chaos Venerable, inheritance was still critically important. The key point was, it was better than nothing. Swear your oath under the Chaos Void Origin Will. Lin Yuan glanced at the Nine Profound Venerable. To swear an oath meant invoking a binding restriction. The Chaos Void Origin Will permeated everywhere, and oaths made under its witness carried great karmic weight. Breaking such an oath wouldn't necessarily cause physical harm, but the karmic repercussions would make future progress impossible. As a newly ascended Venerable, the Nine Profound Venerable still harbored aspirations to reach the ultimate Great Saint Realm. He was unlikely to break his oath. After all, if there were any alternatives, no Venerable would willingly bear the burden of karmic repercussions. To cultivate to the Chaos Realm, one had to rise above countless billions upon billions of others. The consequences of severing their path were too grim to contemplate. Soon after, Lin Yuan and the Nine Profound Venerable completed their oaths. For Lin Yuan, the oath was straightforward, even if he ultimately lost. It would simply mean sharing a replicable inheritance from the mysterious space with the Nine Profound Venerable. Hand over all the stone people to me. Lin Yuan looked at the Nine Profound Venerable and said, Given that the upcoming duel meant the Nine Profound Venerable would have to surrender the stone people whether he won or lost, Lin Yuan decided to claim them in advance. Take them. The Nine Profound Venerable threw the miniature world over without hesitation. He had no interest in the stone people whatsoever. If it weren't for the need to threaten Kang Yulong, he wouldn't have even bothered imprisoning them. Chapter 1072-15, Lin Yuan and the 9 Profound Venerable Vote for Monthly Ticket. 3. Chapter 1072, Chapter 15, Lin Yuan and the 9 Profound Venerable Vote for Monthly Ticket. 3. Lin Yuan accepted the micro-world, split off a trace of his mind to examine it, and discovered a large number of Stone People clan inside, trembling with fear. These Stone People also knew their own fate. With a single thought from the 9 Profound Venerable, their entire clan could be annihilated. Where shall we duel? After checking several times and confirming there was no issue with the micro-world, Lin Yuan put it away and casually asked, "Just outside the secret realm," the 9 Profound Venerable replied. Duels between venerables are catastrophic in their destructiveness. While the 9 Profound Secret Realm was birthed by the Chaos Void, it clearly did not possess the indestructible characteristics of the universe itself. If two venerables were to fight inside the secret realm, the realm wouldn't be able to withstand it and could directly collapse into ruin. The 9 Profound Secret Realm was the lair of the 9 Profound Venerable. Naturally, he didn't wish to see that happen. No problem. Lin Yuan's figure slowly began to fade. Half an hour later, see you outside the secret realm. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared completely. The 9 Profound Venerable, seeing this, did not worry that Lin Yuan would leave prematurely. Firstly, because Lin Yuan had sworn under the will of the Chaos Void origin, breaking the oath would bring karmic retribution upon him. Secondly, whether winning or losing, there was no tangible loss for Lin Yuan. This was also the reason why the 9 Profound Venerable so readily handed over all the Stone People clan. When did such a venerable appear in the nearby Void domain? The 9 Profound Venerable sat on his throne, silently pondering. At the level of Chaos Venerables, one would typically share at least passing familiarity. They all knew of each other. Yet he had never heard of a venerable named Lin Yuan. Could he have come from some distant Void domain? Or could he, like myself, have only recently stepped into the Chaos Realm and news of it hasn't spread yet? The 9 Profound Venerable speculated inwardly. Moments later, several Dominator-level experts cautiously entered the hall. Venerable, these Dominator-level experts still didn't know what had happened, but since the Kong Yulong they were guarding suddenly vanished, they were surely at fault. Enough. Retrieve all gathering points outside the secret realm into the secret realm, and activate the secret realm's defensive formation at full capacity, the 9 Profound Venerable instructed. Encircling the Chaos Continent were countless fragment worlds. While the 9 Profound Secret Realm couldn't compare to the Chaos Continent, it still hosted numerous gathering points. In the impending battle between the 9 Profound Venerable and Lin Yuan, the aftermath would undoubtedly engulf these gathering points. Retrieving all of them into the secret realm would be the safest approach. Furthermore, the 9 Profound Secret Realm itself needed to enter its highest defensive state to withstand the aftershocks of the two Venerables' battle. Venerable, why are we retrieving those gathering points? The Dominator-level subordinates looked shocked and puzzled. The 9 Profound Venerable did not reprimand them for their negligence in guarding, but instead issued these instructions. Shortly, I will spar with another Venerable just outside. The 9 Profound Venerable's words were brief, but the Dominator-level subordinates were deeply shaken. Spar? With another Venerable? Far across layers of space and time, the Taiyin primordial spirit stood silently in place. Kang Yulong stood respectfully to the side. It's done. A figure condensed, it was the Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan. Two seniors? Kang Yulong was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing they were likely incarnations. These are your clanspeople. Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and a micro-world appeared. Within it were countless stone people. Clanspeople. Kang Yulong's expression turned emotional, his voice trembling slightly. He had never imagined he would one day see his clanspeople again. Though Lin Yuan had mentioned trying to save the Stone People clan before bringing him out, it had only been a tentative promise. The 9 Profound Venerable was not someone easy to deal with, but now, all the Stone People were right in front of him. Don't get too excited. The 9 Profound Venerable handed over the Stone People, but there are terms involved. Lin Yuan looked at Kang Yulong and proceeded to explain the agreement he made with the 9 Profound Venerable. Everything will be as you decide, Senior. Kang Yulong replied respectfully, sharing a replicable inheritance with the 9 Profound Venerable. To Kang Yulong, this was inconsequential. He had already planned to hand over that inheritance space to Lin Yuan, so naturally he would follow Lin Yuan's arrangements. When Kang Yulong had been in the hands of the 9 Profound Venerable, his refusal to yield had stemmed from knowing that surrendering would likely still lead to death. In fact, the 9 Profound Venerable might have exterminated not only him out of spite, but also his entire clan. Taking the mysterious space away in front of the 9 Profound Venerable had undoubtedly provoked immense anger. Alright, my duel with the 9 Profound Venerable is imminent. Now, you may tell me the exact space-time coordinates of that mysterious space. Lin Yuan looked at Kang Yulong and spoke in an even tone. Exact space-time coordinates. Kang Yulong took a deep breath. Without the slightest hesitation, he revealed the coordinates. Lin Yuan had fulfilled all his promises, not only rescuing him but also saving the entire Stone People clan. Kang Yulong dared not delay for even a moment. Though Lin Yuan had always come across as incredibly kind in his demeanor towards Kang Yulong, this only deepened his awe. Someone capable of forcing the ruthless Nine Profound Venerable to relent so thoroughly, how could Lin Yuan truly be as kind as he appeared? If Lin Yuan were to be angered, Kang Yulong felt that his fate would be countless times worse than if he had remained in the hands of the Nine Profound Venerable. Space-time coordinates, Lin Yuan, having obtained the exact coordinates, began extending his perception toward it. The space-time of the Chaos Void was vast beyond measure, layered across countless temporal planes. Even Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints could not traverse them all. Thus, space-time coordinates in the Chaos Void were of immense importance. Without exact coordinates, even a Chaos Great Saint could become lost in the endless layers of time and space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yuan's immense consciousness spread outward, following the coordinates provided by Kang Yulong until it locked onto a mysterious space deep within the layers of time and space. That space, Lin Yuan observed it carefully. Chapter 1073-16, Lin Yuan, Tears the Sky. Vote for monthly pass. No wonder the Nine Profound Venerable cannot lock onto this mysterious space, Lin Yuan observed for a while, his expression thoughtful. This mysterious space is deeply fused with space-time. Though it hasn't reached the level of the Demon Jade space, achieving this level, at the very least, one would need an understanding of the ninth realm of space. The ninth realm of space-time is typically only accessible to the Chaos Great Saint. As for reaching the peak of the ninth realm, even many peerless Great Saints might not be able to achieve it. One of Xuanhuang's proudest feats is precisely his mastery over the peak of the ninth realm of space-time. This mysterious space must have been left by a Chaos Great Saint. Based on Kang Yulong's description, it's likely a site for inheritance. Lin Yuan arrived at this conclusion in his mind. That chaos tree, Lin Yuan also noticed the chaos tree deep within the mysterious space, its swaying form emanating endless chaos chi. This move was worth it after all. Lin Yuan was resolute. Even if this inheritance space were not here, as long as he could obtain the chaos tree, provoking an enemy at the venerable level would mean nothing. Conflicts between venerables are rare, mostly because there aren't treasures worthy of such battles. But the chaos tree? Just observing the Nine Profound Venerables' imprisonment of the Stone People clan is revealing enough. Refining this space will take time. I'll deal with it after the duel. Lin Yuan fixed the spatial coordinates of the inheritance space, ensuring that regardless of any relocation attempts by others, it could not escape him. You stay here for now. Lin Yuan glanced at Kang Yulong. In his duel with the Nine Profound Venerable, he would certainly need to merge his two primordial spirits into the Taiji primordial spirit. A single primordial spirit alone would hardly stand a chance. While it's true that even if Lin Yuan lost, it wouldn't result in any significant loss, being defeated by the Nine Profound Venerable would carry a series of risks. For instance, it might give the Nine Profound Venerable the impression that Lin Yuan's strength was inferior to his, potentially prompting him to begin tracking Lin Yuan's movements after the duel. Therefore, when Lin Yuan faced off against the Nine Profound Venerable, victory would be the aim. Even if victory proved impossible, he would at least make the Nine Profound Venerable realize that Lin Yuan was no easy target. As for leaving Kang Yulong here, Lin Yuan wasn't concerned about him trying to escape. With the mysterious inheritance space already acquired, the greatest opportunity had been secured. Kang Yulong no longer had a reason to flee, outside the Nine Profound Secret Realm. Numerous gathering sites began migrating toward the interior of the secret realm. The life forms inhabiting these gathering sites relied on the Nine Profound Venerables' protection. Each cosmic era, they would also offer up various treasures, including Chaos Stones, to the Nine Profound Venerable. A Venerable's protection, of course, was not given freely. The many fragment worlds outside the ancient Ming Chaos continent also required vast quantities of Chaos Stones to procure. What? The Nine Profound Venerable is going to duel another Venerable outside the secret realm? The Nine Profound Venerable had not intentionally hidden the matter. In truth, he couldn't have hidden it. Even after the duel with Lin Yuan, the ripples of a battle between Venerables could not be concealed. The Nine Profound Venerable is dueling another Venerable? Which Venerable? It doesn't matter which Venerable. Get into the secret realm quickly. If the duel begins while we're still outside, we won't be able to withstand the aftermath of their clash. Outside the secret realm, the gathered experts were frantic. Even those at the sovereign realm felt their hearts tremble. To them, a duel between Venerables was an uncontrollable disaster. Alas, we may carry off the treasures, but the bases we've spent years constructing cannot be relocated quickly. Hopefully, something will still remain. Forget the bases. Surviving the ordeal would already be enough. Hurry into the secret realm. If we're any later, we might not make it in time. Fortunately, the many subordinates of the Nine Profound Venerable were assisting with the evacuation. They even actively opened the defensive arrays outside the secret realm. Otherwise, evacuation in mere half an hour would have been impossible. Still, who could the Nine Profound Venerable possibly have such a grievance with that a duel is necessary? Indeed, we best not concern ourselves with the disputes of Venerables. Who knows what might happen if we do? The numerous clan experts engaged in hurried migration discussed the matter cautiously among themselves, outside the secret realm. The 9 profound venerable had already been waiting for quite some time. Rustling sounds filled the air. A moment later, Lin Yuan's figure quietly coalesced not far away. At this moment, Lin Yuan's Taiyang and Taiyang had merged, forming the Taiji primordial spirit. The 9 profound venerable frowned as he gazed at Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan gave him a different impression. Though the ferocious aura of burning the heavens and boiling the seas was gone, the 9 profound venerable's brow twitched, sensing an even greater threat. For someone capable of cultivating to the chaos realm, it's rare to be entirely unknown. And yet, I've never heard of you before. The 9 profound venerable stared at Lin Yuan, voicing his doubts. He even began considering the sovereign realm peak experts he knew, suspecting Lin Yuan might have only recently ascended to the chaos realm. However, while the number of sovereign realm peak experts was significant, none of them matched Lin Yuan's description. The trajectory of a powerhouse's growth is always traceable, especially for those who manage to ascend to the chaos realm. Before their ascension, it's impossible for them to leave no trace at all. What the 9 profound venerable was unaware of, however, was that Lin Yuan was currently only at the path-splitting realm. The traces he left in the chaos void were minimal, and after leaving the cosmos, he had primarily remained in the ancient Ming chaos continent. Aside from ancient Ming venerable and the Eye of Myriad laws detecting Lin Yuan's unusual nature, the outside world had no information about him whatsoever. Thus, no matter how hard the 9 profound venerable tried to speculate, he could not discern Lin Yuan's true background. Ha ha ha, the chaos void is vast enough. What does it matter if one more venerable appears? Lin Yuan replied casually. The 9 profound venerable, hearing this, did not fully agree, but he chose not to dwell on it. His focus now was entirely on defeating Lin Yuan. Chapter 1074, 16, Lin Yuan tears the sky, seeking monthly ticket. Sector 1074, Chapter 16, Lin Yuan tears the sky, seeking monthly ticket. 2. Only by winning can I avoid losing everything and gain an inheritance that might guide my own path, at least making it seem worthwhile. Ever since I stepped into the Chaos Realm, I have painstakingly cultivated for 10 cosmic eras and created 10 ultimate killing techniques, 9 profound venerable said gravely. If you can block them, how about I admit defeat willingly? As soon as his voice fell. Boom. 9 profound venerable suddenly launched a punch. A single punch unleashed terrifying ripples, piercing through a radius of 10,000 light-years, hundreds of thousands, millions of light-years. Space-time ripped apart like glue, and all the might surged toward Lin Yuan. The space-time grindstone, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and all directions of space-time solidified. Infinite power from space-time began relentlessly wearing down the force of 9 profound venerable's punch, dissipating it into the depths of countless layers of space-time. Such an ingenious manipulation of space-time? 9 profound venerable's expression grew solemn, for his punch also contained space-time rules. Lin Yuan's ability to block it using space-time rules demonstrated that Lin Yuan was superior in pure space-time contest. So what if your comprehension of space-time rules is stronger? 9 profound venerable remained unconcerned, because this was a sparring match between them, not a test of escape or survival techniques. A deeper comprehension of space-time rules couldn't necessarily ensure victory over him. A venerable who excels in offensive techniques? Lin Yuan gazed back at 9 profound venerable. That punch just now contained exceedingly horrifying might. If Lin Yuan had manifested either the singular Taiyang divine spirit or Taiyan primordial spirit instead of his most powerful Taiji primordial spirit, he might have already sustained some injuries from that strike. 3 profounds breaks heaven and earth. 9 profound venerable's aura began to surge explosively as 3 distinct forces manifested within him, converging toward Lin Yuan to crush him. Infinite void. Lin Yuan didn't choose to counter directly but stepped forward instead. The surrounding void grew vast and sweeping, replaced by a completely new power. The 13th step legacy, Infinite Void, belonged to foundational inheritance, its focus being the formation of an unparalleled foundation that allowed for absolute crushing dominance. Over the years, Lin Yuan had also devised a few killing moves based on the universe within his body, and Infinite Void was one of them. R.U.M.B.L. The two forces, utterly distinct, continuously collided and intertwined, sending shockwaves out to infinitely distant locations. The defensive formation of the 9 profound secret realm frantically activated, trying its best to resist the incoming aftershocks. The battle between 2 venerable-level existences caused impacts so vast that it soon drew the attention of other venerables within the Myriad Manifestation's void domain. A venerable is taking action? That location? It's 9 profound? Who is the venerable fighting 9 profound? No idea, I've never witnessed such an aura before. One by one, the Chaos Venerables observed from afar. None of them had any intention of intervening. Instead, they started chatting idly. Even during his sovereign realm days, 9 profound excelled in slaughter, and stepping into the Chaos realm hasn't changed him. That unfamiliar venerable capable of trading blows with 9 profound must have an extraordinary background. To become a venerable, who among us could be simple, True, let's just watch. The Chaos Venerables watched the battle unfold. Among Chaos Venerables, it was common practice to avoid fighting each other unless absolutely necessary. Still, Chaos Venerables loved to witness duels and fights between their peers. After all, for them, it posed no threats. The combatants weren't establishing enmities against them. Who doesn't enjoy a good spectacle? The void solidified as though tangible, expanding and covering the surroundings. Using Infinite Void as the foundation, Lin Yuan's killing move, Infinite Void, showcased absolute control over the void. Though it hadn't reached the level of the Divine Ability world, it approximated one-third the strength of the Divine Ability world. The latter, however, was limited by its duration, lasting mere seconds, whereas Infinite Void had no such limitation. Lin Yuan could maintain it as long as he wished. Such a terrifying void suppression. Even 9 Profound Venerable felt troubled. Under the suppression of Infinite Void, his every move faced significant constraints, as though he was an insect ensnared within a spider's web, an immensely unpleasant sensation. But it's useless against me. 6 Profounds subdues all things. 9 Profound Venerable's face contorted slightly in ferocity. Within moments, 6 entirely new forces enveloped his body, sweeping outward. Determined to defeat Lin Yuan and avoid a crushing loss, 9 Profound Venerable had nearly used up most of his killing techniques. Wimble. The invisible power of 6 Profounds began demolishing the void, and the Infinite Void driven by Lin Yuan started to tremble. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. The 6 Profounds force unleashed by 9 Profound Venerable had yet to completely destabilize Infinite Void, but given time, it was inevitable. Infinite Void struggled to suppress the full power force of 9 Profound Venerable's 6 Profounds. Fighting a Venerable using the Taiji Primordial Spirit is still a bit forced, Lin Yuan reflected inwardly. Ultimately, Lin Yuan was still just a path-splitting realm lifeform, forcefully crossing 2 major realms to battle a Venerable. Even being a direct descendant of a 13th step lifeform with immense innate blessings, this feat was nearly impossible. Lin Yuan had only reached this level thanks to his numerous fortuitous encounters and deep foundations. If that's the case, I'll just use my trump card directly. Lin Yuan made his decision. Given 9 Profound Venerables' displayed strength, conventional means were unlikely to overpower him, let alone secure victory. World, Lin Yuan's eyes closed slightly before opening again. In that instant, the surrounding void transformed. An incomparably stable and overwhelming aura filled the space. Within this domain, all time and space were affected. Lin Yuan became the sole creator of this void. Chapter 1075, 16 Lin Yuan Tears, The Sky, Seeking Monthly Pass. 3. Chapter 1075, Chapter 16, Lin Yuan Tears, The Sky, Seeking Monthly Pass. 3. At this moment, within tens of millions of light years, everything was shrouded beneath Lin Yuan's internal universe. What is this? 9 Profound Venerable felt an unprecedented suppression. The originally unstoppable power of the 6 Profounds was now completely restrained, shrinking rapidly. Suppress. Lin Yuan gazed indifferently at 9 Profound Venerable, beginning to mobilize the full force of his external universe to crush him. Though the power of the external universe was terrifying, its duration was limited, so Lin Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. 9 Profound Venerable instantly felt excruciating pain in both his body and soul as an unstoppable, horrifying oppression descended upon him. 9 Profound Venerable's physical body began to crumble inch by inch, and his soul simultaneously started to be annihilated. Under this overwhelming suppression, all of his resistance seemed utterly futile. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying suppression continued to descend. The once overwhelmingly formidable 9 Profound Venerable now had his arm crushed, twisted, and shattered. His severed arm flew away, and holes began to appear all over his blood-soaked flesh and skin. Even his internal universe showed signs of collapse. 9 Profound Venerable staggered backward repeatedly, his expression filled with shock and terror. Without hesitation, he activated a stronger life-saving technique. 9 Profound Body Protection. 9 entirely new forces collided, forming a barrier around 9 Profound Venerable to resist the horrifying oppression descending from all directions of the void domain. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan continued to channel the power of his external universe, relentlessly suppressing 9 Profound Venerable. Yet, the protective barrier formed by 9 different forces bent and twisted under the pressure, though it did not completely shatter, steadfastly persisting. Troublesome. Lin Yuan frowned. 9 Profound Venerable was indeed difficult to deal with. Although he was only a newly ascended Venerable, his life-saving trump cards were no weaker than those of powerful veteran Venerables. It must be noted that within tens of millions of light years, all of it essentially constituted Lin Yuan's internal universe. In this domain, Lin Yuan's killing power was so strong that it would make ordinary Venerable scalps tingle. Only 1 second left. Lin Yuan sensed that the duration of his external universe was about to end. Explode. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan detonated his external universe. After all, once the time expired, the external universe would dissipate anyway, so he might as well detonate it to unleash its strongest power. Rumble. The surrounding void began to collapse, and the resulting annihilation force fully engulfed Nine Profound Venerable. What is this? Nine Profound Venerable's face turned aghast. Originally, he had been resisting with great difficulty using the life-saving technique of Nine Profound Body Protection, but now he was under even greater pressure, causing immeasurable terror in his heart. All across the Myriad Manifestations void domain, various Chaos Venerables continued to observe attentively. It seems Nine Profound Venerable and that mysterious Venerable have truly become deadly serious. I wonder what might have triggered such an intense battle between the two Venerables. That mysterious Venerable's unleashed void explosion is remarkably lethal. Indeed, it's likely forcing Nine Profound Venerable to use further trump cards. The Chaos Venerables engaged in casual conversation, occasionally tossing in a few remarks. Witnessing the showdown of trump cards between two Chaos Venerables was already a rare occurrence, let alone involving a Venerable they had never heard of before. Crash. The void shattered and chaos split apart. Within tens of millions of light years, everything was rapidly disintegrating. Even the Nine Profound secret realm in the distance had partially been destroyed. Without the strongest defensive formation at its core, it might have been entirely wiped out. Lin Yuan stood calmly in the void, his aura showing some signs of weariness. Detonating the external universe came at a cost to Lin Yuan himself, though it posed no significant problem. He could recover after resting for a brief time. Buzz. At this moment, amidst the collapsing void, a new aura began to condense and quickly materialize. Ha 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 ha. Nine Profound Venerable looked utterly battered but showed little diminishment in his aura, laughing exuberantly. That move just now, was it your strongest trump card? You can't use it a second time in the short term, and you've also fallen into a weakened state, haven't you? Nine Profound Venerable quickly analyzed Lin Yuan's state. To endure Lin Yuan's external universe detonation, he had resorted to activating a life-saving treasure. It was a treasure, not a technique. Techniques, once used, could be repeatedly deployed, but treasures, once expended, were gone forever. Nine Profound Venerable had already paid a heavy price to stand against Lin Yuan. Now, it's my turn. Nine Profound Venerable extended his hand, summoning a monumental strike that descended upon Lin Yuan. He had no intention of allowing Lin Yuan any chance to recover, planning to fight relentlessly until Lin Yuan conceded. Still lacking something. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly as he watched Nine Profound Venerable's increasingly close attack. A great distance away, beyond layers of time and space, Kung Yulong was likewise observing the battlefield. Of course, given his strength, at most he could sense the waves of conflict. The actual details of the battle were beyond his perception. But within the depths of Kung Yulong's consciousness, a young and childlike voice continued commentating on the battle for him. It's over. Nine Profound Venerable actually endured? Your senior is about to lose. The youthful voice in Kung Yulong's mind carried a tone of regret. Senior is going to lose? Kang Yulong was startled. Though he had anticipated the possibility, it still left him feeling deeply disappointed. It's normal to lose. After all, the childlike voice was just about to console Kang Yulong when, suddenly sensing something, it immediately fell silent. After all, what? Kang Yulong curiously called out several times, hoping the voice would continue. But the childlike voice went completely silent, as if it had perished, refusing to say another word. Kang Yulong finally sensed that something was amiss. He raised his head and instinctively glanced around. That one glance made Kang Yulong's eyes widen in shock. Beside him, a figure stood, though he wasn't sure when the figure had appeared. The figure belonged to a young man, bearing some resemblance to the senior Kang Yulong had seen earlier. Senior, are you not? Kang Yulong stared blankly, unsure why his senior, who was currently clashing with Nine Profound Venerable, would appear here. Kang Yulong faintly realized that the senior before him seemed different from the one he had encountered earlier. His physical presence was vastly more imposing, as if by merely standing there he could crush space itself. Kang Yulong opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, he saw Lin Yuan lift his right arm, spread his 5 fingers as though gripping something, and then gently tear toward the Nine Profound secret realm. Crash. 5 incomparably deep and restrained cracks flashed by and disappeared from Kang Yulong's vision. Instinctively, upon seeing those 5 cracks, an unparalleled sense of terror surged within Kang Yulong's heart, outside the Nine Profound secret realm. Nine Profound Venerable was just about to suppress Lin Yuan. At that moment, Nine Profound Venerable's pupils shrank as he saw the grab that tore through heaven and all creation. Chapter 176, 17, Great Saints Tactics, please subscribe. This grasp tore open chaos, tore open space and time, and reached toward the Nine Profound Venerable. What is this? Nine Profound Venerable felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Even when faced with the destruction and collapse of tens of millions of light years a moment ago, Nine Profound Venerable had not experienced such soul-deep terror. It would tear him apart. It would shred him to pieces. These thoughts surged in Nine Profound Venerable's mind. Soon after, confusion arose. Who was attacking him? At the very moment this grasp targeted Nine Profound Venerable, A karmic connection was forged between him and its origin. Mysteriously, Nine Profound Venerable glimpsed a scene from far across countless space-time layers. A young man was slowly withdrawing his right hand, with 5 streams of ultimate tearing heaven power lingering in the void. Beside the young man stood Kang Yulong. The stone people was staring blankly at the former. Nine Profound Venerable paid no attention to Kang Yulong. Through the brief karmic bond, his gaze locked onto the young man who had unleashed the tearing heaven grasp. "It's you?" Nine Profound Venerable immediately recognized that the young man attacking him was also Lin Yuan, both sharing the same karmic source. "So the one fighting me isn't your true self?" Nine Profound Venerable couldn't believe it. He could sense that the young man standing beside Kang Yulong, whether in physical physique or spiritual pressure, completely surpassed the Taiji primordial spirit that had been dueling him moments ago. The next moment, the tearing heaven grasp descended, re-EEP. The absolute tearing heaven power effortlessly tore through the space-time barrier surrounding Nine Profound Venerable, then his skin, flesh, bones, and the universe within. Everything of Nine Profound Venerable, his physical body, soul, and even his mental will, was shredded and torn apart under this ultimate grasp, without the slightest ability to resist, unable to even delay the inevitable destruction for a moment. Crash. The instant his physical form and soul were torn apart, boundless vitality surged within Nine Profound Venerable, initiating rapid regeneration. But with each fragment restored, it was again torn apart by the lingering, tearing heaven power, in a cycle repeating endlessly. In Nine Profound Venerable's despair and unwillingness, his physical body, soul, and inner universe were ultimately torn to complete annihilation. Not far away, the Taiji primordial spirit stood, silently watching this scene. Unleashing the full force of the tearing heaven grasp indeed surpasses detonating the world divine skill, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The divine skill, world, and the divine skill tearing heaven both belong to offensive divine abilities, but tearing heaven is far more pure in essence. The divine skill, world, has suppression effects and the like, while tearing heaven does not. Moreover, when the divine skill, world, is detonated, the destructive force is dispersed across tens of millions of light years. In terms of sheer power, it cannot compare to tearing heaven. The entirety of tearing heaven's power is concentrated in that single grasp. After Nine Profound Venerable's body, soul, and inner universe were torn asunder, 9 indistinct auras began gathering nearby, coalescing into the figure of Nine Profound Venerable once again. However, compared to his prior manifestation, both his aura and oppressive presence had dramatically declined. This decline was not the kind of temporary reduction that Lin Yuan experienced after detonating the world divine skill, but one requiring an extended period to recover. Not dead? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, though he wasn't particularly surprised. The life-preserving techniques of Chaos Venerables are notoriously formidable. Lin Yuan was, after all, only in the path-splitting realm. Even when activating the divine skill Tearing Heaven, he could at most severely injure a Venerable. As for killing one, it would be unlikely, even if it was Nine Profound Venerable, a newly ascended Chaos Realm being. If Lin Yuan could step into the Chaos Realm, at the same level, using Tearing Heaven, not to mention Nine Profound Venerable, even those peak Chaos Venerables would meet an assured death. In fact, even without reaching the Chaos Realm, if Lin Yuan could step into the Dominion Realm, elevating the essence of his life, with numerous techniques inherited and cultivated to completion, a single Tearing Heaven grasp would leave Nine Profound Venerable inevitably dead. At least this current physical form would perish beyond recovery. Then, let's do it again. Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit stepped forward. After a moment of rest, he had practically regained his vigor, fully recovering from the expenditure after detonating world. His combat strength now returned to its peak. "You?" Nine Profound Venerable's aura weakened, his face pale, and he immediately said, "No need to continue sparring, I concede." At this point, Nine Profound Venerable was already severely injured. To keep fighting would no longer be a spar, would be a life-and-death struggle, one where he would have to exhaust every hidden trump card and technique. A life-and-death struggle? For the inheritance space of a great saint-level domain, engaging in lethal combat with a peer-level Venerable was something Nine Profound Venerable needed to carefully weigh, especially given the current situation. Even if he were willing to stake his life, the odds were heavily against him. Just Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit alone had forced him to near full exertion, adding the threat of Lin Yuan's true form, standing by, ready to strike at any moment. Nine Profound Venerable deemed his chances of victory to be exceedingly slim. Even if he were to lose in a life-or-death battle, Nine Profound Venerable would not face complete extinction, as he had prepared many life-preserving contingencies in hidden locations, ensuring he could revive if his true form perished. However, all the investments made in this physical form, its weapons, artifacts, treasured items, and more, would be irretrievably lost. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't return any of these valuables to him. Concede? Lin Yuan immediately stopped his assault. He had no desire to push a Chaos Venerable to their brink. One could never predict the extent of their unutilized techniques. Most critically, within the Myriad Manifestation's void domain, other Chaos Venerables were still present, many of whom were keenly observing their battle. Chapter 1077, 17 Great Saints Tactics, please subscribe. 2. Chapter 1077, Chapter 17, Great Saints Tactics, please subscribe. 2. If it were merely a friendly spar and neither side sustained serious injuries, those Chaos Venerables naturally wouldn't have any objections. But what if Lin Yuan were gravely injured? As an outsider venerable, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee that the local void domain venerables wouldn't intervene. Moreover, Lin Yuan couldn't be certain whether 9 Profound Venerable had other venerable allies. What if someone saw 9 Profound Venerable locked in a life-and-death struggle with Lin Yuan and decided to join in? One-on-one, with all cards on the table, including both true form and primordial spirit, Lin Yuan was confident he could suppress 9 Profound Venerable, this newly ascended venerable. But 1-on-2, there were too many uncertainties. Thus, from the moment 9 Profound Venerable admitted defeat, Lin Yuan had no intention of continuing his assault. This battle served his purpose. He had thoroughly subdued 9 Profound Venerable. Afterward, even if 9 Profound Venerable harbored resentment, he would have to think twice about whether he could match Lin Yuan. Admitted defeat? Beyond layers of space-time, Lin Yuan's true form withdrew directly. For the sake of acquiring the prized 12-layer Supreme Chaos Tree and a Great Saint inheritance space, after careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided that relying solely on the Taiji primordial spirit would still be insufficiently secure. Thus, his true form also followed, hidden in the shadows, observing. Upon witnessing 9 Profound Venerable endure the explosion triggered by the world divine skill, Lin Yuan's true form seized the moment and executed the sky-rending grasp. Both true form and primordial spirit struck simultaneously, which indeed incurred higher risks, but upon confirming the immense value of that inheritance space, Lin Yuan deemed it worth the move. Now that the sparring had concluded, there was no reason for Lin Yuan's true form to linger any further. Interesting. Lin Yuan cast one last glance at Kang Yulong. With his true form present, Lin Yuan had finally captured the hidden consciousness fluctuation within Kang Yulong's body. Is this part of a contingency plan prepared by some great saint? Lin Yuan connected this thought to the mysterious inheritance space, a space that clearly bore the mark of a great saint. Kang Yulong had once entered it, so he must have gained some kind of opportunity. Only after Lin Yuan's true form fully disappeared did Kang Yulong's muddled thoughts begin to clear. That being earlier, was it also a senior? Kang Yulong steadied himself, instinctively asking in his heart. The appearance of Lin Yuan's true form had exerted tremendous pressure on Kang Yulong, particularly with that sky-rending grasp. Even though its power was fully restrained and in no way targeted at Kang Yulong, he still felt his mind trembling. Just witnessing it gave him an illusion that his entire existence was being torn apart. What a foolish question. Finally breaking its previous silence, the tender voice resumed speaking. You brat, your Stone People clan truly has unimaginable luck to have ties with such a powerful figure. The tender voice sounded deeply moved. Though it hadn't spoken earlier for fear of attracting Lin Yuan's attention, it couldn't help but witness the sky-rending grasp. The sheer, unmatched destructiveness of that strike left even the tender voice somewhat astonished. This ability isn't some ordinary technique, it's far closer to something like an innate divine ability. Could this powerhouse be some wondrous life form birthed from the Chaos Void, naturally equipped with such a terrifying offensive skill? The tender voice silently speculated. The profundity contained within the sky-rending grasp was something even great saints would struggle to replicate. While Lin Yuan's strength clearly hadn't yet reached the great saint level, he had mastered such a technique. Only an innate divine ability could possibly explain it. An innate divine ability referred to a talent inherent at birth. An ability you couldn't fully comprehend in terms of its laws or mechanisms, yet instinctively knew how to wield. A wondrous life form so adept at offensive capabilities, if it steps into the Great Saint's domain, it might well become an unparalleled Great Saint, the tender voice mused. Whether Chaos Great Saint or Unparalleled Great Saint, both were beings who had achieved perfection within the Chaos realm, but the latter's offensive prowess was distinctly superior to that of the former. I'm not sure either, Kang Yulong replied truthfully. Even at its peak, the Stone People clan had only produced one individual at the Mastery Realm, but that ancestor had disappeared over 10 cosmic eras ago, and even the soul lamp left in their clan had long extinguished. As for having bonds with some venerable, if not for trusting that Lin Yuan wouldn't lie about such matters, Kang Yulong wouldn't have believed it at all. By the way, what about Senior's spar with 9 Profound Venerable? Kang Yulong seemed to recall something. Previously, he'd been so overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of Lin Yuan's true form that he had forgotten to inquire about the fight outside the 9 Profound secret realm between the two venerables. Kang Yulong remembered that the Tender Voice's last broadcast had stated that 9 Profound Venerable was surviving after enduring one of Lin Yuan's lethal moves, on the verge of counterattacking. Sparring? The Tender Voice's tone sounded slightly puzzled. Do you believe the appearance of your clan's senior true form was for mere sparring? Kang Yulong blinked. All he recalled was Lin Yuan's true form extending a grasp toward the battlefield, then turning away and leaving. It's already over. 9 profound venerables suffered heavy injury and, I presume, admitted defeat. The tender voice spoke matter-of-factly, though it hadn't actually heard 9 profound venerable concede. From seeing Lin Yuan's true form leave and the absence of further battle disturbances outside the 9 profound secret realm, it inferred the outcome. That single grasp from the senior forced 9 profound venerable to yield. Kang Yulong took a deep breath, feeling a sense of incredulity. Indeed, he felt that the aura emanating from Lin Yuan's true form was overwhelmingly terrifying. But to Kang Yulong, venerables and great saints were indistinguishable. They were all beings beyond his capacity to fathom. Your level and strength are too feeble to perceive the true magnitude of the power contained within that grasp. But that's actually a good thing. A good thing? Kang Yulong pondered for a moment, gradually starting to understand, across the myriad manifestations void domain, within various chaos continents and high-tier secret realms. Chapter 1078, 17 Great Saints Methods, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 1078, Chapter 17, Great Saints Methods, please subscribe. 3. The numerous Chaos Venerables watched the battlefield outside the 9 Profound secret realm with solemn expressions. Did 9 Profound concede? The power of that grasp is truly terrifying. If 9 Profound doesn't concede now, it'll truly come down to a desperate fight and most likely death. As venerables within the same void domain, naturally, they had established means of communication, allowing real-time discussions. Some venerables, even separated by dozens or hundreds of void domains, could maintain contact, although the farther the distance, the greater the cost of a single contact. But within a single void domain, communication was nearly unrestricted. 9 Profound likely still has some trump cards unused, but there's no reason to continue fighting. That mysterious venerable seems to feel the same. Indeed, that mysterious venerable is impressive. That grasp, even if faced by me, could only be endured head-on, with no chance of avoiding it. Haha, if it were me, I'd merge into the fourfold space-time to greatly dilute that grasp's impact. Even injured, I wouldn't be hit as severely as 9 Profound. Ha ha ha, 9 Profound excels at attacking and sieging, but he's weaker in defense and survival, definitely not agile enough. The Venerables began to critique the earlier battle, imagining themselves in 9 Profound Venerables' position and contemplating how they might confront Lin Yuan's tear-the-sky technique. Among Venerables, direct duels are rare. Even sparring usually avoids exposing their trump cards. If they frequently unveil their trump cards, then everyone would know them. How would they still be called trump cards? But the duel between 9 Profound Venerable and Lin Yuan was clearly a blazing clash. Both parties nearing the brink of a life-or-death struggle, unhesitatingly employing every card at their disposal, which offered the Chaos Venerables an entertaining spectacle. Particularly Lin Yuan's tear-the-sky technique. It was a move they'd never witnessed before, and naturally, discussions arose about how they might counter it. Of course, none of the Venerables knew that their methods of dealing with tear-the-sky were meaningless. Because Lin Yuan, the one who performed Tear the Sky, was fundamentally not of the same tier as them, not even a Chaos Venerable, but a life form in the path-splitting realm. The divine skill, Tear the Skies, represents the pinnacle of offensive power even for the path-splitting realm, and upon reaching the realms of sovereigns or even chaos, blocking Tear the Sky would likely require a Chaos Realm Peak expert, or simply a great saint. Without matching realm-level strength, all techniques are mere fantasies. The sparring ended. 9 Profound conceded, and that mysterious venerable has departed. Ah, the show's over. 9 Profound took a significant loss this time. The injuries sustained recovering might take 1 or 2 cosmic eras at minimum. The Chaos Venerables cast one last glance at the 9 Profound Secret Realm area before shifting their focus elsewhere. They harbored no intentions toward Lin Yuan. As for capturing Lin Yuan, the entity who executed Tear the Sky was clearly Lin Yuan's true incarnation. No Venerable could lock down that true incarnation. What purpose would capturing Taiji Primordial Spirit serve? Unless Lin Yuan truly fought 9 Profound Venerable in a life-or-death battle, then perhaps these Venerables within the same void domain might intervene. For a mere sparring match, especially with 9 Profound Venerables' consent, no Venerable would bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. I've lost. Outside the 9 Profound Secret Realm, 9 Profound Venerable watched Lin Yuan's silhouette vanish, his expression tinged with melancholy. This was his voluntary surrender, and 9 Profound Venerable accepted the outcome wholeheartedly. Lin Yuan's final grasp had made him feel the threat of life and death. If he didn't concede, he'd truly die. This sparring match cost me dearly. 9 Profound Venerable began to assess the losses. First, the mysterious legacy space was gone. Even if he had defeated Lin Yuan, he could only acquire the remnants of legacy that could be replicated within the space, but something was better than nothing. Now, however, there was no hope whatsoever for that legacy. Second, in this sparring match, his uncontrolled combat power caused severe destruction across a surrounding area of tens of millions of light-years, even rendering the outer perimeter of 9 Profound Secret Realm, his own base, looking utterly dilapidated. Lastly, the injuries sustained from Tear the Sky would require an immense amount of time to recover. As a newly ascended Venerable, having advanced from the Sovereign Realm to the Chaos Realm, Nine Profound Venerable's status and power had grown considerably, and he was brimming with confidence, further fueled by his fortunate encounter with the mysterious legacy space. He had once believed his path forward would remain smooth and uninterrupted, leading straight to the Great Saint's domain. But reality led him to such an end. Forget it, forget it. A loss is a loss. It's just some Great Saint-level legacy. It's not as if obtaining it guarantees becoming a Great Saint. Nine Profound Venerable calmed his mind. After all, even acquiring a Great Saint legacy rarely guarantees cultivation of a Great Saint, for if it did, ancient Great Saint-level entities wouldn't have declined as they've been. To become a Great Saint, the most fundamental requirement is relying on oneself. External aids offer little help, even with a Great Saint personally guiding day and night. It doesn't significantly assist a Venerable's breakthrough to the Great Saint. After all, both Great Saints and Venerables are essentially Chaos Realm beings, and the utility of such guidance is limited. Through this battle, I can discern many flaws in my ultimate killing techniques and secret methods. Nine Profound Venerable reflected, and soon his eyes sparkled with determination. Once I refine these imperfections, then when I engage again in sparring and combat, the outcome won't be so certain. From deep within Nine Profound Venerable's heart swelled a fighting spirit. Though he still did not know Lin Yuan's identity or from which void domain Lin Yuan hailed, such a mighty force could hardly remain unknown. Whether now or in the future, Nine Profound Venerable was confident he would sooner or later learn of Lin Yuan. At that point, he'd make the challenge himself. Deep within layers of boundless space-time, Kang Yulong stood respectfully in place. Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit emerged, hands clasped behind him, gazing upon Kang Yulong. "Thank you, Senior." Kang Yulong trembled slightly, immediately expressing his gratitude. Although Lin Yuan's intervention was not without a price, ultimately, it was unnecessary for him to duel Nine Profound Venerable to save all of the Stone People clan. Simply saying they couldn't be saved would have sufficed, and Kang Yulong hadn't insisted Lin Yuan rescue the Stone People. Lin Yuan nodded, but his next words left Kang Yulong visibly shaken. "How much longer are you planning to hide?" Chapter 1079, 18, Changes in the Inner Universe. Subscription request. Senior. What does the senior mean? Kang Yulong shivered in spirit. Hide until when? I've always been here, not hiding at all. Who is Lin Yuan referring to? In a flash of insight, Kang Yulong realized the greatest secret on him had probably been discovered by Lin Yuan. Nine Profound Venerable discovered that mysterious space, and Kang Yulong, through other means, transmitted inside ahead of time. At the very moment of entering that mysterious space, a consciousness appeared in his mind, a childlike voice that had been communicating with Kang Yulong on a mental level. The childlike voice claimed to be the protector inherited within that mysterious space and had already chosen Kang Yulong as its heir. At first, Kang Yulong was half skeptical, but later, the many pointers from the childlike voice benefited Kang Yulong immensely, and he finally believed it. Unfortunately, before taking away that mysterious space, Nine Profound Venerable had a brief meeting of eyes with Kang Yulong, forming a causal relationship between them. Eventually, under the relentless search of a Venerable, Kang Yulong was still captured. Even so, facing the day and night torture of the sinister pool, it was the childlike voice in his mind that bore most of the pain. Otherwise, Kang Yulong wouldn't have been able to persevere until now. The childlike voice was extremely hidden. Even Nine Profound Venerable had not detected anything unusual. Originally, Kang Yulong thought that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to discover it either, but to his surprise, it was still seen through by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could sense another wave of consciousness within Kang Yulong entirely because of his internal universe. When forcibly taking Kang Yulong from the Nine Profound Secret Realm, Lin Yuan along the way included him into his internal universe. Lin Yuan's internal universe had been transformed by the 13th stage inheritance, Infinite Void, which not only matched the internal universe of a Chaos Venerable in size, but in the sense of subtle power, it was actually stronger than the average Chaos Venerable. After all, Infinite Void derived from a 13th stage time life, representing a foundational inheritance. Lin Yuan's true body and two primordial spirits, all cultivated into the first layer of the Infinite Void. Of course, purely in the attainment of this inheritance, the true body is slightly stronger. It was because of this. If before the true form appeared, Lin Yuan only vaguely sensed consciousness fluctuations on Kang Yulong, he wasn't very sure. Then, when the true form arrived, it was basically confirmed. The reason Lin Yuan's true form appeared beside Kang Yulong, aside from executing a sky-tearing grab, was to use the internal universe of the true form to confirm the consciousness fluctuation on the other. Senior, Kang Yulong was about to speak. Immediately, the childlike voice echoed in his mind again. "No need to say more, since I've been discovered, there's no need to hide." The childlike voice was very clear that with Lin Yuan's realm and strength, once speaking such words, it was certainly with enough assurance. Besides, even without assurance, what could be done? As long as Lin Yuan became suspicious, he had to come out. Kang Yulong suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had become incredibly deep and calm, as if containing universes within. Lin Yuan observed Kang Yulong and, seeing this, his expression immediately became solemn. Are you indeed a venerable or a great saint? The current Kang Yulong gave Lin Yuan a very special feeling, akin to facing the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master on the 9th floor of the Black Tower, the aura vast and encompassing the chaos void. Of course, purely from the intensity of the aura, the Kang Yulong before him was certainly not as formidable as the Moyu Tower Master, but both were generally at the same level. That's why Lin Yuan inquired if the other was a great saint. Great saint? Kang Yulong smiled slightly. I indeed was once, but not anymore now. You were? Lin Yuan scrutinized the other, his expression rather puzzled. At the level of a great saint, even if only a remnant soul remained, it could quickly recover. Why maintain such a half-dead state of will? Simply put, I am no longer myself. I am merely a soul fragment refined by the real me, Kang Yulong explained straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Soul fragment? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called soul fragment is entirely different from an avatar. The true form and avatar share one consciousness, strictly speaking, belonging to one living being. If the avatar is subjected to memory tampering and other means, the true form would also be affected. But the true form and soul fragment are already considered two separate entities. The soul fragment has developed a new consciousness, yet due to originating from the true form, its consciousness, personality, habits, and memories all inherit from the true form. However, no matter how it is, the soul fragment and true form do not count as one living being. Normally, no strong individual would be willing to refine a soul fragment due to the risk of devouring the master. Correct. Kang Yulong nodded. The soul fragment inherits all from the true form, but the understanding of realm and strength rules? That's not possible to inherit, so it cannot restore the strength of the great saint level. In fact, if a soul fragment could inherit the rule comprehension of the true form, it would absolutely cause uproars with great saints refining batches of soul fragments. Nonetheless, strength and rule comprehension can't be inherited, but the vision of the great saint level remains, and with incredibly rich cultivation experience, often able to see through the issues and confusions faced by a cultivator at a glance. Therefore, when a great saint chooses to refine his soul fragment, it is basically to train an heir. Additionally, a soul fragment has one most important function. If the great saint dies, with both true body and avatar dead, it would not extend to the soul fragment. Chapter 1080-18, Changes in the Inner Universe, Subscription Requested, Second 1080 Chapter 18, Changes in the Inner Universe, Subscription Requested. 2. After all, the division of soul, strictly speaking, already counts as a completely new life form, although it is exceedingly similar to the original body. What about your original body? Lin Yuan asked. My original body? Kang Yulong remained silent for a moment. It should be trapped in a certain time loop now. I see. Lin Yuan understood. Being trapped in a certain time loop referred to the attempt to break through to the 13th tier. When Chaos Realm Perfection assaults the 13th tier, one will inevitably fall into a time loop. Only by breaking through the time loop can one step into the 13th tier. Failing to break through means being eternally trapped within. Under normal circumstances, whether it's a Chaos Great Saint or a Peerless Great Saint, one has the qualifications to attempt the 13th tier. What exactly is a time loop like? Lin Yuan asked with curiosity. The Eye of Myriad Laws had once voluntarily discussed this topic with Lin Yuan, saying that unless one reaches Chaos Realm Perfection, there's no need to delve into it too deeply. I don't know either. My original body didn't leave behind those memories. Perhaps it wasn't willing to share such matters. Kang Yulong shook his head and replied, Your original body may well have a day to break free of the time loop. Lin Yuan sensed Kang Yulong's despondence and offered a word of comfort. Theoretically, any Chaos Realm Perfection trapped in a time loop has the potential to escape. However, theory is merely theory. Failing to escape within 10 cosmic eras renders the chances infinitely slim thereafter. The hope is probably small. Kang Yulong looked at Lin Yuan, his expression returning to normal. I wish to make a transaction with you. A transaction? Lin Yuan considered Kang Yulong and asked, What kind of transaction? With your strength, you should be able to craft a cause and effect vestment using the refining method I provide. Kang Yulong said, The cause and effect vestment can shield against causal connections. My chosen successor is still too weak, with insufficient comprehension of the law of cause and effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been captured by the 9 Profound Venerable. Kang Yulong sighed with some resignation. Though Kang Yulong is currently safe, the moment he leaves Lin Yuan's protection, he will still be locked onto by the 9 Profound Venerable through the law of cause and effect. Even though Kang Yulong has already handed over the mysterious space to Lin Yuan and has virtually no other value left on him. But if the 9 Profound Venerable merely wants to vent anger, cause and effect vestment? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he asked, Since it's a transaction, what can you offer in return? That inheritance space is indeed left behind by my original body and contains some great saint-level legacies. Kang Yulong paused for a moment before continuing, but all the legacies are. incomplete, the vital components are not included. This was a common practice, aimed at preventing the inheritance space from being forcibly breached and its contents falling into enemy hands. Without the critical elements, the value of the inheritance would be greatly reduced. The legacy Lin Yuan had previously acquired from the profound Shuang lineage as well as the demon jade space had similar mechanisms with roles like protectors who safeguarded the critical components of the legacy. If one did not acquire the legacy through legitimate means, the key contents necessary to activate it would remain inaccessible. In addition, I am also willing to share the cultivation-related memories of my original body, Korch Cheng Yulong offered. This was already the highest price he could afford. A division of Soul's most precious asset is its memories. Oh, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He wasn't particularly interested in the key elements of the legacy. With his against heaven's understanding, as long as parts of the legacy were intact, he could naturally extrapolate the entire content. But the cultivation memories of a great saint, Lin Yuan was genuinely intrigued. Previously, neither the Xuan Huang nor the Moyu Tower Master had left behind anything of this sort. Even if there had been visual references, they couldn't compare to actual memory fragments, which included the great saint's sensations and perspectives, enormously valuable compared to ordinary imagery. Deal. Lin Yuan nodded. A division of soul might not be the original body of a great saint, but its cultivation realm remained intact. There was no way Lin Yuan could forcibly conduct a soul search, leaving voluntary memory sharing as the only option. Good. Kong Yulong smiled. Here's the refining method for the cause and effect vestment. The materials have long been gathered. Before being hunted by the 9 profound venerable, he had initially planned to request a respected practitioner to craft the cause and effect vestment, but hadn't had the chance before being captured. These, Lin Yuan quickly scanned the materials and gave a slight nod. The refining method of the cause and effect vestment wasn't complex, but it required a deep comprehension of the law of cause and effect and the application of cosmic power to infuse and imprint the law within the vestment. Lin Yuan successfully crafted it in just half a day. Kang Yulong carefully examined the result, a satisfied look spreading across his face. According to his initial plan, he would have had to petition a respected practitioner to refine the cause and effect vestment, which would invariably carry certain risks. Here are all the critical elements of the legacy and a portion of my original body's cultivation memory fragments. Kang Yulong wasted no time, bringing out a crystalline, transparent stone. Lin Yuan picked up the stone and briefly examined it to confirm there were no issues before storing it away. Then, he handed over the miniature world containing all the Stone People clan to Kang Yulong. But prior to doing so, Lin Yuan had already selected one Stone People individual from within the miniature world and relocated them to his own internal universe. He intended to take them as a disciple upon his return, fulfilling a promise he had once made to Kang Weiyang. The transaction was complete. Chapter 1081, 18 Changes in the Inner Universe, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 1081, Chapter 18, Changes in the Inner Universe, please subscribe. 3. Lin Yuan looked at Kang Yulong and casually asked, "What are your plans for the future?" While my true body was still alive, I secretly established a faction, with a sovereign presiding over it. I plan to bring him to join that faction, Kang Yulong replied honestly. That is excellent. Lin Yuan nodded and did not pursue the matter further, in the boundless chaos void. Kang Yulong gazed into the distance, his eyes shifting as a certain aura began to retract. What is happening to me? Kang Yulong abruptly snapped out of his reverie, looking around in confusion. Stop searching. A childlike voice resonated within the depths of his soul. Your predecessor has already left, along with all of your clansmen. They're now within the internal universe. The predecessor has left? Did the predecessor make things difficult for you? Kang Yulong asked cautiously. Not at all. The childlike voice sighed with some emotion. This sovereign, who shares a unique affinity with your Stone People clan, has a very good temperament, otherwise we'd all be doomed. It was commendable that Lin Yuan remained unmoved after detecting that the childlike voice originated from a Great Saint Soul fragment. The Great Saint Soul fragment might not be powerful, but it carried a significant portion of a Great Saint's memories, making it an irresistible temptation for most sovereigns. What the childlike voice did not realize, however, was that Lin Yuan simply did not want to waste time on him. If Lin Yuan had forcibly kept him, the childlike voice would surely have resisted. Furthermore, given that Soul Search wasn't an auction, the act held little value for Lin Yuan. Other sovereigns might be willing to haggle because of their slow progress, but with Lin Yuan's speed of cultivation from Dao Convergence to Chaos Realm, he faced virtually no major bottlenecks. Stop dawdling. Set off now for the void domain I mentioned. At the urging of the childlike voice, Kang Yulong immediately got moving but couldn't resist asking, "Will I ever have the chance to meet the predecessor again?" Meet the predecessor again? The childlike voice fell into contemplation. Meeting such a mighty figure too many times would mean your soul and intentions become as bare as naked walls. Do you really wish to reunite? The childlike voice continued. If you truly want to meet him again, you'll need to reach the Chaos Realm, at the very least, become a sovereign. Only then will you have the qualifications to meet him. With the strength of the Chaos Realm, coupled with the legacy I've imparted to you, even if you meet him again, you'll have the ability to protect yourself. It would also put my worries to rest. Chaos Realm? Kang Yulong's expression barely held steady, as uncertainty clouded his heart about when he might attain such a realm, the ancient Chaos Continent, the fragmented world of star tiers. After Lin Yuan properly settled the Stone People clan within human civilization, he began to comprehend the crystal-clear stone he acquired. The stone contained the partial cultivation memories of a great saint, which Lin Yuan valued greatly. He studied the stone for a moment before releasing a thread of his soul to permeate within it. In an instant, Lin Yuan's consciousness entered a vast, boundless world. This should also be within the chaos void. In the distant horizon, endless streams of chaos chi floated about. And at the center of Lin Yuan's perspective sat a colossal figure cross-legged. This enormous figure emanated an aura so profound that even a trace of it could crush an entire universe. No, it wasn't as if it truly was. The slightest release of its aura could cause a universe birthed within the chaos void to enter premature destruction. So, this is the power of a great saint? Lin Yuan's heart trembled. For the first time, he was experiencing the true essence of a great saint's power so directly. Neither Xuan Huang nor the Moyu Tower Master, what Lin Yuan had seen of them, were mere imprints, far removed from the genuine strength of these peerless great saints. As for the Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint, Lin Yuan had only ever felt the aftershocks of their battle from afar. No more than that. What followed? In the scene Lin Yuan witnessed, the massive figure began cultivating. If the image had merely been a replay, Lin Yuan might have found it dull and tiresome, but what he saw now was the vivid memory of actual cultivation. The experiences of this immense figure during its cultivation were completely synchronized with Lin Yuan, so this is how the chaos void appears in the eyes of a great saint. Lin Yuan immersed himself in these insights, his mind continuously flooded with realizations. Your innate perception is extraordinary. By observing an unknown being's cultivation process, your personal cultivation insights have been enhanced. Lin Yuan was wholly entranced, studying the cultivation of a great saint. Who knew how much time had passed? Eventually, Lin Yuan slowly pulled himself out. These cultivation memories are of incredible benefit to me. A smile surfaced on Lin Yuan's face. Not every great saint was willing to share their cultivation memories, because if the memories fell into the hands of their enemies, it would very likely reveal their weaknesses and flaws. Only great saints on the cusp of ascending to the 13th tier dared to take such risks. Upon reaching the 13th tier, should they fail, it was inconsequential if others exploited their weaknesses. But if they succeeded, they would transcend into Tier 13 timeless life forms, making it irrelevant even if their flaws became common knowledge across the chaos void. Has that inheritance space been refined? A trace of movement flickered across Lin Yuan's expression. While comprehending the great saint's cultivation memories, Lin Yuan had concurrently been refining the inheritance space. With the help of Kang Yulong and the cooperative Great Saint Soul Fragment, Lin Yuan encountered nearly no difficulties and quickly claimed dominion over it. Realizing this, Lin Yuan promptly directed his consciousness into the inherited space, Chaos Tree. Gazing deep into the inherited space, Lin Yuan focused on the Chaos Tree, a most prized treasure within this realm, a top-tier 12-star natural marvel. Even Lin Yuan greatly coveted it. Time to plant it into my internal universe. Lin Yuan immediately proceeded to transplant the Chaos Tree. Rustle. The Chaos Tree spread far and wide, blotting out the sky, but Lin Yuan's internal universe was vaster and more stable. Before long, the Chaos Tree rooted itself within Lin Yuan's internal universe. Buzzing sounds filled the air. The moment the Chaos Tree took root fully, an earth-shattering transformation began unfolding within Lin Yuan's internal universe. Chapter 1082, 19 Advancement in Strength, please subscribe. Chapter 1082, Chapter 19, Advancement in Strength, please subscribe. The Chaos Tree, as a peak 12th layer supreme treasure, is a great saint tier artifact. As soon as it took root in Lin Yuan's inner universe, it produced immediate and stunning effects. My inner universe? Lin Yuan's expression instantly turned to one of astonishment, and he immediately focused on sensing every subtle transformation within his inner universe. The Chaos Tree's impact on his inner universe was multifaceted, spatial temporal stability further enhanced, the rules operating with increasing perfection, and so forth. These changes were within Lin Yuan's expectations. Moreover, once the Chaos Tree took root, faint traces of Chaos Chi began to permeate his inner universe, akin to the strands of Chaos Chi scattered across the Chaos Void. These strands of Chaos Chi caused Lin Yuan's inner universe to undergo a deeper level of metamorphosis. Rustle. The boundaries of Lin Yuan's inner universe began frantically expanding. Previously, Lin Yuan's inner universe, after mastering Infinite Void, had reached a radius of 20 million light-years. This was close to the maximum limit of Lin Yuan's inner universe. Any substantial increase beyond this point would have required him to ascend to the Dominator realm and elevate his life essence. But now, the originally 20 million light-year radius inner universe suddenly surged upward. 21 million, 23 million, 25 million. In less than a moment, it reached a radius of 30 million light-years, 31 million, 32 million. By the time it approached a radius of 33 million light-years, the inner universe's expansion finally began to slow. Although it continued to expand, the rate noticeably decreased. It was estimated to surpass 33 million light-years slightly, as expected of the Chaos Tree. Lin Yuan's expression revealed awe as he marveled at the Chaos Tree's contribution to his inner universe, a nearly doubled radius in size. It should be noted that for an inner universe of Lin Yuan's current magnitude, achieving such growth required either the gradual grinding of time 10 cosmic eras, 100 cosmic eras, with slow expansion leading to qualitative changes, or it would necessitate a great leap in realm, where an enhancement in life essence would bring about significant improvements in all aspects of his being. Tuolong Great Saint truly put effort into cultivating successors, Lin Yuan thought silently. Tuolong Great Saint was none other than the true body of the Great Saint soul fragment residing within Kang Yulong. While observing the fragments of the Great Saint's cultivation memories, Lin Yuan had identified this ancient Great Saint. Each Great Saint's chosen path was highly distinctive, and their renown often spread across multiple void domains. Unless their era had vanished into obscurity, their names would inevitably be remembered. Tuolong Great Saint was a Chaos Great Saint adept in the physical body domain. In terms of battle prowess, even if not comparable to peerless Great Saints, he was still far stronger than newcomer Great Saints like the Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint. What a shame, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, that Chaos Tree had ultimately fallen into his hands. In truth, it wasn't exactly a matter of regret. Had Lin Yuan not intervened, Kang Yulong would one day cave under 9 profound venerables' torment, surrendering everything. By then, not only would the Chaos Tree and inheritance space be lost, but even Kang Yulong himself would not survive. In fact, if not for the Chaos Tree, Lin Yuan wouldn't have risked becoming enemies with a venerable. With my current strength, there's no need to resort to the divine skill tier heaven when sparring with 9 profound venerable. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. The divine skill, world alone, would be enough to force 9 profound venerable to reveal his life-preserving artifact. The inner universe's enhancement benefited the divine skill world most notably. This physical body divine ability was entirely reliant on the strength of Lin Yuan's inner universe. Of course, this was under sparring circumstances. In a life-or-death struggle, there would be no holding back. All hidden trump cards and ultimate moves would surely be unleashed. Just as Lin Yuan's inner universe continued expanding and the flowing ripple of rules grew increasingly stable, deep within his inner universe, a jade gourd trembled faintly and a red-robed young girl with twin ponytails emerged. Why is this inner universe? The red-robed girl carefully observed the entire inner universe. As the spirit of Jade Gourd and a protector of the 13th layer inheritance, Infinite Void, she naturally paid close attention to Lin Yuan's inner universe. After all, the core foundation of the Infinite Void inheritance lay within the inner universe itself. Is it the Chaos Tree? The red-robed girl immediately identified the source of these changes. Whoosh! Lin Yuan condensed his figure and appeared beside her. As the creator of the inner universe, Lin Yuan was keenly aware of its countless subtle transformations, so naturally he noticed the Jade Gourd's activity. Senior, you also know about the Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan inquired. I certainly know of the Chaos Tree. The red-robed girl glanced at Lin Yuan and said, such supreme treasures often fall from the primordial lands of the Chaos Void, exceedingly rare and especially unparalleled in enhancing inner universes. For cultivators of the Infinite Void inheritance lineage, the Chaos Tree produces truly incredible effects, the red-robed girl explained. Falling from the primordial lands of the Chaos Void? Lin Yuan gazed at the red-robed girl. The Chaos Tree originated from the primordial lands? When Lin Yuan had broken through the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers, he had endured the infusion of the primordial lands within the Chaos Void, and he felt the vast, boundless aura it contained. The Chaos Tree came from there? Outside the primordial lands, true Chaos Trees cannot be nurtured. The red-robed girl shook her head and continued, I know you might have heard claims that the World Tree could evolve into a Chaos Tree, but that's virtually impossible. I see. Lin Yuan glanced toward another direction within his inner universe. There, another massive tree swayed gently. It was the World Tree. Ever since Lin Yuan had mastered the first level of Infinite Void, his inner universe expanded to a radius of 20 million light-years, significantly diminishing the utility of the World Tree. Chapter 1083, 19 Advancement in Strength, please subscribe. To Chapter 1083, Chapter 19, Advancement in Strength, please subscribe. Due to the World Tree's might, it simply cannot envelop such an expansive internal universe. When Lin Yuan first explored the Chaos Void, he held the aspiration of cultivating the World Tree into a Chaos Tree. However, after numerous attempts, he discovered its usefulness was limited. Still, being able to obtain a Chaos Tree is no small fortune, the red-clad girl praised with a hint of admiration. She wasn't captivated by how precious the Chaos Tree is, but rather by how fitting it was for a cultivator like Lin Yuan, who possessed an internal universe of extraordinary depth and foundation. The Chaos Tree's effects vary greatly depending on the cultivator wielding it. For an average Chaos Venerable, it might merely stabilize the internal universe slightly and shorten the time needed to reach the peak of the Chaos realm. Its contribution to combat strength would be minimal, but in Lin Yuan's hands, the effects were frightening. At least, judging by the current results, Lin Yuan's overall combat strength had improved immensely compared to before obtaining the Chaos Tree. And this was just the beginning. As time passed, the Chaos Tree's blessings would only grow stronger, supporting him into reaching the Dominator realm and even the Chaos realm. It seems fortune smiles upon me. A faint smile surfaced on Lin Yuan's face. He hadn't anticipated that sending an avatar into the Myriad Manifestation's void domain would yield such remarkable fortune. After observing the Chaos Tree for a while longer to ensure its roots had taken hold without any issues, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the transmission space. This specific transmission space was established by the Tuolong Great Saint, meant explicitly for cultivating a successor. While the Chaos Tree was indeed its most prized treasure, it was by no means the only one. An abundance of other artifacts had been left behind as well, including the Tuolong Great Saint's legacy. In truth, the most invaluable aspect of the entire transmission space wasn't the Chaos Tree, but rather the soul fragment of the Tuolong Great Saint. For the vast majority of cultivators, the Chaos Tree's effects would, at best, stabilize their internal universe, granting them an advantage in battles against competitors of the same tier. But the Tuolong Great Saint's soul fragment? That was the key to breaking through bottlenecks and advancing further along the path of cultivation. Guidance from a Great Saint could yield limited usefulness for a Dominator advancing to a Great Saint, but it could have considerable value for someone progressing from Path Pioneer to Dominator, or from Dominator to Venerable. Even for a Chaos Venerable, the guidance of a Great Saint's soul fragment, while perhaps not empowering them to ascend into the Great Saint's domain, would undoubtedly offer clarity in plotting the path forward. But Lin Yuan was distinctly different. The so-called guidance of a Great Saint's soul fragment held little value for him. The path Lin Yuan had chosen was rooted in rules and Daos of differing dimensions and frameworks, domains that even Great Saints rarely understood deeply. Additionally, a Great Saint's soul fragment would only offer guidance to their chosen successor, and it was evident that Lin Yuan wasn't suited for the Tuolong Great Saint's path. Having refined the mysterious transmission space, it now measured no larger than the size of a palm, hovering and floating before Lin Yuan. Let's see. Lin Yuan immediately began examining it. At this moment, he was the master of this space, fully in command. 9 tribulations, Tuolong body? Lin Yuan studied this legacy meticulously. Comparable to the Xuanhuang physique and the demonic jade immortal body, this was a specialized body refinement technique. The Tuolong Great Saint was a unique spectacle of life born from the Chaos Void, a Tuolong with a physical body of immense strength, unparalleled even after ascending to the Great Saint's domain. It was through this fearsome physical prowess and other techniques that the Tuolong Great Saint became a nightmare for other Great Saints of his tier. The 9 tribulations Tuolong body, in essence, utilized specialized methods of body refinement to transform one's corporal form into something resembling the Tuolong unique life form. The process required enduring 9 tribulations. After overcoming them all, the technique would be considered complete, at which point the cultivator's body would transform into a new spectacle of life, a Tuolong. Thus far, within the boundless Chaos Void, only a single Tuolong had ever been birthed. As such, the Tuolong Great Saint lived a life of solitude, lacking any kin or tribe. The creation of this legacy was infused with the intention to ensure the survival of the Tuolong lineage, even as he pursued elevation to the 13th tier. To fully cultivate this body refinement technique meant to become the next spectacle of life, a Tuolong. There are indeed many merits to it. Lin Yuan carefully combed through and examined the contents, his expression contemplative. In terms of levels, this body refinement technique was slightly inferior to the Xuanhuang physique and demonic jade immortal body. After all, even at its complete culmination, it would only allow a cultivator's body to become as powerful as a Tuolong's. By contrast, the Xuanhuang physique and demonic jade immortal body, when cultivated to their peak, made the physical body alone capable of contending against a Chaos Great Saint. Yet, as a Great Saint tier body refinement technique, its intricate details inspired Lin Yuan's admiration, and he even found ways to incorporate some aspects of it into his body's refinement, bringing it closer to perfection. Tuolong, in his mind, Lin Yuan conjured the detailed physical structure of the unique life form Tuolong. The ultimate goal of the 9 tribulations Tuolong body was transformation into a Tuolong and naturally required such detailed information about this life form. The Chaos Void births unique life forms, while the cosmic starry skies give rise to extraordinary entities. Both are innately born. Both possess immensely powerful bloodline talents. Lin Yuan's expression took on a thoughtful look, pondering the profound similarities between the cosmic starry skies and the Chaos Void in many respects. Within the transmission space, beyond the 9 tribulations Tuolong body, there were countless other legacies as well. Lin Yuan meticulously browsed through and absorbed them, integrating portions that benefited his path of cultivation into his own methodology. Russell, the adaptations to Lin Yuan's physical body were slow and gradual. Even for someone like His Majesty Xuan Huang, a peerless great saint, capturing a great saint-level unique life form specialized in physicality for research was a near impossible task. After all, even at the same level, while His Majesty Xuan Huang, as a supreme great saint, was stronger than a typical chaos great saint capturing one alive, that was akin to scaling the heavens. Chapter 184, 19 Advancement in Strength, please subscribe. 3. Chapter 1084, Chapter 19, Advancement in Strength, please subscribe. 3. Even if it were achievable, as long as the opponent had other means of self-preservation, they could annihilate their flesh and soul with a single thought and then revive through contingency methods. No cultivator would ever want their physical body to fall into the hands of others for research. While Lin Yuan was absorbing the numerous inheritances left behind by the Tuolong Great Saint, he also began to sort through the treasure trove of resources within the inheritance space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a thought, the various halls within the inheritance space released one rare treasure after another, each exuding a distinct aura. A 10-meter wide piece of violet crystal appeared, its interior visibly flowing with purple liquid. The violet jade nest? Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. This piece of violet jade nest was a treasure of the Chaos Realm tier, and even a fragment of this size held a value of no less than 1,000,000 Chaos Realm stones. To put it into perspective, the fragmented world made of star tiers that Lin Yuan had purchased, spanning light years in size, was only worth over 1,000,000 Chaos Realm stones in total. Yet the violet jade nest, merely 10 meters in size, commanded a similar price. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted toward the other treasures presented. There were several yellow orbs, gently colliding with one another and emanating a calming aura that soothed the mind. There was also a 9-colored herb, which had grown 9 distinct leaves of varying hues. All these treasures combined, if converted to Chaos Stones, would likely be worth around 38 million Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. The inheritance space created by the Tuolong Great Saint was meant to cultivate successors. But nurturing successors required more than mere guidance. It demanded extensive resources. Close to 2 million Chaos Stones worth of staggering resources was more than sufficient to support an ordinary 11th tier being through their breakthrough into the Chaos Realm without lacking anything. Directly consuming these resources might be wasteful. It's better to convert them into Chaos Stones and exchange them for items more suitable for me, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For instance, the rare 9-colored herb had the effect of stabilizing the physical body and the internal cosmos. For those who had just entered the supreme tier, whose bodies and internal cosmos were rapidly evolving, this herb was immensely beneficial. But to consume it directly, its value would drop significantly, an utter waste of its potential. Lin Yuan was still some distance away from breaking through to the supreme tier. Moreover, given his profound foundation, he wouldn't need external aids like this to stabilize himself upon stepping into the Chaos Realm. Thus, trading it for resources more suited to him was the optimal choice. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Galaxy. Wangku Dominator smiled at Lin Yuan. Due to the instructions of his master, the ancient Ming Venerable, Wangku Dominator held Lin Yuan in high regard. No matter how busy he was, as long as Lin Yuan sought him out, he would make the time to meet him. Wangku. Lin Yuan savored the fine wine before him. This time, I've come to sell some of the rare treasures I possess. Sell rare treasures? Wangku Dominator's face lit up with a smile. Anything Galaxy takes out, I, Wangku, will gladly purchase. Lin Yuan had sold some treasures and weapons to him in the past, and their transactions had always been pleasant. Wangku Dominator upheld a principle. He would rather earn less, or even nothing, if it meant satisfying Lin Yuan. In truth, with the treasures and weapons Lin Yuan had sold previously, Wangku Dominator had made a modest profit overall. Take a look first. Lin Yuan flicked his hand, bringing out some of the resources from the inheritance space. The 10-meter violet jade nest, the 9-colored herb. Wangku Dominator's expression instantly shifted. The treasures Lin Yuan brought out were all of Chaos Realm tier, and their value within the Chaos Realm tier was anything but low. So many rare treasures, Wangku couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that Lin Yuan had plundered the lair of a Chaos Venerable? What's wrong? Is there an issue? Lin Yuan stared at Wangku Dominator. No issue at all. Wangku Dominator quickly shook his head. It's just that these treasures are so precious, I'll need to consult my master. Dealing with treasures of the Chaos Venerable level was beyond his authority and required the approval of the ancient Ming Venerable. All right, go ahead. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. You'll have my answer shortly. Wangku Dominator immediately split off a trace of his consciousness to form an avatar and personally headed to the secluded cultivation space of the ancient Ming Venerable. Master, Galaxy wishes to sell some rare treasures. Wangku Dominator approached the ancient Ming Venerable and quickly explained the situation. These? The ancient Ming Venerable was equally astonished. Some of the treasures Lin Yuan had brought out were items that even Chaos Venerables rarely encountered. Master, should we take them? Wanku Dominator immediately asked. Take them, of course, take them. The ancient Ming Venerable's eyes widened. So many rare treasures, many of them are seldom seen. Even if we couldn't sell them, I would still gladly accept them myself. With a solemn expression, the ancient Ming Venerable quickly assigned prices to each item. Compared to their market value, the ancient Ming Venerable chose the highest possible prices. First, these treasures were indeed rare. Second, the prophetic visions concerning Lin Yuan by the Chaos Dragon Beast were terrifying. The ancient Ming Venerable was determined to curry favor, let alone haggle over prices. After Wanku Dominator left, the ancient Ming Venerable's expression quickly regained its composure. Ancient Ming, a black-robed youth, appeared beside him. This galaxy, it seems, is a reincarnated great saint. The black-robed youth spoke in a low voice, having overheard the entire conversation between the ancient Ming Venerable and Wanku Dominator. Indeed. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded. Based on the black-robed youth's foresight, offending Lin Yuan would lead to certain death. This could only mean that Lin Yuan would almost certainly ascend to the rank of Great Saint in the future. Otherwise, how could such a fate be predicted? But forget the path-splitting realm. How could even Chaos Venerables be certain of ascending to the status of a Great Saint? Only a reincarnated Great Saint could assert with certainty that they would reclaim their former glory. Thus, the ancient Ming Venerable and the black-robed youth became increasingly convinced that Lin Yuan was a reincarnated Great Saint. Now that they saw Lin Yuan present so many Chaos Realm tier rare treasures, their theory that Lin Yuan was a reincarnated Great Saint was virtually confirmed. These treasures, rare even by Chaos Realm standards, were almost inexplicable, unless they were preparations made before a Great Saint's reincarnation. Lin Yuan must have recovered some of his memories from his time at the Great Saint level and retrieved the contingencies he had prepared at his peak. A Great Saint, the ancient Ming Venerable and the black-robed youth exchanged glances, their hearts filled with awe and amazement. Chapter 1085, 20 Eons of Time, please subscribe. Chapter 1085, Chapter 20, Eons of Time, please subscribe. It was confirmed that Lin Yuan was the reincarnation of a great sage, which made ancient Ming Venerable and the black-robed youth feel increasingly awed. This meant that Lin Yuan's existence spanned incomparably ancient and endless years. His true identity might well be that of an unparalleled sage, known throughout the Chaos Void. Inside the palace hall, Wanku Dominator received a nod from his master and immediately quoted the price. Brother Galaxy, all of these treasures combined, the final price is 40 million Chaos Stones. Wanku Dominator couldn't help but feel astonished internally. Such an enormous amount of Chaos Stones would make even a Venerable hesitant to part with them. After all, Chaos Venerables incur substantial expenditures as well. Take ancient Ming Venerable, for example, his own consumption, the needs of his companion, the Chaos Dragon Beast, and the expenditures to maintain the myriad formations on ancient Ming's Chaos Continent were all significant, 40 million Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan nodded. This exceeded his earlier estimation by quite a large margin. Lin Yuan hadn't brought out all the treasures from his inheritance's spatial storage, only intending to sell a portion for now. Based on Lin Yuan's judgment, those treasures he sold earlier were worth around 20 to 30 million Chaos Stones. 40 million Chaos Stones? It was evident that ancient Ming Venerable had offered an exorbitant price. Please convey my gratitude to the Venerable, Lin Yuan said. Although he didn't know why ancient Ming Venerable was showing him such goodwill, be it through the Star-Tier Shard World or other gestures, it wasn't a bad thing after all. I intend to purchase another batch of resources. Lin Yuan casually listed his desired cultivation resources. No problem. Wanku Dominator patted his chest and assured him. Now that the ancient Ming Chaos Continent had become the trading hub for the nearby void, the resources Lin Yuan wanted were not rare and could be acquired easily. Time passed. A decade flew by in the blink of an eye. Star-Tier Shard World. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his physical body emanating a deep and weighty aura that seemed to strain the surrounding space-time, twisting and warping it incessantly. The Xuanhuang physique, it's finally cultivated to perfection within the Dominator realm. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. As the guardian technique of the profound Xuang lineage and being a body refinement method, the Xuanhuang physique tempered his physical body to near perfection in all aspects. Even secret body refinement techniques of the Great Sage level like the 9 Tribulations Tuolong bodies only slightly improved Lin Yuan's physique in minor areas, whereas the Xuanhuang physique remained central in its influence. Currently, my body should be approaching the physical level of Chaos Venerables, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The perfection of the Dominator-level Xuang physique made his body arguably the strongest at the Dominator realm level. Additionally, due to Lin Yuan's already extraordinary foundation of physical strength, especially the terrifyingly stable essence of his internal universe, his body was continuously enhanced, creating a virtuous cycle. At this moment, Lin Yuan's physical strength had reached a point where further improvement seemed almost impossible. Next comes the Chaos Realm version of the Xuanhuang physique. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. The Chaos Realm Shuang physique also demanded an adequately powerful life essence as its basis, a requirement he might only meet after fully entering the Dominator realm, but the resources needed for perfecting Chaos Realm Shuang physique htsk. With his current physical foundation, if he could fully cultivate the Xuanhuang physique to perfection at the Chaos Realm, just his physical body alone would likely be enough to dominate the Chaos Great Saints. However, the resources required to refine such a physique were staggering. For now, Lin Yuan couldn't foresee how it could be achieved. He estimated that even the entire wealth of an unparalleled sage would fall far short. Step by step, Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts and stopped dwelling on the issue. And then, there's you. His thoughts stirred and a palm-sized bell-shaped treasure appeared before him. This was none other than the primordial bell meticulously nurtured by Lin Yuan. Over the years, through Lin Yuan's continuous cultivation and vast resource investments, the primordial bell had grown into a Dominator-tier treasure. The primordial bell was deeply attuned to Lin Yuan's spirit. Activating it required minimal effort, yet its power was immense. It rivaled even Chaos Realm treasures in capability. Come to think of it, I haven't used you even once all this time. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. By his nature, he rarely acted unless he had absolute confidence in the outcome. In his daily life, he avoided dangerous situations entirely, relying on the appearances of his primordial spirit incarnations rather than exposing himself. Thus, the primordial bell remained unused. Still, despite its lack of opportunity to shine, such trump card treasures were non-negotiable in their importance. They might not be employed often, but they were crucial to possess. This was why Lin Yuan had never abandoned the nurture of the primordial bell. Many of the contingency measures and fatal techniques he had prepared over time had yet to be triggered, but he continued refining and adding to them, directly using the source essence of my internal universe for its nurture. Lin Yuan stored the primordial bell within the depths of his internal universe, now vast and boundless, where the chaos tree presided majestically at its center, organizing and governing everything. Home universe. The cosmic cataclysm had now completely concluded, and the once vast universe had condensed into a singular point. The point was unimaginably small, yet incomprehensibly immense. The surrounding space-time had compacted entirely, forbidding even unparalleled sages from perceiving its secrets. The destruction and rebirth of the universe were natural evolutions dictated by the fundamental laws of the chaos void origin, completely impervious to external interference. Within the concentrated point, Xuanhuang's secret realm, now compressed into a miniature space measuring merely 10 meters across, Lin Yuan's incarnate form sat at its center, carefully observing everything outside the secret realm. Beyond the secret realm lay an expanse of primal chaos, utterly devoid of any influence from the laws and Dao principles. The essence of the cosmic cataclysm was the complete annihilation of all such rules and principles. However, for Lin Yuan, the seemingly dead and lifeless void outside the secret realm was, paradoxically, incredibly wondrous. Through Lin Yuan's perspective, though the external world was chillingly empty, he could faintly discern boundless laws slowly being nurtured into existence. Chapter 1086, 20, Long Time Passing, Subscription Request. To Chapter 1086, Chapter 20, Long Time Passing, Subscription Request. 2. From nothing to something, these rules took form, revealing unprecedented perfection and miracles in Lin Yuan's eyes. The birth of life is a miracle, and so is the evolution of the universe. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Lin Yuan was entranced, fully immersed in it. Your insight is extraordinary, watching the destruction and rebirth of the universe. Your understanding of the essence of the great Dao rules is enhanced. Every moment, Lin Yuan's mind burst with countless insights and inspirations. The Chaos Void origin rules operated, nurturing one universe after another. These universes underwent destruction and rebirth, which were manifestations of the Chaos Void origin rules. However, such a manifestation is hard to glimpse below the level of a great saint. To set up something like the Xuanhuang secret realm within a universe, at least the strength of a Chaos Great Saint is required, and even most Chaos Great Saints cannot achieve it. Now this universe is still in the process of being reborn, and once it fully begins its new life, with countless rules and paths restarting, and life gradually reviving, it should have the greatest impact on me. Lin Yuan thought to himself. By then, having witnessed the entire process from the universe's destruction to rebirth, my comprehension of the rules will surely soar dramatically, possibly reaching the level where I can effortlessly create a universe. Lin Yuan secretly thought. A 12th layer lifeform's inner world transforms into an inner universe, but this inner universe is nurtured slowly from weak to strong by a 12th layer lifeform. It's still far from effortlessly creating a universe. In Chaos Void, forces of the revered level typically establish their own chaos continents. But forces of the Great Saint level, especially those top-tier forces with formidable Great Saints, often create a universe specifically. Such a universe is not nurtured by the Chaos Void, so it lacks the indelible characteristics, yet it has unparalleled advantages in size and in nurturing life's degree compared to a Chaos continent. Universes specifically created by exceptional great saints can set rules to a certain extent, such as forming certain special training environments or nurturing specific life forms and so on. Effortlessly creating a universe, this also reflects reaching the pinnacle of rule comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if one has not comprehended countless rules, how could they easily create a complete universe? Unfortunately, this universe at present still has some time before it enters the rebirth phase, much longer than the normal time for a universe to transition from great destruction to rebirth. Is it because I took away too much life during the Great Destruction, leading to insufficient momentum for rebirth, thus needing time to absorb the power of the Chaos Void? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. In fact, Lin Yuan speculated that there might be more reasons than just this. Also, he absorbed a large amount of world-breaking origin force during the universe's Great Destruction. Although up to now, Lin Yuan still does not know the essence of the world-breaking origin force, it is definitely a form of extremely advanced power. During the universe's great destruction, such source power dissipates, but it ultimately only dissipates within the universe and eventually merges back into the universe. Yet during this universe's great destruction, it was all absorbed by him. Unfortunately, only life forms within the universe can access this method of absorbing the world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In recent years, he occasionally sent avatars to explore the nearby void domain and had discovered universes undergoing destruction, but he couldn't absorb any extra world-breaking origin force, Starlight Tier Fragment World. A period has passed since human civilization migrated here. In a classroom full of high-tech atmosphere, more than a dozen students were attentively listening to the teacher's lecture on stage. In fact, with the current technology of human civilization, education could have been fully conducted in the virtual world long ago, but some schools still retain this way of face-to-face teaching in reality. Compared to the virtual world, reality always feels more authentic. The teacher standing on the podium was a middle-aged woman. She looked at the many students below. These students were all born in the last 10 years or so, born in this fragment world, nurtured by the Starlight Tier, possessing great innate talent and potential, nearly all destined to become evolvers in the future. Sun Ming. The middle-aged woman frowned, gazing at a student sitting towards the back. This student seemed slightly dazed, clearly lost in thought. I'm here, teacher. The student named Sun Ming quickly reacted, hurriedly stood up, and said, Why don't you tell us what the galaxy calendar is? The middle-aged woman smiled as she looked at him. The galaxy calendar? Sun Ming's spirits lifted. If asked about knowledge from some other area he might not know, but the galaxy calendar? Who wouldn't know he was a devoted fan of the galaxy's greatest hero? 56 years ago, the universe in which we lived faced destruction, and countless citizens of our human civilization would have perished along with the universe if nothing else happened. But the galaxy's greatest hero stood up, single-handedly taking all our human civilization's citizens out and eventually migrating to this new homeland. From that time on, the old calendar of human civilization, the Starry Sea era, ended, and the first year of the galaxy calendar began. The so-called galaxy calendar is named after the galaxy's greatest hero, to commemorate the galaxy's greatest hero's monumental achievements. Sun Ming answered with great enthusiasm. The other students listened with equal excitement. In human civilization, the image of the galaxy's greatest hero has almost reached the level of deification. Very good, very good, very good. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly. Perhaps the new humans born in this new homeland cannot understand it, but she... Chapter 1087, 20, A Long Thousand Years Request Subscription. Third Chapter 1087, Chapter 20, A Long Thousand Years Request Subscription. Third, the middle-aged woman personally experienced the end of the Starry Sea era. At that time, human civilization officially announced that the universe was about to be destroyed and would adopt a lottery method to select citizens to migrate to a new home. And the probability of being selected? Out of about 1 or 200 citizens, roughly one would be chosen. Back then, the middle-aged woman was selected, but her father and mother, friends, and classmates were not selected. In other words, waiting for the middle-aged woman was the outcome of living alone, while her close relatives and friends all perished. In such circumstances, the despair of the middle-aged woman was imaginable. Ultimately, she chose to give up her selected spot, staying behind to walk through the last phase of life with her loved ones and friends. But at this time, the galaxy's strongest announced that all citizens could be brought along to journey together to the new home. This scene of seeing hope amidst despair is still clearly remembered by the middle-aged woman. For human civilization, the galaxy's strongest is no longer just about great achievements, that is, a savior saint. Let's talk about martial Dao then. The middle-aged woman continued to ask. Martial Dao is the path taken by the galaxy's strongest. Sun Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart, for he also knew the answer to this question. In the 40th year of the galaxy calendar, the galaxy's strongest used martial Tao as the foundation to develop 673 great paths. These paths encompass most of the currently known roads, and all can enter the 12th layer. In the 45th year of the galaxy calendar, many evolutionary paths that were prevalent in the old calendar gradually became obsolete. Sun Ming's tone was exceptionally excited. Though he has not yet practiced martial Tao, he had long decided that the evolutionary path he would pursue in the future would be martial Tao. The middle-aged woman's listening seemed a bit lost. These newly born new humans couldn't perceive the changes in human civilization after the galaxy calendar, especially the scene where many evolutionary paths gradually became replaced by martial Tao. Who knows how many powerful evolutionaries of the old calendar were moved by this, deep within the fragment world of Star Tier. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, clearly observing how the various branches of martial Tao had spread thoroughly within human civilization, replacing the numerous evolutionary paths of the Starry Sea era. This was an inevitable result. After all, the martial Tao branches opened up by Lin Yuan, whether in terms of potential, difficulty in cultivation, or any other aspect, far surpassed the numerous evolutionary paths of the Starry Sea era. Even the 9 strongest beings of human civilization took the initiative to switch to the branches of martial Tao, let alone the ordinary human citizens. Moreover, regardless of which branch of martial Tao, due to their foundation being martial Tao, cultivators of different branches can communicate and collide with each other. I can feel that even in distant other void domains, martial Tao cultivators have been born. Lin Yuan carefully sensed and nodded slightly. This situation likely arises from the 10,000 Paths Pavilion beginning to propagate the martial Tao branches. The Eye of Myriad Laws reached an agreement with Lin Yuan, and afterward showed no sign of slacking, but immediately instructed each of the Myriad Laws branches to spread the path. The spread rate is very fast. Currently, the number practicing has already surpassed the total number of human civilization's martial arts evolutionaries. Lin Yuan contemplated that within the universe the number of human civilization citizens is substantial, but compared to the Chaos Void, they are notably insignificant. Now the 10,000 Paths Pavilion is still in the initial propagation stage, and when it starts to spread deeply, the number of lives practicing martial Tao will see a significant surge. Source World. Qingfen City. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling the essence of the divine body of Fierce Sun bit by bit. Within the Fierce Sun ancient country, the divine body of Fierce Sun is akin to the favored child of heaven and earth, possessing great advantages in all aspects, be it cultivation, comprehension of principles, or even in the exertion of combat strength. I still have to continue condensing the seed of the Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan had not given up on condensing the seed of the Fierce Sun, but currently, the difficulty of condensing the seed of the Fierce Sun has surged. Even for Lin Yuan, it takes several days to condense one, and the efficiency of one per several days is gradually declining. As the number of condensed seeds of the Fierce Sun continues to rise, it becomes 1 in 10 days, then 1 in several dozen days. Now the situation, Lin Yuan ended his cultivation and glanced outside. Since Lin Yuan's intervention led to the failure of the Purple Dream Domain's plans, the Qingfen Domain has been in a standoff with the Purple Dream Domain, with no sign of retreat from the other side, and they have even marshaled troops for gather at the border. The armies of this ancient country in the Source World all appeared in the form of battle formations. A battle formation composed of 100,000 of the 11th layer can concentrate all the strength of 100,000 11th layer members, enhance it, and the resulting strike is enough to severely wound a path-splitting realm expert. Whoosh! Just then, the actions on the Purple Dream Domain are directed by the Spirit Might King. The war is likely inevitable, short as a few hundred years, long as several thousand years, Lord Qingfen straightforwardly remarked. Recently, not only is the situation on the Purple Dream Domain delicate, but dozens of large domains near the Purple Dream Domain are also surging with undercurrents. The Spirit Might King? Lin Yuan nodded. He has also heard of this newly crowned king, rare for being bestowed king status with royal identity, most crowned kings being heavenly venerate level experts. But it's just war. Our Fierce Sun ancient country is not afraid. Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan and reminded, just make sure you don't leave Qingfen City recently. I worry the Spirit Might King might target you. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, the Spirit Might King would find taking Qingfen City and even the Qingfen Domain far easier. Thus, Lord Qingfen had this concern. Rest assured, I certainly won't leave. Lin Yuan immediately replied, having sold off the Heart of Myriad formation. Lin Yuan wouldn't lack resources for a long time. Not lacking resources, not lacking inheritance, even if it were to put Lin Yuan outside, he wouldn't go. That is quite good. Lord Qingfen nodded before disappearing. If the war really starts, being in the center of the Qingfen Domain will inevitably face the greatest pressure, and Lord Qingfen has been exceptionally busy lately. Watching Lord Qingfen disappear, Lin Yuan pondered for a while and continued to start cultivating again, whether it's war or peace. Anyway, cultivating and getting stronger is undeniably correct. Time flowed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Chapter 1088-21, Lin Yuan's Foundation Seeking Subscription. Chapter 1088, Chapter 21, Lin Yuan's Foundation Seeking Subscription. In the crimson world filled with endless fierce suns, Lin Yuan's incarnation, condensed from a thread of his spirit, cautiously observed the surroundings. At the highest point of the crimson world, a figure stood. This figure possessed millions of forms. Every time Lin Yuan observed it, he experienced different realizations and insights. In this crimson world, Lin Yuan once entered when he condensed the 30,000th seed of the fierce sun. He had been here before. The figure at the highest point is most likely the ancestor of Fierce Sun from the Fierce Sun ancient country, a 13th order time life. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that being able to enter this crimson world was completely by chance, a rare occurrence. However, upon condensing 33,000 seeds of the Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that he had vaguely established a certain connection with this crimson world. Through this connection, he could enter again. Realizing this, Lin Yuan began to visit regularly. He couldn't help it. This crimson world seemed to be purely a world of fire. Yet upon enlightenment, he discovered that the fire of this world surprisingly contained thousands upon thousands of cosmic rules, and among them, Lin Yuan found all the rules he had understood. In addition, the figure at the highest point, suspected to be the ancestor of Fierce Sun, gave Lin Yuan immense shock. In the Chaos Void, even unparalleled great saints are painstakingly seeking the path of 13th Order life, trying to forge ahead to 13th Order themselves, hoping to gain a minute possibility. But in this source world, he could look so closely at a 13th Order time life, if it were those unparalleled great saints in the Chaos Void, they would likely go mad with envy. Shuang Huang, the Magic Jade Tower Master, and other unparalleled great saints would dream of having Lin Yuan's opportunity. I can enter this world because I have condensed enough seeds of the Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan understood well why he could appear here. It was because of the thin bloodline of the ancestor of Fierce Sun flowing within him, complemented by the seeds of the Fierce Sun. It's a pity that now I need just one more seed to reach 33,333. Lin Yuan looked somewhat helpless. 35 years ago, Lin Yuan had already condensed 33,332 seeds of the Fierce Sun and had been trying to condense the last one ever since. As he neared completion, Lin Yuan became increasingly aware that 33,333 seeds represented an entirely different domain. When the time comes, all the seeds of the Fierce Sun will form a complete cycle within his body. Once this grand cycle forms, it will be a great transformation for him. Take it slow. 1,000 years have merely passed. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. The complexity and obscurity of the last seed of the Fierce Sun required even him to carefully comprehend before even attempting to condense it. Though difficult, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it should only be a matter of time. If 1,000 years aren't enough, then 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 5,000 years. I can't continue observing. Lin Yuan stayed in the Crimson World for a while and began to feel he couldn't hold on. This world was filled with omnipresent fierce sun fires, and Lin Yuan's spirit could descend with the protection of the seeds of the fierce sun, but this protection had a time limit. The next moment, Lin Yuan's spirit-created incarnation dissipated. In the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. 1,000 years of secluded cultivation feels like just the blink of an eye to me, Lin Yuan thought. The higher one's level of life, the more blurred the concept of time becomes. To the great lords and heavenly venerates, it's completely normal for millions or billions of years to pass in isolation. 1,000 years? Not even enough for a nap. But in these 1,000 years, my improvements have been considerable. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, the greatest achievement being the Chaos Rule reaching the second realm. From Chaos First Realm to Second Realm, it seemed like merely ascending one level, yet it was the result of Lin Yuan comprehending countless cosmic rules, where quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. Improvement in Chaos Rule cannot be directly sensed. It requires the constant understanding and penetration of more and broader cosmic rules. Typically, Chaos Venerables start with understanding Chaos Rule First Realm, and to reach the Second Realm, one needs to spend 10 cosmic eras, dozens of cosmic eras gradually comprehending countless rules. Yet Lin Yuan accomplished this in merely a millennium, and still considered that Lin Yuan's life level is only at the path-splitting realm, whereas those Venerables possess life levels of the Chaos Realm. The higher the life level, the easier and simpler it is to comprehend cosmic rules. Standing high, one sees far. However, although the understanding of Chaos Rule has reached the Second Realm, using Chaos Rule as a foundation to evolve the Taiji Yin-Yang power is still without clues. Lin Yuan pondered. In his initial estimation, to evolve Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji, Chaos Rule must at least reach the Second Realm. But the Chaos Rule of the Second Realm is merely one of the prerequisite conditions for evolving Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji, not all conditions. Chaos births Yin-Yang, Chaos births Taiji. How exactly does it birth? How does it evolve? Lin Yuan contemplated. This is a path that is uniquely mine. The Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji has no precedence in either the Chaos Void or this source world. Even if it seems like a similar path, fundamentally, it's different. For instance, the Chaos Flame path that Lord Qingfen follows is completely different from other Great Lords' Chaos Flame paths. Lord Qingfen's Chaos Flame is azure, it's incinerating. Even similar Chaos Flame paths will present significant differences. Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji is even more so. If I couldn't enter that crimson world and observe the ancestor of fierce sun, a 13th order time life, I fear evolving chaos yin-yang taiji might take 10,000, a million years, and still might not be achievable. Chapter 10.8.9.21 Lin Yuan's Foundation Seeking Subscription 28.9 Chapter 21 Lin Yuan's Foundation Seeking Subscription 2 Lin Yuan thought to himself. If it were only a matter of evolving chaos yin or chaos yang, it wouldn't be too difficult for Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan is not content with merely evolving one path. Since the second layer, he has used yin-yang taiji to forge his foundation, and now as he walks the path of chaos evolving into all things, he naturally still uses yin-yang taiji as the main focus. As for simply chaos yin or chaos yang, even if they are truly evolved, for Lin Yuan it bears no worthwhile gain, as it would limit future potential. Ancestor of fierce sun, Lin Yuan thought, observing the figure of the ancestor of fierce sun in that crimson world. Although it didn't directly help him evolve chaos yin-yang taiji, it at least pointed him in the right direction. This made his future path much smoother, at least giving him a target to pursue instead of aimlessly cultivating and comprehending. Continue to comprehend more Grand Dao rules, elevate the Chaos rule to the third realm, and perhaps the evolution of Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji will become gradual. Lin Yuan thought, and this was also the realization he frequently gained from observing the ancestor of Fierce Sun's figure. Theoretically, the Chaos Second Realm should be able to evolve Yin-Yang Taiji, but it is still just a theory, as currently, Lin Yuan does not observe the possibility of such an evolution. If that's the case, then he should continue to elevate his comprehension of Chaos Rule. The comprehension of the Chaos Rule consists of 3 realms, and reaching the third realm is basically the limit of the Chaos Rule. At this level, one can easily evolve various paths. Actually, with my understanding, not perceiving hope for evolving Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji indicates that this path has high potential. Lin Yuan thought, some powers can be evolved with just the Chaos First Realm, like the most common Chaos Flame, Chaos Gold, and so on. These power paths can be encompassed and covered by the Chaos First Realm. But some powers require the Chaos Second Realm, being several dozen or even hundreds of times more difficult than the former, yet the eventually evolved power paths will also significantly increase in all aspects. From this, it can be inferred that the higher the demand for comprehension of Chaos Rule, the higher the potential of the power path. Chaos Third Realm? Lin Yuan's expression changed subtly. In the Chaos Void, having comprehension of the Chaos Third Realm is something many Chaos Great Saints might not possess, because the requirement for the number of Grand Dao rules to be comprehended is overwhelmingly terrifying. But for Lin Yuan, with the Against Heaven's understanding, comprehending many Grand Dao rules is not much different from eating or drinking. Especially in this source world, through the seed of the Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan's comprehension of rules has greatly increased, allowing him to perceive the countless rule fluctuations more clearly and thereby comprehend thoroughly. This source world has been incredibly helpful to me. Lin Yuan felt a slight sense of gratitude. Without this source world, relying only on cultivating in the Chaos Void, he would likely take many detours. If one source world is like this, then the remaining 32 source worlds, Lin Yuan's heart was stirred. Deep within the Myriad Realms Gate, there are 33 source world coordinates recorded, which means there are 33 source worlds. Forget it. Descending into this source world already split a small part of my mind and will. Exploring another source world would be too burdensome for my true self, causing significant impact, Lin Yuan thought. After reaching the 12th layer, Lin Yuan's life essence was transformed, making further traversal unnecessary to immerse his entire mind and spirit, unlike the more than 10 previous traversals. But it still burdens the mind and will, requiring a small division of mind and will. For the true self in the Chaos Void, simply splitting a small part of the mind and will to explore a source world has no significant impact. But if he further splits a small part of his mind and will to explore a second source world, it's equivalent to only having half of his mind and will left within the true self. The consequence would be all-encompassing, such as reduced strength and decreased speed and efficiency of comprehension, among other things. Exploring a source world isn't as simple as condensing an incarnation. It requires more than a mere sliver of mind and will. Even with the Myriad Realms Gate as a mediator, it still requires enough mind and will to maintain the connection between two worlds separated by infinite spatial temporal dimensions. Let's explore them one by one. Lin Yuan knew that haste makes waste. After all, the coordinates for the 33 source worlds are there. Once he thoroughly explores this source world, or when the exploration of this source world reaches a certain bottleneck, he can consider retracting this part of his mind and will to explore the subsequent source worlds. After 1,000 years of nurturing, my 7th physical body divine ability is about to be completed. Lin Yuan sensed the deep power from the roots of his bloodline intertwining and converging to form an extremely complex imprint that vaguely resembles the fierce sun in the sky. The amount of time this physical body divine ability has consumed, I wonder what it will be like, Lin Yuan revealed an expression of anticipation. The physical body divine ability awakened on the martial arts evolution road depends on the fundamental power deep within one's bloodline. Lin Yuan's physical body originates from the fierce sun ancient country, with the ancestor's bloodline flowing within, which is of the 13th layer bloodline. The physical body divine ability awakened from this has a high probability of being related to the ancestor of fierce sun, possibly being a talent method it possesses, a talent method belonging to a 13th layer life. Even when it comes to Lin Yuan, due to life level and various reasons, the power and effects exerted are greatly reduced. Chapter 1090-21, Lin Yuan's Foundation Seeking Subscription 3, Chapter 1090, Chapter 21, Lin Yuan's Foundation Seeking Subscription 3. That also stems from a 13th tier temporal lifeform. The most crucial part is, as long as it's an awakened physical body divine ability, Lin Yuan can thoroughly comprehend it to be applicable in the Chaos Void and other worlds. The talent of a 13th tier lifeform, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Through the talent of a 13th tier lifeform, one can fully discern the essence of this tier of temporal lifeforms. Moyu Tower Master and other unparalleled great saints once paid an infinite price of blood and toil to hunt a wondrous lifeform with rich temporal bloodlines. Why? Wasn't it just to try to contact the subtle information of the 13th tier through its bloodline? Lin Yuan, however, got straight to the point and directly condensed the talent from a 13th tier lifeform. Now, in terms of physical body and soul body within my universe, I've already grown to the utmost limit, and I can completely step into the Master Realm. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly and began to enter the Master Realm. Of course, it's just that this current physical body enters the Master Realm. As for the true body in the Chaos Void, he plans to be cautious about that. Wait until this physical body completely enters the Master Realm, then go for the breakthrough over there. With Lin Yuan's profound accumulation, expanding the path to the Master is a matter of course without any unexpected changes. But if there's a more stable method, why not use it? This physical body in the Source World, Lin Yuan can abandon, but the true body in the Chaos Void, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan is still reluctant to give it up. If an extreme situation arises while expanding the path to the Master, with the physical body of the Source World exploring the way, Lin Yuan will be more composed. Both the physical body and soul are beginning to transform. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the subtle changes in himself, simultaneously regulating them to steer the changes towards the direction he desired. This physical body, in terms of foundation and depth, is not as good as the true body. Lin Yuan objectively evaluated. The true body in the Chaos Void endured the Chaos Void origin infusion thrice, amplifying the influence on the internal universe to an unprecedented extent. Whereas in this Source World there is no such benefit, but the Fierce Sun Divine Body and the Seed of the Fierce Sun grant Lin Yuan benefits nearly equaling the true body, City Lord's Mansion. One by one, the aura of Great Lords spread. For millennia, the tension between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain has grown, and both sides have mobilized multiple Great Lord-level powerhouses ready to engage at any time. Over at the capital of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, there is significant interest in the situation between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, with a royal family member personally taking charge directing this war. Most of the Great Lords gathered here have been mobilized by that royal family member. Yu Yan, you've come. Lord Qingfen greeted Lin Yuan, who had condensed into form. Lin Yuan nodded. With so many great lords present, it would be somewhat discourteous if he, as a disciple of Lord Qingfen, didn't show up. However, Lin Yuan here is only the primordial spirit. As for the true body, it's still in seclusion at the sky-burning court, experiencing the nuances of entering the Master Realm. Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits convert through the illusory reality, secret technique, making it impossible for outsiders to distinguish. The other great lords present also look towards Lin Yuan, nodding slightly with goodwill. Being fellow great lords of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, when facing hostile ancient countries, there's naturally no room for internal strife. The great lords present here are generally on good terms with Lord Qingfen. The royal family member in charge will not summon great lords who have grievances with Lord Qingfen. Great Venerate Hongye. Lin Yuan sat beside Great Venerate Hongye, one of the few great lords he had interacted with. 1,000 years ago, the two had traded, with Lin Yuan exchanging the Myriad Formation Crystal with Great Venerate Hongye for a large amount of cultivation resources. Great Venerate Hongye possessed terrifying strength, even surpassing Lord Qingfen. The war is likely to begin soon. Great Venerate Hongye, who had a good impression of Lin Yuan, spoke with a slightly sentimental tone. He is not a vassal of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and appears here entirely by the invitation of Lord Qingfen. Indeed, the Purple Dream Domain should be almost ready. Lin Yuan nodded. For 1,000 years, he has devoted almost all his energy to cultivation and seclusion, but has roughly understood the situation between the two domains. After a millennium of preparation, the Purple Dream Domain has gathered a lot of strong individuals, as has the Qingfen Domain. Both sides are ready to go, waiting for someone to break the fragile balance. Later, we will go to the border. Lord Qingfen, seated in the main position, said, "Going to the border is mainly to see how many great lords the Purple Dream Domain has sent over and to familiarize themselves in advance. The Great Lords present chatted for a moment, with Lin Yuan mostly listening and observing the many Great Lords. These Great Lords have all developed their unique path of power from the chaos. Lin Yuan secretly observes and often gains a bit of insight. Previously, most of Lin Yuan's time was spent in that crimson world, observing the figure of the ancestor of Fierce Sun. However, the information contained within that figure was too vast, too grand. Occasionally observing these Great Lords is also a different kind of experience for Lin Yuan. Most of the Great Lords of the Fierce Sun ancient country followed the path of the Chaos Flame. Lin Yuan thought to himself, a few, like Great Venerate Hongye, besides the Chaos Flame, realized the path of Chaos Life. This is also very normal. After all, the environment of the Fierce Sun ancient country is such, and the flame of Fierce Sun mastered by the ancestor has a significant impact on all living beings within the ancient country. A moment later, under the leadership of Lord Qingfen, all the Great Lords present arrived at the border of the Qingfen domain. Qingfen City has a space-time passage directly leading to the border, which is also to prevent the Purple Dream domain from suddenly starting a war, leaving the Great Lords of Qingfen domain unable to support in time. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He had previously been to the border area between the two domains, but compared to now, the current border area gave Lin Yuan a completely different feeling. Chapter 1091-22, Stepping into Domination, Subscription Requested. Chapter 1091, Chapter 22, Stepping into Domination, Subscription Requested. Lin Yuan glanced ahead. At this moment, the border had already transformed into war, with massive war machines confronting each other. Each war machine was inscribed with a corresponding military array, housing numerous path-splitting realm and even dominator realm experts. Lin Yuan's gaze landed on one war machine, which was manned by 1888 dominator realm experts. Nearly 2,000 dominator realm experts jointly operated the war machine, seamlessly merging their powers and further amplified by the military array. The impact of such a strike was enough to make ordinary Great Lords take it seriously. Of course, this war machine that could accommodate nearly 2,000 Dominator Realm experts was extremely precious. The power of each Dominator Realm expert was unique, and to fuse such a multitude of powers instantly and enhance them is an extremely difficult task. This is the strength of the ancient country, Lin Yuan thought with some sentiment. In the Chaos Void, the strong are respected. No number of Dominator Realm experts could threaten a Chaos Venerable. Dominator Realm against Chaos Realm would be completely crushed. Numbers are entirely meaningless. But in this source world, leveraging the power of war machines allows the weak to make an impact. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. It's said the ancient country has even stronger war machines, capable of housing multiple Great Lords, Lin Yuan mused. Each Great Lord has evolved their unique power from chaos, and to fuse different exclusive chaotic powers together is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, war machines that can accommodate multiple Great Lords essentially represent the foundation of each ancient country, serving as weapons against heavenly venerati level experts. According to the current intensity of the impending war between the Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain, it was far from reaching the level necessitating such war machines. Not even 10 war machines that can house Dominator Realm experts would be used. The emperors of the two ancient countries would not easily trigger such intense warfare. It's important to note that any full-scale war involving the two ancient countries would draw the attention of the founding ancestor, and if they lost, it would be hard to explain to the founding ancestor. If there's a chance, get a war machine to study. Lin Yuan glanced at the war machines in confrontation and thought to himself. Essentially, war machines are merely carriers, primarily executing the effects of the military array inscribed on them. And the military array is a secret of each ancient country. Even if a war machine falls into enemy hands during warfare, it would immediately self-destruct. Therefore, Lin Yuan had almost no possibility of acquiring war machines from rival ancient countries. But while there's no hope for rival ancient country war machines, he could attempt those from the Fierce Sun ancient country. As long as he could comprehend the military array inscribed on a war machine, Lin Yuan could potentially replicate it into the Chaos Void. This way, the human civilization would gain such a groundbreaking legacy. Lin Yuan seemed to notice something, looking far into the distance. In the Purple Dream domain, figures started appearing, all Great Lord-level beings. Purple Dream, Spirit My King kicked off the war proactively. Isn't he worried about losing the war and facing penalties? Lord Qingfen began communicating with the opposing side. This war, centering on Qingfen domain and Purple Dream domain, involved dozens of surrounding major domains, entirely driven by Spirit My King's intent. You needn't worry about that, just think about whether you can protect your Qingfen domain. Marquis Purple Dream retorted undauntedly. The Great Lords on both sides kept a cool observation, eyeing their opponents for the near future. The Great Lords appearing now were the surface-level figures from both sides. The true cards? Naturally, they wouldn't be exposed now, awaiting deployment at crucial moments. But even if they weren't the true cards, prior engagement would still be beneficial. Regardless if it's the Fierce Sun ancient country or a rival ancient country, there were Great Lords skilled in reconnaissance, potentially uncovering some critical intelligence. There are 5 peak Great Lords. Lin Yuan observed as well. In the purple dream domain, out of nearly 20 great lords, 5 had particularly striking auras, nearly matching Lord Qingfen's strength. A short while later, Lord Qingfen and the great lords returned to the city lord's mansion. The great lords from the purple dream domain did likewise, both sides with considerable tacit understanding, leaving after a brief standoff without any clashes. Inside the city lord's mansion, 18 great lords sat down in sequence. What do you all think? Lord Qingfen spoke. Once the war starts, are we confident in handling it? Through the brief engagement earlier, each great lord surely had their opinions. If the experts from the purple dream domain are only these, then our chances of winning the upcoming battle are still high. Great Venerate Hongyi spoke. The present great lords mostly agreed. In terms of great lord numbers, both sides were similar. If they engaged in all-out combat, it was highly likely to become a stalemate. And for Qingfen domain, a stalemate equaled victory. Since Spirit Might King dared to start the war, he surely has confidence in victory. What we've seen now is certainly not all of the enemy's tricks. A great lord spoke, not too optimistic in tone. Lord Qingfen nodded, sharing the same thought. What I'm most worried about is Spirit Might King's brother. Lord Qingfen expressed his thoughts. Spirit Might King's brother? The great lord's expressions subtly shifted. Even Hongyi Venerable frowned. Spirit Might King, from the royal lineage, naturally his brother was also royal. Compared to Spirit Might King, his brother's bloodline had reached the level of core royalty a long time ago. Chapter 1092, 22, Stepping into Domination, Subscription Requested, Tekken Ekken 1092, Chapter 22, Stepping into Domination, Subscription Requested Tekken. The other party, however, did not have ambitions of becoming an emperor, but was wholly immersed in cultivation. Not every member of the ancient royal family desires to be emperor. If Spirit Might King calls upon his brother, things will get difficult. Great Venerate Hongyi said with a frown. As a key member of the royal family, their combat power has always been able to dominate those at the same level, and Spirit Might King's brother is at the level of Great Lord. Once such a powerful being takes action, unless Fierce Sun Ancient Country sends out a Great Lord from the core royal family, or directly dispatches a Heavenly Venerate level figure, they will basically be unstoppable. Spirit Might King's brother is a core royal family member. Most likely he won't act easily. A great lord pointed out, although the core royal family's great lord is not a heavenly venerate, they're almost there. Mobilizing such level beings could significantly increase the intensity of a war. No matter what, we must prevent the worst-case scenario. Lord Qingfen, however, did not relax his vigilance, planning to request aid from Red Pine King. Red Pine King is the royal family royally appointed to lead this war from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. In this war, Lord Qingfen is definitely the great lord most unwilling to lose. Once Qingfen domain falls, the foundations he has built over the years will be gone. Even if the Fierce Sun Ancient Country gives him another territory, he would have to start anew, and the cost is enormous. Chaos Void, Star Tier's Fragment World. Within a manner, Lin Yuan appeared, looking at Lin Shusheng and Lu Qiong. Xiao Yuan, why have you come? Mother Lu Qiong turned, surprised, and smiled. You are now a myth in our human civilization, even when compared to the 9 supreme beings. After moving to the new home, Lin Yuan's prestige within human civilization has reached an inconceivable height. Lin Yuan could even continuously feel the faith power ceaselessly converging toward him. The countless citizens of the human civilization have started to fervently worship Lin Yuan, thereby generating vast amounts of faith power. With this faith power, Lin Yuan could easily walk the path of becoming a deity through faith. Within the Chaos Void, there was no shortage of beings ascending to the path-splitting realm and even the 12th level of Dominion realm through this path. With the collective power, the cultivation speed would be terrifyingly fast, virtually without any bottlenecks. Naturally, with great power comes great risk. Presently, this path has yet to produce a Chaos Venerable. Lin Yuan's original martial Tao was innately boundless in potential. He naturally wouldn't abandon the supreme path to absorb faith power, thus cutting off future prospects. Besides, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even if he took the path of faith, it might not necessarily be a dead end, although it was completely unnecessary. Cultivation and evolution itself is an extremely pure personal journey. To absorb the faith power from the masses would be tantamount to actively polluting his path, becoming increasingly difficult as one progresses. Lin Yuan's propagation of the evolution path was not to harvest the masses, but rather to use them as anchor points, preventing his own fall and losing direction. The principles between the two are entirely different. Had you cultivated the evolution path I provided for you? After chatting with his parents for a while, Lin Yuan inquired. The evolution path he referred to was naturally crafted entirely based on numerous conditions suited to his own parents. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents lacked significant evolution talents. Even if they rely on evolution potions and longevity elixirs to continue living, weakening and distorting of their mental will is unavoidable. During the Cosmic Era, some special beings at the level 11 perfect had theoretically eternal lifespans, capable of living from the universe's creation to its demise. Yet, why do they continue to slow their personal time flow, while thousands or even tens of thousands of years pass externally in an instant? It's precisely because living for too long can lead to a distortion of mental will. Without a sturdy mentality, even an uncorruptible body and soul are meaningless. Lin Yuan was concerned his parents might end up in this situation. Though he could resurrect his parents innumerable times with his power, mental will distortion isn't something resurrection could resolve. Xiao Yuan, your dad and I have been cultivating lately. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong immediately gained interest. I don't know why, but cultivating on the evolution path you gave feels both easy and simple. Lin Shoucheng by the side also rarely showed a trace of a smile. This indeed was the case. Before, within the cosmic era, they tried many evolution paths, only to find them extremely hard and obscure. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded. How could it not be easy? How could it not be simple? The two evolution paths Lin Yuan gave his parents were entirely tailored for them, requiring far more effort than the 9 evolution paths reserved for the 9 supreme beings. Remember to keep cultivating at all times. Evolution is the only method for life's immortality, Lin Yuan remarked. He hoped his parents would not reach the point of mental distortion. Of course, son. Now I am full of motivation for cultivation. Father Lin Shoucheng affirmed immediately. Before, when he cultivated, it was challenging, so naturally he had little interest in it. Cultivating on the evolution path Lin Yuan provided felt as if he were an evolution genius, naturally giving him ample motivation. Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Xuan Yuan and the others are looking for me? Lin Yuan was moved, and as he chatted with his parents, a manifestation gathered before Xuan Yuan Supreme and other supreme beings. Galaxy. Xuan Yuan Supreme, Shachin Supreme, and other supreme beings greeted Lin Yuan at once. Check out the fine wine I brewed. Xuan Yuan Supreme promptly pushed a wine glass towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 1093, 22, Stepping into Domination, subscription requested. 3. Chapter 1093, Chapter 1093, Chapter 22, Stepping into Domination, subscription requested. Third, the taste is quite good. Lin Yuan carefully savored a sip and praised it. In terms of enhancing the body and soul, the wine brewed by the Xuan Yuan Supreme is usually akin to that in the Chaos Void, where the effects of those heavenly wines and spiritual wines are extraordinarily numerous. However, the taste was truly unique. Ha ha ha, too bad Guli, Void God, they can't taste such fine wine anymore. The Supreme Xiachen also enjoyed a sip cheerfully. The ancient power supreme being, Void God Ultimate Being, had voluntarily dispersed the Dao 1,000 years ago to cultivate the martial Dao path given by Lin Yuan. Before they recover to the 12-star level, it's likely that all their focus would be on cultivation, with no interest in tasting fine wine. This lack of interest was not due to sensing any danger, but rather from the fact that their original strength was at the 12-star level. Their strength fell after dispersing the Dao, creating a sense of disparity, so they wouldn't want to appear before other supreme beings. Void God, Guli, they are probably about to emerge from seclusion. As the master of the shard world of the star tier, Lin Yuan was able to understand the cultivation progress of the two supreme beings after dispersing the Dao with just a thought. Over 1,000 years, the two supreme beings had recultivated to the 10th rank. Since it was a recultivation, there is no talk of a final leap. Once they reach the 11th ranked peak, they can directly enter the 12th star level. The ancient power supreme being, Void God Ultimate Being, were able to cultivate so quickly primarily because they were recultivating in the path-splitting realm. The stages like the first, second, and third layers naturally couldn't stop them. Additionally, because the martial Tao path they followed was specifically perfected by Lin Yuan for them, although the dedication involved wasn't comparable to the evolution path given to his parents, it was entirely sufficient for the two supreme beings. Are they about to emerge from seclusion? Hearing this, the Xuanyuan Shachin Supreme Being felt a surge of anticipation. With Guli and Void God returning to the 12-star level, it meant that among the remaining Supreme Beings, 2 more would be practicing the martial Dao path. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. At the same time, he felt quite good. If nothing unexpected happens, the Ancient Power Supreme Being and Void God Ultimate Being will be the first lives among many paths in the martial arts evolution road to enter the 12-star level. The birth of 2 12-star beings from the martial Tao evolution path is also a unique blessing for Lin Yuan, the ancestor of martial arts. Over the millennium, through spreading via the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, more than 1,000 paths of the martial arts evolution road have been inherited in many void domains. However, among all the martial Dao cultivators, there is still a long way to go to the 12-star level. After all, they do not enjoy the treatment of the 9 supreme beings and must continue experimenting with the martial Tao path they are cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a stir in his heart. The clone in the origin world has entered the master realm, and no accident occurred during the process. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Then I will also directly enter the master realm. With this thought, the true self, deep in the shard world of the star tier, silently disappeared and appeared in the vast chaos of the infinite void. Chaos chi drifted. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Entering the Master Realm in the Chaos Void is quite different from entering the Master Realm in the Origin World. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, thinking quickly in his heart. The primary difference is the different inner universe. Even though both have succeeded in Infinite Void at the first layer, the size of the internal universe of the Source World body will not be as large as the internal universe of the Chaos Void body, because the former does not have the 12-star superb wonder like the Chaos Tree to root and bless. Not to mention, the latter has gone through 3 Chaos Void origin infusions. Therefore, for breakthrough, the transformation magnitude that the internal universe of the Chaos Void body needs to achieve will exceed the Source World's body by a significant margin. Let's begin. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately released the suppression of all aspects of his body, including the universe within the soul body, in an instant. The first to start evolving was the internal universe. Boom. The originally 33,333,000 light-year-sized inner universe nearly fell into a state of expansion stagnation. But now, as Lin Yuan began to break through, it immediately started expanding crazily again. My internal universe, having endured 3 Chaos Void origin infusions, combined with the value of the Chaos Tree, and having practiced Infinite Void first layer, once a breakthrough is made, it will surely require a massive amount of energy support. Lin Yuan glanced around, where endless chaos chi drifted. Although not pure, the internal universe did not mind these aspects as long as it could absorb and devour. As Lin Yuan's internal universe once again plunged into frantic expansion, it immediately drew the attention of many lives, as Lin Yuan's internal universe was home to some powerful beings, including dozens of 12-star aliens from the cosmic era. After completely submitting to Lin Yuan, these 12-star aliens had been staying in the internal universe, awaiting Lin Yuan's orders. The internal universe of the Galaxy Supreme Being is expanding dramatically again? How many times has it been now? Even the legendary Chaos Venerable's internal universe could hardly have such enormous pressure, right? The power of the Galaxy Supreme Being is terrifying. The dozens of 12-star aliens quivered in their hearts, especially since many of them initially wanted to surround and kill the Galaxy Supreme Being. Billions of light years away, a silver large ship sped past. On the bow of the silver ship stood several figures. Dear junior brothers and sisters, although the Chaos Void is fraught with danger, you can rest assured with me here. This treasure ship is at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, enough to take you safely to the destination. The leader was a man with a black beard, his face showing a self-satisfied expression. The Chaos Void is indeed full of danger, but that is for the common path-splitting realm beings. For him, a Master Realm powerhouse, still with the black treasure ship at the Master Realm pinnacle? Naturally, there is no danger. Master, you're amazing. The junior brothers and sisters behind him immediately exclaimed. The silver large ship emitted a heavy aura, giving them a great sense of security. But Master, didn't you notice that the chaos chi around has become a bit thin? One of the junior brothers couldn't help but say, compared to the man with black beard, he had been carefully observing the many changes around. Chaos chi has become thin? The black-bearded man was slightly stunned and, upon careful inspection, noticed this change as well. Why has it become thin? Following the position where the Chaos Chi drifted, the black-bearded man vaguely found that all the Chaos Chi seemed to head toward a specific direction. What is this? The expression of the black-bearded man changed slightly. With his massive perception as a Master Realm being, he vaguely noticed that it wasn't just this region's Chaos Chi behaving this way, but the Chaos Chi of the surrounding million light-years and tens of millions of light-years as well. It seemed as if at the source of all the Chaos Ki, there existed an unprecedented Chaos creature recklessly devouring endless Chaos Ki. Oh no. The expression of the black-bearded man changed dramatically, and he immediately drove the galactic large ship to escape frantically in the direction opposite to the congregation of Chaos Ki. Dear junior brothers and sisters, prepare yourselves for possible demise. The black-bearded man's tone was extremely solemn, with a faint trace of despair. As these words fell, the junior brothers and sisters behind them became somewhat dumbfounded. They looked around and didn't discover anything. Master, their faces turned pale, although they didn't know why the master said this. But surely it was because of a danger that couldn't be resisted. Just where does this danger come from? Chapter 1094, 23 Transformation of Strength, subscription requested. Chapter 1094, Chapter 23, Transformation of Strength, subscription requested. Endless chaos chi surged, rolling deeper in, under the desperate exertion of the black-bearded man at the peak of the Dominator realm. The silver ship struggled to sail against the current, like a lonely boat on a vast ocean, poised to capsize at any moment amidst the chaotic chi surrounding it. Cold sweat dripped from the black-bearded man's brow. As time passed, he faintly perceived a terrifying gravitational pull, as if a giant beast was devouring the skies. The junior brothers and sisters beside him finally realized the gravity of the situation and stood trembling in the corners. Hold on, hold on. The black-bearded man took a deep breath, resolutely beginning to burn his inner universe origin source. For a 12th-layer powerhouse, the inner universe was the foundation of their being. Burning the inner universe origin source was akin to burning the foundation. Though this would indeed bring a significant boost in strength, the resulting consequences would be unbearable, leading to irreversible damage. But at this moment, the black-bearded man could not afford to worry about that. He had a feeling that if they couldn't withstand the omnipresent pull, their fate would be far worse than burning their inner universe origin source. Buzzing noises filled the air. Inside the silver ship, formations were running in overdrive. No one knew how much time had passed when the black-bearded man finally noticed that the gravitational pull around them was gradually weakening. Have we broken free? The black-bearded man's breath was unsteady, but his face showed wild joy, furiously increasing the propulsion of the silver ship. At last, the silver ship steadied slightly, breaking free from the astonishing gravitational pull. Phew! The black-bearded man stepped back a few steps. He no longer knew how long it had been since he fought so desperately. The scene he just experienced made him feel as if he had returned to his sixth-layer existence, witnessing a peak Dominator Realm ancestor in the sect. No, this feeling now was far more shocking and desperate. Senior brother, are we safe now? At this time, the junior brothers and sisters in the nearby path-splitting realm cautiously walked over and asked probing questions. Barring any unexpected events, we should be safe now. The black-bearded man thought for a moment, his tone not too certain. The heavens knew whether that astonishing gravitational pull would return or even strengthen, but given the current situation, it seemed they were out of danger. Upon hearing this, the junior brothers and sisters felt a sense of relief. Senior brother, what was that gravitational pull just now? Yeah, it felt like my soul and mind were being drawn away. The junior brothers and sisters immediately inquired, their hearts still faintly trembling. I'm not sure either. The black-bearded man shook his head. Probably some spectacle life in the Chaos Realm is inhaling? The black-bearded man had seen the Chaos Venerable. The strongest in his faction was a Venerable. But even a Venerable couldn't possibly inhale all the Chaos Chi from the Chaos Void spanning millions to billions of light years, right? Only those spectacle beings born from the Chaos Void, with innate strong talent and aptitude, could possibly cause such a scene. Spectacle life? Chaos Realm level? The junior brothers and sisters swallowed. Spectacle beings were inherently powerful, often sweeping across peers. Those with special bloodlines could even challenge a peak Dominator Realm at the Chaos Venerable level. A spectacle being of the Chaos Realm? Such an existence, ordinary Chaos Venerables would likely not dare provoke. We're quite lucky that Chaos Realm spectacle being didn't pay attention to us. The black-bearded man's voice carried a tone of fortunate relief. From detecting the pull to finally barely breaking free, he faced no obstruction. This was also the key to his escape. We are too weak. In the eyes of the Chaos Realm spectacle being, we're probably no different from the drifting Chaos Chi. Hence, they wouldn't focus on us. The black-bearded man felt slightly emotional. Sometimes being weak is actually a good thing. Amidst the surging endless Chaos Chi, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in silence. At this moment, Lin Yuan fully released constraints, appearing in this chaotic abyss in his true form, exceeding tens of millions of light years in size. Every inhale and exhale engulfed a massive amount of Chaos Chi, finally crossed into the Dominator Realm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Entering the Dominator Realm signifies a fundamental transformation in life's essence, naturally requiring vast energy support. In this Chaos Void, there was no shortage of Chaos Chi, which was also a form of energy. However, the Chaos Chi ubiquitous in the Chaos Void isn't pure, making it hard for Path-Splitting Realm or Dominator Realm beings to directly absorb. But Lin Yuan was different. He had long comprehended the method to directly absorb Chaos Ki, and with his profound foundation, even the most heterogeneous Chaos Ki could be forcibly absorbed. Regardless of whether it's heterogeneous or pure, it is fundamentally energy. Now Lin Yuan, carefully sensed his own transformation. After entering the Dominator Realm, the most significant change was naturally the inner universe. The inner universe now spans over 100 billion light years. Lin Yuan felt joyous in spirit. At the peak of the path-splitting realm, Lin Yuan's ultimate inner universe spanned about 33 million light years. Now it directly reached 100 billion light years? The diameter alone increased by 300 times. In terms of volume, the growth far exceeded 300 times. 100 billion light years, inner universe, is only its size upon my initial entry into the Dominator Realm, and it will rapidly grow later on. Chapter 1095, 23 Strength Transformation, requesting subscriptions. Chapter 1095, Chapter 23, Strength Transformation. Requesting subscriptions, 2. Lin Yuan thought to himself. According to his estimation, his internal universe, at the limit of the Master Realm, will reach a range of hundreds of billions of light years. The internal universe of a normal Chaos Venerable is within a range of hundreds of billions of light years in diameter. If I grow to the extreme in the Master Realm, I can match the internal universe of a Chaos Venerable in size, Lin Yuan pondered. This is comparing the size of the internal universe. In fact, Lin Yuan's internal universe, after being perfected by the infinite void, when it was merely a domain of tens of millions of light-years, was already comparable to the internal universe of a chaos venerable spanning hundreds of billions of light-years. When Lin Yuan's internal universe expands to a range of hundreds of billions of light-years, ordinary chaos venerables, even if their life level is higher than Lin Yuan's, would be swept away by the terrifying foundation of his internal universe, beneath the chaos great saint. The strength of the internal universe is not just determined by size. Diamond and carbon have the same constituent particles, but their hardness is vastly different. If I step into the chaos realm, won't my internal universe reach a diameter of trillions, tens of trillions, or even hundreds of trillions of light-years? Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. It is known that a naturally born universe in the normal chaos void is about 1,000,000,000,000 light-years in diameter. And as long as Lin Yuan crosses into the chaos realm, will his internal universe surpass the naturally born universe in size? So strong. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, at the same time thinking of the infinite void inheritance. Up to now, the internal universe of Lin Yuan has reached such heights, driven by many factors, such as 3 times the chaos void origin infusion, suppression by the chaos tree, and so on. But the main reason is still this 13th order inheritance from the Jade Gourd. To be precise, it is the inheritance created by the 13th order time life from its foundation, specifically to enhance the foundation of living beings. The creator of the Jade Gourd, that 13th order time life, left behind inheritances not only targeting the foundation with infinite void, but also body, soul, mind, and will. Lin Yuan recalled the words of the red-clad girl, his expression inevitably poignant. Just the infinite void aiming at the foundation has elevated him so much. If he were to cultivate all the inheritances left by that 13th order time life, what kind of freak would it create? Being able to acquire infinite void is already lucky enough. Wanting other 13th order inheritances would be a bit greedy. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Can't let all the good things fall to him? But my current strength, Lin Yuan began to evaluate himself, initially entering the Master Realm level, with life's essence elevated and transformed, and the internal universe's physical body and soul all skyrocketed. This made Lin Yuan's strength nearly reach the pinnacle level of the Chaos Realm. I wonder if, after reaching the extreme in the Master Realm, I can be invincible among Venerables and be comparable to that Chaos Great Saint, Lin Yuan pondered. Though Venerables and Great Saints both belong to the Chaos Realm, there is a vast difference in combat power. The battle between the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, even just the aftermath, led the ancient Ming Venerable to decide to relocate the Chaos Continent. From this, one can glean a thing or two. However, Lin Yuan's foundation is here. If he could truly grow to the limit of the Master Realm, cultivate many means to the extremity, infinite void, second layer, or even the third layer, even if it still cannot directly contend with a great saint, the gap would not be too large. Time to leave. Lin Yuan's figure swiftly shrank, then glanced around. During his breakthrough, the absorbing of chaotic ki from all directions caused quite a stir, having already caught the attention of some Chaos Venerables. These Chaos Venerables were unsure of what kind of strong presence Lin Yuan was, so they did not immediately probe but hovered from a great distance. Swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared directly, having no intention of contacting other Chaos Venerables. The left? Who was it after all? A spectacle of life, or a certain pinnacle of the Chaos Realm? One by one, the wills of the Chaos Venerables reached out, exchanging with each other. The scene of massively absorbing chaotic ki just now had shocked the Venerables of several void domains around. Even though they couldn't sense the aura the other party exuded, just the movement of chaotic ki around made many Venerables shudder. Seems he doesn't wish to meet us. Forget it, let's all go back. Many Chaos Venerables were somewhat regretful. Being able to cultivate to a Chaos Venerable, naturally, they have long passed the stage of fighting and killing. For a Chaos Venerable, making acquaintance with a powerful Venerable is definitely beneficial without any harm. The existence that just absorbed vast chaotic ki clearly fell under the category of a powerful Venerable. Why do I feel somewhat familiar? The ancient Ming Venerable also sent out a projection of consciousness. Although the existence that engulfed endless chaotic ki did not leak the slightest aura, even the cause and effect were concealed. Still, the ancient Ming Venerable vaguely felt familiar. Star Tier's fragment world. The Xuanyuan Supreme, Shachen Supreme, and several other Supremes wore grave expressions. Just now, while they were having a good conversation with the Galaxy Supreme, Lin Yuan's avatar dissipated directly, leaving only the words, "Have urgent matters to attend to." This made the Supremes a bit worried. Urgent matters? What urgent matters could human civilization have nowadays, at this moment? Star Tier's fragment world trembled slightly, and Lin Yuan's figure appeared before Shachen Supreme and the others. Galaxy, are you okay? The Xuanyuan Supreme immediately asked with concern. Chapter 1096, 23 Strength Transformation requesting subscriptions. 3. Chapter 1096, Chapter 23 Strength Transformation requesting subscriptions. The expression of Xiaqin, the supreme being standing nearby, changed subtly. It's nothing. Lin Yuan smiled and said, crossing into dominion through path splitting is indeed an elevation of realm, and to be cautious, Lin Yuan dispersed most of the incarnations directly. Galaxy? What am I feeling? The Xuanyuan Supreme Being observed Lin Yuan more and more carefully, becoming increasingly astonished and finally couldn't help but ask. Even though Lin Yuan tried his best to suppress his own aura, the Xuanyuan Supreme Being still vaguely perceived the changes in Lin Yuan before and after. The oppressive feeling brought by the leap in the level of life and the qualitative change in strength made the Xuanyuan Supreme Being feel a deep awe. Just now, I went to make a breakthrough. Lin Yuan did not conceal anything and said directly, the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, including the Xuanyuan Supreme Being, could be trusted according to Lin Yuan, and he wouldn't hide many things from them. A breakthrough? Galaxy, you made a breakthrough? Xiaqin, the Supreme Being, was overjoyed. Lin Yuan is now the towering pillar of human civilization, his status surpassing the 9 Supreme Beings. The stronger Lin Yuan becomes, the stronger human civilization will be. A breakthrough? Galaxy, have you crossed into the Dominion realm? The Xuanyuan Supreme Being's tone was filled with emotion. They had entered the 12th stage hundreds of thousands of years before Lin Yuan, but now it hadn't been long before Lin Yuan had completely surpassed them and crossed into the Dominion realm. This kind of surpassing is purely on a realm level. As for combat power, the Xuanyuan Supreme Being and several other Supreme Beings suspected that even before Lin Yuan stepped into the 12th stage, he had already exceeded some Supreme Beings in terms of combat strength. Galaxy, how strong are you now? Feather Butterfly's Supreme Being was somewhat curious, and the other Supreme Beings were also curious. In the universe, when Lin Yuan had just entered the 12th stage of the path-splitting realm, the Supreme Beings had also asked this question. At that time, the answer given by Lin Yuan was comparable to the peak of the path-splitting realm within the universe and comparable to the Dominion realm outside the universe. Now that Lin Yuan has directly crossed into the Dominion realm, what level of actual strength has he reached? Equivalent to the Chaos realm, I suppose. Lin Yuan said casually, Chaos realm? Several Supreme Beings took a deep breath. Even though they had some guesses before asking, hearing Lin Yuan admit it personally still made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Chaos realm? That is the realm of the Chaos Venerable. Even in the Chaos Void, the Chaos Venerable Ones hold a high position. For instance, the fragment world they are now in is just a small part of the Chaos continent opened by the ancient Ming Venerable. Does our human civilization also have a Venerable now? The Xuanyuan Supreme Being's eyes faintly turned red, much like the other Supreme Beings. The implication of Lin Yuan's words was akin to the era when human civilization in the universe finally gave birth to the first Supreme Being after years of dormancy. No, that's not right. The former is of far greater significance than the latter. This is a Chaos Venerable. In fact, what the Xuanyuan Supreme Being and the other Supreme Beings do not know is that what Lin Yuan referred to as equivalent to the Chaos Realms actually means equivalent to the peak of the Chaos Realm. The ordinary Chaos Realm and the peak of the Chaos Realm are two different concepts. Although the gap is not as large as that between a respected one and a great saint, the peak of the Chaos Realm is significantly superior to the ordinary Chaos Realm in terms of impact and strength methods. This is still the strength of Lin Yuan's newly advanced Dominion realm, and as time progresses, Lin Yuan's strength will enter a phase of continuous soaring. After chatting with several Supreme Beings for a while, Lin Yuan began a new round of seclusion. Entering the Dominion realm, I can now cultivate the Infinite Void's second layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During the path-splitting realm, due to the low essence of life, even with the suppression of the Chaos Tree, it was impossible to master the Infinite Void's second layer. Now there is no longer such a restriction. Infinite Void, bits and pieces of the second layer of this 13th stage inheritance flashed across Lin Yuan's mind. Given the current intensity of the cosmic foundation within Lin Yuan, once the Infinite Void's second layer is mastered, the internal universe will reach a level close to that of the Chaos Great Saint's internal universe. The Chaos Great Saints of the Chaos Void evolve a power path exclusive to themselves from within Chaos, and the enhancement of their internal universe is extremely terrifying. The after effects of a Chaos Great Saint's casual movement are sufficient to seriously injure an ordinary Chaos Venerable. The contained essence is not only the comprehension of rules, but also a vast magnitude surpassing that of a venerable internal universe. The jade gourd trembled slightly, and the red-clad young girl condensed her form, her expression slightly amazed as she looked around. The 13th stage foundational inheritance, Infinite Void, can indeed greatly enhance the internal universe of a living being, but someone like Lin Yuan far exceeded the young girl's expectations. The extent reached by Lin Yuan's internal universe is mainly due to Infinite Void, but beyond this inheritance, many other reasons contributed. Who knows, it might really be possible to reach the 7th layer. The red-clad young girl thought silently in her heart. Infinite Void has 7 layers in total, among which the 7th layer is merely a theoretical realm. Once mastered, the internal universe will transform into an enormity comparable to the entire chaos void, deep in the chaos continent of Ancient Ming. Ancient Ming Venerable's brow slightly knit as he fell into thought. Ancient Ming, what's happening? A black-robed youth emerged from the side, asking somewhat puzzled. As a companion of Ancient Ming Venerable, the black-robed youth rarely saw Ancient Ming Venerable in such a state. Just now, Ancient Ming Venerable roughly explained what had happened earlier. A presence suspected to be at the peak of the Chaos Realm, or a wondrous life form of the Chaos Realm, had staged a spectacle of inhalation spanning hundreds of billions to trillions of light-years in the nearby void domain. To absorb Chaos Chi over such a vast area, it has to be either a Chaos Realm peak or a wondrous life of the Chaos Realm. The black-robed youth also made the same judgment. But it doesn't really concern us, and recently I haven't foreseen any danger. The black-robed youth was somewhat puzzled. I speculate, the one absorbing a large range of Chaos Chi, Ancient Ming Venerable, took a deep breath and then said solemnly, "It's that galaxy." Chapter 1097-24, The Seventh Physical Body Divine Ability Seeking Subscription. Chapter 1097, Chapter 24, The Seventh Physical Body Divine Ability Seeking Subscription. Galaxy? The young man in the black robe couldn't believe it. He and the Ancient Ming Venerable had speculated a lot about this galaxy, mostly believing that he was a great saint reincarnated. However, even if one were a great saint reincarnated, cultivating without bottlenecks or hindrances a millennium ago, Galaxy was not even at the Chaos Realm. Has he suddenly returned to the peak of the Chaos Realm in just 1,000 years? I once descended a consciousness remotely and vaguely felt that the existent swallowing Chaos Chi seemed familiar. It happened in the nearby void domain, Ancient Ming Venerable said. The number of powerhouses at the peak of the Chaos Realm is rare, often only 1 or 2 in a void domain, and spectacle life forms at the Chaos Realm are even rarer. Ancient Ming Venerable doubted it was such a coincidence that a Chaos Realm peak powerhouse happened to be swallowing Chaos Chi nearby. Moreover, this Chaos Realm peak gave him a sense of familiarity. Thinking about it carefully, it's very possible indeed. The young man in the black robe pondered for a moment and started to agree internally. Although it seems unbelievable to reach the peak of the Chaos Realm in just over 1,000 years, for a power at the level of a great saint, one cannot simply reason rationally. The so-called logic and common sense are meant to be broken by the reincarnation of a great saint. Moreover, in his eyes, Galaxy is definitely not a simple chaos great saint, likely an unparalleled great saint above ordinary great saints. They say a great saint reincarnated cultivates at an unbelievable speed, but now it seems it's more than that. Ancient Ming Venerable sighed from the heart. He didn't know how much effort and chance it took him to cultivate to the Chaos Realm. Even so, he is still some distance from the peak of the Chaos Realm. The time required to cross this distance, even without encountering any bottleneck, would be calculated in cosmic eras. What do we do now? The young man in the black robe thought for a moment and asked, "If we didn't know, it would be fine, but now that we know, should we go pay our respects?" Ancient Ming Venerable cautiously suggested. In the Chaos Void, no matter which void domain, ascending to the Chaos Realm from the peak of the Dominator Realm is an event that requires grand celebrations and is a good occasion to connect with other venerables. Lin Yuan has quietly recovered to the Chaos Realm's strength. Although outsiders are unaware, Ancient Ming Venerable felt he should express something. Previously, with this galaxy being a great saint reincarnated, Ancient Ming Venerable dared not visit for fear of arousing suspicion. After all, given his strength, he could possibly pose a threat to the reincarnation of a great saint. Even if he had no such intention, he had to consider whether the other party thought so. Now, however, he no longer has this concern. Lin Yuan's strength at the Chaos Realm peak, combined with the methods of a great saint, poses no threat to the Ancient Ming Venerable. Let's go pay our respects now. Ancient Ming Venerable had made up his mind, feeling a sense of urgency. Star Tears Fragment World. Lin Yuan was in the process of constructing an internal universe, which is part of cultivating the second level of Infinite Void. The Infinite Void heritage impacts the internal universe on a microcosmic level, adjusting the basic structure of the internal universe to make it more stable and perfect. Marvelous. To think that changing this structure could increase the stability of the internal universe by 60%, and replacing this part of the structure can make the rules and paths within the internal universe run much more smoothly. Lin Yuan immersed himself in the cultivation of Infinite Void. With the foundation of the first level, he efficiently progressed to the second level. The founder of this heritage, worthy of being a 13th-order time being, Lin Yuan was amazed. As his understanding deepened, he appreciated the greatness of the founder. In the source world, Lin Yuan could occasionally glimpse the ancestor of Fierce Sun, a 13th-order being, but he had only seen it from afar, without coming into contact with the other's Dao and methods. The cultivators in the source world leaned more toward bloodlines. The Fierce Sun God nurturing method passed down by the ancestor essentially condenses the seed of the Fierce Sun to inherit the ancestral abilities. Mastering the second level of Infinite Void, I can suppress Chaos Realm peak venerables purely by relying on my internal universe, Lin Yuan contemplated. As Lin Yuan delved deeper into his cultivation, ancient Ming Venerable wants to pay his respects to me? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow. The Xuanyuan Supreme had just sent him a message saying that ancient Ming Venerable wished to visit. It seems he's noticed something. Lin Yuan thought casually. During his breakthrough to the Dominator realm, his voracious devouring of infinite chaos chi attracted the attention of many venerables. At that time, with a cursory glance, Lin Yuan noticed that among those venerables was ancient Ming Venerable. The other venerables had never interacted with Lin Yuan, hence were clueless about the occasion of the chaos chi devourer, only understanding not to provoke it. But ancient Ming Venerable? Having interacted with Lin Yuan, a faint causal link between them made it possible for him to detect something given that Lin Yuan, now at the Dominator realm, couldn't fully mask his aura. Let him come in. Lin Yuan did not refuse. Having stepped into the Dominator realm, his strength rivaling the Chaos realm peak, he confidently overlooked the prospect of facing a great saint. He surely wouldn't shy away from meeting ancient Ming Venerable. Additionally, Lin Yuan was quite curious as to why ancient Ming Venerable sought his favor so frequently. Chapter 1098-24. The Seventh Physical Body Divine Ability Seeking Subscription. 2 Chapter 1098, Chapter 24. The Seventh Physical Body Divine Ability Seeking Subscription. 2. Whether it was initially acquiring this star fragment world or trading with the master of Wanku, Lin Yuan gained considerable advantages, undoubtedly due to ancient Ming Venerable's covert nods. Outside the star fragment world, the Xuanyuan Supreme and several other Supremes were quite at a loss. Just now, the ruler of Chaos Continent, Chaos Venerable Ancient Ming, personally came, seeking to pay respects to Lin Yuan. Pay respects? To Lin Yuan? The term pay respects is generally used by those of lower status seeking an audience with someone of higher status, or at least someone of equal stature. But Ancient Ming Venerable? Even though the Xuanyuan Supreme and a few other Supremes had prior knowledge of Lin Yuan's power being tantamount to the Chaos realm, they merely viewed him as a newly ascended figure in the Chaos realm. Yet Ancient Ming Venerable is an experienced Chaos realm figure. Given his status, even if he wished to meet Lin Yuan, would it truly be in such a manner of paying respects? Therefore, the Xuanyuan Supreme, Shachen Supreme, and other Supremes were somewhat anxious. Strictly speaking, the human civilization currently resides in the Star Fragment world, which is a part of the ancient Ming Chaos continent, encompassing the entire human civilization, including their 9 Supremes. All must depend on the goodwill of Ancient Ming Venerable. Quickly. The Xuanyuan Supreme received Lin Yuan's response. The galaxy allows you to enter. The Xuanyuan Supreme suppressed his inner shock and cautiously spoke to Ancient Ming Venerable. All right. Ancient Ming Venerable nodded without any discomfort. Upon entering the Star Fragment world, Ancient Ming Venerable arrived at the Grand Hall designed to receive guests of human civilization. Buzz. A figure materialized. It was Lin Yuan. At this moment, only Lin Yuan and Ancient Ming Venerable remained in the hall. As for the Xuanyuan Supreme, he had long since retreated. Though the Xuanyuan Supreme couldn't comprehend why Ancient Ming Venerable acted this way, he knew full well that a Venerable coming in person must have important matters to discuss with Lin Yuan. Greetings, Senior. Ancient Ming Venerable immediately bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan. It is extremely difficult for a Chaos Great Saint to completely kill a Chaos Venerable, but no Chaos Venerable would act presumptuously before a Great Saint with this in mind. Under normal circumstances, a Venerable facing a Great Saint must show enough reverence. Unless the two are in a life-and-death conflict, with hatred that cannot be resolved, only then would a Chaos Venerable dare to disregard norms. But such situations are rare, and now, in Ancient Ming Venerable's eyes, Lin Yuan is a Great Saint. With no grievances between them, Ancient Ming Venerable, wishing to befriend Lin Yuan, certainly dared not overstep. Senior? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, immediately realizing that Ancient Ming Venerable might have misunderstood something. Does he think I'm the reincarnation of a great saint? Lin Yuan pondered rapidly, realizing what Ancient Ming Venerable likely thought. The matter of a great saint's reincarnation has been mentioned both by the profound Shuang line and the Magic Jade Tower. Before his hometown universe faced great destruction, Lin Yuan learned from the mouths of 2 ultimate members of the robber clan that they believed him to be a reincarnation of a great saint. However, the robber clan attributed this belief to his terrifying growth trajectory within the universe. Lin Yuan ascended from an evolver to dominate the universe in just a few millennia. But why would Ancient Ming Venerable also assume him to be the reincarnation of a great saint? How did you recognize me? Lin Yuan asked casually. Upon hearing this, Ancient Ming Venerable immediately responded, Senior, I have a partner, a marvelous life form, with flowing. Ancient Ming Venerable thoroughly explained the matter of the Chaos Dragon Beast's premonition. I see. Lin Yuan felt enlightened, meanwhile raising his view even more towards those marvelous life forms with flowing time bloodlines. This ability to foresee simply defies logic. The Moyu Tower Master, along with several others of the peerless Great Saints, paid a heavy price to hunt a Great Saint level, time bloodline-rich marvelous life form. Lin Yuan deeply appreciated the high stakes involved in such a hunt. At the Chaos Great Saint level, marvelous life forms in terms of combat power might compare to peerless Great Saints, but hunting them? It's infinitely harder than killing a peerless Great Saint. Given their ability to foresee and anticipate, how could one possibly kill them? I came to pay respects to the senior because I'm here to congratulate the senior on restoring to the Chaos Realm. Ancient Ming Venerable immediately voiced his purpose, simultaneously flipping his hand to produce a jade bottle. This is a congratulatory gift. Given it's a congratulatory visit, Ancient Ming Venerable naturally wouldn't come empty-handed, surely needing to offer a gift as a sign of sincerity. Especially now, with no other venerables knowing Lin Yuan's true identity apart from him, Ancient Ming Venerable understood even better the need to seize this opportunity. Befriending a Great Saint reincarnation before they regain peak strength, awaiting this Great Saint's return to the Great Saint realm, even if one asks for nothing in return. Once word spreads, would other Chaos Venerables dare to provoke him? Lin Yuan accepted the jade bottle, not showing any humility. Now, having just stepped into the Dominator realm, all accumulated resources have been entirely consumed. How could he possibly refuse the offered resources? In a while, I'll reveal myself with Chaos Realm combat power. Announce becoming a venerable, then can smoothly host a celebration, gather gifts. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this is also the fastest way to amass wealth, far quicker than plundering. At the celebration of a newly ascended venerable, surrounding forces in the void domain would likely participate, and participation surely entails congratulatory gifts. This was something Lin Yuan did many times in his hometown universe, each time ending with great profits. Senior, now that you have restored your Chaos Realm strength, are you planning to establish a Chaos Continent? Ancient Ming Venerable tentatively inquired. Chapter 1099, Chapter 24, The Seventh Physical Body Divine Ability Request Subscription. 3. The Star Tier's fragmented world is inhabited by human civilization groups, something the Ancient Ming Venerable is aware of. For human civilization to develop, it must engage in external exchanges and trade. Open the Chaos Continent? Lin Yuan pondered for a while and shook his head, saying, it's not urgent for now. Opening the Chaos Continent could form a trade center in the nearby regions, allowing for shop slots to be sold and fees to be collected, essentially earning money effortlessly. But such matters would not be immediately effective in the short term. Moreover, establishing a Chaos Continent initially requires a vast investment. Lin Yuan currently plans to focus all his energy on enhancing his strength. It's not too late to consider opening the Chaos Continent once his strength hits a bottleneck or barrier. As it currently stands, the Star Tier's fragmented world is sufficient to sustain human civilization for a long time, eliminating the need to specifically open a Chaos Continent. After a brief conversation with Lin Yuan, primarily consisting of Lin Yuan asking questions and the Ancient Ming Venerable answering, the Ancient Ming Venerable tactfully took his leave. Once the Ancient Ming Venerable departed, Lin Yuan took out the congratulatory gift given by the Ancient Ming Venerable. Lin Yuan divided a portion of his consciousness to inspect it. It's quite considerate. After a general inspection, a small smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The jade bottle gifted by the Ancient Ming Venerable was filled with a wealth of resources. To the Ancient Ming Venerable, Lin Yuan was a reincarnation of the Great Saint. The road ahead mainly involved energy accumulation, so these resources were primarily focused on that aspect. It's understood that the most precious resources in the Chaos Void are those instrumental in breaking through bottlenecks. The Ancient Ming Venerable foresaw that Lin Yuan would primarily need accumulated energy. And indeed, that's the case. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, no variety of bottlenecks during cultivation would hinder him for long. Conversely, the accumulation of energy lagged far behind his progress rate. All the resources, treasures, and rarities combined are worth about 90 million to 100 million Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan roughly estimated the value, feeling quite satisfied. So many resources and treasures would be enough for his cultivation for a long time, at least until he achieved the second layer of infinite void without any issue. Ancient Ming Venerable. Several of the Ancient Ming Venerable's past actions flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. It was apparent that the Ancient Ming Venerable was genuinely trying to befriend him. While such behavior was clearly motivated, Lin Yuan didn't mind as the other party had genuinely provided him a lot of assistance. If there is an opportunity in the future, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind reciprocating. The reincarnation of the Great Saint, a flash of a peculiar expression appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Whether it was the Robber clan within the home universe or the Ancient Ming Venerable, the more they knew and saw, the more convinced they became that Lin Yuan was indeed a reincarnation of a great saint. After all, if it wasn't for being a great saint, who else could have cultivated from the 1st to the 12th tier in a few thousand years, who could have shattered the suppressive will of the origin within the universe, unleashing power beyond the peak of the path-splitting realm? And who else, just 1,000 years into the Chaos Void, could possess the peak power of the Chaos Realm? These actions cannot be explained by ordinary reasons. Even for those extraordinary life forms with against heaven talents, it's impossible to achieve. Such marvelous beings have time bloodlines flowing within them, but they also need time to process and will encounter bottlenecks. In fact, not just marvelous beings, even the royal families of the ancient countries in the source world, pure speed of cultivation-wise, were far inferior to Lin Yuan. But I am not a reincarnation of the great saint. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Outsiders believed him to be a reincarnated great saint, but only Lin Yuan knew that he was just a normal life form nurtured from within the universe, outside the star tier's fragmented world. Several human supremes, including Xuanyuan Supreme, watched as the ancient Ming Venerable left. The ancient Ming Venerable, such a class of supreme warrior, came to visit the galaxy? Hasn't the galaxy just crossed into the Dominator realm? Indeed, even if equivalent to the Chaos realm, the ancient Ming Venerable is a well-established venerable. The supreme warriors like Xiaqin Supreme whispered among themselves, all rather incredulous. Just now, when the ancient Ming Venerable came to visit Lin Yuan, they were all taken aback. Most beings in the path-splitting realm wouldn't even qualify to meet a Chaos Venerable, Source World. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Dominator realm, the Lin Yuan in the Source World advanced into the Dominator realm even before his true self in the Chaos Void. The true self in the Chaos Void had advanced smoothly into the Dominator realm through the body in the Source World, ensuring no unexpected deviations before attempting the Dominator realm. This body hasn't undergone 3 Chaos Void origin infusions, lacks a Chaos Tree's suppression, so the foundation of the cosmos within is surely inferior to the true self. Lin Yuan examined himself. However, in terms of actual combat power, there's not much difference, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Compared to the Chaos Void, the greatest advantage Lin Yuan had in this source world was the fierce Sun Divine body. This physique's boost to combat strength and other aspects is truly terrifying. As Lin Yuan continued to comprehend the fierce Sun body, while incidentally attempting to condense the 30,333rd seed within the fierce Sun, suddenly, his expression shifted slightly as a tremor arose from the depths of his bloodline. What is this? Lin Yuan immediately began to feel the depths of his bloodline, which had relentlessly refined and intertwined through the martial arts evolution road for 1,000 years, faintly forming an exceedingly complex and mysterious imprint, which finally completely took shape at that moment. Physical body divine ability is about to awaken. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with excitement. This physical body divine ability was his 7th such divine ability, and also the one that took the longest to form, consuming over 1,000 years from start to finish. Lin Yuan had high expectations for this physical body divine ability. The power from the depths of his bloodline continuously converged towards that complex and mystical imprint at one moment, filling it to perfection. In an instant, that incomparably complex and mysterious divine skill imprint seemed to have completely come to life. Chapter 125, Fierce Sun Splits the Sky, Seeking Subscription. Chapter 100, Chapter 25, Fierce Sun Splits the Sky, Seeking Subscription. At the deepest point of the bloodline, a complete divine skill imprint fully formed, enshrouded in mist, dazzling and intertwined. Lin Yuan carefully observed and felt. In a daze, he found himself in a world plunged into endless darkness. There was not the slightest bit of light here, filled with coldness and lifeless silence. At this moment, somewhere in the world, a flame suddenly ignited. The appearance of the flame broke the eternal silence. For the first time, this world had the concept of light. The flame burned, and light and heat spread. A brand new world was opened up. Finally, the flame transformed into a fierce sun, eternally hanging above the sky. Wherever the firelight shone, it was all within the dominion. Lin Yuan quietly sat cross-legged, but his heart was unable to remain calm for a long time. Even if he stopped contemplating that divine skill mark, scenes he had just seen couldn't help but float in his mind. Who could have thought that this time the physical body divine ability he awakened had such distant implications? On the surface, it merely looked like a scene of a fierce sun emerging in endless darkness. But in reality, as this fierce sun's light covered and spread, a complete world was opened up. Opening up a world? For the current Lin Yuan, it wasn't a difficult task, but the world opened up by the fierce sun was so high level that it might be modeled after this source world where Lin Yuan resides. Opening the source world? How vast the source world is, more mysterious than the chaos void. Wanting to open such a world is something nearly impossible to accomplish. 13-level time life, truly terrifying. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, marveling inwardly. The creator of the infinite void, that 13-level time life, wanted to use this foundational legacy to nurture an inner universe comparable to the chaos void. And this time, the physical body divine ability Lin Yuan awakened originates from the ancestor of Fierce Sun, a 13-level time life, with the ultimate goal of opening up such a vast world as a source world. 13-level time life has basically occupied a dimensional space. Their perspective is not on the dimension they are in, but desires to explore and occupy more dimensions. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Dimension is a broad concept. The scope it encompasses surpasses the chaos void or the source world. Both the chaos void and the source world are parts of a certain dimensional space. The current me is too far from a 13-level time life. Lin Yuan gently shook his head. The 12th level and the 13th level, though seemingly only one level apart, are actually the distinction between a figure in a painting and someone outside of it. This physical body divine ability, Lin Yuan continued to observe that divine skill mark, pondering for a moment. Let's call it fierce sun opening the skies. In fact, whether it is the first type of physical body divine ability or the current 7th type, they have no specific names. It is Lin Yuan who names them based on the effects and functions of the divine skill. The 7th type of physical body divine ability, in essence, is a fierce sun hanging high, where the firelight shines, is the dominion, that is, the world opened by the fierce sun. So Lin Yuan named it fierce sun opening the sky, fierce sun. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly, and a flame coalesced in front of him. This flame faintly emitted an inexplicable aura as the surrounding space-time transformed rapidly and assimilated in its reflection. If Lin Yuan infused energy into this flame continuously at this moment, sustaining its burn and spread, it would theoretically evolve into a second eternal fierce sun, illuminating the vast ancient country. Of course, it's just theoretical. Firstly, Lin Yuan doesn't have that much energy to sustain it. Secondly, even if he did, allowing this flame to evolve would ultimately alarm that real eternal fierce sun above the sky. Opening the sky? Lin Yuan examined the slowly burning flame. With my current realm and strength, opening a world like the source world is impossible, but now with the help of the awakened physical body divine ability, have I indirectly achieved it? Opening up heaven and earth requires using one's own rules and avenues to replace the rules and avenues of heaven and earth. Whether it is the rules and avenues of Chaos Void or those of the source world, it's an endless vastness. Just relying on Lin Yuan's comprehended rules and avenues to open up such heaven and earth would be no different than a fool's dream. This is divine skill, Lin Yuan remarked with emotion, not yet mastered, not yet comprehended, but able to be used, able to be displayed. To put it simply, it's similar to Lin Yuan at the first level, performing moves that required the comprehension of complete space rules to execute. Of course, such forcibly executed moves are extremely mechanical compared to those truly comprehended space rules entities and won't adapt. Just the same move over and over, but without a doubt it certainly can crush same-level strong opponents. With my current strength, fully activating this divine skill could likely maintain about 3 seconds of fierce sun. Lin Yuan thought, but within these 3 seconds, a Great Lord-level expert absolutely can't withstand it. Even one at the peak would die, and perhaps a heavenly venerate could survive. The divine skill, fierce sun opening the skies, evidently equivalent to a 13 level. Secret technique. However, limited by Lin Yuan's strength foundation, he is unable to unleash the full power of this secret technique. Even so, it can allow a Dominator-level lifeform to kill a peak Great Lord lifeform. From Dominator to Great Lord, it is a difference akin to heaven and earth. Even the core royals of various ancient countries can at most challenge a Great Lord at a Dominator level. As for killing a Great Lord, let alone a peak Great Lord, even Lin Yuan, with countless foundations, only dared, after reaching the extreme at the Dominator level and refining various methods like the Infinite Void to its utmost extent, to feel confident he had the strength to kill a peak Great Lord. Chapter 111.25 Fierce Sun Splits the Sky, Seeking Subscription. 2 Chapter 101, Chapter 25 Fierce Sun Splits the Sky, Seeking Subscription. 2 And now? Lin Yuan's actual combat strength is only close to the peak of a Great Lord. With the might of this physical body divine ability, once I step into the Chaos Realm, there will be basically no Great Lord or Heavenly Venerate who can be my opponent. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If he were in the Chaos Void, even someone as strong as a Great Saint would be swept away by Lin Yuan. The Great Lord of this source world is equivalent to a Venerate in the Chaos Void, while a Heavenly Venerate is equivalent to a Great Saint. However, this divine skill is not without its shortcomings. It consumes too much. Lin Yuan finds it difficult to control it perfectly. In a one-on-one or one-on-many situation, Lin Yuan naturally has nothing to fear, but if they attack one after another? Striking during the interval when Lin Yuan activates this divine skill, Lin Yuan feels a bit of a headache. No matter what, this divine skill is definitely the strongest trump card I currently possess. Even the skill known for its pure killing power, Tier Heaven, is no match. Lin Yuan was radiant with confidence. The divine skill Tier Heaven only has that one tier, while Sunshine Opening can last for a period of time, equivalent to a greatly enhanced version of the divine ability world. Of course, the mysteries involved in the divine skill, Sunshine Opening, far surpass those of the skill world. So far, Lin Yuan's thoughts have been focused on the might of Sunshine Opening, but in fact, this skill leans more toward creation and formation. As for destruction, that's just one aspect of it. Name, Yu Yen Lin Yuan. Identity, Master of the Myriad Realms Gate-Bonded Talent. Heaven-defying comprehension. divine power, blood resurrection, divine power, mountain moving, divine power, strengthening, divine power, elemental body, divine power, world, divine power, tier heaven, divine power, tear heaven, divine power, sunshine opening, current state, consciousness arrival, remaining, stay time, none. Lin Yuan glanced at the timely updates of the 7th divine skill in the lower left corner of his vision. The urgent task now is to comprehend this divine skill imprint. Lin Yuan calmed his mind. Only by understanding this divine skill imprint can he bring it back to the chaos void for use among the various true body primordial spirit avatars. Of course, the comprehension here does not refer to understanding the essence of sunshine opening. That is too difficult for Lin Yuan to achieve. It simply means understanding the imprint of this divine skill. It's like a high-tech product, where you only need to perfectly replicate each component to be able to reassemble it. As for the function and effect of each component, it can be studied slowly later. Before understanding it, I must not die, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. The current physical body is the carrier of the divine skill, sunshine opening. If he dies, the divine skill imprint will dissipate, and before comprehending it, it means he has completely lost this skill. This is a price Lin Yuan cannot accept. As for choosing to travel again, there are no two identical lives. If he chooses to travel again, Lin Yuan is not sure if he can continue to awaken the divine skill, sunshine opening. Moreover, choosing to travel again means Lin Yuan has to start all over again. The time and effort previously spent would be wasted. But with my current strength, as long as I am cautious, it should be very difficult to die, Lin Yuan thought confidently to himself. For over 1,000 years, most of his true body has been in seclusion for cultivation. But the two major primordial spirit avatars have essentially roamed through various large domains nearby, setting up life-saving measures. Unless the ancestors of the various ancient countries, those 13th tier time beings, make a personal move, wanting to completely kill Lin Yuan is almost impossible. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Red Pine Domain. This large domain is the fiefdom of the royal spirit Might King, and the spirit Might King is the Enfi-Uft King responsible for resisting Red Pine King spirit Might King on this side of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Similar to the Spirit Might King, the Red Pine King's Enfi-Uft kingship comes from his royal identity, with strength equivalent to the peak of a great lord. However, unlike the Spirit Might King, the Red Pine King is not very ambitious and has no intention of becoming the emperor of an ancient country. In the royal city, an avatar of Lord Kingfen is standing before a man with a lazy expression. Your Highness, I worry that the Spirit Might King might seek help from his brother. Lord Qingfen voiced his concerns. The Spirit Might King's brother is a great lord with a bloodline concentration meeting the core royal requirements. Once such an entity joins the battlefield, who could withstand it on the Fierce Sun Ancient Country side? The core royalty at the level of a great lord can, with its powerful ancestral bloodline, practically sweep through others of the same level, and at the peak of great lord, even wrestle with a heavenly venerate. And unlike a normal heavenly venerate, the core royalty is ultimately at the level of a great lord, so even if they take action, it won't dramatically escalate the war's intensity. That Spirit Might King, to become emperor, might indeed do such a thing. Red Pine King said, his expression lazy but his tone grew slightly solemn. If Lord Qingfen's post is breached, the Enfi-Uft King responsible for commanding the war would certainly bear responsibility as well. Leave this matter to me, Red Pine King said as he looked at Lord Qingfen. Yes. Lord Qingfen breathed a slight sigh of relief. With Red Pine King's intervention, there is a high probability that they can invite a great lord-level core royal to counter the Spirit Might King's brother. Let me think. With a thought, Red Pine King instantly gathered an avatar in the distant capital. As a royal of an ancient country, usually needing to stay stationed in the fiefdom, he can also return to the capital at any time. Red Pine King soon arrived at a sprawling mansion. Sixth brother. Red Pine King waited outside. His sixth brother is a core royal who usually busies himself with comprehending the ancestral bloodline and rarely involves himself in other matters. Chapter 102-225, Fierce Sun Splits the Sky, Seeking Subscription. 3. Chapter 102, Chapter 25, Fierce Sun Splits the Sky, Seeking Subscription. 3. The core royal family, with their ancestral bloodline nearly reaching its pinnacle, have little interest in the throne, as becoming emperor offers limited advantages in enhancing their power. Becoming emperor certainly bestows numerous powers, yet it also comes with the burden of many trivial matters. Swoosh! The grand doors of the residence were opened. An elderly servant figure emerged, bowing towards the Red Pine King and said, Your Highness, please come inside. The Red Pine King entered at once, and in a pavilion within the cavernous estate, he met his sixth elder brother. The sixth elder brother of the Red Pine King was a tall man, currently sitting cross-legged, with an aura faintly circulating from within. Sixth brother, I feel you have grown stronger again. Could it be that you're about to break the Heavenly Venerate barrier and enter the Heavenly Venerate realm? The Red Pine King immediately flattered. He came this time to ask a favor from his sixth brother, naturally choosing his words carefully. Heavenly Venerate? The tall man shook his head. For us royals, our success and failure lie with our bloodline, making it almost impossible to ascend to the level of a heavenly venerate. Of course, those in the core royal family who have truly cultivated to the peak of the Great Lord realm do not fear heavenly venerate level powers. In fact, the abundant resources of the ancient country cause great dread in these heavenly venerate. So, tell me, why have you come to find me? The tall man looked at the Red Pine King, understanding that his brother would never say such things unless he needed something. Sixth brother, as you know, I get quite bored staying in the capital, so I sought the title of a prince. Initially, I enjoyed some leisure outside, but that Spirit Might King, in his ambition to become emperor, plans to invade my ancient country's lands. The Red Pine King continued, coincidentally, my fief is nearby, and thus I automatically became the ruler responsible for resisting Spirit Might King's invasion. If it were just Spirit Might King, I wouldn't fear him, but his brother, the Red Pine. King trailed off, looking pitifully at the tall man. Sixth brother, I'm no match for him, I see. The tall man nodded. You want me to help you then? Yes. The Red Pine King nodded immediately. You're the only one I can ask for help. As for the others, even if they are willing to help, they would surely extort me heavily. Given the pretense of defending against the invasion of a hostile ancient country, the Red Pine King could easily seek assistance and request a core royal great lord's aid without much difficulty. However, assistance comes at a price, as core royal great lords always require compensation. This is an unwritten rule within the ancient country. Since you've put it this way, I'll help you when the time comes. The tall man sighed, speaking with a great sense of helplessness. But I will only intervene if Spirit Might King's brother makes a move, otherwise I won't. Of course. Without his brother's support, who is Spirit Might King anyway? The Red Pine King immediately added. In Qingfen City. Lin Yuan's true body sat in the sky-burning court, immersed in cultivation and understanding, while outside he left an incarnation to facilitate exchanges with other great lords. Each great lord had evolved their own power paths from chaos, providing Lin Yuan with significant insights. Under normal circumstances, each great lord would be stationed in their territories, and even if Lin Yuan wanted to communicate with them, he wouldn't have the opportunity. But now, with the impending invasion of the Purple Dream Domain, nearly 20 great lords had gathered in Qingfen City, giving Lin Yuan the chance to interact and discuss with them any time. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Yuan communicating and discussing with the great lords, it was the great lords engaging in exchanges and sparring among themselves, while Lin Yuan observed and listened quietly. Swoosh. Two streams of chaos flame constantly clashed. One exhibited two colors, scarlet and cyan, and the other exuded a sharp aura. It was like a chaotic fire axe cleaving everything apart. The next moment, the sharp aura-laden chaos flame retreated. Brother Hongye's path of combining chaos flame with chaos life seems quite close to achieving heavenly venerate status. Fire axe. Great Venerable remarked to Great Venerate Hongye with slight admiration. He was also a peak Great Lord, focusing on annihilation through Chaos Flame, wielding it like a giant axe to obliterate everything. Undoubtedly, Fire Axe Great Venerable excelled in destructive killing techniques among peak Great Lords. However, during the recent sparring with Great Venerate Hongye, he found himself in a difficult position due to Hongye's dual approach using Chaos Flame and Chaos Life. Eventually, he had to admit defeat. Ha ha ha, Brother Fire Axe, don't jest with me. Heavenly Venerate? I still can't see the path to Heavenly Venerate. Great Venerate Hongye shook his head and said, Besides, we were only sparring, unable to employ our true lethal techniques, which isn't fair for you, Brother Fire Axe. After Hongye finished speaking, Fire Axe Great Venerable's expression visibly improved. I couldn't employ deadly techniques, but neither did you, Brother Hongye. A loss is a loss. Fire Axe Great Venerable stated openly. The other present Great Lords occasionally sparred and exchanged as well. However, most focused their attention on Great Venerate Hongye and Fire Axe Great Venerable. After all, these two were both at the peak of Great Lords. Lin Yuan sat in a corner, quietly observing the clashes among the numerous Great Lords. Your comprehension is exceptional. Witnessing the fluctuations of Chaos Flame enhances your understanding of the Chaos Flame path. Most Great Lords on the battleground followed the path of Chaos Flame. Occasionally, other paths flashed, but Lin Yuan focused mainly on understanding the Chaos Flame path. Great Venerate Hongye, who just finished sparring with Fire Axe Great Venerable, suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. Yu Yan. Great Venerate Hongye's tone was gentle. The other Great Lords also looked over. Great Venerate Hongye. Lin Yuan responded immediately. It's been some time since you crossed into the Great Lord realm. Have you thought of your title yet? Great Venerate Hongye asked with interest. Generally speaking, a Great Lord would choose a title for themselves. For instance, Great Venerate Hongye's real name was certainly not Hongye. It was the same for Great Venerable Qingfen. A title, eh? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then finally said, Let's go with Galaxy. Chapter 1003-26, not a big problem. Seeking subscription, Chapter 1013, Chapter 26, not a big problem. Seeking subscription Galaxy? The numerous Great Venerables on the scene glanced at each other. The title of Great Venerable always carries a specific meaning. Red Leaves of the Great Venerate Hongye implies the coexistence of Chaos Flame and Chaos Life. The Qingfen of the Great Venerable Qingfen also, to some extent, reveals the path he has taken. But as for Galaxy, Galaxy Great Venerable, A smile appeared on the face of the great Venerate Hongyi. He did not ask Lin Yuan why he chose this title. Every great venerable has their own secrets. Since Lin Yuan wishes to use Galaxies as his title, he would not inquire further. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Using Galaxy as his title mainly commemorates his life on Earth before crossing worlds. The true form in the Chaos Void, Galaxy Master, Galaxy Supreme, and other names are for the same reason. As for whether using the title of Galaxy Great Venerables would expose his true identity, the Chaos Void and this source world are not even on the same dimensional plane, and crossing different dimensions is difficult, even for a 13th layer time life. Moreover, even if one could cross, the words galaxy are much too common. I believe the name Galaxy Great Venerable will surely resound throughout the nearby ancient country domains in the future. Great Venerate Hongye said with a smile. The other great venerables were slightly taken aback upon hearing these words. They could hear that Great Venerate Hongye held Lin Yuan in high regard. To echo across nearby ancient country domains, that requires at least the pinnacle strength of a great venerable. And the pinnacle of great venerable? Not every great venerable can reach the pinnacle stage. To many great venerables, Lin Yuan was just a newly ascended great venerable. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a few months went by. With the exchange and spread among nearly 20 great venerables, Lin Yuan's name as Galaxy Great Venerables began to spread. The circles among great venerables have their interconnections, and through this war, Lin Yuan managed to make a name for himself. And with the favor of great Venerate Hongyi and Lord Qingfen, many great venerables were especially supportive of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not very concerned about this. Even without considering the divine skill, Fierce Sun Opens the Sky, his true combat power was estimated to be close to the peak of a great venerable like Hongye. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Yuan's combat strength was improving almost every moment, yet Lin Yuan had no intention of revealing his full abilities. Before fully comprehending the divine skill imprint of Fierce Sun Opens the Sky, it was best to remain low-key and cautious, inside the city lord's mansion. Lord Qingfen appeared solemn, and all great venerables, including Lin Yuan, gathered here. I suppose Marquis Purple Dream over there is preparing to launch an attack, Lord Qingfen remarked. He kept a constant watch on the border battlefield, faintly perceiving the movements of many war machines on the side of the Purple Dream domain. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Let's see who can break through. The great venerables were not surprised. With Purple Dream domain amassing troops at the border, launching an attack at this moment was too normal. This group of great venerables gathered here was precisely for this day. Hongye, Fire Axe, your strengths are the greatest. By that time, Great Honored Barbarian Moon and Divine Phoenix Great Honored will be entrusted to you both. Lord Qingfen looked towards Great Venerate Hongye and Fire Axe Great Venerable. These two great venerables were friends of Lord Qingfen, invited to help resist the invasion from Purple Dream. Rest assured. Great Venerate Hongye and Fire Axe, Great Venerable nodded. Great Honored Barbarian Moon and Divine Phoenix, Great Honored are top-tier great venerables from the Purple Dream domain, terrifying in strength. On the scene, only Great Venerate Hongye, Fire Axe Great Venerable, and Lord Qingfen could confidently defend against them. However, Lord Qingfen needs to coordinate at the center and would not join the battlefield unless absolutely necessary, thus relying on Hongye and Fire Axe. And everyone, do your best to fend off the opponents. If anything unexpected happens or any uncertain factors arise, inform me immediately. Lord Qingfen addressed the other great venerables. For 1,000 years, all the great venerables had repeatedly simulated potential scenarios of the war and identified who they should confront. Galaxy, your opponent is Thunderspear Great Honored. Do you have confidence? Lord Qingfen looked towards Lin Yuan, asking seriously. Thunderspear Great Honored, also a newly ascended great venerable, crossed into the realm 20,000 years ago. For a great venerable, 20,000 years is not long, so Thunderspear Great Honored is still considered a new great venerable. Lord Qingfen specially assigned one of the weakest opposing great venerables for Lin Yuan to deal with. After all, only Lord Qingfen knew that Lin Yuan had not truly crossed into the great venerable realm. I have confidence. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good. Lord Qingfen was quite assured in Lin Yuan, as in his eyes, Lin Yuan possessed core royal blood, so even as a mere overlord, he could challenge a great venerable to some extent. Furthermore, Lord Qingfen would constantly watch over Lin Yuan, ready to assist immediately if anything unexpected happened. This war must be won. Lord Qingfen looked at all the great venerables, solemnly stating, after the victory, Qingfen will have a great reward. Once the Qingfen domain fell, the greatest responsibility would certainly lie with Red Pine King, but the greatest loss would naturally be on Lord Qingfen. After all, the Qingfen domain was his fief, and its fall would mean the collapse of Lord Qingfen's years of accumulation in an instant. It is precisely because of this that during the war preparations, Lord Qingfen made every effort to leverage his connections and invited peak great venerables like Great Venerate Hongye and Fire Axe Great Venerable to assist. In fact, Red Pine King also mobilized many great venerable level powerhouses for support, Chaos Void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. A consciousness avatar descended into the inner universe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost every moment, the inner universe underwent transformation as the second layer of infinite void slowly reformed the inner universe. During the path-splitting realm, Lin Yuan's inner universe spanned only tens of millions of light years, while Chaos Venerables had an inner universe of hundreds of billions of light years. In terms of sheer size, the difference between the two was immeasurable, yet in volume, they were almost equivalent, thanks to the empowerment and transformation by infinite void on the inner universe. In fact, while cultivating infinite void, Lin Yuan's inner universe was constantly shrinking. However, the rate of shrinkage was less than the rate of expansion, so overall, the inner universe still exhibited an expansion trend. Now, the diameter of Lin Yuan's inner universe exceeded tens of billions of light years, and the power contained could easily crush ordinary Chaos Venerables. Lin Yuan, while cultivating the second layer of infinite void, suddenly paused as if realizing something. Fierce sun, heaven opening. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and a flame suddenly appeared before him. At this moment, his true essence in the source world focused most of his mental energy on comprehending the divine skills imprint of fierce sun heaven opening. Even without full insight, Lin Yuan could partially replicate it. Of course, it couldn't be sustained. If I use this divine skills to empower my inner universe, Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. The divine skills, fierce sun heaven opening, focuses not on destruction, but on heaven opening. What is heaven opening? The creation of heaven and earth. Why can it create heaven and earth? The realm covered by the fierce sun is the territory, the land. If an eternal fierce sun were to be condensed in the inner universe, illuminating the universe with its radiance, what impact would that have on the inner universe? Lin Yuan's inner universe had already cultivated the 13th tier legacy, Infinite Void, and if the fierce sun heaven opening's abilities, mastered only by 13th tier temporal beings, were to empower it, if these two 13th tier powers could merge together, Lin Yuan's heart surged with excitement as he immediately began to attempt. Due to not fully penetrating the divine skills imprint of fierce sun heaven opening, the flames Lin Yuan condensed would not last long, they would soon extinguish. But Lin Yuan could still perceive the impact the radiance of fierce sun heaven opening would exert on the inner universe, beside the Jade Gourd. The red-dressed girl also focused on the changes in the inner universe. The red-dressed girl seemed to realize something, showing surprise on her face. She clearly sensed the slowing transformation speed of Lin Yuan's inner universe. This meant that Lin Yuan slowed down his progress in cultivating Infinite Void. This made the red-dressed girl somewhat curious, as Infinite Void was a 13th tier legacy, offering extraordinary enhancement to 12th tier beings. Why did Lin Yuan slow down his cultivation of Infinite Void at this time? Purple Dream Domain? Marquis Purple Dream and numerous great venerables were likewise engaged in final war preparations. Everyone, once we breached the Qingfen domain and His Highness the Spirit Might King, gains significant prestige, becoming a candidate for the throne. The benefits we gain need no further explanation. Marquis Purple Dream's words were brief, yet stirred the emotions of all the great venerables. As great venerables, they naturally understood why the Spirit Might King actively initiated this war. It was to become the emperor of the ancient country. Only by expanding the territory of the ancient country could he gain sufficient prestige and thus become a candidate for the throne. Being a candidate for the throne means the opportunity to compete for the position of the ancient country's emperor. If Spirit Might King could finally take that step and become the next emperor of the ancient country with rewards for merit, how could those great venerables miss out? Now, follow me to the battlefield. Marquis Purple Dream, leading numerous great venerables, instantly arrived at the border battlefield via the space-time passage. His Highness the Spirit Might King is watching this war, so do not withhold your strength, reminded Marquis Purple Dream. Whether it was Qingfen Domain or Purple Dream Domain, the true trump cards or strongest forces would undoubtedly observe without entering the fray immediately. The Spirit Might King needed to make warfare decisions based on the situation. According to the planned strategy, proactively confront the designated opponents at that time. Marquis Purple Dream began to speak. Lord Qingfen had already determined many opponents for the Great Venerables, and naturally, the Purple Dream Domain was no exception. My opponent is Galaxy Great Venerate, newly advanced Great Venerate just over 1,000 years ago. Thunderspear Great Honored, a thin and old man, ponders carefully at this moment. On the surface, Thunderspear Great Honored stepped into the realm of Great Venerate more than 200,000 years ago, still considered a newly advanced Great Venerate. But in reality, Thunderspear Great Honored entered the Great Venerable realm over 1,000,000 years ago. However, he concealed this fact. With my current strength, a newly advanced Great Venerate like Galaxy Great Venerate is an easy capture. At that time, I'll undoubtedly have a chance to shine before His Highness the Spirit Might King. Thunderspear Great Honored knew that Spirit Might King was observing the battlefield. If he performed well, his standing in Spirit Might King's mind would be different. Chapter 104, 27 Chaos Secret Patterns, Request Subscription, Chapter 104, Chapter 27, Chaos Secret Patterns Request Subscription, Ding 7 Warfront Area. Lin Yuan soon arrived at the warfront area he was to guard. The warfront, formed by the intersection of Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, is very long, and each Great Lord needs to guard the corresponding warfront area, resisting enemy attacks. The warfront area where Lin Yuan is stationed, located at the edge, is not the target for attack by Purple Dream Domain's veteran Great Lords and Peak Great Lords, who mostly choose to attack those core warfront areas. This is why Lord Qingfen believes that the opponent Lin Yuan needs to face will be Thunderspear Great Honored. Among the Great Lords currently revealed by Purple Dream Domain, there are only 2 or 3 new Great Lords, with Thunderspear Great Honored most likely to attack the Ding 7 warfront. Of course, it's just most likely, not necessarily Thunderspear Great Honored. But even if it's another Great Lord, it would be a similarly tiered new Great Lord. As for veteran or peak Great Lords, for a veteran Great Lord or peak Great Lord to attack the edge defense line is a complete waste. Even if they break through, what then? The impact on the overall war is minimal. After all, it's just the edge defense line, and Qingfen Domain can completely adjust in real time. But the core defense line is different. Once the core defense line set up by Qingfen Domain is breached, the war situation will be overwhelmingly tilted. If Purple Dream Domain deploys a veteran Great Lord or Peak Great Lord to attack the edge defense line, Lord Qingfen would be delighted. With one less veteran Great Lord or Peak Great Lord attacking the core defense line, Qingfen Domain's pressure would reduce significantly. In this battle, Qingfen Domain will focus primarily on defense, and Red Pine King should lean towards being conservative. Lin Yuan thought to himself that through Lord Qingfen's arrangements for the war situation, one could discern the thinking of Red Pine King behind the scenes. Lin Yuan quite agrees with this. Spirit Might King is currently too prominent, and confronting them head-on at this moment? There's no benefit. As long as the first few waves of attacks from Purple Dream Domain can be held off, the war situation will naturally reverse, and then whether to invade Purple Dream Domain will entirely depend on Red Pine King. Greetings, Great Lord. Greetings, Great Lord. Soon after Lin Yuan arrived at the Ding 7 defense line, several figures came to meet him. Lin Yuan was in charge of guarding this warfront area. Naturally, he was not the only one. Numerous battle machines were ready for Lin Yuan to deploy at any time. In wars between major domains, if not at the level of Great Lords, it's basically all centered around battle machines. Self-Dao Realm Dominator-level powerhouses differ too much in strength compared to Great Lords. Only by utilizing battle machines can they barely threaten Great Lords. Thousands of Dominator-level powerhouses using the power of battle machines to strike, with quantitative change causing qualitative change, can even make a Great Lord change color. Let's discuss the situation. Lin Yuan glanced at the several respectful figures standing there. These figures all possessed peak Dominator-level strength and could be considered his subordinates stationed at this defense line. Great Lord, we currently have 1 B-rank medium battle machine, 6 B-rank lower battle machines, and 36 C-rank upper, middle, and lower battle machines. The leading figure, adorned with a single horn and named Luo Peng, respectfully reported to Lin Yuan. Battle machines are divided into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. C-rank battle machines can accommodate dozens up to hundreds of Dominator-level figures, and the combined power they unleash can slightly restrain a Great Lord. B-rank battle machines have distinctions of upper, middle, and lower, with capacity for thousands to tens of thousands of Dominator-level powerhouses. As for A-rank battle machines, they accommodate over 10,000 Dominator-level powerhouses, and the strike they unleash must be seriously regarded even by peak Great Lords. The Ding 7 Warfront is located on the edge, and its highest-tier battle machine is only B-medium. As for B-upper and A-rank battle machines, they're basically in core defense line areas. Such battle machines are extremely precious, appearing only on the most important battlefields. Of course, preciousness is one aspect. Whether there are so many Dominator-level powerhouses is another aspect. This time, the war with Purple Dream Domain superficially appears as Qingfen Domain versus Purple Dream Domain, but in actuality, it has gathered all the elites from several dozen surrounding major domains, making it a relatively high-intensity war. Battle machines, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It's said that above A-rank battle machines, there are even higher-tier machines accommodating Great Lord-level powerhouses. As for specific deployments, you can handle them as you see fit. If there's an attack from a Great Lord-level enemy, I will engage, Lin Yuan said plainly, without delving into details. As the overseer of this defense line, Lin Yuan just needs to grasp the overall situation. Understood. The horned man, Luo Peng, respectfully responded. By the way, take me to see the battle machines. Lin Yuan looked at the horned man Luo Peng, speaking calmly. See the battle machines? The horned man Luo Peng had no doubts and immediately said, Great Lord, please follow me, soon. Lin Yuan arrived before a massive battle machine. This battle machine was a C-rank battle machine, able to accommodate 368 Dominator-level figures. The entire battle machine, rising several million kilometers high, once 368 figures enter, the machine fully operates, and its size can grow 100-fold to 1,000-fold. Is this the battle machine? Lin Yuan carefully observed. The surface of the battle machine covered with countless secret patterns, precisely through these secret patterns that the power of hundreds of Dominator-level figures could be fully combined. Hundreds of Dominator-level figures, each walking different paths, their powers converging without causing collisions or even explosions, is fortunate. Still combining? And if this only resulted in the fusion of hundreds of Dominator-level powers, it would far from threaten a great lord. Chapter 105-27 Chaos Secret Patterns, Seeking Subscription 2. Chapter 105 Chapter 27 Chaos Secret Patterns. Seeking Subscription 2. After all the powers are fused together and amplified by the War Machine, the final explosive strike will increase by hundreds of times. This is the War Machine. These secret patterns, Lin Yuan observed carefully. Your insight is unparalleled, observing unknown patterns, enhancing your understanding of the Chaos Rule. Numerous flashes of inspiration erupted in his mind, ultimately enhancing Lin Yuan's understanding of the Chaos Rule. These secret patterns, can they actually directly enhance the understanding of the Chaos Rule? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. All along, Lin Yuan's method of enhancing his understanding of the Chaos Rule was by continually comprehending other rules and pathways. These pathways would drive the enhancement of his understanding of the Chaos Rule. But now, comprehending the secret patterns on the War Machine can yield a similar effect? The essence of secret patterns is the fundamental vein of the Chaos Rule. In any world or realm, there is no definite Chaos Rule because at the moment of the world's creation, the Chaos Rule had already differentiated into innumerable pathways of rules. There's simply no such opportunity. While comprehending the secret patterns on the War Machine, Lin Yuan thought to himself, and these war machines have actually condensed the fundamental vein of the Chaos Rule? Who on earth managed to do that? Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Currently, his understanding of the Chaos Rule had also reached the second realm. But let alone condensing the second realm's vein of the Chaos Rule, even the first realm is impossible to achieve. Sometimes comprehending and expressing it are two different things. No wonder the War Machine can perfectly fuse the powers of countless Dominator realm experts. No wonder, Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. When he first discovered the effects of the War Machine, he found it utterly unbelievable. The higher one's realm, the broader one's vision, and the more unbelievable these methods of fusing numerous power rules become. But upon seeing the War Machine himself, Lin Yuan immediately accepted it. Only the origin rule, like the Chaos Rule, which can derive countless pathways of rules, can achieve the convergence of vastly different power rules. Innumerable pathways of rules originate from chaos and will return to chaos. In my understanding of the Chaos Rule, I have only just entered the second realm. To use chaos as the foundation to evolve the chaos yin-yang taiji power, it requires at least the pinnacle of the second realm, or possibly the third realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of evolving the chaos yin-yang taiji power exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He originally thought the second realm of the Chaos Rule was sufficient. Not to mention the third realm of chaos, even the pinnacle of the second realm of chaos. At my current pace of understanding, how long would it take? 1,000,000 years? 10,000,000 years? Lin Yuan pondered. Enhancing the understanding of the Chaos Rule is not about enhancing a singular rule, but rather the enhancement of the understanding of all rules. This requires an enormous expenditure of time and energy. Too long. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the Chaos Great Saints knew Lin Yuan's thoughts, they might be so ashamed they'd choose to reincarnate immediately. 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years to raise the Chaos Rule from the second realm to the pinnacle of the second realm? Many Chaos Great Saints have not achieved this in 1,000 or 10,000 cosmic eras. A large portion of Chaos Great Saints still remain at the initial stage of the second realm in understanding the Chaos Rule. But these war machines, Lin Yuan stared at the war machine in front of him with radiant expression. Through the secret patterns on the surface of the War Machine, Lin Yuan could directly enhance his understanding of the Chaos Rule, a process that is tens of thousands of times simpler than conventional methods. And as his understanding of the Chaos Rule improved, it would naturally enhance his understanding of the other countless pathways of rules. Luckily I didn't leave. Lin Yuan felt quite pleased within. In fact, before the war began, Lord Qingfen had suggested Lin Yuan temporarily leave Qingfen domain. In Lord Qingfen's eyes, Lin Yuan was a core royal bloodline with immense potential, and as soon as he stepped into the Great Lord realm, he would be able to easily sweep across many Great Lords. Before that, it was naturally better to keep a low profile and not involve himself in the war between the two great domains. But after considering it, Lin Yuan still refused Lord Qingfen's suggestion. Firstly, because Lord Qingfen had been good to him, Lin Yuan was reluctant to leave at such a critical moment. Secondly, Lin Yuan knew his own capabilities well. With his strength, unless the ancestors of the major ancient countries intervened, it would be difficult for him to die. Whether to leave Qingfen domain or not, truthfully speaking, it didn't make much of a difference to Lin Yuan. Now it seems. Lin Yuan's decision was very correct. If he had left Qingfen domain, he certainly wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with these war machines. Each war machine, even a grade C war machine, is a top secret of the major ancient countries. Unless a war is waged, they will never appear outside. Even if a war is waged, outsiders may not have the opportunity to even approach a war machine. Now Lin Yuan was the commander of this defense area, so he could observe the war machine up close under the pretense of inspection. Well, you may step back for now. Lin Yuan glanced indifferently at Luo Peng standing beside him and said, I need to stay here for a while. Yes. The unicorn man Luo Peng immediately stood and left. Whoosh. Lin Yuan's figure flickered and entered the interior of the war machine, where the chaos secret patterns were increasingly complex and profound. At the same time, they provided increasing help to Lin Yuan, Purple Dream Domain. One war machine after another operated, with many great lords heading to different frontline areas. Among them, the most powerful great lords headed to the core frontline areas, as the core battlefield had the greatest impact, and taking it would have a decisive effect on the war situation. High Sky. In the depths of multiple layers of space-time, the Spirit Might King, clad in deep cyan armor, inadvertently emitted an aura that caused the surrounding space-time to distort and collapse. The Red Pine King of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country has no ambition and won't recklessly block me. The Spirit Might King calmly observed the battlefield. He dared to choose Qingfen domain for war, not just because he had arrangements in dozens of nearby domains, but also because he predicted it would likely be the Red Pine King responsible for resisting him. The Red Pine King was inherently carefree. This was evident from his willingness to leave the capital and live leisurely in his fiefdom. The capital of an ancient country is its core area. Any royalty with a bit of ambition would never willingly leave it. The Red Pine King will most likely ask his sixth brother to take action, the Spirit Might King thought, considering many possibilities. It's a pity. If not for that galaxy, the plan would be much simpler in capturing Qingfen City, the Spirit Might King sighed. Despite his meticulous planning, he never anticipated that Lord Qingfen had secretly nurtured a great lord disciple. A great lord disciple, willing to stay hidden in Qingfen City? If he wasn't certain his plan wouldn't be exposed, the Spirit Might King would even suspect a traitor on his side informing Lord Qingfen? It's just as well, only through war. By righteously taking Qingfen domain and the surrounding dozens of domains, will my prestige reach its peak? The Spirit Might King's gaze was icy. While war is only about winning or losing, crushing with sheer strength resonates well with those old relics in the capital. This also significantly benefits his candidacy for emperor. Of course, to become the emperor of an ancient country, being a candidate is just the start. But not becoming a candidate means having no qualification to compete for the throne. Ding 7 defense line. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged inside the war machine, his vast perception enveloping every chaos secret pattern present. Your insight is unparalleled, observing unknown patterns, enhancing your understanding of the chaos rule. Unaware of how much time passed, the bursts of inspiration in Lin Yuan's mind gradually decreased. I've almost understood them. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The chaos secret patterns engraved on a single war machine are ultimately limited. Merely a grade C war machine, it couldn't have engraved too many chaos secret patterns, otherwise it wouldn't be grade C, but grade B or even grade A. Next one. Lin Yuan stepped out and headed towards the next war machine. Chapter 106-28, The Dazed Thunderspear. Great Honored, please subscribe. Chapter 106, Chapter 28, The Dazed Thunderspear. Great Honored, please subscribe. Inside the beta grade war machines. Lin Yuan immersed himself in understanding the chaos secret patterns, almost elevating his chaos rule insights every moment. It's too perfect. Lin Yuan felt deeply moved. The chaos secret patterns inside the beta-grade war machines already involved profound aspects of the second realm. If this pace of comprehension can be maintained, at most 100 centuries, no, at most 1,000 years, and I'll reach the pinnacle of the second realm insights. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the third realm in chaos, currently, the chaos secret patterns contained within the beta-grade war machines do not cover the essence of the third realm's rules. Even the chaos secrets inside the alpha-grade war machines likely do not touch upon the third realm. The third realm, that is the ultimate realm of chaos rule insights which many great saints in the chaos void have yet to achieve. Take it slowly. Aim for the pinnacle of the second realm first. Lin Yuan temporarily disregarded the third realm in chaos. Lin Yuan's heart suddenly stirred, ceasing his comprehension of the chaos secret patterns and looking in a certain direction. Is the war about to start? Lin Yuan directly walked out of the war machine. At this moment, on the opposite defense line, enemy war machines continuously gathered, and even the aura of a great lord was lurking. It's indeed Thunderspear Great Honored. Lin Yuan immediately confirmed the great lord opposing them was Thunderspear Great Honored. Thunderspear. Great Honored, he shouldn't be an ordinary newly ascended great lord. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that Thunderspear Great Honored's aura was deeper than a typical new great lord. Concealing his strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself, not particularly concerned. Thunderspear Great Honored hid his strength. Could it be he hadn't done the same? In fact, the strength Lin Yuan concealed was far above that of Thunderspear Great Honored. Even without using Fierce Sun Opening Sky, he possessed strengths close to the Great Lord peak battle power. Swish. As Lin Yuan gazed upon the battlefield, one by one, Heaven Realm experts entered the war machines, slowly activating the massive war machines. It's a shame, can't leave a single machine behind for comprehension. Looking at the war machines ready for battle, Lin Yuan felt slightly disappointed internally. In every segment of the defense area, the number of war machines was fixed. Before the war broke out, Lin Yuan hiding inside one of the war machines posed no issues. But once the battle erupted, if Lin Yuan retained a war machine, it would be too audacious. The gaze of Red Pine King, though mainly concentrated on the core frontline battlefield, did not mean he ignored other line defenses entirely. However, a war continues for several thousand to 10,000 years, with less time spent directly clashing, mainly revolving around regrouping time. Lin Yuan contemplated. The regrouping time referred to when both sides, after fierce battles, plunged into a ceasefire period. During this period, Lin Yuan would have ample time to slowly comprehend each war machine. Let Galaxy Great Honored take action first. Thunderspear Great Honored equally kept an eye on the battlefield, seeing war machines activating without the slightest belittling. Although intelligence showed Galaxy Great Honored was a newly ascended Great Lord, having broken through just over 1,000 years ago, marking him as fairly new among new Great Lords. But Thunderspear Great Honored, having cultivated to this point, was certainly not overconfident. Even though very confident, he still planned to let Galaxy Great Honored act first before deciding whether to intervene. Seeing Galaxy Great Honored act first essentially meant gaining the upper hand. Soon, war machines from both sides fell into fierce combat against each other. Booming sounds. A chaos-infused fiery war machine suddenly transformed into a gigantic fireball, with endless flames madly spreading in all directions. That beta mid-grade war machine? Lin Yuan looked towards this war machine. It was also the highest-grade war machine within this defense area, capable of creating a fierce sun domain when fully operated, suppressing all enemy forces within. Swish. Over at the Purple Dream Domain, their war machines simultaneously activated, their unleashed power not inferior to Qingfen Domain. Lock. A gigantic war machine entirely purple in color abruptly took a step forward, instantly causing purple chains to emerge within the void, covering towards Qingfen Domain. Countless purple chains targeted the only beta mid-grade war machine on the Qingfen Domain side. Not good. The single-horned man, Luo Peng, changed his expression. He was one of the peak Heaven Realm experts controlling the beta mid-grade war machine. The beta mid-grade war machine can host over 3,000 Heaven Realm experts, but only a few can truly control this war machine. Retreat. At that moment, the voice suddenly echoed in the single-horned man, Luo Peng's ear. It's Great Lord. The single-horned man, Luo Peng, immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Galaxy Great Honored. As for its contents, it instructed him on how to repulse the countless purple chains emanating from the coverage. During this time, although Lin Yuan had not comprehended that beta mid-grade war machine, through war machines he had already understood, he had ample understanding of it. This understanding stemmed from the most fundamental comprehension, far surpassing the knowledge of temporary controllers like the single-horned man, Luo Peng. Therefore, upon seeing the Purple Dream Domain's war machine releasing numerous purple chains, Lin Yuan instantly realized how to block them. Bang! The massive fireball and countless purple chains abruptly collided, causing flames to scatter everywhere, chains to shatter one by one, ultimately forcing the entirely purple war machine from Purple Dream Domain into a helpless retreat. In the short skirmish just now, it was slightly disadvantaged. Thank you, Great Lord. Inside the beta mid-grade war machine, the single-horned man, Luo Peng, immediately conveyed his gratitude towards Lin Yuan. If not for Lin Yuan, under the countless purple chains just now, even if he could manipulate the war machine to break free, he would likely have been restrained for a while. And with the loss of this war machine's fierce sun domain, the Qingfen domain would lose their greatest advantage in the battlefield's war machine collisions, and might even face the possibility of collapse. Huh? It was blocked? Thunderspear, Great Honored, was also observing the battlefield, and when he saw the retreat of the purple war machine, his brows furrowed deeply. The attack of the purple war machine was at his command. Thunderspear Great Honored thought he had grasped the key to controlling the situation, attacking the moment the Qingfen domain's war machine formed the fierce sun domain. In this way, the odds of victory on his side would increase to the maximum. It's become a stalemate. Thunderspear Great Honored watched the war, observing the battles between war machines on both sides, and felt somewhat restless. He intended to make a grand display on the battlefield this time to impress the Spirit Might King. But according to the current situation, if he didn't make a move soon, there would be no chance to break through the opponent's defense. Forget it. Thunderspear Great Honored sighed inwardly, originally planning to wait for Galaxy Great Honored to make a move first before acting himself. Now it seems he has to act on his own. However, the impact is not significant as long as intelligence is accurate. Galaxy Great Honored, being a newly ascended Great Honored, posed no certainty of a threat. Rumble. Thunderspear Great Honored's figure disappeared. replaced by an endless expanse of thunder. The path of Thunderspear Great Honored was Chaos Thunder, most adept at killing and destruction. Thunderspear Great Honored? Lin Yuan appeared silently and blocked Thunderspear Great Honored, saying, "Your opponent is me. I would like to see what capabilities the disciple handed over by Lord Qingfen possesses." Thunderspear Great Honored was not interested in wasting words. The quicker he breached the defense line of the Qingfen domain, even just the peripheral one, the better his evaluation from Spirit Might King would be. The next moment, Lin Yuan engaged in battle with Thunderspear Great Honored. Focus on defense. Lin Yuan only displayed strength equivalent to Thunderspear Great Honored, as this was also Red Pine King's strategy. Whether it was the peripheral defense line where Lin Yuan was located, or the core defense line area, the strategy was all defense-focused, as long as they could withstand the attacks from the Purple Dream domain. Huh? After exchanging blows with Lin Yuan for a moment, Thunderspear Great Honored looked surprised. He had almost fully unleashed his power, yet still hadn't managed to drive Lin Yuan back. Galaxy Great Honored, have you also hidden your power? Thunderspear Great Honored looked unpleasant. The current scene could only be explained this way. Lin Yuan did not respond, as part of his attention was focused on the core defense line area, where Peak Great Honored were already engaging in confrontation. Now, it's troublesome. Thunderspear Great Honored's expression was heavy. Originally, he planned to quickly smash Lin Yuan with lightning speed, then break through the defense to leave a good impression on the Spirit Might King. Spirit Might King is a royal conferred king whose status is high even if he never becomes an emperor of the ancient country in the future. While heavenly venerates might not regard him highly, a Great Honored like himself still craves such connections. But now, Thunderspear Great Honored's internal plans were rapidly collapsing. There is still hope to breach the defense line. Thunderspear Great Honored rapidly considered his current options. Even though Galaxy Great Honored also concealed some strength, he is similar to me as long as I, Thunderspear Great Honored, glanced downward, where the Purple Dream Domain's war machines were fiercely clashing with those of the Qingfen Domain. As long as I can crush that intermediate level B war machine, gain the advantage on the battlefield below, and then hold off Galaxy Great Honored, I can still breach the defense line, he thought to himself. Originally his plan was to crush Galaxy Great Honored, then go to assist in the war machine clashes below. Now, it's unrealistic to rely on himself to smash Galaxy Great Honored. He could only gain the advantage through the war machine clashes below, and then use that to help him. Let it be so. At Thunderspear Great Honored's brows, a brilliant thunder faintly emerged. Subsequently, the brilliant thunder tore through time and space, heading towards the battlefield below. The brilliant thunder suddenly swelled, reaching the height of heaven and earth, its terrifying aura permeating through the layers of space-time, headed towards that intermediate level B war machine. This is my origin thunderclap, nurtured for millions of years. Thunderspear Great Honored's aura weakened slightly. This origin thunderclap was Thunderspear Great Honored's strongest means of attack. If used against Galaxy Great Honored, it would at most suppress him momentarily, making it difficult to directly smash him. But if used against the intermediate level B war machine below, it would definitely be able to tear through it. Once this strongest war machine was taken care of, the battlefield below would definitely see the Purple Dream Domain gain an absolute advantage. By then, he only needed to hold off Galaxy Great Honored to control the war's situation. Buzzing. The terrifying origin thunderclap arrived in an instant, appearing above the intermediate level B war machine as soon as it manifested. The intermediate level B war machine, though capable of threatening a Great Honored, facing the Great Honored's strongest attack means, would find it very challenging to withstand, especially with the precise timing of Thunderspear Great Honored's origin thunderclap. The intermediate level B war machine had no chance to evade. Casually engaging with Thunderspear Great Honored, Lin Yuan's expression changed suddenly, looking towards the intermediate level B war machine about to be covered by the terrifying thunder. My chaos secret patterns. Lin Yuan reached out directly, and in an instant, this hand became enormous beyond measure, tearing through layers of space-time. Thunderspear Great Honored's origin thunderclap, nurtured for millions of years and regarded as the strongest attack means, was as fragile as paper before Lin Yuan's right hand, easily torn apart. The intermediate level B war machine, already swollen to the height of billions of miles, was like a kitten sheltered within Lin Yuan's outstretched right palm. Thunderspear Great Honored, who witnessed this scene, fell into silence immediately. Chapter 107, 29, forget it, I won't pretend anymore. Please subscribe. Chapter 107, Chapter 29, forget it, I won't pretend anymore. Please subscribe. In the high sky of the battlefield. Thunderspear Great Honored watched as the origin thunderclap he released with accumulated power was easily pierced and torn apart by Lin Yuan's outstretched sky-covering hand. His gaze briefly fell into a stupor. To be honest, Thunderspear Great Honored was quite confident in his origin thunderclap, a killing move he had nurtured for a million years. He wouldn't have used it this time if not to leave a good impression on Spirit Might King and break through defenses as quickly as possible. As for why not use the origin thunderclap against Lin Yuan is also a great lord and has hidden his strength. Compared to Lin Yuan, that B-class war machine is clearly much easier to deal with. B-class war machine, accommodating thousands of dominant realm powerhouses, can indeed pose a threat to Great Lord-level powerhouses with a single strike. But a war machine is ultimately just a war machine, far less flexible than a Great Lord. In the eyes of a Great Lord, a war machine appears rigid without external influence. Put a Great Lord against a war machine of the same tier. The final victor is bound to be the Great Lord. The greatest use of a war machine is on the battlefield, teaming with other war machines and Great Lord-level powerhouses on the same side. Therefore, Thunderspear Great Honored chose to strike the B-class war machine after careful consideration. This was the safest approach. What Thunderspear Great Honored never anticipated was that his full-powered origin thunderclap was like thin paper before Lin Yuan, directly torn apart and penetrated. How is this possible? The first thought in Thunderspear Great Honored's mind was disbelief. To tear his origin thunderclap so easily, even if not a peak Great Lord, would not be far off. Galaxy Great Lord? Isn't Galaxy Great Lord a newly promoted Great Lord from 1,000 years ago? But immediately, Thunderspear Great Honored realized the intelligence he obtained must have had issues. It's only from Lord Kingfin's word that Galaxy Great Lord was newly promoted, without any evidence to prove Galaxy Great Lord had only broken through 1,000 years ago. Not good. Thunderspear Great Honored is shameless. Inside the B-class war machine, Unicorned Man Luo Peng's sensed the overwhelming, terrifying thunderclaps enveloping them. Though not yet close, the Unicorned Man Luo Peng's instinctive fear permeated the thunderclaps through time and space. If not for the war machine's protection, he probably wouldn't be able to even resist the aura emitted by the thunderclaps. Hard to withstand. In a flash, the Unicorned Man Luo Peng vaguely concluded in his mind that the B-class war machine itself might not be completely destroyed under the thunderclaps. But the thousands of dominant realm within the war machine likely couldn't withstand the permeating thunder force. Even just a little bit would easily obliterate a large number of dominant realm powerhouses. With a loss of many dominant realm powerhouses, the war machine is like rootless water, essentially useless. And the permeating thunderclaps could very likely cause the war machine itself to start self-destructing. Try to hold on as much as possible. The Unicorned Man Luo Peng felt desperate but still didn't give up, hoping to at least stall Thunderspear Great Honored's attention to buy some response time for Galaxy Great Lord. However, just then, the Unicorned Man Luo Peng witnessed an unforgettable scene. Under the cover of boundless, terrifying thunderclaps, a sky-covering hand reached in, and the overwhelming thunderclaps were weak before this sky-covering hand, unable to delay or obstruct it at all. Swoosh! The sky-covering hand reached in, directly lifting the massive B-class war machine, holding it in the palm and protecting it. Did Galaxy Great Lord make a move? The Unicorned Man Luo Peng was a bit dazed. From the aura emitted by the sky-covering hand, he could ascertain it was Galaxy Great Lord. But Galaxy Great Lord, so powerful. Although the Unicorned Man Luo Peng was at the peak of the dominant realm, his status as a controller of the B-class war machine was certainly not ordinary, aware that even among Great Lords there are distinctions in strength. And Galaxy Great Lord's strength seems excessively potent. The war machine is fine. From afar, Lin Yuan observed the B-class war machine. The chaos secret patterns contained within the war machine had yet to be fully understood by him. If it were destroyed by Thunderspear Great Honored, Lin Yuan couldn't be sure if another B-class war machine would be deployed. And these war machines were Lin Yuan's hope to reach the peak of Chaos Second Realm, and even Third Realm in the shortest time. Originally, I just wanted to muddle through. As long as this defensive line was held, everyone would remain peaceful, mainly depending on the situation at the core defensive line battlefield. Lin Yuan felt a bit helpless inside. Currently, his real strength nears the peak Great Lord. Not enough to impact or change the course of the war, so this time, against Thunderspear Great Honored's offensive, he only intended to defend. As for defeating, even if defeated, what then? The strategy of the Red Pine King is primarily defense-focused. Defeating wouldn't mean attacking into the Purple Dream domain. And this is an edge of the defensive line region. Even attacking inside wouldn't have a significant impact. But Thunderspear Great Honored insisted on going all out, adopting a stance of risking life and limb for the Purple Dream domain, even planning to first destroy the war machines on Qingfen domain's side. Realizing this, Lin Yuan had no choice but to reveal his true strength. If he hadn't shown his real strength at that moment, rescuing the war machine would have been difficult. Even if Lin Yuan could endure watching the war machine be destroyed, losing a B-class war machine would certainly place Qingfen domain at a disadvantage. Chapter 10829, Forget It, I Won't Pretend Anymore. Please subscribe. To Chapter 1108, Chapter 29, Forget It, I Won't Pretend Anymore. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan wanted to hold the line. He still had to reveal his strength. As for giving up the defense area, that would be letting down Lord Qingfen. But merely approaching pinnacle Great Lord strength isn't that conspicuous. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as long as he doesn't activate the divine skill Fierce Sun-Splitting Heaven, it's not a big deal. A veteran Great Lord or an established Great Lord, their numbers are indeed extremely rare. But if you look at one large domain, or several, even dozens of large domains, there are still a few in number. For instance, in this war, just the pinnacle Great Lords alone, both sides add up to more than 10, and this is still on the surface, with other hidden trump cards secretly held. But the divine skill, Fierce Sun-Splitting Heaven, this means of associating with the ancestor of Fierce Sun carries a significance even above Heavenly Venerate. If Lin Yuan dared to activate Fierce Sun-Splitting Heaven, there are only two possibilities. One is to be taken away and protected. The other is to be taken away and controlled. During this time, he might also suffer assassination attempts from other ancient country forces. Besides these, there's no third possibility. It's basically unrealistic to maintain the current peaceful life. It might even attract the gaze of the ancestor of Fierce Sun. The risk is too great and the variables too many. If he's not careful, Lin Yuan will be forced to return. Since the true strength has been revealed, Lin Yuan looked at Thunderspear Great Honored, who regarded him like a formidable enemy with slightly cold eyes. Galaxy Great Lord, what is your true strength? At this moment, Thunderspear Great Honored also recovered. As a Great Lord powerhouse, even when facing the most unbelievable scene, he never lost composure. My strength, Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed. Why don't you try it yourself? Boom. A terrifying crimson filled the world centered around Lin Yuan, forming a world filled with Fierce Sun. Fierce Sun Divine Body? Thunderspear? Great Honored's expression was grave, as lines of thunder continuously emerged around him. As the undisputed first physique of the Fierce Sun ancient country, the reputation of the Fierce Sun Divine Body was unquestionable. The crimson flames burned furiously, even turning time and space into fuel, and Thunderspear Great Honored's expression was grim, feeling that his mastered Chaos Thunder was also rapidly burning away. This Galaxy Great Lord indeed has strength close to a pinnacle Great Lord. After this encounter, Thunderspear Great Honored no longer had any doubts in his heart. He had just speculated whether Lin Yuan had used some kind of trump card that couldn't be used continuously to easily tear through his origin thunderclap. If that were the case, at most he would be discomforted next. Even if he couldn't break into King Fen domain, at least he could barely maintain a stalemate on the surface. But now, it seems, the strength of Galaxy Great Lord is simply not something he can handle. Retreat. Thunderspear Great Honored no longer hesitated and decisively retreated backward. With his strength, facing a veteran Great Lord close to a pinnacle Great Lord, don't mention resistance, even holding him back wasn't possible. If he continued staying, when the other party's Fierce Sun world was fully formed, he might be left behind completely. Although Thunderspear Great Honored had deployed life-saving measures elsewhere, preventing complete death, if his true form fell here, it would be a significant loss, and he would also be ridiculed by other Great Lords. Originally planning to perform well in front of Spirit Might King, Thunderspear Great Honored sighed inwardly. Although the Galaxy Great Lord's strength far exceeded expectations, and he lost without grievance, he was certainly not leaving any good impression with Spirit Might King, below. War machines from Purple Dream Domain were clashing violently with war machines from Qingfen Domain. At this moment, all the commanders of Purple Dream Domain's war machines received an order simultaneously. All units retreat. This order left many War Machine commanders puzzled. They were fighting well and not showing any disadvantage. Why retreat? However, on the battlefield, obedience is instinctual. No matter how puzzled they were, Purple Dream Domain's war machines, upon receiving the order, began to retreat quickly. Fleeing? Lin Yuan glanced at the Thunderspear Great Honored, who was merging into the void and then swiftly traversing. Even if he fully unleashed the Fierce Sun Divine Body, and the Fierce Sun World Suppression naturally formed with the Divine Body as the center, it still couldn't completely prevent Thunderspear Great Honored's void traverse. And those war machines are starting to retreat? Lin Yuan glimpsed at the battlefield below, where Purple Dream Domain's war machines were also beginning to retreat. With a faint movement of his mind, the Fierce Sun World formed by the Fierce Sun Divine Body spread over them, causing all of Purple Dream Domain's war machines to be turned upside down, suppressed in place. These war machines, Lin Yuan's gaze was slightly fervent. The war machines from Purple Dream Domain had chaos secret patterns entirely different from those of his side's war machines. If Lin Yuan could capture these war machines alive and continue to understand them, it would similarly benefit him greatly. Even if he couldn't capture them alive, destroying the enemy's war machines could be exchanged for numerous merits. This time, Red Pine King specially took out a treasure vault of his own to incentivize many Great Lord powerhouses to give their all. Many treasures inside can be exchanged with merits gained on the battlefield. What's going on? Why is there such intense spatial temporal fluctuation in the edge defense area? On the core defense battlefield, the pinnacle Great Lords were once again in confrontation, once again in battle. They all looked towards the edge defense area. Just then, the spatial temporal fluctuations from the battle there exceeded the range that a normal Great Lord could generate. Huh? How could Galaxy Great Lord's strength be this strong? Thunderspear Great Honored actually turned and fled. This Galaxy Great Lord should have veteran Great Lord strength, with battle power close to a pinnacle Great Lord. Such strength arranged to guard the edge defense position. The expressions of the pinnacle Great Lords from Purple Dream Domain changed slightly. A veteran Great Lord with battle power close to a pinnacle Great Lord, while not enough to affect or change the circumstances of war, was enough to increase the pressure on them. Ha 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 ha. Xingfen, your disciple's strength has kept us in the dark or a long time. Unlike the silence from Purple Dream Domain, Xingfen Domain was much more relaxed. Lin Yuan's strength exceeded expectations, adding an additional chance of victory over Purple Dream Domain. Most importantly, Thunder Spear Great Honored's hasty retreat dealt a considerable blow to Purple Dream Domain's morale. Ha 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 ha. Lord Xingfen also broke into a smile. He had initially worried that Lin Yuan's strength was insufficient, and specifically arranged for him to guard the edge defense line. The edge defense line did not have high strategic importance, and the Great Lords assigned to attack there would not be very strong either. Now it seems he had underestimated this disciple. Spirit Might King was also observing the battlefield, paying attention to the confrontation between Galaxy Great Lord and Thunderspear Great Honored. Spirit Might King squinted slightly. There is more to Galaxy's strength than meets the eye. Spirit Might King had remembered Lin Yuan, and if it weren't for him, they might have already taken Kingfen Domain. Spirit Might King's gaze deepened as he glanced at Lin Yuan from afar, but stopped paying attention. Although Thunderspear Great Honored's hasty retreat left Spirit Might King slightly dissatisfied, he understood that the key factor in deciding the war was the core defense battlefield. As for Galaxy Great Lord, he couldn't change the outcome of the war. Not to mention, even as a pinnacle Great Lord, it's difficult to shift the course of the conflict. Even if the Galaxy Great Lord was unstoppable on his own defense line, it's because it was a strategically unimportant edge defense area. If Galaxy Great Lord were located at the core defense area, confronting Great Lords not weaker than him or even stronger, he'd be lucky to barely hold on. Red Pine, I'll see how you intend to fend me off. Spirit Might King focused on the core defense battlefield, maintaining an unperturbed heart. As the war had just begun, both sides were still in a stage of probing each other, and the killing wasn't particularly brutal. Major trump cards that could decide the direction of the war hadn't been deployed yet. Ding 7 defense line area. Lin Yuan successfully suppressed all the war machines from Purple Dream Domain. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked downward. Chapter 109-30, Rewards Subscription Request. Chapter 109, Chapter 30, Rewards Subscription Request. The Fierce Sun surged. Lin Yuan slightly activated the divine body of the Fierce Sun, and the world of the Fierce Sun naturally formed. This suppressed the many war machines of the Purple Dream Domain below, rendering them immobile. This was the terrifying boost brought by more than 30,000 seeds of the Fierce Sun to the divine body of the Fierce Sun. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Lin Yuan's overlook, the war machines in the Purple Dream Domain below began to fall into an irreversible self-destruction. What a pity. Lin Yuan glanced down and knew he couldn't stop this kind of self-destruction. Every war machine, even the lowest level grade C war machines, was unique and contained chaos secret patterns, which were the top secrets of each ancient country. Therefore, inside every war machine, self-destruction patterns were engraved. Once they were out of control, they would self-destruct immediately. If they didn't self-destruct and fell into enemy hands, the chaos secret patterns could be studied and replicated, enabling the production of identical war machines. This was unacceptable to the ancient countries. Previously, when Lin Yuan saw Thunderspear Great Honored attack a Grade B war machine, he immediately intervened, fearing the methods would trigger the self-destruction patterns inside the Grade B war machine. Even though they self-destruct, the materials that remain have high value. Lin Yuan watched as the war machines crumbled. The construction of war machines not only required the engraving of corresponding chaos secret patterns, but also very precious materials. After all, they needed to withstand the power of hundreds or thousands of Lord-level experts and amplify it. If the materials were slightly weaker, they couldn't even deliver a threatening strike to a Great Lord and would disintegrate directly. These remaining materials, along with the credit earned from defeating the enemy, should be substantial, allowing for the exchange of many cultivation resources. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. He glanced at Thunderspear Great Honored, who had already fled deep into the Purple Dream Domain. Thunderspear Great Honored's strength was much greater than that of the 9 Profound Venerable of the Chaos Void. If Lin Yuan forcibly tried to kill him, he could do so, but it would certainly involve a chase. In doing so, he would have to venture deep into the heart of the Purple Dream Domain, which could lead to many variables, including being encircled by multiple peak Great Lords, or even encountering heavenly Venerate-level experts. Lin Yuan might find it hard to retreat unscathed. So Lin Yuan had no intention of capturing Thunderspear Great Honored. My strength is still too weak. If I could completely refine the second layer of Infinite Void and possess near Great Lord invincible strength, I would have confidence in capturing Thunderspear Great Honored, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As an enemy Great Lord, if Lin Yuan killed him, he would certainly receive significant credit. Even though Thunderspear Great Honored had life-preserving methods and couldn't completely fall, allowing him to revive, but it would take time to fully recover his strength. In the upcoming war, he might not be able to make a move. all these would be counted as credit. During wartime, killing the true body of an enemy Great Lord isn't an easy task because they would hardly ever be alone. Thus, the rewards for a successful kill would be substantial. Clatter. After confirming Thunderspear Great Honor dared not return, Lin Yuan flipped his hand, and that Grade B war machine appeared, landing not far away. To ensure that this war machine was not damaged, Lin Yuan only took it out at this moment. Great Lord. Thank you, Great Lord, for your intervention. From within the Grade B war machine, the single-horned man Luo Peng and the other peak Lord-level dominators flew out together, expressing their immense gratitude to Lin Yuan. At this moment, they also realized that if it weren't for Lin Yuan, they would have likely perished under Thunderspear Great Honored's last attack. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. The enemy has been defeated. You all should clean up the battlefield now. All the war machines of the Purple Dream Domain had self-destructed, and many Lord-level experts inside had been captured as Lin Yuan's war prisoners. For these war prisoners, various ancient countries had a relatively tacit way of handling them, which was to exchange them back through redeeming after the war ended. So Lin Yuan did not mistreat these war prisoners but casually confined them in some corner of his internal universe. Yes. The Great Lord's intervention directly frightened Thunderspear Great Honored into a hasty escape. At this moment, the single-horned man, Luo Peng, and the other peak lords couldn't help but praise. Even though they had all been inside the war machine, collected by Lin Yuan, their communication among their avatars allowed them to understand roughly what had happened. Defeating Thunderspear Great Honored is nothing. Whether the war is won or lost mainly depends on the battles at the core defense lines. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, having a clear understanding of himself. Compared to this war involving dozens of major domains, he couldn't influence much. That still is a victory on the local defense line. The single-horned man Luo Peng immediately said, "You all may leave." With that, Lin Yuan's form disappeared. After Lin Yuan left, the single-horned man Luo Peng and the other peak Lord-level experts finally raised their heads. Originally thought we'd need to fight a hard battle, didn't expect it to end so quickly. One of the peak Lord-level experts remarked with some emotion. It's all because of Great Venerate of the Galaxy. The single-horned man Luo Peng said, "Yes, it's because of Great Venerate of the Galaxy." The other few peak Lord-level experts nodded. Without Great Venerate of the Galaxy, even if they could resist the enemy, they would have to pay a hefty price, perhaps even self-destructing some war machines. Lin Yuan returned to the rear of the defense line. He observed the battles between the peak Great Lords in the core defense region. Half a day later, Great Lords on both sides gradually ceased fighting. The war had just begun. The mighty Great Lords on both sides were primarily testing each other without launching true attacks, such as the direct confrontation between Lin Yuan and Thunderspear Great Honored were quite rare. A moment later, Lin Yuan was planning to continue comprehending the battle machinery. Lord Qingfen arrived with a projection. Galaxy. Lord Qingfen smiled contentedly at Lin Yuan, feeling immense satisfaction. Lin Yuan's strength had brought honor amongst the peak Great Lords. Many peak Great Lords were unmatched in battle, yet teaching disciples was their weakness. Teaching a Great Lord-level disciple was incredibly difficult, let alone one approaching the peak Great Lord level. Prince Red Pine wishes to see you. Lord Qingfen directly stated his intention. Red Pine King wants to see me? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. The so-called Prince Red Pine is indeed Red Pine King. Royalty who are crowned prefer being addressed as Prince. Correct. Lord Qingfen nodded. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Lord Qingfen explained, you defeated Thunderspear Great Honored. Although not in the core defense region, it boosted the morale on our side, making Prince Red Pine very pleased. Prince Red Pine is pleased. Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan. If you have any requests, you can take this opportunity to ask. Even if the prince doesn't agree, it's fine. If he does, it's a gain. Can it work like that? Lin Yuan blinked. Prince Red Pine being pleased is a good thing. Many things can be lenient, Lord Qingfen said. He understood Red Pine King quite well. I'll take you there now. Lord Qingfen immediately took Lin Yuan, traversing the void together. After only dozens of traverses, they arrived at a small city floating in the air. This city wasn't large, spanning only billions of miles, akin to a small cavern abode. Whoosh! Lord Qingfen led Lin Yuan to a pavilion inside the small city. Prince, Galaxy has arrived, Lord Qingfen announced. Come in, a gentle voice sounded. Lin Yuan followed Lord Qingfen inside and saw Red Pine King seated in the center of the pavilion. Red Pine King was also a Great Lord-level powerhouse, but the pressure he exerted on Lin Yuan was far superior to Lord Qingfen or even Great Venerate Hongye. Galaxy, have a seat. Red Pine King smiled at Lin Yuan, showing no royal pretense. Lin Yuan immediately took a seat. I'm very pleased with your performance on the battlefield. Red Pine King smiled and said, Tell me, what reward do you want? Lord Qingfen stood beside without any action. A reward, Lin Yuan recalled Lord Qingfen's reminder, knowing this was an opportunity to be bold, even if unsuccessful, it would not matter. What should I ask for? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. Resources? There are numerous ways to acquire resources. No need to waste this chance here. Prince, Lin Yuan quickly made a decision. I wish to comprehend the Class A battle machinery. So far, the battle machinery Lin Yuan could access was only Class B intermediate, and this level of battle machinery was already the limit. As for the higher Class A, it only existed in the core defense battlefield. Even if Lin Yuan went to the core defense battlefield, the commanders there were peak Great Lords, expecting to freely comprehend battle machinery like in the Ding 7 defense line. Very difficult to achieve. Even if Lord Qingfen secretly helped, it couldn't be unknown to Red Pine King. Comprehend Class A, battle machinery? Lord Qingfen's expression slightly changed upon hearing this. He didn't expect Lin Yuan would dare to make such a request. Class A battle machinery can host thousands to tens of thousands of peak Dominator level powerhouses, a single strike threatening peak Great Lord existence. This level of battle machinery could influence local war outcomes. Even Lord Qingfen couldn't approach any Class A battle machinery at will. Lin Yuan's request seemed unlikely to Lord Qingfen. Even if Red Pine King was in high spirits, Class A battle machinery involved ancient country's foundation, which was clearly understood by Red Pine King. If it were for some treasure or relic, Lord Qingfen believed Red Pine King might agree, but Class A battle machinery? If Red Pine King dared agree, he too would bear some risk. If the chaos secret patterns within the Class A battle machinery Lin Yuan comprehends get leaked, Red Pine King would be the primary responsible party. Class A battle machinery? Red Pine King raised an eyebrow and shook his head saying, "You sure know how to ask." Lin Yuan realized from Red Pine King's words the significant importance of Class A battle machinery, even beyond his estimation. But I can't resist being so pleased with you. Red Pine King smiled at Lin Yuan. Since you wish to comprehend Class A battle machinery, you can comprehend all those used in this war. Chapter 111-31, Comprehension Request for Subscription. Chapter 111-10, Chapter 31, Comprehension Request for Subscription. Red Pine King eventually agreed, which slightly surprised Lin Yuan. The phrase, "You're quite demanding," implied that this request was indeed a bit difficult to fulfill. Lin Yuan had prepared to be refused and then to make another request. Apart from comprehending the Alpha-class war machine, there were too many treasures and wonders that Lin Yuan wanted. "Thank you, Your Highness," Lin Yuan said immediately, without any modesty. The opportunity to comprehend an Alpha-class war machine is rare and invaluable. If it were not during wartime, Lin Yuan wouldn't even have the chance to see a war machine, let alone comprehend it. "Do you want to comprehend the chaos secret patterns engraved on the war machine?" Red Pine King asked with interest. "Yes," Lin Yuan nodded. There was no need to hide this fact, nor was it necessary to hide it. The most precious aspect of the war machines lies in the chaos secret patterns engraved on them. It is precisely due to these chaos secret patterns that the power rules of thousands of Dominator realm can be perfectly integrated and then significantly amplified. Without the chaos secret patterns, the value of war machines would be equivalent to some precious materials. The chaos secret patterns are bestowed by the ancestral founder, then replicated onto war machines by the most powerful heavenly venerates of our ancient country. Red Pine King spoke with a sense of nostalgia. "It's a good thing that you can comprehend the chaos secret patterns." "I'm just taking a casual look," Lin Yuan said. At the same time, he also learned about the true origin of the chaos secret patterns. Ancestral founder. The ancestral founder of the fierce sun ancient country, being able to easily condense secret patterns that contain the essence of the chaos rule, indicates that their attainment in the field of chaos rules has likely surpassed the limitations of the third realm. Only the 13th stage, ancestral founder high above, overlooking the ancient country and even the source world, can easily condense them. However, you can only comprehend the war machine during this war. If the war ends, whether it's a victory or defeat, all war machines will be sent back to the capital, Red Pine King reminded. Allowing Lin Yuan to comprehend the war machine was somewhat against the rules, but Red Pine King turned a blind eye to it. But if the war ended and the war machines needed to be called back, Red Pine King certainly wouldn't dare to forcibly withhold them for Lin Yuan's comprehension, naturally. Lin Yuan nodded. Following that, Red Pine King chatted casually with Lin Yuan, mainly discussing Lin Yuan's subsequent arrangements. Since he had revealed the prowess of an established Great Lord, Lin Yuan naturally needed to take charge of more important defense areas. The Ding 7 defense line is on the fringe. Having an established Great Lord stationed there is really a waste. Lin Yuan had no objections to this anyway. The prowess he displayed was there. Red Pine King wouldn't make him resist a peak Great Lord. A moment later, Red Pine King had mostly finished talking. Lord Qingfen then stood up and led Lin Yuan away. The pavilion instantly had only Red Pine King sitting there alone. "Father." Just then, a young man emerged from the depths of the void. He resembled Red Pine King by 60 to 70%, watching in the direction Lin Yuan and Lord Qingfen disappeared. He couldn't help saying, "The war machines are treasures of our ancient country. Even the lowest tier of C-class war machines has important chaos secret patterns engraved on them." Somewhat puzzled, the young man asked, "Such an important object, father. Did you let Galaxy comprehend it just because he defeated Thunderspear Great Honored?" Defeating Thunderspear Great Honored and holding the Ding 7 defense line was indeed meritorious, but such a reward seemed unnecessary. Red Pine King looked at the young man, his most favored offspring, otherwise he wouldn't have kept him by his side during wartime. What do you think of Galaxy's prowess? Red Pine King pondered for a moment before asking. Galaxy Great Lord's prowess? The young man was slightly stunned. An established Great Lord? A senior Great Lord? Wrong. Red Pine King shook his head and said, I observed that Galaxy wasn't proficient in the aspect of chaos evolution, and he hardly used such powers against Thunderspear Great Honored. Indeed, hearing this, the young man's expression turned contemplative. Galaxy Great Lord is just newly entered into the Great Lord realm. He could unleash such powerful prowess relying on the fierce Sun Divine Body. New entry into the Great Lord realm and relying on the fierce Sun Divine Body can already unleash prowess close to a peak Great Lord. The concentration of the fierce Sun bloodline inside this galaxy is likely quite high. The fierce Sun Divine Body is indeed the #1 constitution in the fierce Sun ancient country, but most Great Lords awakened the fierce Sun Divine Body, yet none showed such exaggerated enhancement in prowess. I see, the young man suddenly realized. Relying solely on the fierce Sun Divine Body to possess such prowess, if a breakthrough were achieved in Chaos Evolution to the Senior Great Lord level, wouldn't he be equivalent to a peak Great Lord? Red Pine King's face showed a smile. Maneuvering a peak Great Lord isn't an easy task. Many peak Great Lords are unwilling to involve themselves in the battles between the two ancient countries, directly refusing to be mobilized. Now, Red Pine King only needed to turn a blind eye to gain the service of another peak Great Lord, making this deal natural and extremely profitable. Father's considerations are indeed thorough. The young man's heart was full of admiration. If letting Galaxy Great Lord comprehend the war machine could add another peak Great Lord's prowess to his side, it was indeed worth it. As for risks, Red Pine King laughed, the Chaos secret patterns on the war machines are an ancient country's top secret, but the Chaos secret patterns cannot be leaked at will. To leak the Chaos secret patterns, one must first comprehend them. That galaxy is just a newly appointed Great Lord. How could he comprehend the Chaos secret patterns on the war machines? Every war machine has a self-destruct secret pattern to prevent it from falling into enemy hands, being comprehended, replicated, and then recreated as a similar war machine. Chapter 1L1L1, 31 Comprehension, Request for Subscription. For Su SL1L1L1, Chapter 31 Comprehension. Request for Subscription. 2. However, the enemies here refer to those at least at the level of a Heavenly Venerat. The war machines fall into the enemy's hands, and then the enemy presents them to the Heavenly Veneratus. The Heavenly Venerats study and replicate them, and this is the complete process of the Chaos secrets leaking out. And Lin Yuan? Having just entered the level of a Great Lord, his achievements in Chaos Evolution are not high, so he wants to study more of the Chaos secret patterns. However, he is still far from comprehending the complete Chaos secret patterns on any war machine. Moreover, when Lin Yuan studies the war machines, it is under the watchful eyes of the Red Pine King, making it even less likely for any leak to occur. The most crucial point is that Lin Yuan has awakened his fierce Sun Divine Body, equivalent to someone on the side of the fierce Sun Ancient Country, with no reason to betray the Ancient Country. Father's insight, the young man was sincerely convinced. On the surface, it seemed that the Red Pine King agreed to let the Galaxy Great Venerate study the Alpha-level war machines as a reward for defeating the Thunderspear Great Honored. In reality, it was a multi-layered scheme, virtually eliminating any risk. With Father's strategy, King Spirit Might will surely be defeated in this war. The young man immediately said, It's still too early to talk about victory or defeat. The Red Pine King shook his head, with a tone of worry. I always have a vague feeling that King Spirit Might has many hidden safeguards. Leaving the small city cave abode where the Red Pine King resided, Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan, his tone slightly solemn. Disciple, Prince Red Pine promised so readily, probably because he saw something unusual about you. Lord Qingfen understood the importance of war machines, especially the alpha-level ones. If there weren't significant benefits, how could the Red Pine King allow Lin Yuan to study them? This refers to benefits, not merely the absence of risk. But he only saw something unusual about you. He would never think that your bloodline concentration would reach the core royal family level, Lord Qingfen said. Lord Qingfen deduced that Lin Yuan had the core royal bloodline based on Lin Yuan's terrifying speed of growth without stepping into the Great Lord realm. Lord Qingfen was unaware of this, at most noticing some clues from Lin Yuan's activation of the fierce Sun Divine Body, but not directly linking it to the core royal bloodline. Otherwise, the previous conversation wouldn't have happened as it did. Lin Yuan listened on the side. There shouldn't be any problems, Lord Qingfen thought repeatedly. At most, Prince Redpine just thinks your royal bloodline is a bit more potent. With Prince Redpine's character, he probably won't even mention it. Among the crowned kings of the fierce Sun ancient country, Prince Redpine is the least ambitious, and he is also disinclined to participate in the internal strife and conflicts among the members of the ancient royal family. Parting ways with Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan was directly transferred from the original Ding 7 defense line battlefield. He went instead to a battlefield line relatively closer to the core defense line. Of course, Lin Yuan left an avatar at the original Ding 7 defense line battlefield to study the war machines there. Since the Red Pine King agreed to let Lin Yuan study even alpha-level war machines, the other beta-level and gamma-level war machines were naturally at Lin Yuan's discretion. Is this the core defense line battlefield? One of Lin Yuan's avatars arrived at the core defense line battlefield. The area was covered in layers of killing arrays, with war machines densely arranged, the breath of peak great lords rising and falling. Lin Yuan's avatar quickly came before an alpha-level war machine. Due to the current phase of confrontation, both sides had not yet engaged in battle, and many war machines remained stationary. Galaxy Great Venerate. The controller of the alpha-level war machine saw Lin Yuan approaching and slightly bowed, saying, "Prince Red Pine has already given the order." The Galaxy Great Venerate can study this war machine at any time. Even though the controller of the alpha-level war machine only possessed the strength of a peak ruler, they directly obeyed the Red Pine King, with even peak great lords unable to command them. Without the Red Pine King's orders, no one could approach the war machines without cause. Lin Yuan nodded and directly flew into the alpha-level war machine. These chaos secret patterns, Lin Yuan was astonished upon entering, compared to the chaos secret patterns within the highest level beta-class war machines he had encountered. The chaos secret patterns contained within the alpha-level war machines were not only more vast, but also more complete. Chaos is the source of everything, and also the beginning of everything. Lin Yuan immersed himself in observing the chaos secret patterns spread across the war machine. The chaos rule does not exist within any complete world, which is why the chaos rule cannot be directly comprehended. Chaos gives rise to all things. Only by comprehending all things can one indirectly enhance their understanding of the chaos rule. But these chaos secret patterns before him had been forcefully reverted to their origin by some great existence, who forcibly condensed the fundamental patterns of chaos from all things. Your perception defies the heavens, observing unknown secret patterns, enhancing your understanding of the chaos rule. Lin Yuan feels the chaos secret patterns contained within the Grade A war machines, and his own understanding of the chaos rule is continuously improving. Lin Yuan sends out 33 avatars, heading to various defense line battlefields to comprehend the war machines. As for his true body, it remains stationed at the Ding 7 defense line battlefield. As for the two primordial spirits, they have long left the battlefield, hidden in an extremely safe place. Starting the attack again? The true body stationed at the Ding 7 defense line battlefield is also comprehending the war machine at this battlefield, and sensing the change in external aura, it immediately flies out. Great Venerate Changfeng. Lin Yuan looks at a Great Venerate who stands opposed to him from afar. Great Venerate Changfeng, a veteran and seasoned Great Venerate, his strength is also close to the peak of the Great Venerate, which is why Prince Red Pine arranged for Lin Yuan to stop him. Galaxy Great Venerate. Having learned from the example of Thunderspear Great Honored, Great Venerate Changfeng naturally dares not underestimate Lin Yuan. Rumble. Soon, the two are engaged in a fierce battle. This Great Venerate Changfeng, Lin Yuan originally thought he would have to fight hard, but upon first engaging with Great Venerate Changfeng, he found that the opponent quickly retreats, just touching briefly. There was not the same air of desperate struggle that Thunderspear Great Honored had with Lin Yuan previously. Indeed, Lin Yuan rethinks and finds it normal to cultivate to the realm of Great Venerate, and being a seasoned veteran who among them isn't a cunning fox? Except for a few, like Thunderspear Great Honored, almost none of the Great Venerates truly wish to fight desperately with enemies on the battlefield. Great Venerate Changfeng acts this way, and Lin Yuan secretly cooperates. After all, the task Prince Red Pine gave him was simply to block Great Venerate Changfeng, Chaos Void. It seems only by comprehending the divine imprint of Fierce Sun's creation, thoroughly replicating it here, can I attempt to coagulate the source of Fierce Sun and bind it with the internal universe. Lin Yuan deliberates to himself. The seventh physical body divine ability, Fierce Sun's creation, carries the meaning of opening up and stabilizing the universe. Hence, Lin Yuan plans to try forming a stable Fierce Sun source within his internal universe. Continue cultivating Infinite Void's second tier. Lin Yuan resumes training the 13-tier inheritance, Infinite Void. This inheritance can elevate Lin Yuan's foundation to an incredible height, deep within the internal universe. Beside the Jade Gourd, a red cloth-covered girl is sleeping soundly. At this moment, Lin Yuan condenses an avatar that appears not far away. Senior, Lin Yuan calls. I've told you long ago, once you've passed the test you're my master, don't need to call me senior. The red cloth-covered girl opens her eyes, though she tells Lin Yuan not to call her that. The joy on her face overflows. All right, what would you like from me? The red cloth-covered girl asks. I want to ask, in my cultivation of Infinite Void's second tier recently, is there anything wrong? Though Lin Yuan's perception defies the heavens, Infinite Void is a 13-tier inheritance, enormously intricate and profound, so Lin Yuan fears he might stray off the right path, and periodically asks the red cloth-covered girl, is there anything wrong? The red cloth-covered girl rolls her eyes. Since Lin Yuan began training the second tier, she has been observing, hoping to find problems in Lin Yuan's cultivation, in order to prove her usefulness. But the result, she, the dignified spirit of Jade Gourd, a great being specifically created for guiding future cultivators of the infinite void inheritance, ended up unable to offer a single suggestion. Chapter 11.1.2, 32 Void and Fierce Sun, subscription requested. Chapter 11.12, Chapter 32, Void and Fierce Sun, subscription requested. The red-clad girl looked at Lin Yuan with 1,000 words in her heart, but ultimately swallowed them all. You're very good, the red-clad girl spoke truthfully. So good that she couldn't find any faults. That's good to hear, Lin Yuan nodded. At least so far, there hadn't been any major issues with the second layer of his cultivation of infinite void. If the master wants to measure the progress of the internal universe cultivation, you can use this method, the red-clad girl began to speak. What method? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened a bit. Whether it's the first layer of infinite void, the second layer, or even the third layer and fourth layer afterwards. Essentially, it's about breaking down the most basic constituent particles of the internal universe, and then recombining them in a more complete or even perfect way. This is also why Lin Yuan had to comprehend over 3,000 methods of cosmic construction during the test with the Jade Gourd. The essence of infinite void is to replace the initial construction of the internal universe. And to ensure internal universe stabilization, during the recombination of the particles at the most microcosmic level of internal universe, everything is done bit by bit. In other words, when he fully masters the second layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan cannot determine what stage he has actually reached. He will only find that the internal universe becomes more and more stable, and its foundation becomes more and more solid, until the second layer is fully mastered, and the internal universe undergoes its final transformation. Please take a look, Master. The red-clad girl flipped her hand, and a piece of metal several meters in size flew out from the Jade Gourd. The surface of this metal had a dark golden hue, faintly emitting an aura of immortality. This is immortal fine gold. The red-clad girl briefly introduced, it's a special material, its only characteristic is hardness, and it's very hard to destroy. Immortal fine gold? Lin Yuan carefully examined the piece of dark golden metal not far away. He had never heard of this type of metal, but since the red-clad girl took it out, it must have originated from the creator of the Infinite Void legacy. It was natural for Lin Yuan not to have heard of it. With the foundation of your internal universe, Master, if you fully harness the power of the internal universe and suppress this piece of immortal fine gold, as long as you can leave a mark with a depth of 0.5 meter on its surface, then you're very close to mastering the second layer. By then, your internal universe will be considered the strongest under Chaos Stage Perfection. Huez said. This is the standard she set after assessing the various foundations of Lin Yuan's internal universe. Lin Yuan's internal universe accumulation is much stronger than what is theoretically expected for a cultivator of infinite void. The red-clad girl had sensed this as soon as she came in. Normally, even after absorbing and refining the first 7 kinds of liquid in the Jade Gourd, and with Chaos Void origin infusion, it would be hard to have such a vast internal universe upon entering the 12th layer for the first time. Only 0.5 meter in depth? Lin Yuan looked at the piece of immortal fine gold. After entering the ruler realm, coupled with his recent cultivation in infinite void, all aspects of Lin Yuan's internal universe had surged tremendously. A new venerable like the 9 profound venerable could be crushed into powder with just a breath if they fell into Lin Yuan's internal universe. Before entering the ruler realm, the 9 profound venerable could still survive even after being enveloped by Lin Yuan's physical body divine ability world, but now it's basically impossible. With Lin Yuan's current foundation, even at the peak of Chaos Realm, it would be difficult to withstand a self-explosion of the internal universe. But now, he only needed to leave a 0.5 meter deep mark on this piece of immortal fine gold. Let me try. Lin Yuan slightly moved his thoughts. Instantly, the infinite origin within the internal universe began to operate, and the space-time around the dark golden metal started to faintly twist and collapse. Buzz. The surface of the dark golden immortal fine gold faintly began to dent, and finally, a mark more than 10 centimeters appeared. Lin Yuan continued to exert the power of the internal universe to suppress, but found that further progress was difficult, let alone leaving more marks. The origin fine gold, the deeper it goes, the harder it becomes. The red-clad girl on the side said, You, Master, are already doing quite well to leave a 10-centimeter mark on the surface of origin fine gold. The red-clad girl was sincerely admiring. A normal internal universe that had just mastered the first layer of infinite void couldn't even leave a 1-centimeter mark. How long has Lin Yuan been cultivating the second layer of infinite void? Currently, in terms of internal universe, under Chaos Realm perfection, there is rarely any life whose internal universe can compare to yours, Master, including those wondrous life forms, the red-clad girl said. At Chaos Realm perfection, that is, the Great Saint's domain, life at this level of Chaos Realm will have a qualitative change, with all aspects surging, including their internal universes. Lin Yuan nodded. There was still a slight regret in his heart. If by the standard of immortal fine gold, leaving a half-meter mark meant the internal universe could be considered the strongest under Chaos Realm perfection, then he still had some distance to go compared to the strongest. Cultivate. The true body of Lin Yuan continued to cultivate the second layer of infinite void, Feng Yuan World, Core Defensive Line War. Inside a Class A war machine, a manifestation of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The more I comprehend, the smaller I feel. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking quite contemplative. The chaos secret patterns contained within the war machine are just a part of the true chaos rule. Even a Class A war machine is only a part, although compared to Class B and Class C war machines, this part is much more complete. Does surpassing the chaos secret patterns contained in a Class A war machine mean containing a complete chaos rule structure? Lin Yuan pondered secretly. War machines beyond Class A can accommodate numerous Great Lord-level experts and perfectly integrate the chaotic evolutionary power of multiple Great Lords into one. The power evolved from the Chaos Rule, which is unique in each case. Every Great Lord's exclusive chaotic evolutionary power differs. Even the same Chaos Flame has countless variations. Combining all these chaotic evolutionary powers together, how incredible that would be. If I could comprehend the Chaos secret patterns beyond those contained in a Class A war machine, what would it mean for my understanding of the Chaos Rule? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, abandoning the unrealistic thought. War machines beyond Class A typically appear during all-out wars between the two ancient countries. Such an intense war, with heavenly venerates making their moves and the emperor of the ancient country overseeing the scene, trying to comprehend war machines beyond Class A, at least it requires the consent of the ancient country emperor. However, I can already replicate the chaos secret patterns contained in the war machine within the chaos void. As long as enough materials are assembled, I can completely replicate a war machine in the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan thought to himself, realizing that the Red Pine King assumed it would be difficult for him to grasp even the chaos secret patterns of a Class C war machine. But in fact, in this period, Lin Yuan had comprehended around 80 to 100 war machine secrets. He has grasped most of the chaos secret patterns from Class C war machines. Of course, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't spread this information externally. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue comprehending the chaos secret patterns, his heart stirred. The fierce sun opens the heavens divine ability imprint has been fully comprehended. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The seventh physical body divine ability, Fierce Sun Opens the Heavens, is undoubtedly the most powerful among the physical body divine abilities awakened by Lin Yuan. To use this divine ability within the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan devoted most of his mind and effort to comprehending this divine ability. Even though comprehending these chaos secret patterns is greatly beneficial for enhancing the understanding of the chaos rule, Lin Yuan did not go all out and instead focused most of his energy on comprehending the divine ability imprint. Fierce Sun Opens the Heavens. Lin Yuan finally felt at ease, worried that before comprehending this divine ability, he might suddenly perish and die completely in this Feng Yuan world, preventing this divine ability from being brought to the Chaos Void. Chaos Void. Lin Yuan was cultivating the second layer of Infinite Void. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and strands of power began to intertwine and weave in front of him, eventually forming an incomparably complex and mysterious divine ability imprint. This is the Fierce Sun Opens the Heavens divine ability? Lin Yuan felt delighted, as comprehending the corresponding divine ability imprint meant the physical body divine ability was universally applicable among many true bodies. Let's test if it can be integrated with the inner universe. Lin Yuan immediately began to attempt. Before comprehending the Fierce Sun Opens the Heavens divine ability imprint, Lin Yuan had already thought about this. However, without fully understanding the divine ability imprint, he couldn't entirely replicate this physical body divine ability, so it remained just a thought and hardly realizable. But now, since the divine ability imprint has been fully understood, he can verify his hypothesis. First, try it on a manifestation. Lin Yuan did not attempt it within the inner universe of his true body, worrying that if any accident occurred, even with life-saving means, the collapse of the inner universe of the true body would be a significant loss. Using a manifestation is much more convenient. Buzz. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved. A manifestation took form in front of him. At the same time, the inner universe within the manifestation also began to be established. However, compared to the inner universe of the true body and the two primordial spirits, the inner universe of the manifestation was only equivalent to the peak of the master realm. Whoosh. Within the inner universe of the manifestation, Lin Yuan used the divine ability Fierce Sun Opens the Heavens to condense the Fierce Sun origin, illuminating the entire inner universe. The next moment, under the unprecedented Fierce Sun radiance, the inner universe of the manifestation began rapidly collapsing and destroying. Unable to withstand the Fierce Sun origin, Lin Yuan immediately identified the problem. The inner universe established by the manifestation was ultimately too weak. Then test on the primordial spirit. Lin Yuan thought to himself that the two primordial spirits also cultivated infinite void, and although not infused multiple times by the chaos void origin, they were stronger than most chaos venerables' inner universes. Let's try it. Even if the inner universe of the primordial spirit collapses, the loss isn't significant. Lin Yuan differentiated a consciousness manifestation, descending into the inner universe of the Taiyin primordial spirit. Fierce sun opens the heavens, condense. At once, a cluster of flames appeared, slowly burning and spreading, illuminating every corner. Rumble. Along with the constant unfolding of the fierce sun origin. Observing all this, Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Chapter 1113-33, Incredible Improvement, requesting subscription. Chapter 1113, Chapter 33, Incredible Improvement requesting subscription within the Taiyin primordial spirit's inner cosmos. Taiyin energy pervades. This is a universe based on the Taiyin rule, with cold and chill as its main theme. Normally speaking, path-splitting realm experts have already nurtured an inner universe. Its internal rules are perfected and balanced, independent of the real universe. But in reality, all inner universes that are nurtured are based on the insights into their own realm by path-splitting realm experts, and each path-splitting realm expert has different insights into the rules. Each has its own focus. This influences the inner universe. The Taiyin primordial spirit's inner universe is just like this, clearly focused on Taiyin. The Taiyang divine spirit is the same, focused on Taiyang. As for the true self, the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang, transforming into Taiyi, deriving all things almost without a particular focus. The inner universe of the true self is most similar to the real universe, with myriad rules operating in balance, and at this moment, in the endlessly cold and chilly Taiyin universe, a wisp of flame burns quickly. Everything illuminated by the firelight becomes its domain. Light and heat continuously spread, dispelling the cold and chill. The entire Taiyin universe is faintly beginning to undergo some inexplicable transformation. This transformation? The origin source of the Taiyin universe and the origin of the fierce sun seem to form a balance. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. The balance between Taiyin and Taiyang can easily form. This is one of the two great foundations of Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao. But Taiyin and fierce sun? What the Taiyang and fierce sun represent are fundamentally different Grand Dao. Though both belong to Yang attributes, they are entirely two different directions. However, at this moment, within the Taiyin universe, the omnipresent Taiyin origin is transforming with the origin of the fierce sun, forming a more perfect cycle. And this cycle caused the structure of the Taiyin universe to subtly undergo a fundamental metamorphosis, and its stability and the concentration of the origin suddenly soared by a large margin. The origin of the fierce sun in the fierce sun opens the heavens. Divine ability is condensed by me, so the world it finally opens is also my world. But the Taiyin universe is also nurtured by me, essentially also my world. Therefore, the transformation of the Taiyin universe by the origin of the fierce sun is very smooth, with virtually no rejection. Lin Yuan watched the firelight illuminated by the origin of the fierce sun spreading and expanding in the Taiyin universe with a look of contemplation. The physical body divine ability, fierce sun opens the heavens, is a divine ability that consumes a tremendous amount, and this Lin Yuan was very sure of when he first awakened this divine ability. With his strength, even if he exhausts his origin, he couldn't maintain this divine ability for long. The root reason lies in the essence of fierce sun opens the heavens, which forcibly transforms the ownership of the surrounding world into Lin Yuan's world. The resulting resistance and rejection are the fundamental reasons for the consumption. However, within the Taiyin universe, the surrounding world is originally Lin Yuan's, and as fierce sun opens the heavens continuously opened up the world, there was basically no resistance or rejection. So Lin Yuan even felt that, as long as he wished, this origin of the fierce sun could persist indefinitely. Fusion, the origin of the fierce sun, is fusing with the Taiyin universe. Lin Yuan observed carefully, detecting this tendency. That is, the origin of the fierce sun itself is faintly beginning to integrate into the Taiyin universe. The deeper the fusion, the higher the completeness of the cycle between the origin of the fierce sun and the Taiyin universe, and the greater the enhancement to the entire universe. So marvelous. As the creator of the universe, Lin Yuan felt incredibly clear about the numerous changes and transformations occurring during the fusion of the origin of the fierce sun and the Taiyin universe. The essence of the origin of the fierce sun merging with the Taiyin universe is that the Taiyin universe has also cultivated infinite void, and so it can bear the origin of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Initially, he was condensing the origin of the fierce sun within the cosmos of his incarnation, but without any surprises, the inner universe of the incarnation directly collapsed, unable to contain the power of the origin of the fierce sun. The origin of the fierce sun comes from the physical body divine ability. Fierce sun opens the heavens, and this divine ability is a form of power and ability from the ancestor of fierce sun in the source world. Only by the infinite void created by the same 13th layer existence can reach the threshold to contain the origin of the fierce sun. For example, wanting to use a piece of tofu to hold an iron needle results in the needle piercing through the tofu. But if an iron box is used to hold the needle, naturally, there's no problem. The Taiyan universe, which has cultivated infinite void, is like the iron box, qualified to bear the iron needle. While Lin Yuan was observing the changes in the Taiyan universe, he was also constantly maintaining the origin of the fierce sun. Suddenly, as the origin of the fierce sun burned fiercely and fused with the Taiyan universe's origin, the balance was slightly broken. In an instant, the Taiyan universe began collapsing. The fusion failed. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan was not surprised. Even when Taiyin and Taiyang, which were naturally the same source, were first merged by Lin Yuan, maintaining the balance was often unsustainable, causing mutual collapse, much less Taiyin and fierce sun. In fact, Taiyin and fierce sun, it's not a fusion but a devour. The Taiyin universe's origin is slowly devouring the origin of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and a new Taiyin primordial spirit was condensed. Compared with the avatars of other 13th layer experts, which require a huge mental and effort cost to cultivate, Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits are much simpler. Recondensing doesn't take much time at all. This is also one of the advantages of the martial arts evolution road, with endless paths in chaos void, each having its own strengths and weaknesses. But as in the martial arts evolution road, being able to easily condense primordial spirits is rare. Chapter 1114-33, Incredible Improvement, Requesting Subscription. To Chapter 1114, Chapter 33, Incredible Improvement, Requesting Subscription, to continue. Lin Yuan once again began to condense the source of Taiyin within the Taiyin universe. Lin Yuan knew well that the fusion of the Taiyin universe and fierce sun would be his great opportunity, stemming from the 13th level techniques of two different dimensional spaces. If not for Lin Yuan, the possibility of the two touching, let alone fusing and devouring, would not exist. In the origin source world, cultivators commonly have weak foundations, and most have no concept of an internal universe. Even if there exists a technique like fierce sun opening the sky, it can only be used as a personal defensive or offensive trump card. As for using such techniques to wholly enhance one's own foundational roots, it's essentially unachievable. Even if a rare few powerful individuals in the origin source world have developed a space akin to an internal universe, it's merely space. Without the support of the infinite void, it cannot withstand the presence of the source of fierce sun. One might say that what Lin Yuan is doing at this moment is merging the 13th level techniques of two major dimensional spaces, a transformation that even a life form at the 13th level of time could not anticipate. This time, the intensity of the source of fierce sun must be reduced. Lin Yuan began to adjust himself. The recent collapse of the Taiyin universe and the loss of balance with the source of fierce sun was mainly due to the slightly excessive illumination intensity of the source of fierce sun, ultimately breaking the balance. Having learned from the failure, Lin Yuan took a step closer to complete fusion. Time passed day by day. In the chaos void, most of Lin Yuan's true body's energy was focused on the fusion of the Taiyin universe and the source of fierce sun. As the pace of fusion accelerated, the rate of improvement of the Taiyin universe startled Lin Yuan. The area of the Taiyin universe expanded madly, and its inherent space-time stability soared. No one knows how much time passed. The Taiyin universe and the source of fierce sun finally fused completely. To be precise, the source of fierce sun became a part of the Taiyin universe. The world formed by fierce sun opening the sky merged with the Taiyin universe's own world, star-tier fragment world. Lin Yuan sat facing the Taiyin primordial spirit. Most of his mind gathered in the internal universe of the Taiyin primordial spirit. So unbelievable. Lin Yuan watched the current Taiyin universe where coldness and heat coexisted, and at the center of the universe, a blazing sun ceaselessly emitted infinite light and heat. Compared to ordinary stars, this sun's power is unknown, surpassing manyfold, and it is the core of the entire universe. The current Taiyin universe has a diameter exceeding 10 billion light-years. Lin Yuan gazed down upon the entire Taiyin universe, his eyes slightly amazed. In terms of size and area, the current Taiyin universe is no smaller than the internal universe of his true body. It's important to know that the internal universe of Lin Yuan's true body, even disregarding all other external factors like the infusion of chaos void origin or the suppression of the chaos tree, the perfect foundational Taiji Dao formed by Taiyin and Taiyang alone is far stronger than the mere Taiyin universe. The internal universe of his true body, to be precise, is the Taiji universe. In terms of power, Lin Yuan felt carefully and immediately concluded. It is equally not weaker than the Taiji universe of his true body. Merely one source of fierce sun brought such a significant enhancement. Even Lin Yuan found it somewhat unbelievable. The disparity is equivalent to forcibly elevating a newly entering Dominion-level powerhouse to the level of a Chaos Venerable. The insurmountable gap between the Taiji universe nurtured by his true body over many years and the internal universe formed by a single primordial spirit was simply erased this easily? With the Taiyan universe having improved like this, if the Taiji universe of my true body similarly devours the source of fierce sun, the subsequent enhancement, Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened. In terms of stability, the Taiji universe far exceeds the original Taiyan universe. If the Taiyan universe can devour and fuse with the source of fierce sun, so can the Taiji universe. No rush to try within the Taiji universe of my true body. Lin Yuan's thoughts gathered, unusually calm, intending to further experiment with the Taiyang Divine Spirit's Taiyang universe. Through the fusion and devouring of the Taiyan universe, Lin Yuan was fully aware that failures would occur, potentially causing the universe to collapse. Compared to the collapse of the internal universes of the two great universes, the collapse of the Taiji universe of his true body would be a much greater cost for Lin Yuan. Without confidence, Lin Yuan would not attempt it within the Taiji universe of his true body. Buzz, the next moment, the Taiyang Divine Spirit appeared. Lin Yuan's consciousness directly descended into the Taiyang universe. Compared to the cold and icy Taiyang universe, the Taiyang universe presented a completely opposite scene, filled entirely with the power of the sun. The fusion and devouring of the source of fierce sun by the Taiyan universe were due to the opposing attributes of the two, but the Taiyang universe? Lin Yuan pondered for a while and immediately began to condense the source of fierce sun within the Taiyang universe, light and heat, the endless light and heat. As the Taiyan universe continually fused and devoured the source of fierce sun, Lin Yuan keenly felt the changes in the Taiyan universe. The Taiji path that Lin Yuan walked was more perfect than the singular extreme path of Taiyan and Taiyang, but this did not mean the latter was weak. On the contrary, a singular extreme path also could reach unimaginable heights. For instance, the ancestor of Fierce Sun's path of Fierce Sun directly stepped into the 13th realm. Other great lords and heavenly venerables evolved their paths of strength from the chaos similarly. Thousands of avenues, different paths lead to the same destination, with no pure strength or weakness. Rustling sounds. Taiyang and Fierce Sun intertwined and collided, giving rise to even hotter power. After more than a dozen attempts, Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit shattered more than 10 times, but finally managed to completely fuse and devour the source of Fierce Sun. Now the Taiyang universe? Lin Yuan steadied his mind. Even though he was prepared, at this moment, he felt the Taiyang universe was not at all inferior to the might of the True Form's Taiji universe. Fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and the Taiyin primordial spirit began to fuse with the Taiyang divine spirit. Taiyi is formed by the fusion of yin and yang. Naturally, it can differentiate into yin and yang. The fusion of Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit would form the Taiji primordial spirit. Compared to singular primordial spirits, the Taiji primordial spirit is stronger, not just due to singular Taiyang and Taiyin reasons, but because the fusion of the two primordial spirits also merges their powers, hence the final strength is naturally greater. Rumbling sounds. During the fusion of Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit, the universes within naturally began to merge. Lin Yuan watched with a solemn expression, knowing that if the fusion failed, the loss would be 2 primordial spirits. Time passed. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, the Taiji primordial spirit quickly took shape. Buzz. A vague sense of pressure emerged. The newly formed Taiji primordial spirit surprisingly exerted some pressure on Lin Yuan. Taiji universe. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into the Taiji universe within the Taiji primordial spirit. The universe within the true form is also a Taiji universe, but it is much stronger than the Taiji universe within the Taiji primordial spirit, given all the depth there. Phew! Gazing upon the unprecedented Taiji universe, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. After the fusion of Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit, the Taiji universe formed was nearly 900 billion light-years in diameter. In addition, the invisible pressure was pervasive throughout the universe, with a central fierce sun illuminating everything. Lin Yuan stared at that fierce sun, as if faintly gazing at the eternal fierce sun in the origin world. Of course, it was only slightly similar, as the actual potency of the fierce sun within the Taiji universe was far inferior to that eternal fierce sun. This Taiji universe, Lin Yuan felt the Taiji universe piece by piece, is much stronger than the Taiji universe of the true form. As for exactly how much stronger, Lin Yuan couldn't determine, without a specific point of reference, couldn't exactly let the two Taiji universes clash, could he? Deep within the true form's universe. Beside the jade gourd, the red-clothed girl lazily crossed her legs. The master must be disappointed. Only a 10-centimeter mark was left on the eternal metal. The red-clothed girl could detect Lin Yuan's slight disappointment at that time. I need to find time to reassure the master. It's eternal metal. Leaving a 10-centimeter mark is already quite impressive. The red-clothed girl thought to herself. Just then, Lin Yuan appeared beside her. Master, the red-clothed girl immediately jumped up. Where is that eternal metal? Lin Yuan asked with a smile, looking at the red-clothed girl. Eternal metal? The red-clothed girl was slightly puzzled. What does the master want to do with eternal metal? I plan to attempt it again, Lin Yuan said. With those words, the red-clothed girl blinked. Attempt it again? Does the master feel he didn't exert his full strength before? Master, you are already very impressive, being able to leave a 10-centimeter mark on the eternal metal. The red-clothed girl couldn't help but speak. The advancement of the universe within isn't an overnight task. The red-clothed girl hadn't even felt how long Lin Yuan continued to cultivate the infinite void second level. At this time, trying the eternal metal again doesn't have much meaning, perhaps just leaving another 10-centimeter mark. Chapter 11:15:34, 500 years seeking subscription. I'll give it a try. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The enhancement of the internal universe within the Taiji primordial spirit was so significant that even he couldn't quite grasp it. Anyway, it definitely surpassed the internal universe of his true body. Lin Yuan wanted to know what level the internal universe of the current Taiji primordial spirit was at, and to find an opponent for comparison. Given the strength of Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit's internal universe, an ordinary Chaos Venerable probably wouldn't withstand even a moment. Since the master wants to try again, then let's try again. The red-clothed girl did not stop him. In the strictest sense, Lin Yuan was her master, and she had to comply with any decision he made. Master, please take a look. The red-clothed girl turned her hand, and that massive piece of eternal fine gold appeared once more. Master, please start. The red-clothed girl looked at Lin Yuan, not trying it here in this internal universe. Lin Yuan said, let's try it in the internal universe of my primordial spirit. Huh? The red-clothed girl was a bit stunned. As the spirit of Jade Gourd created by a 13th order life form, the red-clothed girl also knew that Lin Yuan had cultivated two major primordial spirits. However, the two major primordial spirits were far weaker than Lin Yuan's true body, and their internal universes were the same. If Lin Yuan wanted to try the eternal fine gold with the internal universe of the primordial spirit, he probably wouldn't even leave a 10-centimeter mark. All right. Although puzzled, the red-clothed girl did not question him, only silently thinking to herself, could the master be testing how weak the internal universe of the primordial spirit is? Swoosh, the next moment. Lin Yuan brought the red-clothed girl and that piece of eternal fine gold into the internal universe of the Taiji primordial spirit. Where is this? The red-clothed girl was initially unconcerned, but soon realized something was amiss. Why was the internal universe of the master's primordial spirit so stable, giving the red-clothed girl a sense of oppression far surpassing that of the true body's internal universe? I haven't cultivated the second layer of infinite void, the red-clothed girl immediately observed closely. If the internal universe had cultivated the second layer of infinite void, she could tell from the basic structural differences of the internal universe. I'm starting. Lin Yuan looked at the floating eternal fine gold in the distance and began to mobilize the origin power of the universe to suppress it. Rumble. Endless origin power gathered, and in the center of the universe, the constantly burning fierce sun also began to heat up, with the terrifying aura starting to spread. After merging and devouring the origin of fierce sun, the Taiji universe, with the origin of fierce sun as the core, still fundamentally based on Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. At this moment, with the Taiji universe running at full power, it was basically equivalent to the divine skill Fierce Sun opening the skies without a burden, and in terms of power, it exceeded it by far, like a combination of the Taiji universe and Fierce Sun opening the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Every ounce of power from the Taiji universe fully suppressed the piece of eternal fine gold. In an instant, the eternal fine gold began to deform and twist visibly, with terrifying marks appearing on its surface, spreading deep and forming pits. Each pit exceeded 1 meter, with the deepest approaching 2 meters. The entire piece of eternal fine gold became uneven, looking somewhat miserable. So hard. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Although he wasn't sure how strong the internal universe of the Taiji primordial spirit was. But under the full operation and suppression just now, dozens or hundreds of Chaos Realm Peak Venerables would be annihilated without a doubt. But this piece of eternal fine gold, it only became slightly uneven? The deepest mark exceeds 1 meter, approaching 2 meters. Lin Yuan glanced at the eternal fine gold and then looked at the red-clothed girl. So, what level is this universe equivalent to? As soon as she entered this universe, she noticed something was off. Then she felt the terrifying power that erupted when Lin Yuan operated the internal universe at full force. Finally, that piece of eternal fine gold rapidly deformed and twisted. Master, why is the internal universe of your primordial spirit so powerful? The red-clothed girl took a deep breath, then looked at Lin Yuan with incredulity. If not for the certainty that this universe originated from Lin Yuan, with their auras imprinted together, the red-clothed girl might have suspected it wasn't the internal universe of another powerful figure. Too outrageous. Too extreme. How is this possible? This universe hasn't cultivated the second layer of infinite void, still remaining at the first layer. Why is it so strong? The red-clothed girl was full of confusion. The scene before her was simply unbelievable. I've made some improvements to the internal universe. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, not mentioning the fierce sun opening the skies to the red-clothed girl. After all, it involved another dimensional space. Actually, Lin Yuan had hidden the existence of the fierce sun at the center of the universe when he brought the red-clothed girl over, and not only that, he deliberately suppressed the power of fierce sun when operating the internal universe at full force. The internal universe was Lin Yuan's domain. As long as Lin Yuan didn't want to, even the red-clothed girl couldn't see through much. Earlier, the red-clothed girl could detect whether Lin Yuan was cultivating the second layer of infinite void because Lin Yuan actively showed it to her. Improvements? The red-clothed girl was shocked. The internal universe cultivated through infinite void had already reached perfection at the microscopic level. Could it be improved further? If it weren't for the terrifying enhancement of this inner universe, the red-clothed girl wouldn't have believed it at all. Right, Lin Yuan nodded. Now, to what level has my inner universe reached? Lin Yuan looked expectantly at the red-clothed girl. Earlier, the red-clothed girl mentioned that leaving a half-meter mark on the eternal fine gold meant that the inner universe was nearing completion of the second layer of infinite void. By then, Lin Yuan's inner universe would be the strongest just below the perfect chaos realm. But now, Lin Yuan not only left a half-meter mark, the deepest mark was almost 2 meters. Master, this inner universe should be able to rival the perfect chaos realm, the red-clothed girl said. Perfect chaos realm, which is the chaos great saint. In other words, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit's inner universe can now be compared to the chaos great saint's inner universe. My primordial spirit's inner universe is inherently weaker than the true body's inner universe. If the improvement method is applied to the true body's inner universe, wouldn't it be stronger than an average chaos great saint in terms of inner universe? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Of course, being stronger in the inner universe does not mean having stronger combat power than a chaos great saint. A Chaos Great Saint's strength and power depend on multiple aspects. The inner universe is just one of them. But anyway, Lin Yuan can now challenge a Chaos Great Saint to some extent. Challenging doesn't mean comparing or equaling, but being able to exchange a few moves. You must know the gap between a Chaos Great Saint and a Chaos Venerable is immense. The aftermath of a casual strike from a Chaos Great Saint could severely injure a Chaos Venerable. That Lin Yuan can challenge and exchange a few moves with a Chaos Great Saint almost makes him invincible among Chaos Venerables. Even this is just the beginning. Lin Yuan has many techniques yet to be cultivated to the extreme. For instance, he hasn't mastered the second layer of infinite void. If Lin Yuan reaches the peak in all aspects, he could fully stand against a great saint. To face a chaos great saint with the body of an epoch dominator. Note that even in the source world, the core royal family with extremely rich ancestor of fierce sun bloodline can at most challenge a heavenly venerate at the Great Lord level. That is already the limit, the strongest Great Lord created by the synergy of the 13th tier bloodline and 13th tier legacy. As for a dominator facing a heavenly venerate, unless the 13th tier possesses the body or other external forces assist, it's just a delusion. This is true for the source world and also for this chaos void. Under normal circumstances, even with the infinite void 13th tier legacy, at most, one can challenge a venerate at the dominator level. Even if one not only obtains the infinite void, but also accumulates several other legacies representing body, soul, etc., all at the 13th tier. At best, one could barely challenge a peak Chaos Realm venerate as a dominator. As for a great saint, at least stepping into the Chaos Realm is necessary, no essential difference from the core royal family of the source world. But Lin Yuan? The accumulation and foundation in all aspects have created such a monstrous genius. Master, your future might reach the heights of the former master. The red-clothed girl looked at Lin Yuan with a slightly complex tone. Actually, the creator of Infinite Void left behind the 13th tier legacies representing foundation, base, physical body, and so on, just casually. There was no intention to cultivate a 13th tier. Life at the 13th tier isn't something that can be cultivated. To be precise, life at the 13th tier can't be cultivated. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan gives the red-clothed girl an illusion that there is truly hope to break into the 13th tier in the future. Too far away, Lin Yuan shook his head. The more he cultivates, the more he feels the difficulty of stepping into the 13th tier. Even if everything goes smoothly and he cultivates to perfection in the Chaos Realm, how would he face the cycle of time, determining the level of the Taiji primordial spirit's inner universe? Lin Yuan then began to continue trying with the two major primordial spirits again. As for the true body, there's no rush for now. He'll consider the true body after the inner universes of the two major primordial spirits successfully gather the origin source of Fierce Sun, Source World. The war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain continues. The Yishisan defensive line battlefield. After a routine clash with Great Venerate Changfeng, Lin Yuan retreated. Lin Yuan looked up toward the core defensive line battlefield, seeing more than 10 peak Great Lords in a chaotic melee, their forces colliding and distorting space and time. These peak Great Lords are really giving it their all, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In a war involving dozens of major domains, if ordinary Great Lords and seasoned veteran Great Lords might still have the possibility of slacking off. But peak Great Lords? Peak Great Lords can completely refuse to participate if unwilling. Since they're here, they must have been given irresistible promises by the royal families who have crowned kings. So there's a real possibility of true passion igniting between Peak Great Lords, as every Peak Great Lord desires to win the war. Only in this way can the royal family fulfill their promise. If they fail, even if there's a minimum reward guarantee, it's certainly far less than winning the war. Time passes slowly. 500 years pass in the blink of an eye. Chapter 111-1635, The Great Lord is Invincible, Seeking Subscription. Chapter 1116, Chapter 35, The Great Lord is Invincible, Seeking Subscription. The world is vast and boundless. Behind the battlefield of the Purple Dream Domain, two figures stand in the void, overlooking the distant battlefield. The one standing slightly behind is Spirit Might King, who, as a king conferred by the royal family of the Daling ancient country, has strategically initiated this war, affecting several dozen surrounding domains. Since the war started, on the main battlefields of the two domains, it's been the Purple Dream Domain holding the advantage, while the Qingfen Domain primarily focuses on defense. I've almost figured out that Red Pine King's tactics. This war still needs you, brother, to take action and decide the outcome. Spirit Might King looked at the figure to his front left. It was his brother, King Lingshan, of the core royal bloodline of the Daling ancient country. In the source world, among many ancient countries, it is extremely rare for the ancestral bloodline concentration to reach the level of the core royal bloodline, even rarer than the numbers of heavenly venerates. A member of the core royal bloodline, once stepping into the realm of Great Lord, can easily sweep through opponents of the same rank after a brief period of adaptation. The powerful bloodline power of the ancestor grants every member of the core royal bloodline an overwhelming battle prowess. If bloodline power can be unleashed to its maximum potential, the core royal bloodline at the realm of Great Lord can challenge the heavenly venerates. Of course, even for the core royal bloodline, achieving the maximum unleashing of bloodline power is not an easy task. But it is still far simpler than a Great Lord breaking through to become a heavenly venerate. Cultivation is the foundation of all things in this world. King Lingshan glanced at Spirit Might King. Is the throne that important to you, brother? Very important. Spirit Might King admitted. Becoming an emperor of an ancient country offers many benefits, including purifying the royal bloodline within. For members of the core royal bloodline, their bloodline concentration is nearly overflowing and cannot be enhanced further. But for the ordinary royal bloodline, the allure of purifying the bloodline concentration is substantial. However, for Spirit Might King, purifying his bloodline concentration is not his sole reason for aiming to become an emperor. What he values more is wielding imperial power. I don't have your talent, little brother. Becoming emperor is my only hope. Spirit Might King sighed. He also felt somewhat helpless. Although he and King Lingshan were brothers, they were not particularly close. For this occasion, Spirit Might King paid a significant effort to invite King Lingshan to intervene. Understood. After a moment of silence, King Lingshan spoke. This time, I will help you completely eliminate all obstacles in this war, brother. Little brother, that King Qizhui is not easy to deal with. Spirit Might King was shocked and quickly reminded. King Qizhui was the third brother of Red Pine King and also a member of the core royal bloodline. When it comes to cultivation years, King Qiju far surpasses King Lingshan. Spirit Might. King's expectation was simply for King Lingshan to hold King Qiju at bay. King Qijue? King Lingshan's tone was calm. A core royal bloodline member who hasn't grown to the limit is not my match. Core royal bloodline members can challenge heavenly venerates as great lords, but not without conditions. Their bloodline must be pushed to the limit. The threshold between a great lord and a heavenly venerate is not easily crossed, even with the rich enhancement of a 13th tier life bloodline. Your bloodline, little brother. Spirit Might King's pupils contracted, looking at his brother incredulously. Yes. King Lingshan nodded. Good, good, good. Spirit Might King felt an overwhelming joy. A core royal bloodline member whose bloodline has been fully exploited is considered the strongest force beneath the heavenly venerates. That King Qijue hasn't had any news of reaching his full potential over the years. It means that once King Lingshan and King Qijue engage in combat, the ultimate victor will surely be King Lingshan. Perhaps little brother is right. Cultivation is indeed the foundation? In the midst of joy, Spirit Might King's mind suddenly floated this thought, but it was quickly replaced by joy. Whatever, let's eradicate Qingfen Domain first. Qingfen Domain. Red Pine King and King Qiju were similarly standing at the front of the battlefield. The decisive battle should begin. Red Pine King gazed distantly at the battlefield. The war had already lasted 500 years, with both sides having clashed multiple times. Intense battles between peak great lords frequently appeared. Red Pine King had a premonition that Spirit Might King was growing restless over there. Third brother, I'll need your help next. Red Pine King spoke. No problem. King Qijue smiled at Red Pine King. Leave King Lingshan to me. I've long heard of his astounding ancestral bloodline from the Daling ancient country, and today I can finally witness it. King Lingshan, his reputation is indeed great. Red Pine King nodded. King Lingshan is the youngest core royal bloodline member of the Daling ancient country. It is said that when his bloodline concentration was tested, it directly triggered an ancestral phenomenon. Third brother, should I continue to ask a few more royal kings to come? Red Pine King considered and then asked, can you summon them? King Chiju glanced at Red Pine King and laughed. Furthermore, if you continue to ask for royal kings, then Spirit Might King will ask for more as well, escalating the intensity of the war. Wars between ancient countries often occur, but they tacitly keep the intensity restrained. Normally, in regional wars involving dozens of domains, having a royal king stationed as the peak is sufficient, inviting more royal kings. Besides the exponentially increased costs, the war intensity will rise. Once the eyes are blood red, affected domains grow in number, triggering comprehensive war between ancient countries involving numerous powerful heavenly venerades. That scene is what can be truly deemed out of control. Even the ambitious Spirit Might King does not wish to face such a situation. If the war intensity exceeds his control, even if he wins the war, the achieved merit might not outweigh what he has now. Chapter 11:17:35 The Great Lord is Invincible, Seeking Subscription. 2. Chapter 11:17, Chapter 35 The Great Lord is Invincible, Seeking Subscription. 2. Winning won't vastly enhance one's prestige and reputation, but if lost, the Spirit Might King will be branded a sinner of the ancient kingdom, and the punishment will be severe. Being imprisoned for 1,000,000,000 years would be considered lenient. Indeed. The Red Pine King nodded. The cost of escalating the war's intensity far exceeds that of losing a normal war. How is the current situation? King Chiju casually asked. It's acceptable. In the slaughter between the great lords, the Spirit Might King has a slight advantage, but not by much. As long as you, third brother, can hold off the King Lingshan, the Spirit Might King won't be able to do anything to me. The Red Pine King was very confident. In terms of battlefield strategy, he believed he had reached perfection. Unless the opponent's power was overwhelming, they could not penetrate his defense. I heard you tacitly allowed a great lord to comprehend the war machine? King Chijue looked down on the battlefield and asked. Yes, it's the Galaxy Great Lord, a newly promoted Great Lord, a disciple of Qingfen, with considerable potential. The Red Pine King nodded. Privately allowing an outsider to comprehend the war machine clearly violated the regulations of the ancient kingdom. If anyone else asked, the Red Pine King would surely deny it, feigning ignorance. But King Chijue? His third brother, the Red Pine King, naturally told the truth. You think highly of him? King Chijue smiled, not overly concerned. For him, even a newly promoted Great Lord, or even a peak Great Lord, was unworthy of his attention. A core figure of the royal family, even without reaching the ultimate level, could easily sweep across the same rank. Zone Yishisan Defense Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura deep and restrained. After 500 years, Lin Yuan had completely integrated the fierce sun's source into his internal universe, the true body of the chaos void primordial spirit, the true body and primordial spirit of this source world, all of which had merged and devoured the fierce sun's source. How miraculous. Lin Yuan gazed down at his internal universe, where a blazing sun sat at the center, its radiance illuminating the 8-direction universe. My current strength should surpass the peak Great Lords. Lin Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, his internal universe had integrated and devoured the fierce sun's source, equivalent to continuously maintaining the fierce sun opening the sky's divine skill, with such profound foundations that even without utilizing any rule methods, he could suppress peak Great Lords with sheer fundamental strength. As for the Heavenly Venerate, Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Heavenly Venerate of this source world was equivalent to the great saints of the Chaos Void. Having never truly fought them, Lin Yuan was unsure who was stronger. Now, in this Fang Yuan world, I finally have the power to protect myself. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although he did not know if he could rival a Heavenly Venerate, it was clear that a Heavenly Venerate would find it very difficult to deal with him. Even if he couldn't win, self-preservation was achievable. Heavenly Venerate was already considered a top-tier combat force. Above them were the emperors of various ancient kingdoms and the forefathers. The emperors of the ancient kingdoms had combat power that surpassed the Heavenly Veneratsis because they wielded weapons bestowed by the forefathers. Yet, these weapons were not easily deployed, and there were many limiting conditions. Therefore, as long as Lin Yuan was careful, the threat from the emperors of ancient kingdoms could likewise be ignored. Only the last Grade A war machine has yet to be fully comprehended. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Over the past 500 years, nearly all the war machines on the battlefield had been comprehended by him. Only the last Grade A war machine remained, and it was nearly fully comprehended. At Lin Yuan's rate of comprehension, it could be the next moment, or a few months away. Chaos Rule. Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. He had comprehended nearly all the chaos secret patterns within the war machines, and now his understanding of the Chaos Rule was only a tiny bit away from reaching the second realm peak. It's just the final seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. Over the past 500 years, his cultivation in all aspects had leapt forward, but the seed of the fierce sun remained stuck. The 33,333rd seed of the fierce sun was extremely close to being fully condensed, yet that final step hadn't been taken. Is there a limitation or shackle that I'm unaware of? Lin Yuan pondered secretly, planning to investigate once he had fully comprehended the last war machine. At this moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he looked towards the battlefield. Great Venerate Changfeng, leading numerous war machines, launched a large-scale attack here. Attacking again? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. It had been less than half a year since the last attack. Typically, the interval between attacks was at least in the tens of years. After all, war machines needed repairs and Great Lords required rest. Above the Yishisan defense line battlefield, Lin Yuan and Great Venerata Changfeng faced each other from a distance. Galaxy, be cautious in the next phase. Great Venerate Changfeng secretly transmitted a message reminding him. In the 500 years of battle, Lin Yuan and Great Venerate Changfeng had established a tacit understanding, never fighting to the death. The two had developed a deep bond. In fact, for the Great Venerates, friendships were not bound by ancient country restrictions. The Great Venerates of Fierce Sun, Ancient Country and Daling Ancient Country also maintained very good relations. Many Great Venerates would even travel through various ancient countries, serving different ancient countries every few years. Be cautious? Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Great Venerate Changfeng's reminder was certainly not aimed at cautioning Lin Yuan about him. Throughout 500 years, despite Lin Yuan concealing his strength, solely the techniques he displayed were challenging enough for Great Venerate Changfeng to handle. Is Spirit Might King preparing to initiate the final battle? Lin Yuan also transmitted a message inquiring. Yes. Great Venerate Changfeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The matter was no secret. Even if he didn't reveal it, Lin Yuan would soon find out, as all of the Great Venerates on Spirit Might King's side had already gathered at the core frontline battlefield. Final battle? Lin Yuan looked towards the core frontline battlefield. Core frontline battlefield. Time and space were heavy, the aura of the peak Great Venerates pervading, as mighty war machines faced off against each other. Lord Qingfen, Great Venerate Hongye, and other peak Great Venerates wore solemn expressions. The battle between the two domains had been long prepared for, and after 500 years of clash, both sides had thoroughly probed each other. Now comes the final battle phase. The duration of the final battle phase will not be short, but both sides will undoubtedly fight with all their might, utilizing hidden trump cards previously kept in reserve. The final battle, the most brutal battlefield, will certainly be the core frontline battlefield. The galaxy side should not be affected yet. Lord Qingfen's thoughts drifted as he glanced at the distant Yishisan frontline battlefield. Rumble. The next moment. Both sides' peak Great Venerates engaged in full combat. Unlike in the past when only a few peak Great Venerates fought fiercely, this time all peak Great Venerates struck with full strength, holding back nothing. Around Lord Qingfen, time and space began to burn with blue flames, the intangible fire spreading to cover all directions. Other peak Great Venerates also unleashed various techniques in succession, causing large areas of time and space in this battlefield region to collapse, even affecting the clashes between the mighty war machines below. Return of 10,000 Ways. In the direction of the Purple Dream Domain, a burly peak Great Venerate stepped forward, causing the surrounding world to crumble, influencing all peak Great Venerates including Lord Qingfen. Such a technique? Lord Qingfen's expression subtly changed. Other Great Venerates felt similarly, vaguely sensing that the chaotic evolving powers they mastered began to be suppressed and weakened. At the rear of the battlefield, Red Pine King and King Chijue wore solemn expressions. I must intervene. King Chijue spoke, as the burly peak Great Venerate from the Purple Dream Domain was evidently Spirit Might King's hidden trump card. His strength could affect the battle situation among more than a dozen peak Great Venerates. If King Chijue did not intervene to stop it, the peak Great Venerates on the Qingfen Domain's side would likely fall into a disadvantageous position. Yes. Red Pine King nodded, seeing that the battlefield situation was indeed unfavorable to his side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the battlefield, the sky seemed forcibly torn open, a substantial amount of crimson flames converging as the burly peak Great Venerate rapidly retreated several steps. King Chijue. The expression of the burly peak Great Venerate became serious. A silhouette appeared unknown when above all the peak Great Venerates, eyes burning like a fierce sun. However, before many peak Great Venerates could react, Chijue. A mysterious divine aura permeated, a figure appearing opposite King Chijue with a smile on his face. Let me see the techniques of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's royal family. Chapter 111-36. Why is it so hard? Please subscribe. King Lingshan, the youngest core royal family of the Great Daling Ancient Country. Many great lords, including Marquis Purple Dream, showed slight excitement. Apart from a heavenly venerate, no one underestimates a core royal family at the realm of great lords. On the vast majority of local battlefields, a core royal family at the Great Lord realm represents supreme combat power. Lingshan. King Chijue quietly gazed at King Lingshan. You are younger. I will let you take the first strike. If that's the case, then I shall make my move. King Lingshan was not modest, raised his right hand, and punched forward. This punch was completely contained, yet as it advanced, time and space retreated, exuding a deathly aura. King Chijue's expression slightly changed. When he said to let King Lingshan strike first, it was not carelessness. Rather, it was because he was adept at defensive techniques. Allowing the opponent to strike first does not put him at much disadvantage. Instead, it could test the opponent's true capabilities. But King Lingshan's punch made King Chijue feel pressure. With merely the first strike, not even at full force, it had such might. King Chijue sensed something amiss in his heart. Whoosh! Around King Chijue, flame lotuses bloomed one after another. King Lingshan's punch shattered more than 90,000 flame lotuses, and finally, the might slowly dissipated. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. King Lingshan laughed heartily. Chijue, let's fight up there, too many restraints here. The battle between two core royal families covers too wide an area and would affect the clashes between the pinnacle great lords below. Such an impact is indiscriminate. Fighting here, the two core royal families would be constrained. Okay, King Chijue nodded. Whoosh! King Chijue and King Lingshan disappeared from where they stood. Immediately, two terrifying waves clashed fiercely at a higher level of time and space. Below, the pinnacle great lords also allocated part of their focus to observe. The collision between two core royal families was far more intense than that of the dozen or so pinnacle great lords. No need to focus on Prince Redpine anymore. Lord Qingfen immediately transmitted his thoughts to other pinnacle great lords. Barring accidents, it's unlikely the battle between King Chijue and King Lingshan will have a quick outcome. Most likely, they will keep each other occupied. Thus, the outcome of this war primarily depends on the outcome among the pinnacle great lords. Brother Hongyi, can you hold off that one? Lord Qingfen looked at the towering pinnacle great lord. It was precisely this pinnacle great lord's intervention that nearly completely suppressed the pinnacle great lords from their side. If not for King Chijue's timely support, the situation would have turned dire. Leave it to me. Great Venerate Hongyi nodded. The towering great lord was successful because they were unguarded. If Great Venerate Hongyi specifically focused on the opponent, it would not be easy for the towering great lord to execute that deadly move again. Third brother. On the battlefield's rear, Prince Redpine was also paying attention. As the commander of this war, Prince Redpine was keenly aware of the battlefield situation, knowing that as long as King Lingshan couldn't break free, they would most likely hold the line. Lingwei, if the war enters a stalemate, let's see how long you can last. Prince Redpine pondered. The war initiated by King Lingwei, affecting dozens of domains, also bore a significant cost, and without significant results, the war surely couldn't last long. The candidates for the throne over the Great Daling ancient country surely wouldn't want an extra competitor. If King Lingwei becomes stagnant in the frontline war, it equals giving those candidates a chance. Defense line battlefield number Shizan. Lin Yuan was also focused on the core battlefield, especially after King Lingshan and King Chijue appeared. Their clashes produced terrifying waves, bringing considerable insights to Lin Yuan. Truly powerful, surpassing the pinnacle great lords. Lin Yuan observed carefully. The fighting style of this world's strong beings differs greatly from those in the Chaos Void. Especially between core royal families, the main clashes are between bloodline talents, tapping into the deeply entrenched bloodline strength, leading to an explosion of power rivaling or even surpassing the forces that evolve from chaos. No wonder it's said that core royal families are almost impossible to break into the heavenly venerable realm, Lin Yuan mused, as he now realized that neither King Lingshan nor King Chiju were walking the path of chaos evolution. Their abilities relied entirely on their own bloodline power. However, bloodline power has its limits. Without comprehending chaos rule, without understanding the path of chaos evolution, one can never enter the heavenly venerable realm. To be precise, even core royal families are not true great lords. The so-called core royal families at the Great Lord realm merely dig into their bloodline power to a certain extent. So that's why the heavenly venerates disregard the royal families? Lin Yuan thought internally. For the heavenly venerates who delve deeply into the path of chaos evolution, each core royal family is a brute, with shallow rule mystique, relying entirely on bloodline talent for such formidable combat strength. Actually, core royal families can also comprehend rules, explore the path of chaos evolution, but compared to the excavation of their own bloodline power, it is simply too slow. Lin Yuan looked towards the battlefield from afar. Ordinary royals even would comprehend rules, because their bloodline power cannot support rapid progress past the Great Lord. But the core royal families, given that time, extracting more bloodline power yields greater improvement. Despite the numerous blessings from seeds of the fierce sun, compared to bloodline power, it is still too slow. The way King Lingshan utilizes his bloodline seems somewhat superior to King Chijue. Although Lin Yuan was watching the core royal family's battle for the first time, he quickly detected something. Higher time and space battlefield. King Chijue's expression was solemn as he stood atop a massive flame lotus with screens of lotus barriers floating around him. While King Lingshan, akin to a giant hammer, continued to pound towards King Chijue, the entire gigantic flame lotus trembled slightly with each blow, showing signs of nearly reaching its limit. Lingshan, have you already grown to your limit? King Chijue's expression faintly revealed disbelief. The relative strength among core royal families is measured by the degree of bloodline power excavation. The higher the excavation of bloodline power, the stronger the combat strength. Fully digging out one's ancestors' bloodline signifies growing to the fullest. This stage of core royal families can reach their peak and challenge a heavenly venerate. Of course, challenging a heavenly venerate isn't equating or matching a heavenly venerate, but it's indeed unprecedentedly powerful. Next, if the core royalty wishes to advance further, they must honestly comprehend the rules and cross into the Great Lord or even heavenly venerate from the level of rules. Ha ha ha, is reaching the ultimate growth really that difficult? King Lingshan showed no intention of holding back and continued to bombard King Qijue's protective flames shaped like a lotus. For King Lingshan at this moment, King Qijue posed no threat. It was only a matter of time to tear apart the other's shell. This is troublesome. With King Lingshan's current strength, there was no way to stall him. Under such circumstances, it would have a revolutionary impact on the situation among the peak Great Lords below. Once I failed to stall King Lingshan, his attacks on those peak Great Lords would be inevitable. At the rear of the battlefield, Prince Redpine suddenly heard King Qijue's urgent voice. Redpine, King Lingshan has reached his ultimate growth. I am not his match. Now try to stall him as much as possible. Quickly arrange for all Great Lords to retreat. Upon hearing this, Prince Redpine's expression changed drastically. King Lingshan has reached the ultimate growth? Prince Redpine immediately reacted. He understood King Qijue's intention at the same time. Let all Great Lords retreat into Qingfen City, then rely on the defense matrix of Qingfen City to hold out until the fierce Sun Ancient Country sends in their core royalty of the same level for support. Facing a core royalty at their ultimate growth in battle, there was no chance on Prince Redpine's side of stopping them. Only by leveraging the full defense of Qingfen City could they hold out a while longer until the ancient country's support arrived. Retreat. All Great Lords immediately retreat. Prince Redpine simultaneously transmitted commands to all Great Lords. As the battlefield commander, Prince Redpine had the means to instantly contact all Great Lords. Retreat? Immediate retreat? Prince Redpine wants us to retreat immediately? Lord Qingfen and other peak Great Lords received the message and were a bit bewildered. However, no one dared to defy Prince Redpine's intention, and all Great Lord-level powerhouses began to retreat into the battlefield matrix. These battlefield matrices, although arranged temporarily, could still hold off a few breaths, even against peak Great Lords. Very soon, all peak Great Lords and numerous other Great Lords arrived in front of the space-time passage at the rear of the battlefield. The space-time passage began to operate instantly, during the brief wait. All Great Lords were in uproar. Why does Prince Redpine want us to retreat? It doesn't make sense. We're not at a disadvantage? Even if we're at a disadvantage, there's no need to retreat completely? The various Great Lords didn't quite understand. Lin Yuan, amidst the crowd, grasped the reason for Prince Redpine's command. In his view, in the higher space-time, King Qijue was already teetering under King Lingshan's assault. In higher space-time. Ha ha ha, Qijue, you've fallen for it. King Lingshan gazed down at the battlefield below, observing all Great Lords in Qingfen domain gathering before the space-time passage. A smile surfaced on his face. Fallen for it? King Qijue's expression changed slightly. Do you think you can stall me? King Lingshan mocked, and then swiftly pressed his right hand down, thoroughly suppressing King Qijue. Then King Lingshan extended his right hand towards the battlefield's space-time passage, reaching out to grab dozens of Great Lord-level powerhouses. Not good. King Qijue's expression changed drastically. Given the battlefield situation, even if King Lingshan is a core royalty reaching the ultimate growth, it doesn't necessarily mean Prince Redpine's side will lose. As long as all the Great Lords safely retreat to Qingfen City, relying on the defense matrix, they could still hold out for some time. Besides the defense matrix, Qingfen City also had a teleportation matrix connected to the national capital's teleportation matrix. If given time for the fierce Sun Ancient Country to react, they could definitely deploy another core royalty who had also achieved the ultimate growth. But that premise is for all Great Lords to retreat entirely and safely to Qingfen City. Only with dozens of Great Lords jointly managing Qingfen City's defense matrix could they barely hold off King Lingshan's attack for a short period. If there weren't dozens of Great Lords stationed in Qingfen City, even with the city's strong defense matrix, it would be like water without a source, completely unable to withstand King Lingshan. If Qingfen City falls, the Qingfen domain would roughly fall too, affecting neighboring dozens of domains, increasing their danger. Rumble. In front of the space-time passage. Originally planning to go through the space-time passage to return to Qingfen City, dozens of Great Lords suddenly felt the world change, surrounded by dimness, with 5 gigantic pillars towering in higher space. King Lingshan looked at his right hand, which he had withdrawn, with dozens of Great Lords now trapped within his palm akin to ants. Qijue, you lost this war. King Lingshan laughed wantonly, then gently squeezed his right hand amidst King Qijue's despairing gaze. In an instant, in the palm, dozens of Great Lords only felt those 5 massive pillars collapse, space-time paths all crumbling. However, Halfway through his grip, King Lingshan's smile froze, filled with shock and uncertainty, as he gazed at his half-clenched right hand. Why is it so hard? Chapter 1119-37, Lin Yuan and King Lingshan, subscription requested. Chapter 1119, Chapter 37, Lin Yuan and King Lingshan, subscription requested. It's over. King Qijue was subdued, and similarly witnessed King Lingshan with a mere gesture confine all great venerables of the purple dream domain within his palm, then slowly clenched his hand slightly. King Lingshan, an evolved core royal to the extreme, could square off for a few moves against a true heavenly venerate, his strength far surpassing peak great venerables. The 5 or 6 peak great venerables from the purple dream domain, along with over 20 veteran great venerables and several new great venerables, were utterly incapable of withstanding the grip of King Lingshan. This is the terror of the core royals of the ancient countries. Once their growth reaches the extreme, they practically carve out a new realm between great venerables and heavenly venerates. Typically, in local wars between ancient countries, core royals who have grown to the extreme rarely appear. These powerhouses, being nearly at the same tier as heavenly venerates, only reveal themselves in extremely intense large-scale wars or total warfare. The Spirit Might King's initiation of war, including asking his brother King Lingshan to intervene, was an anticipated event. But that King Lingshan had grown to the extreme caught King Qijue off guard, for core royals indeed have a unique advantage, yet reaching the extreme and fully excavating their bloodline power is a rare feat. At least, King Qijue hadn't achieved it over countless eons. Damn it! From the battlefield's rear, Red Pine King shuddered as he saw all great venerables from his side lifted by a single hand of King Lingshan. At this moment, he realized his prior order for all great venerables to retreat through the space-time passage back to Qingfen City was a grave miscalculation. The core royals who've reached the extreme are indeed powerful, with the peak great venerables standing no chance before them. Yet, this extreme power of the core royals is merely formidable in presence, mundane in terms of suppression by rules. The Purple Dream Domain's more than 20 great venerable forces, originally dispersed across various battlefield lines, would be difficult for King Lingshan to hunt down individually even if they retreated to Qingfen City. Not to mention that King Lingshan must also spare attention to suppress King Qijue. But Red Pine King had all great venerables gather through the space-time passage. That was akin to placing all great venerables in one spot, thus providing King Lingshan an opportunity to net them all. Just like trying to catch dozens of big fish scattered across a pond, demanding considerable effort and possibly letting some slip away. Yet when all big fish are gathered in a region, a simple sweep with a net will suffice. Defeated. Red Pine King looked upward towards a higher space-time. Although he couldn't see the exact scene, he knew all great venerables had fallen into King Lingshan's hands, their fate almost inevitable. Surely these great venerables have means of preserving their lives. Even if they perish, they wouldn't be completely obliterated. But losing a primary battle form, these great venerables wouldn't be able to act for quite a long time. After all, regathering a peak state primary battle form isn't easy, not to mention the loss of intimate weaponry. Finding perfect substitutes in the short term would be difficult. Even if they could act, it would be too late. King Lingshan would surely rush to Qingfen City at the fastest speed and seize it by absolute strength. Once Qingfen City falls, the Qingfen domain essentially collapses, almost declaring the failure of the war. Who would have thought this war ended so swiftly? Red Pine King remained silent, primarily due to his misjudgment of King Lingshan's strength. Before this, King Lingshan had never publicly declared his growth to the extreme. Compared to Red Pine King, King Qijue's burden, the Spirit Might King, who also observed the battlefield situation, was instead consumed by ecstasy, sorted. The Spirit Might King was assured within himself, even if he already knew beforehand that his brother had reached the extreme of the core royals. Yet on a battlefield, countless variables could lead to unexpected turns. Perhaps King Qijue might have reached the extreme? Or King Qijue might possess a hidden trump weapon capable of resisting the extreme core royals. The variables and surprises are too numerous. But now, with King Lingshan capturing all enemy great venerables in one grasp, the battlefield's end was basically announced. Even as news from the battlefield reached the Fierce Sun ancient country's capital, and powerhouses similar to King Lingshan rushed to the battlefield, it would be far too late. The distance between the Fierce Sun capital and Qingfen domain is unknown. Even a heavenly venerate couldn't arrive immediately, and even with Qingfen City's space-time passage, a short time is needed. Which is enough for King Lingshan to reach Qingfen City. In the higher space-time, King Lingshan, originally assured of victory, looked at his half-clenched right hand with a subtle shift in expression. World in Palm was one of his bloodline talents, forming a world within his palm that would begin to collapse as he closed his fingers. The ensuing destructive force from the world's collapse couldn't be withstood by even a peak great venerable. This method proved little against rivals of similar tier, yet to those weaker, it was an ultimate weapon. Yet now, King Lingshan's face was somber, clearly sensing a force preventing his fingers from closing. Accurately speaking, it wasn't hindering the closing of his fingers, but the collapse of the world within his grip. The originally Haiku's about to be completely annihilated world was supported by an invisible force, rendering King Lingshan's fingers unable to clasp shut. Who is it? King Lingshan furrowed his brows. From among the many great venerables suppressed within his world and palm, undoubtedly the strongest were those few peak great venerables. Great Venerate Hongyi, Fire Axe Great Venerable, Lord Kingfen, etc. Chapter 12037, Lin Yuan, and King Lingshan subscription requested. Second, Circun Chapter 1120, Chapter 37, Lin Yuan and King Lingshan subscription requested. 2. But these great venerates, none of them could block the power of their own palm world. Could it be Hongye has broken through? King Lingshan gazed at his half-clenched right hand. At this moment, not only could he not completely clench his right hand, but even the control over the world within his palm became hazy, unable to determine what exactly was happening inside. Among all the great venerates in Qingfen domain, Hongyi Great Venerate undoubtedly had the highest potential, pursuing two paths of chaotic evolution with great hope of stepping into Heavenly Venerate, in the world within his palm. Great Venerate Hongyi, Fire Axe Great Venerate, and numerous other great venerates were astonished at the scene before them. The collapse of the 5 heavenly pillars just now, the collapse of the heavens and earth from 4 directions in time and space, had left all the great venerates in despair. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly emerged, raising his hand to block the imminent complete destruction of the world, even forcefully halting the falling 5 pillars, leaving them in a state of half-collapse. Galaxy Great Venerate? He actually possesses such power? I can sense that the destructive force of the surrounding world is enough to easily obliterate a peak Great Venerate, yet Galaxy Great Venerate blocked it? Galaxy Great Venerate didn't just block it, he isolated the collapsing world. The various Great Venerates found it unbelievable. Blocking the destructive force of a collapsing world and isolating the collapsing force are entirely different matters. For instance, in a rapidly flowing river, blocking the impact of the flow and isolating that section of water presents entirely different challenges. Galaxy, Great Venerate Hongyi, watched Lin Yuan's single-handed effort to isolate the collapsing world, his heart understandably shaken. To what extent has my disciple grown? Lord Qingfen was not much calmer. Compared to other great venerates, he knew many of Lin Yuan's secrets, such as his core royal status. Yet even for a core royal member, to withstand the collapse of the surrounding world, at least reaching the level of King Chiju was necessary. And how long had Lin Yuan been a great venerate? Indeed, after Lin Yuan had defeated Thunderspear Great Honored earlier, demonstrating nearly peak Great Venerate strength, Lord Qingfen deduced Lin Yuan had stepped into Great Venerate. However, even for a core royal, stepping into Great Venerate required time to grow. But Lin Yuan... Everyone, when I break open this world later, you'd better get as far away as possible. Lin Yuan glanced at the other great venerates around him. In fact, even if King Lingshan didn't make a move against him, Lin Yuan didn't plan to stand by idly and watch the downfall of Kingfen domain. After all, Lord Kingfen had treated him well. Previously, Lin Yuan needed to comprehend the war machine and perfect the fusion of the universe within him, devouring the fierce sun source. Despite not reaching peak strength yet, even taking action couldn't affect the battle's outcome. It might even lead to him being targeted, affecting his cultivation and enlightenment. Thus, he kept a low profile as much as possible. But now, with the universe within and the fierce sun source completely fused, Lin Yuan's strength had significantly advanced. Even when facing Heavenly Venerate, he could retreat unscathed, and in this Fang Yuan world, as long as he didn't act recklessly and provoke the founders of ancient countries, he could live without fear. Get far away? The great venerates exchanged glances and immediately nodded. Galaxy Great Venerate, rest assured, once you break this world, we will definitely run far away. Indeed, even if we can't help you, Galaxy, we certainly won't hold you back. If any of us haven't escaped far by then, Galaxy Great Venerate, don't worry about us. If we're affected, so be it. The great venerates, with sharp insight, assessed Lin Yuan's ability to easily block the collapse of the surrounding world and judged his strength far exceeded expectations. Even if not as powerful as King Lingshan, he was on par with someone like King Chijue. They were clearly not suited to participate in such battles among beings of this level. Lin Yuan nodded. With his strength, breaking open the surrounding world was naturally simple, but he feared the other great venerates wouldn't react fast enough, so he spoke up in advance. Open! Lin Yuan looked up at the 5 nearly fallen pillars, a terrifying aura centering on him spreading in all directions, in a higher dimension. King Chijue, who was being suppressed, looked at King Lingshan and sensed something amiss. Because at this moment, King Lingshan's right hand wasn't fully clenched, his expression was fluctuating. An unforeseen variable has appeared. Before King Chijue could continue pondering, he saw King Lingshan, standing there motionless, his half-clenched right hand's 5 fingers involuntarily spreading open. Swish, swish, swish. Time and space shattered widely. Dozens of figures fled together, without hesitation, traversing the void in all directions. At the same time, Lin Yuan's figure stopped not far away. Is that you? King Lingshan stared at Lin Yuan. At the moment when the world within his palm was broken, he saw the source that prevented him from tightly gripping his right hand. The great lord of the galaxy who once did him a favor. Galaxy? King Chijue was somewhat shocked too. He did not know what had happened within the world in King Lingshan's palm. But ultimately all the great venerables escaped, and immediately distanced themselves from the battlefield. Only Lin Yuan didn't leave. Clearly all this was related to the great lord of the galaxy. King Lingshan. Lin Yuan looked at King Lingshan and said with a smile. He, the galaxy. At the rear of the battlefield, King Red Pine also had a look of surprise. The escaped great venerables immediately informed him of everything that had happened in the world within King Lingshan's palm. Good, good, good. King Red Pine experienced initial confusion, then a look of delight appeared on his face. The great lord of the galaxy suddenly displayed strength no weaker than King Chijue, directly reversing the tide of war. Under these circumstances, the great venerables survived, and as long as they could safely retreat to Qingfen City, relying on the city's protective formation, they had hopes of turning the situation around before the capital's reinforcements arrived. For King Red Pine, who was already prepared for the failure of the war, this was an unexpected joy. Rumble. Lin Yuan forcibly broke King Lingshan's world within his palm, causing a flaw to appear in the aura of this core royal who had grown to the peak. King Chijue, who was being suppressed by King Lingshan, seized the opportunity to struggle with full force and finally broke free from the restraint. Great Lord of the Galaxy, it's thanks to you this time. King Chijue appeared not far away and said to Lin Yuan with a slight gratitude. By now, he too understood what had transpired, knowing it was all because of Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's eruption, all the great venerables might have perished and King Lingshan might have already reached Qingfen City. No matter, Lin Yuan said casually. The distant King Lingshan, despite standing still, managed to exert slight pressure on him, which piqued Lin Yuan's interest a bit. I would ask the great lord of the galaxy to join me in holding King Lingshan back. King Chijue quickly conveyed his thoughts, having recognized Lin Yuan, considering this great lord of the galaxy as a power of the same level as himself. Facing the core royal King Lingshan, who had grown to his limits, King Chijue did not have confidence to resist him alone, but if he could join forces with another power of the same level. Even if they couldn't win, they could secure a chance to retreat in one piece. No need to join forces. Looking at King Lingshan, whose aura became increasingly terrifying, Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward. I'll handle it myself. You'll handle it yourself? King Chijue looked at Lin Yuan, somewhat unable to comprehend. Handle it yourself? Before King Chijue could continue speaking, Lin Yuan had already made his move. A supremely intense force field instantly swept across a range of millions of miles, forming the Fierce Sun world naturally as a result of the operation of the divine body of Fierce Sun. Below, Zimeng and the nearby great venerables clearly felt the changes in the surrounding world. They could not perceive the scene in the higher spaces, nor would the Spirit Might King specifically inform them. So they could only keep guessing in their minds. Fierce sun-burning heaven. It was Lin Yuan's first time to fully operate the divine body of Fierce Sun. With the terrifying foundation of the inner universe supporting him, even with ordinary physique, he could unleash remarkable power, let alone with a killing physique like the divine body of Fierce Sun. Crash. The limitless Fierce Sun world operated, pressing down on King Lingshan. What? Whether it was King Chijue standing ready beside Lin Yuan, or King Red Pine watching from the rear of the battlefield, and even King Lingshan himself felt a bit overwhelmed. Rumble. King Lingshan retreated 4 steps before finally stopping, having dissipated the suppression from the Fierce Sun world. I was actually injured? King Lingshan took a deep breath, looking at Lin Yuan as if facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 121:38. You are the great Lord Invincible. What am I? Seeking subscription. This power? King Chijue's pupils contracted in the distance. He was still wondering why Lin Yuan didn't join forces with him to fight against King Lingshan when he witnessed this earth-shaking strike. The power of a galactic great lord, comparable to a core royal family grown to the limit? Or is the galactic great lord himself a core royal family grown to the limit? King Chijue was filled with uncertainty. Lin Yuan's strike already proved his strength. Even if King Chijue exerted his full power, he couldn't produce such a strike. Theoretically, a normal great lord might match the potential of a core royal family grown to the limit without relying on the bloodline power of the founder. But that's just theoretical. Such a great lord is even rarer than a heavenly venerate. A core royal family grown to the limit can reach that level with the bloodline power of the founder, so how can a normal great lord reach that level? Therefore, King Chijue was more inclined to believe Lin Yuan was a core royal family grown to the limit. Moreover, what Lin Yuan just exhibited was clearly the Fierce Sun world inherent in the Fierce Sun divine body. A core royal family traveling outside my Fierce Sun ancient country, King Chijue pondered silently. Fierce Sun ancient country has existed for countless ages, and some core royal families who have grown to the limit often venture out to break the shackles that prevent them from stepping into heavenly venerate. They often choose to travel outside, walking through various ancient countries. The resources and inheritance of the Fierce Sun ancient country cannot offer the hope for further advancement, so they borrow the power inheritance of other ancient countries. Of course, such core royal families are extremely rare, as the number of core royal families is scarce, and even rarer are those who plan to travel various ancient countries after reaching the limit. Galaxy. King Lingshan gazed at Lin Yuan, his mind filled with turbulent thoughts. He too made the same conjecture as King Qijue, thinking Lin Yuan is a core royal family from fierce sun ancient country traveling outside. It happened that he passed by Qingfen domain, happened to encounter Spirit Mike King starting a war, happened to arrive when King Lingshan revealed all his strength, happened, many coincidences led to the current scene. My luck, King Lingshan felt somewhat helpless. If any of these coincidences hadn't aligned, this event wouldn't have occurred. His luck was indeed not good. This is troublesome. King Lingshan looked at Lin Yuan. If the opponent was an extreme core royal family of the same caliber as him, then the plan to invade Qingfen domain was essentially a failure. Not only was it a failure, but Purple Dream domain also had to prevent an invasion from Qingfen domain. After all, beside Lin Yuan, there was King Qijue on their side. King Qijue might not have grown to the limit, but he is not someone a peak Great Lord can match. Currently, there is no one strong enough in Purple Dream domain to hold back King Qijue. Is Galaxy really a core royal family from my ancient country? An extreme core royal family? In the distance, a group of great lords from Qingfen domain were looking at each other. They could sense the power of Lin Yuan's strike. Having reached the level of Great Lord, their vision was sharp, and they immediately made similar conjectures. After all, only this hypothesis barely made logical sense to explain what was happening before them. Qingfen, I didn't expect you to have such fortune. A peak Great Lord glanced at Lord Qingfen. As for the master-disciple relationship between Lord Qingfen and Lin Yuan, it was nothing more than this extreme core royal family traveling the world hiding his identity. He might even have certain agreements with Lord Qingfen and is temporarily staying hidden in Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen blinked his eyes, inevitably self-doubting. I have grown to the limit, but have never faced other extreme core royal families from ancient countries. King Lingshan stared at Lin Yuan, a faint battle intent flickering in his eyes. At this moment, he had forsaken the outcome of the war and only wished to have a proper fight with Lin Yuan, the extreme core royal family from fierce sun ancient country. Originally, King Lingshan was reluctant to intervene in wars of low intensity. If not for Spirit Mike King's involvement, he wouldn't have come. Now that he has encountered a peer-level opponent, in the face of an impending war defeat, King Lingshan longed to engage Lin Yuan in battle. The previous battle with King Qijue didn't even count as warm-up. It couldn't be compared with Lin Yuan's suppressive strike using the fierce sun divine body just now. Galaxy, take my slash. King Lingshan extended his right hand. A silver long knife appeared in his hand, gently slicing toward Lin Yuan. A subtle, thin blade light flashed and vanished, slicing through the chaotic time and space, and came towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood unmoving, the fierce sun divine body operating autonomously. The closer it got to him, the more intense the heat became, forming layers of time and space. Hiss, hiss. The collision between the blade light and the heat spread shockwaves far and wide, sweeping across billions of miles. This strike from King Lingshan was already at full force. Its power was so great that even the shockwaves caused King Qijue, watching the battle nearby, to retreat violently. So this is the clash between extreme core royal families? King Qijue's expression was serious. He too had sparred with extreme core royal families from fierce sun ancient country, but those were intramural duels, and the opponent would naturally not use full power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shockwaves continued to spread further, causing the great lords watching from afar to tremble in their hearts. Is this the strength of extreme core royal families? No wonder they can exchange a few moves with a heavenly venerate. The great lords couldn't help but think, among heavenly venerates, extreme core royal families are the strongest, which is basic knowledge among various ancient countries. So it was blocked? King Lingshan, holding the silver long knife, looked at Lin Yuan, who remained unmoved, and sliced again. This knife emitted blade light that split into 2, then 4, then 8. In no time, the entire world around King Lingshan was filled with densely packed silver blade light. Rise. Endless silver blade light formed a great array, enveloping Lin Yuan. Try something else. These tricks can't really harm me. Seeing this, Lin Yuan gently flicked his sleeve. The fierce sun divine body operated once more. The terrifying world of the fierce sun contracted, causing the infinite silver blade light array to quickly disintegrate. King Lingshan withdrew his silver-long blade, a swirling vortex faintly appeared in his eyes, and a soul-shaking mental impact descended. A mental attack technique? Lin Yuan immediately detected it, but his mental will was entirely hidden deep within his inner universe. Currently, Lin Yuan's inner universe was unparalleled in its vastness, the source of the fierce sun stationed at the center, with the universe and space-time transformed by the infinite void surging grandly. The mental will attack technique that King Lingshan exerted with all his strength was diluted and dissipated the moment it entered the inner universe. This guy. King Lingshan frowned, unsure if his mental awareness attack had any effect, let alone shake Lin Yuan's will. Since that's the case, King Lingshan didn't want to continue probing Lin Yuan, whether it was the previous 2 blade strikes or the mental attack technique. They were just to test Lin Yuan's capabilities. After all, King Lingshan was facing an extreme core royal clan member of the same level. Naturally, he had to be cautious. Next is my strongest killing move. Even before the words left his mouth, King Lingshan's figure dissipated on the spot, replaced by endless spirits. What is spirit? The spirit is a special kind of energy, existing in all things. The ancestor of the Daling ancient country is the source of the world's spirit. The ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country is the eternal fierce sun in the sky, high above, worshipped by all living beings. But the ancestor of the Daling ancient country is the spirit of all things in the world, the source of all spirits, existing among everything. Ha ha ha, I can feel the extreme abundance of spirits within you. Merge with me. The voice of King Lingshan faintly sounded. At this moment he had transformed into the spirit of the world, even vaguely able to control the spirits within all things. Lin Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. He could sense King Lingshan nearby, but couldn't pinpoint his exact location. At the same time, Lin Yuan also noticed the qi within his body beginning to agitate. Is this the technique of controlling the spirit of all things from the Daling ancient country? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Daling ancient country frequently clashed with the fierce Sun ancient country, and Lin Yuan naturally had heard of their techniques and abilities. However, with Lin Yuan's mastery over his physical body, breaking free could be described as perfect. The great lord of the Daling ancient country couldn't control the spirits within him. But the technique King Lingshan displayed broke the shackles and could influence the spirit within Lin Yuan once more. Of course, it was only an influence, far from control. Even so, Lin Yuan felt his internal qi somewhat chaotic, and a frustration began to build in his heart. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. Lin Yuan wanted to witness the techniques of the core royal family of the Daling ancient country, but now he lost interest. Rumble. Lin Yuan slightly moved his mind, and the physical body divine ability world unfolded. The invisible world descended and merged with the fierce sun world. For a moment, Lin Yuan's control over the surrounding space-time reached an inconceivable level. The power of the divine ability world is determined by the inner universe. And the current inner universe of Lin Yuan? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yuan stood there, seemingly transformed into an eternal fierce sun. Wherever the sunlight touched became his domain. Points of spiritual light seemed forced to emerge, converging again to recreate the image of King Lingshan. King Lingshan looked somewhat bewildered. This move of transforming into spirits was not about having a high offensive power, but it was extremely troublesome, even requiring some effort from a heavenly venerate to deal with. But Lin Yuan, he directly forced him out of the spirit state? How is this possible? The methods of the core royal clan of Daling are only so-so. Looking at King Lingshan, Lin Yuan's physical body divine ability world formed a terrible suppression, leaving King Lingshan unable to resist at all. His physical body, soul, and will began to crumble piece by piece. This kind of power? Impossible. King Lingshan found it hard to believe. He struggled with all his might, yet to no avail. He could only watch himself disintegrate piece by piece. I have grown to the extreme, an invincible great lord. How is this possible? How is this possible? King Lingshan stared at Lin Yuan, filled with confusion. In this source world, among the many ancient countries, those core royal clansmen who have grown to the extreme are considered invincible great lords. Invincible great lord? Lin Yuan withdrew the divine ability world, his gaze indifferent. You are an invincible great lord. Then, what am I? Chapter 122, 39. Visitors from the capital, request subscription. Chapter 122, Chapter 39. Visitors from the capital request subscription. Lin Yuan stood in the void, quietly watching the form and spirit of King Lingshan disintegrate. Then, he casually collected the various weapons and treasures left by this Daling royal family member. The royal families of the Daling ancient country, their methods are strange and difficult, especially that ability to transform into spirit. Even a heavenly venerate would probably have a headache dealing with it. Lin Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. Transforming into spirit is to integrate into spirit and become spirit. And spirit exists among all things. King Lingshan's move, as long as it doesn't face a heavenly venerate, is practically invincible. But unfortunately, I just happened to completely counter it. Lin Yuan thought to himself, King Lingshan transformed into spirit, blending into everything. But Lin Yuan's physical body divine ability, world, forms an extrinsic universe centered on himself. Within the scope of the extrinsic universe, he can control everything. Actually, merely relying on the control power of the extrinsic universe, even if he can suppress King Lingshan, who has become spirit, has merged into spirit, it is still difficult to force him out. The duration of the extrinsic universe is limited. But after Lin Yuan's internal universe merged and devoured the source of the fierce sun, the scope of the extrinsic universe covering the area is equivalent to the fierce sun opening the heavens. Within this range, Lin Yuan's control over everything in the surrounding time and space reaches nearly its peak, which is why he could easily force King Lingshan out of the state of merging into spirit. By combining the internal universe as the foundation, the divine ability world, and the divine ability fierce sun opening the heavens, Lin Yuan's methods become terrifyingly vast. This is just the enhancement of the divine ability world. The improvement of his own foundation after the internal universe merges and devours the source of the fierce sun is also immeasurable. Moreover, with the concealment of the internal universe, unless Lin Yuan goes all out or activates the divine ability world, fierce sun opening the heavens, with great connection to the ancestor of fierce sun, won't be easily exposed. After collecting the various weapons and treasures left by King Lingshan, Lin Yuan glanced at them. Among the numerous weapons, the silver long knife was the most striking, and it was also King Lingshan's primary combat weapon. Heavenly Venerate level weapon? Lin Yuan instantly recognized the level of this weapon, a Heavenly Venerate of this realm, comparable to the Great Saint in the Chaos Void. Not bad. Lin Yuan was slightly satisfied. Although he didn't wield blades, a Heavenly Venerate level weapon could be easily exchanged for other resources of the same level. This silver long knife, considered King Lingshan's main combat weapon, is superior even among Heavenly Venerate level weapons. Besides the silver long knife, there was also a Heavenly Venerate level armor and several other weapons. In terms of treasures and rare items, what King Lingshan carried with him was remarkably plentiful. The core royal families of this Feng Yuan world, they are truly rich. Lin Yuan's heart was joyful, and he could also infer that these weapons, treasures, and rare items probably made up most of King Lingshan's assets. Under normal circumstances, participating in the wars of two ancient countries, even if only in local skirmishes, those great lords who participate generally wouldn't carry precious weapons and treasures with them. After all, the variables of war are too great, and if one were to fall, those would all end up in the hands of the enemy. But King Lingshan? As a core royal family member grown to the limit, King Lingshan never imagined he would die. In all the possible scenarios King Lingshan envisioned, the worst outcome was that there would also be a core royal family sitting in Qingfen domain, and they would fight desperately with him, leading to a stalemate in the battle. In any possible result, King Lingshan never expected anything to happen to himself. This is also very normal. A core royal family who has grown to the limit is invincible among great lords, unless encountering a Heavenly Venerate. Otherwise, it is very challenging to fall to death, and a Heavenly Venerate? On the battlefield, once a Heavenly Venerate level strongman appears, it indicates that the intensity of the war has fully escalated. And a high and mighty Heavenly Venerate wouldn't go so far as to kill him, a core royal family member at the limit, after roughly scanning through the spoils of war. Lin Yuan looked down at the battlefield below. At this moment, on the battlefield, 20 or 30 great lords of the Daling ancient country, whether newly promoted or peak great lords, all began to flee madly. It was evident they also knew the result of the fight between Lin Yuan and King Lingshan. Trying to escape? Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered. To deal with these ordinary great lords, Lin Yuan naturally didn't need to activate the divine ability worlds again. The power of the fierce sun world swept over, and like fish in water, all 20 or 30 great lords were captured and suppressed. Galaxy. The hearts of the 20 or 30 great lords were filled with anxiety and fear. Rest assured, I won't kill you, Lin Yuan stated directly. The most cost-effective way to deal with these war captives is not to kill them, but to wait for the war to end, and then let the Daling ancient country ransom them back. Lin Yuan had no hatred towards these great lords' war captives. They were simply on opposing sides, so there naturally wouldn't be any venting of anger. And even if killed, the other side would not completely die, as life-saving measures could still revive them, albeit at the loss of a primary combat body. The meaning isn't very significant. Exchanging these captives for the Daling ancient country's ransom is what serves Lin Yuan's interests most. Great lords fought for the Daling ancient country, and now being captured, would the Daling ancient country really stand by idly? Spirit Might King? Lin Yuan's expression moved slightly, looking toward a distant place. There, a presence was rapidly retreating. Whoosh. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Moments later, when he reappeared, he was already near the Spirit Might King. Compared to these ancient royal families who comprehend and exploit bloodline power, Lin Yuan's mastery of the rules is equally adept, particularly the spatio-temporal fusion rule, which he achieved in the 8th realm long ago. Chapter 123-39, Visitors from the Capital, Subscription Requested. To Chapter 123, Chapter 39, Visitors from the Capital, Subscription Requested. To previously, by continually comprehending the chaos secret patterns, I enhanced my perception of the chaos rule, which also drove my understanding of thousands of other rules like the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Therefore, in the pursuit and assassination aspect, unless those royal family members who are skilled at these techniques, no one can escape Lin Yuan. Galaxy, you want to capture me? The Spirit Might King sensed Lin Yuan's aura approaching, so he simply stopped running and stood silently on the spot. Impossible. The Spirit Might King shook his head, and immediately his physical body and soul began to perish. Other great lords can be captured and then have the Daling ancient country ransom them back, but he, the Spirit Might King, cannot do such a thing. This is not about ransom, but as Daling royalty, becoming a prisoner of war to the fierce sun ancient country? This would be a disgrace to the Daling ancient country. Therefore, Upon realizing he couldn't escape, the Spirit Might King decisively chose to obliterate this physical body. Compared to losing all face as a prisoner of war, the Spirit Might King would rather abandon this physical body. Lin Yuan saw this, feeling slightly regretful, but he had expected it. The reason he didn't spare the King Lingshan but directly killed him was because he felt the opponent was impossible to suppress. Upon realizing he wasn't Lin Yuan's opponent, the King Lingshan would surely choose to end himself as well. This is also the only thing the ancient country's royalty can do. Quite a few treasures. Lin Yuan continued to collect the Spirit Might King's remaining treasures, though not as rich as King Lingshan, but quite affluent among the great lords. This time, taking action, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, considering the wealth carried by the royal families such as King Lingshan and Spirit Might King, and the treasures and rare items of dozens of great lords. For those dozens of great lords, while Lin Yuan had the idea of exchanging them for ransom, he definitely would take the many treasures and weapons they carried before bargaining. After tallying them briefly, Lin Yuan found he was already enormously profited. Furthermore, besides those trophies acquired from the enemy's hands, Lin Yuan could also use the meritorious service obtained on the battlefield to exchange treasures from the Red Pine King. And with Lin Yuan's recent performance, nearly overturning the battle situation single-handedly, how significant would the meritorious service be? Ling Ancient Country. In a certain mansion within the capital. Deep within layers of formation prohibitions, a piece of white crystal stone suddenly emitted a faint glow, and then a figure coalesced. It was the King Lingshan. The resurrected King Lingshan using life-saving means appeared extremely weak. However, compared to physical and soul weakness, the King Lingshan was also greatly troubled mentally. Did I really die? Noble, dying at the hands of a life under a heavenly Venerat? The King Lingshan murmured, feeling sure Lin Yuan was definitely not a heavenly Venerat, at most like him, a core royalty of the fierce Sun Ancient Country at their limit. The core royalty reaching their limit, their combat power being virtually invincible among the great lords, even facing fellow core royalty at the same level, unable to achieve victory, but also hard to perish, let alone being directly slain. Was it because my bloodline talent was restrained by that galaxy? The King Lingshan began to retrospect, flashes of combat scenes crossing his mind. He employed the strongest killing move, merging into the spirit of all things. But in the end, that galaxy used some method unknown to him, reached the ultimate control over the surrounding world and space, even reverse controlling the spirit of all things. This was also the key to King Lingshan's downfall. After merging into spirit, he was nearly in an undefeated position, but similarly lost many other techniques. Added to breaking out of the merged spirit state and being mentally shocked, that's how he was so easily killed by Galaxy. If I hadn't utilized transforming into spirits this killing move, maybe I could have held on a bit longer. The King Lingshan mused silently. Yes, just held on a bit longer. Although the King Lingshan realized he was restrained by Galaxy, that ultimate control power seeming almost above everything, even if he hadn't transformed into spirit, the outcome wouldn't be different. At most, he could hold on a bit longer. Buy withdrawal time for those great lords of the Daling Ancient Country? Galaxy? Could it be that the core royalty of the fierce Sun Ancient Country made progress in breaking through the shackles of the celestial race? That's why Galaxy possessed such combat power? The King Lingshan calmed his mind, speculating inwardly. Lin Yuan's power clearly exceeded normal limits, surpassing core royalty by a large margin, yet not crossing into the celestial race. That's why the King Lingshan harbored this suspicion. This could also be a good thing. It indicates that once we core royalty reach the limit, it's not a roadblock ahead, there's still potential for further improvement. The King Lingshan had a burning look in his eyes compared to his own defeat, discovering that the path ahead could still be taken would be of greater help to him. Swish. Lin Yuan put away the spoils from the Spirit Might King, his figure vanished, returning once more to the battlefield. Senior Galaxy. At this moment, King Chijue stepped forward excitedly, expressing his gratitude. I never expected you to pass by here and lend a helping hand. If not for you this time, dozens of surrounding domains would likely have fallen. It's nothing. Lin Yuan looked at King Chijue, immediately understanding his meaning. King Chijue must have taken him for a core member of the fierce Sun Ancient Country who had grown to the limit. After all, Lin Yuan's power was evident, further enhanced by the methods involving the fierce Sun Divine Body. If Lin Yuan wasn't an ultimate core royal, even King Chijue wouldn't believe it. Lin Yuan did not deny it, as this could indeed explain his current level of strength, Senior Galaxy. At this moment, the Red Pine King also came over, his tone apologetic, saying, Earlier I didn't know your identity, so I spoke in that manner. I hope you can forgive me. Forgive me. Lin Yuan had defeated the Thunder Spear Great Honored, and the Red Pine King had personally summoned Lin Yuan. The two had exchanged a few words. In fact, the Red Pine King's attitude back then was quite cordial, without displaying any kingly demeanor, but once considering Lin Yuan's identity, the Red Pine King felt somewhat uneasy. No need to say such things. Lin Yuan didn't care much. What should we do next? Invade the Purple Dream Domain? Lin Yuan glanced at the two royal great lords and said casually, "Now, all the great lords from the Purple Dream domain and dozens of surrounding domains had been suppressed by Lin Yuan, rendering the enemy's dozens of domains as mere empty shells. As long as the Red Pine King was willing to attack, there would definitely be little resistance faced. Invade the Purple Dream domain? The Red Pine King hesitated slightly, then shook his head and said, "Let's forget it. With the fall of the King Lingshan, the Daling ancient country will certainly take action. Attacking the Purple Dream domain now, even if we can capture it, it will be hard to defend. There's no need for this." The Red Pine King had little ambition. He sought no merits but avoided mistakes. Merely preserving the Qingfen domain was sufficient. Fair enough. Lin Yuan nodded. The Red Pine King's considerations were not unreasonable. In the distance, more than 20 great lords looked at each other. The scene of Lin Yuan battling the King Lingshan earlier had truly left them in shock. Originally thought to be a fierce fight, in the end, the King Lingshan did not last long. Senior Galaxy's power, the Fire Axe Great Venerable, looked shocked, and the Great Venerate Hongye was no better off. Especially the Great Venerate Hongye, who prior had quite a good relationship with Lin Yuan, never even considered this newly advanced Great Lord to be a core royal grown to the limit. Especially given Lin Yuan's displayed strength, it clearly wasn't just about having grown to the limit as a core royal. Qingfen City, the area of the teleportation formation. Currently, the largest teleportation formation suddenly lit up, and after dozens of breaths, several figures emerged. These figures, led by an old man with a red beard, followed by 3 or 4 young men and women. The King Lingshan of the Daling ancient country has indeed grown to the limit. Amazing. A young man spoke, glancing around and slightly relaxing. "It seems we arrived in time. Currently, there was no major issue at Qingfen City, and the teleportation formation was operating smoothly, indicating that the King Lingshan hadn't yet acted against Qingfen City." These figures were the support sent by the capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country upon learning that the King Lingshan's power exceeded expectations. The 3 or 4 young men were all royal subjects at the Great Lord level, and the leading old man with the red beard was a core royal who had grown to the limit. In the entire Fierce Sun ancient country, core royals were scarce, and those who had grown to the limit even scarcer. The red-bearded old man had arrived so quickly, indicating he highly valued the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain. The red-bearded old man's gaze was slightly different as he looked towards the battlefield. What's wrong? 3 or 4 young men watched the red-bearded old man stand still, showing no intention of rushing to the battlefield, feeling anxious. Although they didn't know what King Chijue and the Red Pine King relied upon to hold off a core royal grown to the limit like the King Lingshan for so long. But clearly the sooner they get over there, the better. Don't worry. The red-bearded old man glanced at the young men and with some confusion said, "The war is already over." Chapter 12440, The Shocked King Qibao Request for Subscription. The war is over? A few young men and women looked at the red-bearded old man. They had just arrived, and the war was over? And how did the war end? Which side won? King Lingshan is dead, killed by a strong warrior called Galaxy, the red-bearded old man patiently explained. Just now, King Qisong had already informed him of the latest intelligence from the battlefield, and even without King Qisong, he would soon learn of such matters. King Lingshan is dead? The young men took a deep breath. Now Qingfen City was safe and sound, yet the red-bearded old man said the war was over. They vaguely speculated that perhaps an unforeseen turn of events on the battlefield led to King Lingshan's defeat. But the red-bearded old man said King Lingshan is dead. Dead and defeated are completely different matters. According to the information they received, King Lingshan was a core royal clan member who had grown to his limits. Such a powerful warrior who could kill him? A heavenly venerat? The entire Fierce Sun ancient country only had a few heavenly veneratsis, each with a renowned name, and none called Galaxy. Did Qisong say that Galaxy is from our Fierce Sun ancient country's core royal clan? The red-bearded old man pondered in his mind. Now that the war was over, and it ended with the Fierce Sun ancient country's victory, he was not in any rush. Which clansman could it be? The red-bearded old man was curious. Indeed, the Fierce Sun ancient country had some ancient core royal clan members who traveled abroad, attempting to find ways to break the chains of their bloodline. Come, let's pay a visit. The red-bearded old man glanced at the young men beside him, got up, and flew toward the battlefield. Since he was here, he also wanted to meet the core royal clan member King Qisong mentioned. After all, this Galaxy's who decisively killed King Lingshan, his strength must far exceed a core royal clan member's limits. On the battlefield, Lin Yuan was casually chatting with King Qisong and King Chijue. If it weren't for Senior Galaxy's intervention, the Qingfen domain and several dozen surrounding domains would surely be lost, King Qisong said with emotion. Senior Galaxy's kindness to me is truly immense. Although the war failed, it was partly because King Lingshan's strength exceeded expectations. But a loss is a loss. Having lost dozens of large domains of territory, King Qisong would certainly have to go to the capital for punishment. It's not a matter of kindness. Lin Yuan shook his head. Even without King Qisong, he wouldn't have stood by and watched Qingfen domain fall. To you, Senior Galaxy, it may not be much, but to me, it's an enormous kindness. King Qichong spoke solemnly. But I'm not sure how I should thank you, Senior. Treasures and rare items? Senior Galaxy surely wouldn't care for them, and what Senior Galaxy desires, I can't provide. King Qisong himself is just an ordinary royalty, his strength slightly stronger than the peak of a great lord but far off from extreme core royalty. With such a disparity in power, what looks like a treasure to King Qisong to Lin Yuan naturally isn't worth considering. So I've decided to forgo all merits from this war and transfer them all to Senior Galaxy, allowing you to choose from the national treasury in the capital. King Qisong proposed. This war to resist the Daling ancient country's invasion, King Qisong as the highest commander would be punished for losing, but if they won, he would surely receive massive rewards. Unlike powerful figures like Lord Qingfen and Great Venerate Hongye, they would receive rewards given by King Qisong himself, while the rewards King Qisong received came directly from the Fierce Sun capital. The Fierce Sun capital is the core of the Fierce Sun ancient country, where countless treasures of this source world converge, highly coveted even by Heavenly Venerate level powerhouses. If you give me your merits, what will you do? Lin Yuan looked at King Qisong. Without Senior Galaxy, I wouldn't even have merits to speak of and would already be on my way to receive punishment. King Qisong said, I am already very satisfied with the current outcome. Besides this war's merits, I really don't know what else could repay Senior Galaxy, please accept it. Without you, Qisong would have faced punishment and I would have suffered great losses too. King Qijue chimed in. At the very least, his primary battle body would definitely have been destroyed by King Lingshan. His personal weapons would not be preserved, plus the time and effort needed to cultivate a new primary battle body. Thinking about it, King Qijue felt fortunate. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's intervention, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan looked at King Qisong's resolute expression, pondered for a while, and nodded, saying, In that case, I will accept it. I am glad Senior accepted. King Qisong's face broke into a smile. By the way, King Qisong seemed to recall something and immediately said, Senior, King Qibao wishes to meet you. King Qibao? Lin Yuan looked at King Qisong. As soon as King Lingshan revealed their extreme core royal strength, I immediately requested reinforcement from the capital. King Qisong explained, King Qibao is the strong warrior sent from the capital, specifically to counter King Lingshan. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Specifically counter King Lingshan, either an equal extreme core royal or a heavenly venerate. Lin Yuan speculated the latter was impossible. Dispatching heavenly venerate level force lightly in such a local war could very well drive the situation toward an unpredictable development. So, he is probably an ultimate core royal family member as well. King Qibao is here. Red Pine King looked toward Qingfen City, where at this moment a red-bearded elder's figure appeared, and then he flew over in this direction. After approaching a certain distance, the red-bearded elder no longer continued to teleport through space, but flew directly over. An ultimate core royal family member? Lin Yuan looked at the red-bearded elder from afar, faintly sensing a terrifying aura emanating from him. It was a terrifying aura not weaker than King Lingshan's. Soon enough, the red-bearded elder approached. This must be the Galaxy Brother. The red-bearded elder, known as King Qibao, looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Let's go. We'll talk more slowly when we get back. Red Pine King, standing by, said, I have already ordered someone to prepare a special top-grade meal for us, so we can chat while we eat. Red Pine King had already arranged everything and immediately took Lin Yuan and others to his temporary small city cave residence, Yu family. Several old ancestors along with Yu Chealong also received detailed intelligence reports about the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain. The war between the two major domains determined the future destiny of their families, so the Yu family was naturally extremely concerned. What? Yu Chealong looked at the intelligence report in front of him, somewhat unable to react. In the war between the two domains, Galaxy Great Venerate suddenly took action, with an absolutely overwhelming stance, swept across the entire battlefield, and even the core royal family member King Lingshan died at the hands of Galaxy Great Venerate. This kind of news, which could be described as shocking, would definitely spread throughout the entire Qingfen domain at the fastest speed. After all, the fact that a core royal family member of Daling ancient country had died on the battlefield was sure to boost morale. However, Yu Kaolong and several old ancestors were left with a head full of confusion. Galaxy Great Venerate? How come this Galaxy Great Venerate sounds so familiar? Galaxy Great Venerate? I remember that Yan's Great Venerate title was Galaxy. In fact, upon seeing the words Galaxy Great Venerate, they had already associated it with Lin Yuan, especially several of Yu family's old ancestors. As 12-layer self-Dao realm practitioners, their minds worked at lightning speed. How could an incident familiar to them appear? It wasn't familiarity, but disbelief. Because the deeds of that Galaxy Great Venerate in the intelligence report were simply unbelievable. King Lingshan had grown to become an ultimate core royal family member, claimed to be invincible among the great lords. Yet he perished at the hands of Galaxy Great Venerate? This Galaxy Great Venerate, is it really Yu Yan whom they knew? Could there be some misunderstanding? Yu Kaolong couldn't help but say, the content of the intelligence report was truly incredible, leading him to start doubting its truth. not a misunderstanding. A great venerate has personally contacted me. An ancestor of the Yu family spoke with a trembling voice. Even though the Yu family had produced Yu Yan, a new great venerate, other great lords wouldn't contact the Yu family without reason. How significant is the status of a great venerate? How many are there in a major domain? This, Yu Caolong was in disbelief. It's still necessary to personally confirm this. Another Yu family ancestor looked at Yu Caolong. Later you will need to go to Qingfen City personally to see what the situation really is. Yes. Yu Caolong steadied his mind. He also wanted to know if the Galaxy Great Venerate in the intelligence report, seemingly like a god, was really his son. Inside the temporary small city cave of Red Pine King. In a luxurious pavilion, Lin Yuan and King Qibao sat facing each other. As for Red Pine King, King Qijue, after chatting for a while and seeing that King Qibao and Lin Yuan had something to discuss, the two kings sensibly withdrew. Galaxy brother, you shouldn't be a core royal family member on a journey, right? King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan, testingly asked. Red Pine King and King Qijue hadn't reached the level of realization. King Qijue, although a core royal family member, hadn't grown to the ultimate level and hadn't accessed much information. So they believed Lin Yuan to be some ultimate core royal family member traveling by chance through Qingfen domain. But King Qibao? As an ultimate core royal family member, King Qibao knew most of the ultimate core royal family members of the ancient country and found none resembling Lin Yuan. Yes. Lin Yuan admitted frankly, I've been cultivating in the past, condensing seeds of the fierce sun one by one, and hence have acquired my current strength. Lord Qingfen believed Lin Yuan's bloodline experienced regression to an ancestral level, reaching the core royal family tier. Lin Yuan now followed Lord Qingfen's conjecture to explain himself, presenting as a fortunate individual whose bloodline regressed to an ancestral state. Fierce Sun ancient country had existed for countless ages. Similar situations had indeed occurred where an individual's bloodline underwent regression to the core royal family level, eventually leading to their rise. This was also the most suitable and indisputable explanation for Lin Yuan, as condensing seeds of the fierce sun itself was beyond ordinary logic, something fundamentally unattainable for outsiders, except for core royal family members. So that's the case. King Qibao immediately accepted Lin Yuan's explanation, able to sense the abundant fierce sun aura from this galaxy great venerate. Even if the bloodline regressed to the core royal family tier, achieving this level of cultivation without external inheritance aid, King Qibao looked solemnly at Lin Yuan. Even those born within the core royal family in ancient country, enjoying all sorts of external supports, could find it challenging to reach the ultimate level. King Qiju was an example of this. But Lin Yuan, he had a regressed bloodline, received no external aid since childhood, yet achieved his current level. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with eyes filled with awe. Chapter 1125, 41. The Importance of Lin Yuan. Please subscribe. Chapter 1125, Chapter 41. The Importance of Lin Yuan. Please subscribe. The height that life can reach largely depends on two aspects. One is innate talent and aptitude. The other is the influence of external forces. Both are indispensable. In fact, the latter may even be more important than the former. Without external assistance, even with strong talent and aptitude, one would still take many detours. Conversely, as long as there are enough external influences and aids, even with mediocre talent and aptitude, the final achievement will not be much lower. Talent and aptitude determine the upper limit, while external influences determine the lower limit. In King Qibao's view, Lin Yuan's bloodline reverts to his ancestors. There's no need to speak much about his talent and aptitude, it must be top-notch. But in the absence of guidance from the many resources and inheritances of the fierce sun ancient country's royal family, if he can grow to the limit on his own and even defeat and kill King Lingshan, who is also a core royal of the limit, this is absolutely unprecedented. At least in the endless ages, the fierce sun ancient country has never produced such a prodigy. In the past, there were some cases of the revival of ancestral bloodlines in ancient countries, eventually leading to a rise. But here, rise refers to being nurtured by the ancient country before rising. And Lin Yuan? Before today, King Qibao had never heard of the name Galaxy. Lin Yuan had already risen without even contacting the royal family of the ancient country. If growing to the limit of the core royal family is not considered a rise, what is? Moreover, Lin Yuan not only grew to the limit, but also just killed King Lingshan, who was also a limit royal family. Brother Galaxy, you possess the Yang divine body, a descendant of the ancestor. Now I formally invite you to join my lineage of the fierce sun ancient country's royal family. King Qibao composed himself and immediately invited. Upon confirming that Lin Yuan was indeed a pure descendant of the fierce sun, King Qibao's first thought was to draw him in, to completely draw Lin Yuan to the side of the ancient country. What a joke. For such a prodigy, what do you wait for if not to draw him in? If he were to be let go, King Qibao would probably regret it for billions or even a trillion years. As for whether Lin Yuan's identity would cause any issues, King Qibao didn't think much about it. First, the dense, fierce sun aura emanating from Lin Yuan was not fake. Second, what problems could arise? The fierce sun country is one of the strongest forces in this realm. No matter what links Lin Yuan has, it can bear them. These 2 points are enough. Join the lineage of the fierce sun ancient country's royal family? Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao. In fact, even without King Qibao's remarks, Lin Yuan had planned to visit the capital of the fierce sun ancient country in a while. The ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country is a 13th layer time life, and this is the only known 13th layer force currently confirmed by Lin Yuan. Of course, other ancient countries are not included in this scope. In the Chaos Void, numerous Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Great Saints are arduously seeking traces of 13th layer time life. Yet in this Fengyuan world, is there a clear opportunity to contact them? Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't miss it. The hardest threshold for a complete 12th layer to break through to the 13th layer is passing through a time cycle. And how to pass through the time cycle, whether there are any auxiliary means, the Eye of Myriad Laws frankly said there aren't any. Spreading one's own path of evolution, strengthening anchor points and waymarks, technically speaking, isn't an auxiliary means. But the Eye of Myriad Laws is merely a secret treasure left by a 13th layer time life, naturally incomparable to a true 13th layer life. The Eye of Myriad Laws saying there is no way doesn't mean a true 13th layer time life has no way. Moreover, enhancing the potential to pass through the time cycle is still far off for Lin Yuan currently. His actual realm is only at the Dominator level. Let's not mention it for now. There are many direct, visible benefits too, such as a massive amount of resources and inheritance. The importance of resources is unquestionable, and so is inheritance. Infinite Void is a 13th layer inheritance, allowing Lin Yuan's foundation to reach an immensely terrifying level. The ancestor of the fierce sun, as a 13th layer time life, presumably also left a corresponding 13th layer inheritance. If Lin Yuan were to obtain it, it would undoubtedly enhance his own strength substantially, although breaking through to the 13th layer is still far off, enhancing one's foundation, that's needed at any time. Brother Galaxy, most of this world's strongmen, especially those heavenly venerates, choose to join one of the 6 major ancient countries. There's nothing shameful about it. King Qibao said, leaving aside the other 5 major ancient countries, my fierce sun ancient country has the many inheritance treasures bestowed by the ancestor. Those heavenly venerates wanting to go further? Relying on their own cultivation? How long would that take? Whether they can ultimately achieve it is also another matter. But by joining my fierce sun ancient country, with a clear path to inheritance, it's much easier. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan and continued, some great lords are unwilling to be bound, so they don't choose to join any ancient country, but the heavenly venerates? There's almost no neutral heavenly venerates. They've all already aligned with one or another ancient country's camp. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. Like the Great Lord Hongi and Great Lord Fire Axe, they haven't been ennobled by the fierce sun ancient country. And this is already the limit for strongmen in the neutral camp. Without joining any country, relying solely on a Great Lord's own capabilities, the chance of stepping into a heavenly venerate is minimal. Even if they happen to become a heavenly venerate, upon realizing that heavenly venerate cultivation is many times harder than that of Great Lords, they will naturally join one ancient country, seeking further progress. If Brother Galaxy is willing to join my royal lineage, I will personally report to His Majesty, and the nurturing Brother Galaxy receives will undoubtedly be top-notch, King Qibao immediately assured. Unlike those heavenly venerates who joined allegiance, Lin Yuan's ancestral bloodline is rich, reaching the level of the core royal, and is naturally bound to the fierce sun ancient country. The royal family of the ancient country will certainly hold back when dealing with heavenly venerates who have joined allegiance, not cultivating them wholeheartedly, and even if they bestow inheritance, it won't be the top grade, most core inheritance. Chapter 126-41, The Importance of Lin Yuan, Request Subscription. To Chapter 1126, Chapter 41, The Importance of Lin Yuan, Request Subscription. 2. But Lin Yuan is different. Though part of the royal family, and a core member at that, if Lin Yuan wishes to join the royal bloodline, his status and treatment will far surpass those who have pledged allegiance as heavenly venerates. All right, I am willing to join. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, nodded, and said, at present, the benefits of joining the ancient country's royal family far outweigh the disadvantages. The only hidden danger is that Lin Yuan does not truly possess the core royal bloodline. However, since blending and consuming the fierce sun's source within his internal cosmos, fierce sun's radiance has spread from the internal cosmos throughout his body, naturally absorbing the radiance emitted by the eternal fierce sun in the external world. The fierce sun bloodline within Lin Yuan is also rapidly becoming purer, now almost reaching the standard of a normal royal bloodline. After a period of time, transforming to the core royal bloodline concentration is estimated to be not difficult. The divine skill, Fierce Sun Opening the Skies, is essentially the innate method of the ancestor of Fierce Sun. Constantly operating this divine skill can autonomously purify the Fierce Sun bloodline within. Of course, this bloodline transformation and purification only have an effect in this source world. As for the primordial spirit in the chaos void, it is useless. Firstly, the primordial spirit in the chaos void does not possess the fierce sun bloodline. The so-called purification of the bloodline requires the existence of said bloodline. Secondly, the chaos void does not have the eternal fierce sun above the source world sky. Lin Yuan can feel that the purification and refinement of the fierce sun bloodline within mainly come from being enveloped by the eternal fierce sun's radiance above the sky. Good. Good. King Qibao couldn't help but smile upon hearing Lin Yuan's agreement. With your joining, Galaxy, in the future, our royal family lineage can really let off some steam. Let off steam? Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao. Galaxy hasn't interacted with the royal family before. It's normal not to know. King Qibao explained. Within the fierce sun ancient country, competition is very intense, mainly the royal families competing with those heavenly venerates. The most precious resources are limited, the royal family wants them, and the heavenly venerates want them too. Although the heavenly venerates' ancestor bloodline is not dense, their strength is great, and their voice in the capital is not low. If not for the fact that every emperor of the ancient country must possess the royal bloodline, I fear our royal family would be suppressed by those heavenly venerates. King Qibao sighed. This matter is difficult to manage, belonging to the internal affairs of the Fierce Sun ancient country, as most heavenly venerates also have the blood of the ancestor of Fierce Sun flowing within them. Though somewhat diluted, they are considered ancestor descendants. If it were external enemies invading, the ancestor could be asked to sweep them away, but competition between the same bloodlines? The ancestor is reluctant to intervene. I see. Lin Yuan's expression became clear. He had heard early on that the heavenly venerates looked down on the ancient country royal family. This disdain likely isn't purely disdain, but also involves conflicts of interest. The great power of the ancient country is mostly in the hands of the emperor, and as emperors they will certainly favor their kin, but cannot be too biased. If they anger those heavenly venerates, it's not easy to handle. For instance, if in the wars between ancient countries they collectively hold back, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, every emperor of the ancient country tries to maintain a certain fairness between the royal family and the heavenly venerates for the greater picture. Of course, the most core inheritance and resources of the ancient country are only eligible for the royal family to compete over, which is the biggest advantage of being part of the royal family. This is precisely why the heavenly venerates look down on the royal family. But, with your talent, Galaxy, once you join the royal bloodline, touching upon our true royal inheritance and resources will surely advance you rapidly, perhaps breaking the heavenly venerates' shackles in the future. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. The so-called heavenly venerates' shackle is the iron law that the royal family cannot step into being a heavenly venerate. No ancient country royal member has crossed into being a heavenly venerate so far. This is the ongoing reason for the continuous struggle between the royal family and the heavenly venerates within the ancient country. In terms of strength, excluding the emperor and a handful of royal members with ancient country foundation, the strength of the heavenly venerate side overwhelms the royal side. If a heavenly venerate were to emerge from the royal side, the situation between the two would be completely rewritten. I'll do my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Doing your best is enough. King Qibao grinned, holding great expectations for Lin Yuan. Without having been trained by the royal family, reaching this level once exposed, what would it be like? Any strong beings, whether royal-blooded or heavenly venerates who joined later, experience a period of rapid advancement when first exposed to royal inheritance resources. King Qibao introduced various internal matters of the royal family to Lin Yuan in detail, then curiously asked, Qijue showed me the footage of Galaxy's fight with King Lingshen. Since Galaxy Brother could kill King Lingshen, you must have progressed far in breaking the heavenly venerates' shackle. Could we spar a bit, so I can witness it? King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. He wasn't doubting Lin Yuan's strength. Many had seen the matter of killing King Lingshen. It couldn't be faked. King Lingshen, as a core royal family of Daling ancient country, wouldn't be acting to court Lin Yuan. King Qibao was simply curious about Lin Yuan's strength, since he had grown to the limits of the core royal family, knowing the difficulty of progressing further at this level. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. He was also curious to see the methods of the core royal family of Fierce Sun ancient country who had reached their limits. While King Lingshen was extreme core royal family, he belonged to Daling ancient country, and the core royal family's methods could vary between ancient countries. Good, let's go to a higher realm space. King Qibao immediately stood up. Soon, the two reached a higher realm space. Here, the area is vast. Even the aftermath of Heavenly Venerates' combat descending onto the ground would significantly diminish. Galaxy, I'll make a move. Red Pine King's form began to blur, vaguely hinting as if a great sun condensed. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved. The fierce sun divine body automatically activated, forming a vast fierce sun world. Rumble. Red Pine King also began to activate the fierce sun divine body, similarly forming a fierce sun world, and the two worlds kept colliding and sparring. The Fierce Sun Divine Body is the strongest physique of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Every awakened member possesses unique Fierce Sun Divine bodies, but in general aspects they are similar. For example, the Fierce Sun Worlds formed by the automatic operation of the Divine Body are abilities that every Fierce Sun Divine Body possessor has. The strength of the Fierce Sun World is related to the foundation of the Fierce Sun Divine Body. Boom, boom, boom! The two colossal Fierce Sun Worlds kept colliding, and it was evident that the Fierce Sun World formed by Lin Yuan was stronger. Lin Yuan looked at the serious expression of Red Pine King, slightly enhancing the strength of the Fierce Sun World. The strength of the Fierce Sun World depends on the foundation of the Fierce Sun Divine Body, and also on the foundation of each strong being. The foundation is the base. Lin Yuan's internal cosmos has fused and swallowed the Fierce Sun source. His foundation is unprecedentedly strong, not just the Fierce Sun World, even the simplest punch can unleash earth-shattering power. The Infinite Void inheritance enhances Lin Yuan's all-round abilities rather than limiting to just one. Not good. King Qibao's expression slightly changed. He could clearly feel the pressure increase from Lin Yuan's Fierce Sun World, his own Fierce Sun World beginning to distort under the opponent's oppression. What kind of foundation is necessary to make the Fierce Sun World so powerful? King Qibao was shocked inside. Originally, he thought whether Lin Yuan used certain one-time methods to easily kill King Lingshan. But now, through the collision of their Fierce Sun Worlds, he no longer had this idea. The collision between Fierce Sun Worlds is entirely a contest between both sides' foundations, without any tricks. After all, the Fierce Sun World originates from the Fierce Sun Divine Body, and the Divine Body stems from oneself. External forces can enhance attack and defense, but cannot directly enhance the Fierce Sun Divine Body. I concede, Galaxy. King Qibao persisted for a while, but in the end was unable to endure. If continued, he would have to resort to killing means, contradicting the sparring. Thus King Qibao spoke without hesitation. I concede. Chapter 127, 42, Departure, end of this volume, please subscribe. Chapter 127, Chapter 42, Departure, end of this volume, please subscribe, conceded. Lin Yuan immediately retracted his Fierce Sun Divine Body, and the vast, blistering Fierce Sun World rapidly dissipated. Galaxy, with your strength, you'd likely rival those heavenly venerates. King Qibao couldn't help but say. For a core royal who has grown to their limit, at most, they can contend a few moves with a heavenly venerate by relying solely on themselves. As for full-blown combat, they certainly can't defeat a heavenly venerate. But at this moment, the feeling King Qibao had about Lin Yuan was in no way inferior to those heavenly venerates. Although Lin Yuan had not exerted his full strength, and both sides only collided in the world of the Fierce Sun. In an actual fight, there are still too many variables, as the strongest part of the heavenly venerates is not their Fierce Sun Divine Body. But King Qibao still had such a feeling. I don't think I am a match for a heavenly venerate yet, Lin Yuan said. Even if not, there's not much difference, King Qibao said with a tone of certainty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not deny it. It was indeed so. Right now, Lin Yuan's strength was already very close to that of a true heavenly venerate. Actually, to say that he could compare to them was entirely accurate, as Lin Yuan could completely contend with some newly ascended heavenly venerates. When I complete the second layer of Infinite Void and undergo a significant transformation of my internal universe, I can truly contend with the heavenly venerates and the Chaos Great Saints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the second layer of Infinite Void was only to make Lin Yuan's internal universe achieve a size approaching that of the Chaos Great Saints. In terms of strength, he naturally was not yet the true opponent of a Chaos Great Saint, but the fusion and devouring of the Fierce Sun Source within his internal universe resulted in an unexpected evolutionary enhancement, causing him to possess the internal universe of a Great Saint level even before completing the second layer of Infinite Void. It's predictable if the second layer of Infinite Void is completed, Lin Yuan's internal universe may surpass that of a normal Chaos Great Saint's internal universe. By then, even if there are shortcomings in other areas, on average, he would still possess genuine Great Saint-level combat power. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. King Qibao was delighted. The stronger Lin Yuan was, the happier he became, for it meant that the future foundation of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's royal lineage would be more solid. In the future, even if Lin Yuan doesn't break the shackles of the heavenly venerate, with his current strength, the royal family would still be confident when facing those heavenly venerates. Galaxy, when will you accompany me to the capital? King Qibao asked. He was eager to bring Lin Yuan back. Wait a little longer. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, based on the current speed of his bloodline's transformation and tempering, it would take a few more months before it reaches the concentration close to that of a core royal bloodline. By then, Lin Yuan could proceed to the capital without concern. All right. King Qibao nodded. He didn't ask much about why they needed to wait, as it was Lin Yuan's concern. This fluctuation of space and time? Below, King Qisong and King Qijue were receiving several young men and women. These young men and women had come along with King Qibao, aiming to support the war efforts here. King Qibao was a pinnacle core royal, as was King Lingshan. The peak combat strength of both sides was about the same. At this time, having an additional Great Lord was very important, not to mention that these young men and women belonged to the Royal Great Lords, with combat ability akin to ordinary peak Great Lords. Is King Qibao sparring with Senior Galaxy? King Qijue's pupils narrowed slightly, and the expressions of the others also changed. King Qibao was acknowledged as a pinnacle core royal, as was Galaxy, whose strength was confirmed by defeating King Lingshan. These two were sparring. King Qibao, several young men and women exchanged looks. Since they had followed King Qibao here, they evidently belonged to the same royal branch and naturally hoped King Qibao would win. The royal lineage of the Fierce Sun ancient country was similarly divided into many branches, with those having a pinnacle core royal as their pillar considered to be powerful. However, soon, the expressions of these young men and women changed. Did King Qibao lose? Although they couldn't sense specifics, they could feel the collision of those two extremely fiery auras, with the one belonging to King Qibao clearly at a disadvantage, and eventually, both fiery auras quickly dissipated. Clearly, the sparring had ended. Senior Galaxy is too strong. King Qisong couldn't help but feel, when Lin Yuan defeated King Lingshan earlier, perhaps it was due to the latter having only recently reached his peak. But King Qibao, he was a veteran pinnacle core royal. Beside him, King Qijue also showed astonishment in his expression. He could see that Lin Yuan and King Qibao were merely sparring lightly, yet the latter conceded so quickly, indicating just how powerful Lin Yuan truly was. Qisong, you're incredibly lucky. King Qijue glanced at King Qisong and said, if it weren't for Lin Yuan, the two of them wouldn't be sitting here leisurely chatting. Indeed. King Qisong nodded. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Qingfen City was bustling with people, prosperity unchanged. At this moment, the topic about Great Lord Galaxy in Qingfen City was definitely the most frequent. Several months ago, the battle between two domains occurred. Great Lord Galaxy made a move, slaying the King Lingshan, reversed the situation, and saved Qingfen Domain and dozens of neighboring domains. Everyone, I know more intelligence related to that war. Inside a plain tavern, a group of 11th Order beings gathered. Among them, a dark-skinned man spoke. Let's hear it. The other 11th Order beings were interested. They weren't even in the Self-Dao realm, so they didn't know much about the two-domain battle, only understanding that Great Lord Galaxy played a pivotal role, almost sweeping the entire battlefield single-handedly. Yu Kaolong was also among them. Having set off from the Yu family several months ago, he only arrived in Qingfen City today. Over the months, more and more information reached the Yu family. The feats of Lin Yuan were almost confirmed, and even on his journey, Yu Kaolong heard a lot of rumors regarding Great Lord Galaxy. Do you know how Great Lord Galaxy killed that King Lingshan? The dark-skinned man said proudly. King Lingshan is an ultimate core royal clan, his strength invincible among Great Lords. Even if Great Lord Galaxy could kill him, it would be after a hard battle? An 11th Order being speculated. That's the most logical assumption. Actually, if it weren't for various rumors stating Great Lord Galaxy killed King Lingshan, the 11th Order beings present would believe King Lingshan merely fled, not died. Killing an ultimate core royal clan, is it that easy? Wrong, wrong, wrong. The dark-skinned man shook his head. Great Lord Galaxy killed that King Lingshan with hardly any effort. It was over in a few moves. Upon hearing this, all other 11th Order beings looked at each other in disbelief. Killed King Lingshan? A few moves? Really? That's an ultimate core royal clan? Could it be Great Lord Galaxy has stepped into Heavenly Venerate? Many 11th Order beings spoke up. I don't know about that, but I'm sure Great Lord Galaxy is definitely not Heavenly Venerate. The dark-skinned man said, if Heavenly Venerate made a move, the Daling ancient country over there wouldn't have done nothing. War between ancient countries. If it's only a localized conflict, the involvement of Heavenly Venerate level experts is prohibited. That's an unwritten rule. Because if one side deploys a Heavenly Venerate, the other side would certainly dispatch a Heavenly Venerate too. But now the Daling ancient country is silent. Evidently, Great Lord Galaxy is not Heavenly Venerate. Don't believe it? The dark-skinned man glanced around and continued. You've all heard about how Great Lord Galaxy captured all Great Lords from the Daling ancient country, right? If the King Lingshan battled fiercely against Great Lord Galaxy, these Great Lords from Daling ancient country would have surely fled back by now, the dark-skinned man said. Indeed. If King Lingshan didn't perish swiftly, those Great Lords from Daling ancient country would surely have reacted. Many 11th Order beings pondered and found the dark-skinned man's words quite reasonable. Great Lord Galaxy killed King Lingshan likely without spending much time. The battle must have been a one-sided crush. Otherwise, on Daling ancient country's side, not a single Great Lord would have escaped, all becoming captives of Great Lord Galaxy. Great Lord Galaxy, in the corner of the tavern, Yu Kaolong quietly listened. He had heard such discussions too many times along the way. The shock in his heart had never subsided. Sky-burning court. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the fierce sun source within his body universe constantly radiating fierce sunlight, resonating with the eternal fierce sun outside, consequently drawing strands of mysterious fiery aura into him. Under the diffusion of these strands of fiery aura, the fierce sun bloodline flowing within Lin Yuan quickly became rich and pure, already reached the threshold of core royal family bloodline. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Indeed, within Fierce Sun Ancient Country, there exist methods for purifying Fierce Sun bloodline, but none of them is anything less than extremely challenging, like becoming a king. Lin Yuan's capability to effortlessly purify and refine his bloodline is absolutely inconceivable. In fact, Lin Yuan's method of purifying and refining Fierce Sun bloodline, although seemingly simple, is tougher than becoming a king of an ancient country. First, one must awaken the Fierce Sun opening heaven-divine skills, an ability derived from the ancestor of Fierce Sun, which probably even a king doesn't have. Secondly, possessing a infinite void internal universe is even more daunting. These two conditions, each alone, are tougher than becoming an ancient country king, both combined. Only Lin Yuan could achieve this. Time to leave. With a thought, Lin Yuan appeared outside Skyburning Court. Simultaneously, he created an avatar, stationed in Skyburning Court. Because the Daling Ancient Country will exchange ransoms for the captured Great Lords soon, Lin Yuan needs to leave an avatar here. Additionally, this avatar can handle numerous other mundane matters. Before the space-time teleportation formation in Qingfen City, King Shibao had long been waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, he smiled and said, "Galaxy, is everything ready?" "Ready." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Then let's head to the royal capital. It's far more prosperous than this domain." King Shibao smiled. "Only in the royal capital can your potential, Galaxy, truly be unleashed. Let's go." King Shibao immediately activated the space-time teleportation formation, connecting to the distant royal capital, and promptly stepped into it. Lin Yuan glanced at the space-time teleportation formation, hesitated not, and similarly stepped inside.